Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky.
We made it, brother.
Oh, we did.
We made it. The mashup week, the jacked up week, Jack's Restaurant and Bar. We got jacked up. Remember that? Remember that? You can't do that anymore.
No, and then the movie Concussion came out, and they said, yeah.
We should change the segment.
This is Norby Williamson. That bit dies.
Sure does.
ESPN reference.
Sure does. Sure does. Hey, good morning, everybody. It's Willard and Dibbs. One mo time.
Oh, I can't wait.
Before, and you know what I was talking to the lovely Christy about yesterday? When you do the morning show, but then you go back to the afternoon show on Monday, kind of feels like a 3-day weekend.
Completely.
It's a really, really long weekend that we're about to embark on because it starts at 10 in the morning and it's not over until 2 o'clock in the afternoon on Monday.
Great call. And I always thought that doing mornings in general was a 3-day weekend because you'd get off on Friday at 10 and you would have all Friday, all Saturday, most of Sunday, although Sunday Night Football was always a point of sadness for me when I was doing mornings because you
associated that music with going back to work?
Exactly. It was bedtime. Because that would come on at 5:30 and you'd like whole full day of Sunday and then you get to 5:30 and you kick off and it's like, oh God, I got to get to bed. Maybe I'll make it to halftime.
You just gave me the feels right there with that music. We're getting close.
So close.
We're getting close, and thank God. Whether you believe in God or not, thank God. You know why? Because the San Francisco 49ers are on the way, and I'd argue we need them. So here's something we're thinking about.
Help me, John and Kyle.
Well,
you're our only hope.
No joke. No joke. I mean, what are we doing here in 2024? The Fan All-Star Break. Are you a buyer or a seller on Bay Area sports in the second half of 2024? I don't want to make it sound like, I'm all focused on the negative side of the ledger because that's like, it's weird to be like, we lost the Super Bowl. Well, you went to the Super Bowl.
Right.
So, like, it's not like last year was some awful year for the 49ers, but calendar year 2024, I do think the Bay Area sports fan right now feels like we're in a little bit of a rut. I do think that. If you just think of this calendar year, the 49ers won 2 playoff games, but they looked like crap for the large part of both of them. And then they went to a Super Bowl. They could have won. They should have won. They really, really should have won. And they didn't. And from that moment forward, we've gotten a healthy Warrior team that missed the playoffs, but didn't just miss the playoffs, got slapped by their little brothers to tell them that they were missing the playoffs, followed by, and this is what, one thing we'll get into a lot today as the Giants start their quote-unquote second half, but we're pretty darn close to their final third. This season has, I don't know what word you want to use, but this has not been good. This has not been good at all based on what the Giants should be.
Yeah, and think about the calendar year and think about losses and wins. Well, the Niners lost the Super Bowl. The Warriors lost Klay Thompson. They lost the play-in game.
Thanks.
And the Giants have lost more games than they've won. And they haven't really, the biggest win of the year, there have been fun wins and wild pitch walk-offs and, buck-offs and walk-offs and all the rest of it. But you're still one of the also-rans in the wild card race. You're not a team that is really feeling like you're going to make a run. So you're right. Halfway through the year, a little bit more than halfway through the year. Where are the wins as we look at 2024?
Well, and I didn't even, you just brought up some of the emotional stuff that I didn't even bring up. Klay Thompson is gone.
That's a loss.
The San Francisco Giants excited their fan base with the signing of Blake Snell. He has 0 wins.
Right.
A couple good outings last 2 outings. The 49ers star receiver is emotional. He has taken it personal. He's mad. He's on TikTok. And here we go. Second half of the season and training camp opening. And I think, we need some wins. And I don't mean that in the standings. I just mean us. We need some wins. We need something to believe in right now.
We need Brandon Ayuk signed. We need a move at the deadline from Farhan Zaidi that makes us feel like, oh, yeah, you're going for it. The Giants are going for it. They traded a couple of prospects we don't know for a fill in the blank, shortstop, first baseman, another closer, whatever it is. It feels like we need a win here as we head into August. And, we get into Niners camp, and I know you and I are going out next week, and that'll be fun to watch. Yep. Watch guys running around and, hear the horn and the whistle, and then, be there with all the media folks, and we'll all make our judgments. Like, yesterday they played the 4-year anniversary of Bonte and Joe and their Trey Lance takes after one practice, which I thought was awesome.
I'm doing a Pearsall video next week. I'm doing it.
I love it.
Because he's Jerry Rice.
That's it.
I'm doing it. I'm doing a video and I'm going to post it, Dibs. I'm going to post that thing. Multiple platforms. Pearsall, he's that dude. You can just see it by looking at him.
And it could be a freezing cold take in 4 years.
It might be.
I applaud the guys yesterday for
it was fun.
Opening that up. And, it kind of gave Steiny and Goo a whole show. And, Bonte and Joe kind of revealed that reality that 4 years ago they were super, super excited. So, but I hope that we have something this week, today, over the next portion of the month that we can get that excited about, right?
That'd be great. That whole thing, you end up, if you listen to the station a lot, you ended up hearing it like 4 times yesterday. And the part that makes me laugh every time is the very end.
You can't even get through it.
It's the very end when Shasky just uncorks his signature. Let's go! Let's go! And it's just like, let's go to Dallas and watch football.
Right.
That's where the Trey Lance experience ended. But whatever, I get it. We've all got him. I've sat here and thought about how would I handle a show if the breaking news sounder hits, and this might happen here in the second half of 2024. The breaking news sounder, Grandy hits it, and they go through the little music and the little intro, and then he gives me that point, and I go, and he whispers in my ear, check Giants Twitter.
Oh.
Giants Twitter.
Schefter. It's a Schefter. It's a Woj bomb.
I go to Giants Twitter and
check
I go
John Heyman.
And there it is.
I'd rather not.
Check right.
Jeff Passan.
Totally.
Bob Nightingale.
And I go, okay, the San Francisco Giants have fired.
Oh no.
President of Baseball Operations, Farhan Zaidi. I'm well aware of what my reputation is in this town, and I know that some of you are waiting. You're waiting to turn things that I've said throughout the years into one of those freezing cold takes, and it may well be. It may already be. The fact that when they hired him, I thought it was a fantastic hire. And then I got a chance to talk to him, and we got to watch things sort of unfold. And there's the Bochy year. And you're like, okay, we're just kind of, hey, I'll move on. And then, so you're setting the table.
Right.
Thank you. And thank you, Boach. And you get through that year, and then there's the pandemic year. We only got to play 60 games. And so it was a big whatever. And so that for me, 2021 was the big, all right, dude, let's see what you got. And he was like, you like 107 wins? Do you like that?
It seems mythical now, looking back, because since then they've been straight up 500.
Not even.
A shade below.
Yeah,
but the 107 almost feels like an anomaly. It is an anomaly, but it feels almost like it didn't happen.
And my freezing cold take, one of them, plenty of them, is in that year, you remember what was often, I thought, a national argument, which is this is a paper tiger. This isn't real. This is quirky, or the F word.
I love the F word. Fluke.
This is a fluke.
It's a fluke, Mark.
And I fought the fluke.
Yeah.
I fought the fluke. I sat there after every single game and
me both.
Spoke on the radio.
We battled.
Fluke is like, hey, we're not that good, but we somehow scratched out 87 wins. I'm like, they won more games than any Giants team in the history of a very storied organization. How could that be a fluke? It was a fluke. It was a fluke.
Let's go ahead and cut that, Granny.
It was a fluke.
Thank you. And it sucks to hear you say that.
They have been uninteresting and ineffective ever since. And so, here we are. And what is in some ways exciting and also odd at the very same time is starting tonight, the San Francisco Giants will embark on a 10-day, 11-game experience that is supposed to essentially either erase or confirm everything we've watched for the last 2.5 years. You come out of 107 and what do? You're 500, whatever. Then you come back, you're a little bit under 500.
4 below.
And you fire your manager. But then you spend big and you go, okay, Bo Mel's here and he brought Chappie and Snell with him. We go rock. And you are 47-50.
Yeah.
And I'm now supposed to buy into the idea that with 11 games remaining until the break, 7 of them against one of the worst baseball teams I've ever seen in my entire life. If you boogie during that time, then it's all okay. And we're going to go for it. And you'll see these last 65 games, they're going to be something. And we're going to take this thing into late September. And who knows, maybe a playoff berth. But if you are to go 4-7 or 5-6 during this 11-game stretch, that's it. We're selling pieces off. And I'm actually going to start. I'm going to call U-Haul and just have them send a couple boxes. I'm not going to fill them yet, but I'm going to be prepared to clean out my office here in about 2 or 3 months.
For Farhan, yeah.
Right.
And shout out Pods, which not P-O-D-Z, but P-O-D-S, which I don't know if you go around your neighborhood and you look.
Oh, sure. Those things in the driveway.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Somebody's got a Pods in their driveway, and it's like, oh, somebody's moving. And that's the clear-cut sign before the real estate sign comes up. Somebody's got a Pods, and it's like, ooh, this person's on the move.
Sometimes that means someone's moving. Sometimes it means they've given up. They're like,
Right.
We don't have any space in here. I won't throw things away. I refuse to do spring cleaning. Let's put a box on the driveway, and instead of parking our car there, we'll put more crap.
It's just so funny you say that because in my neighborhood, we do what I call garage judgment, where somebody has their garage door open and you know, we're walking with the 2-year-old and you walk by somebody's garage and you look in and you go, hoarder.
Oh, boy.
That's a hoarder.
Yeah.
That's a hoarder. Or you look at another garage and it's like, man, you have garage envy. Somebody who's got everything put away, overhead bins, workout. You got workout equipment in the corner.
Carpet. You got
can park 2 cars in there.
You got a TV and a couch.
If you've got a garage, can you park 2 cars, 1 car, or 0 cars?
I don't know.
Garage judgment.
I don't know the last time I've been able to park 2 cars into a garage. When I lived down south, there were a couple places I lived that had a carport. Not like an apartment complex. Yeah. Like it had a garage, but it had no door.
Yeah.
So like your back of your car so we'd park there because you can't keep stuff there because there's no door. People will just walk by and steal it.
Exactly.
But
We've got a garage and we are a 1-car garage because we got 1 car worth of stuff. And,
that's fine.
Supper's got her Peloton tread and we got whatever, the washer dryer. So we're 1-car status, but you do walk by some places and it's like, man, you couldn't even put like a children's bike in there.
Yeah, I'm lucky. I don't have a garage, and therefore I am free from judgment.
Yeah, and
I
also
just have a
free
parking
from
pad.
hoarding. You can't hoard.
Can't do it.
Right.
Although I do have I got a big old secret space down below the house.
Nice.
But you can only go there in the summer because the walkway down there, when it rains, you're not going down there. So don't put anything down there that you need in
Slippery
winter.
and dangerous, or
both? Yes,
Okay.
And just dirty, muddy.
Yeah,
not going down there.
And
We're
spiders
not doing
too.
It. Yeah.
And we're not doing spiders. I know you're not doing spiders.
We're doing spiders.
Yeah,
you got to be that.
But you're not a big spider guy.
I'm not a spider guy, but you're the man of the house. You got to do the spiders.
Sure.
You got to do the spiders.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to Wiggins.
Farhan, pods, boxes. I mean, we're looking. It's funny that you say that. Like the next 10 days, and you hit me with 10 days and 11 games, and it reminded me of one of my favorite things that's coming up, an actual doubleheader.
An actual doubleheader.
2 games
inside one day. The Giants do not have a day off before the break. And in fact, on one of the days, they're going to jam 2 games in there. They're going to jam 2 games in there.
And I love it.
Okay?
It's old school.
Yeah, so Colorado's a 4-game series in 3 days next weekend. 2 games on Saturday. The Dodgers next week, that's a 4-game series. 3 games in Colorado this week. 11 games in 10 days. And in many ways, this is fun. It's exciting. It is also wildly irrational. This is the stupidest thing I've ever seen us buy into in sports. Farhan Zaidi's going to tell us last week. So, well, the players have to tell us which direction we're going. No sport should decide the future of what they're doing in 10 days. That's dumb. That doesn't make any sense. I actually don't even believe that he believes that. I think he was trying to send a message. I think he was trying to create urgency in the clubhouse. I don't know what's going on in the clubhouse. I can't tell you if the guys are playing Pusoy Dos or if they're staring at each other going, we better freaking win tomorrow, or somewhere in between. I don't know. But if you're telling me that after 2.5 years of slightly sub-500 baseball, you're going to decide who you are from today till next Sunday, that is irrational.
Right.
That's totally irrational.
It is, but it's also real because if they do go 3-8 over these games and you realize that you're then 6 or 7 games out of the wild card, well, you're not going to go out and buy anything. And if you don't buy anything, you're hoping that Robbie Ray comes back and is impactful and Snell stays healthy and you actually make a run. And if you don't make a run and you don't do anything at the deadline, I do think that this becomes a definitive moment for Farhan Zaidi. And I think that maybe the die would be cast at that point. But if you do go 8-3 over the next 11, including maybe you take 3 or 4 from the Dodgers, and it's like, whoa.
Maybe. I mean, the Giants are going to huck some real pitchers at this team Monday through Thursday, and the Dodgers are being a little wobbly right now. Their pitching staff's not great. Their lineup, it's minus Mookie. So, the Dodgers are gettable. Giants just took 2 out of 3 from them, and quite frankly, probably should have had all 3 when the Dodgers were here about a week and a half ago. So that series feels a little bit less scary, and I don't know how the Giants are going to play their pitching staff. The only thing they've announced is that Kyle Harrison will throw tonight, but I have to think that Logan Webb is going to get a Dodger game. I have to think that Blake Snell is going to get a Dodger game. I bet Robbie Ray gets a Dodger game. And so you're throwing some real starting pitchers at that team. You have to at least split it. To me, par or the hope/expectation, 7-4. You have to win both the Rockies series, and you have to split in L.A. You go 7-4, you get to the break at straight up 500, and you try to boogie. Now, what does that even mean? I don't even know what's available. You know what I mean? I don't know who's out there. And what are you going to go get? You're going to go get a shortstop?
Right.
Are you going to go get a corner outfielder who hits home runs at a high clip?
Maybe you go get a closer. Mason Miller's going to be available from the A's. Depending on how you feel about Camilo Doval and his ability to be your closer, not only now, but going into the future, maybe that's a move that you look to make.
I said earlier this week that if the right thing presents itself, I don't think the Giants should be closed to trading Camilo Doval at all. I'm not trading him just to trade him, but I feel like some of the qualities he has shown off the field this year are not good. And when you combine them with qualities on the field that have not been that good, I would be open to the idea if you felt, as you just kind of laid out, there was a suitable replacement, either as an acquisition or if you feel like Ryan Walker is ready to do this. I don't know. The closer that's a certain mentality. It's a certain characteristic with people. I don't know if any of the other bullpen guys have it, but I tell you what, when Ryan Walker takes the mound right now, I'm a hell of a lot more confident that that's going to be a 0 on the board than when Camilo goes out there. Yeah. It's not even close.
Yeah, and that's something you have to address. And again, depending on how these next 10 days go, which is pretty hilarious when you think about the totality of the Farhan Zaidi era, 10 days to decide, are you buying? Are you selling? Is he staying? Is he going? Where are we with the Giants here as we go down the stretch? Because the wild card is gettable. The D-backs right now are a game out at 49-48. The Mets are 49 and 46. You're only 3 games back. So if you go on a nice little 10-day run over 11 games, you could jump up to where you are right on the precipice, and that's all anyone wants.
Yeah, you could do that, and life is always like anything else. It's a matter of perspective. You're like, only 3 games out. You know, I heard Grandy saying this on the way in. It's like, you could make that up in a weekend. All true. So you could blue sky this. Here's another way to look at it. The Pirates are ahead of the Giants, and they've got the same record as the Reds.
Yep.
And you don't look at those teams and think a damn thing. In fact, you think of those teams as representative of like whatever. National League, those are some of the teams that aren't trying. The Pirates have a better record than the San Francisco Giants, and the Reds have the same record as the San Francisco Giants.
And the Mets are the 3rd wild card right now.
Correct.
And they're not very good. So
no.
It's gettable, but at the same time, depending on how you look at it, it's also a little bit shameful that you were behind these teams.
But 7 of these 11 games you're about to play are against a team that is 34 and 63.
It's a good 34 and 63, though. I mean, good Lord.
All right. So we're sponsored by Lucky California. We're also brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. And check this, everybody. We've been talking about it all week. It's autographed Klay Thompson jersey day. Plus 3 packs of Klay bobbleheads, which if you're on Twitch and YouTube, are right next to my face right now. Look at these Klay bobbles. Okay, they're fantastic. We'll tell you more about how you can win them coming up next. 888-957-9570. Are you, as a Bay Area sports fan, a buyer or a seller on the remainder of 2024? This is Willard and Dibbs.
The Savings Road Trip game of Monopoly is back at Lucky with over $30 million in prizes and money-saving offers.
Now back to the morning roast on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Bonte and Shasky, here's Mark Willard and Dan Dibley.
What are you going to miss about this week? I know my answer, not that.
The rejoiner.
Not that.
The liner.
Yeah.
I will miss the 10:05 walkout.
Right.
I will miss dinner with my wife and baby because when I get home, they've already
eaten.
They've already eaten.
They don't wait for you?
They do a 6:00 dinner, and baby's got to go down earlier.
I hear you.
Supper wants to eat, and so I get home and it's shovel, 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 and then now I'm on baby duty. So I will miss being able to sit down and set the table and have dinner and watch Mila just pound Tato last night. Tato, more Tato.
Yeah, dude.
She loves her some roasted potato.
Some potatoes.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'll miss that.
Do as many of those as you can.
Yeah.
Because especially with daughters, the idea of setting the table and sitting around and having dinner, there's a great comedy skit by Tina Fey who has, or maybe recently had, teen daughters. Maybe they've reached 20 now. I don't know, but she does this whole bit about like knocking on their door and sort of like inviting them to dinner in their own house. Like if you're not busy, like some of us were thinking maybe we might have dinner. I don't know if you're available right now. And those teen daughters will just like, you're lucky if they'll look up from their phone to look at you and be like, yeah,
Ew.
no, I'm not.
Right. I'm not eating.
With you?
Right.
Enjoy it while it lasts, buddy.
I hate everybody.
Yeah, you got some time. We're streaming on Twitch and YouTube, all you crazy people. Come look at Dibs' cool-looking mug. Twitch.tv/957 The Game. YouTube.com/957 The Game. It's powered by First NorCal Credit Union. And while you're here, look at these. Look at these Klay bobbleheads.
You got the paper plane bobble. You got the Captain Klay bobble. I can't see the third one on the bottom.
The third one is headband Klay.
I like it.
Yeah. So headband Klay.
Captain Klay.
Captain Klay.
Yeah.
And paper plane Klay. Now, that's a whole pack. Like the winners today get all three, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Each of the three winners.
They get all three?
One
They
from
Get all
each
three.
show.
Wow.
Yeah. So there are going to be three winners today. And the one that you need to be most sort of like concerned about or concern yourself with right now is opportunity number one, which comes up in a little bit over an hour and a half. 8:11 this morning. That will be winner one, and you will win all three baubles and be one of three qualifiers to win the signed Klay Thompson jersey. It's a Warriors jersey. Everyone's done that joke already.
Right.
It's a Warriors jersey. So anyway, 8:11 this morning, your first chance to win. And then, of course, there'll be an opportunity with Bonte and Joe at 1:11 and a chance with Steiny and Goo at 5:11. And then once all three qualification sensations are done,
Cha-ching!
there will be one winner, one man or woman.
Right.
For
Number one.
the jersey. If you want to file the contest line right now, so you have that number in your phone,
Yep.
it's 415-523-4652. Don't call now. Don't call now. Don't call now. We ain't giving anything away. We won't even answer. We'll just be annoyed. 415-523-4652. You will call that later today. First chance. 8:11 this morning.
Nice. And
All
even
right.
if you just get the baubles, those are sweet baubles. And I would go Captain Klay 1, Headband 2, Paper Play 3 as my ranking.
Captain Klay's hard to beat. He's on a boat.
He's on a boat.
Take a good
Right.
hard look at the bobblehead boat. All right?
It's pretty good.
Yeah. Paper plane. They're all great. Anyway, so whole slew of baubles being given away today on 95.7 The Game and a signed Klay Thompson jersey. Happy Friday, everyone. This is the hour of the day where the sun starts pouring through the windows right behind you, and I get excited. I get happy. It looks like it's going to be another absolutely perfect day out there.
Yeah, I get really happy because when you walk outside this building and it's 71 degrees, you think, oh, what a beautiful day. And then I get back home through the Caldecott Tunnel and it's already 94, trending toward 102. It's like, why did I ever leave the city?
Yeah,
And who would want to come to this place?
I know it's so funny, and this is true maybe in other
That's a great question.
locales as well. But yeah, can't get a free agent. You drive 10 minutes, and boy, the temperature can be different. I was home yesterday. I'm like, oh, it's a nice day. And then I did a Costco run in Novato. And I got out of the car. I'm like, oh, God.
Right.
Just calm down, weather.
Seriously.
It went up like 15 degrees. Crazy. But anyway, beautiful. Today's supposed to be beautiful. Hope everybody gets to enjoy it a little bit. And we got a Giants game. And irrational behavior. My brain won't let me not say this. Of course, I'm going to be a buyer. And I don't just mean Giants baseball. I mean the remainder of 2024 Bay Area sports. I do think there is some rationale to the idea that the Giants in the second half of the year, you hear my pace here, I'm easing into this point, the remaining 65 games, they should be good. They should be good. I don't know if they will be because the Giants don't do very well with should. But they should.
Do they do very well with good?
They should be good. And there are two main reasons why. Snell now looks like Snell. Robbie Ray is on the way. I'm doing a lot of rhyming this segment. It's a little unsettling. But the Giants have a real starting rotation now, like a real one, a really good one. So I don't know how it's going to shake out. Birdsong and Jordan Hicks and all of that stuff. And that has to be figured out in these 10 days as well. And we could talk about that a little bit, like what you would do. But here's the other thing that I didn't know until Director of Sports Lucas Alexander sent this to us yesterday.
Yeah.
The Giants have the easiest remaining schedule in all of Major League Baseball. Number one, easiest schedule the rest of the way. I know they got to go to Dodger Stadium next week, but by and large, you are going to get a parade of as far as opponents the rest of the way. So the Giants should not be overwhelmed in any particular stretch of baseball. Although recently they've done fine against the good. They've done just as good against the good teams as they have against the bad. But those two things tell me you should be good.
You should be, but it doesn't mean that they will be.
Of course not.
You know, you're asking for Robbie Ray to come back and be Cy Young quality, and you're asking Blake Snell to continue to do what he did the last two starts. And forget Alex Cobb because I don't know if he's ever going to come back, but you should have enough arms with Harrison and Webb. And if you keep Birdsong or if you stick with Hicks, who's over his career high innings limit, no matter what, you've got enough arms to make it work. And you look at the schedule, you've got 9 of your next 13 against Colorado and Oakland. And even after that, you've got 4 against Washington. You got 3 against Detroit coming up. You have a couple of more against Oakland. Then you got 3 against the White Sox, who are the worst in baseball. Over the next 20 or so games, you've got about 75% of those games against really bad teams.
Yep.
So if you can't, as you say, boogie, it's time to boogie. If you can't do damage over the next month, then you really aren't that good. And your guy, Farhan Zaidi, might be in real trouble.
Might be in real trouble. And that's why, by the way, I do feel like last week was an empty threat. It doesn't mean that they won't sell. It just means that I don't really take it at face value. And again, last week's threat was we're going to let the players, and I'm paraphrasing, we're going to let the players guide us and tell us whether or not we should go for it. And if they don't play well, if they play the way we have in the last few games, at the time that he said this, they were coming off of a bad streak, the Blue Jays series. If we play the way we have the last 5 games, and they went 1-4, then we're going to have to look at selling. Now, I don't think that's even a thought in Farhan's mind. Selling doesn't help him at all.
Right.
But I think he's simply trying to tell the players the urgency is here. Now, since he said that, they went out and took 2 or 3 against a very good Minnesota Twins team, and now they've got 7 of 11 against the Colorado Rockies. You should win the large majority of those games. You take those 7 games, you go 5-2, you go to LA, just kind of hang in there, split those 4, you're 7-4, you're back to 500. And yes, it's go time. But here's the other reason I don't even necessarily think that Farhan was being real with that threat. I don't even know exactly what buying or selling means this year. I don't know who the big sell candidates are. There's very few teams that are out of the race. I'm not hearing buzz about names. I think each trade is taken on its own value. A buy or a sell, there could be some of both.
Right. And I think you look at some teams like the A's and the White Sox. The Angels are a team who would sell. Toronto, we talked about Bo Bichette. They feel like they're going to be in the sell market. In the National League, it's just the Nationals and the Rockies and the Marlins. And the Marlins have already started to sell. Are they going to go full fire sale mode? We don't know, but there are only about 7 teams who are looking to sell, which means the rest of baseball, 23 teams, are all looking to buy, or at least looking to, add something, maybe not a big buy. I do think the competition for the buyer's market is going to be higher than ever.
Jazz Chisholm is an interesting name. Then again, I'll tell you why there's a certain giant who could become really relevant in a conversation for Jazz Chisholm. Coming up next, we're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Our Jacked Up Week, Jack's Restaurant and Bar. One more day on the morning here for Willard and Dibbs. Hey, what's going on? It's Willard for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing digital deals. And as always, earn 4 times reward points on hundreds of exclusive...
Now back to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Here's Willard and Dibbs.
It's brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Morning, everybody.
Morning.
Buy or sell. Not just the Giants. Fan buy or sell. Do you think that the rest of 2024 is going to go well or not? I mean, right now, you could easily make an argument either direction. The Giants are under 500. I can see all kinds of skepticism there. The Warriors may have Lauri Markkanen.
No.
They may just start Buddy Hield. I have no idea. Oh, by the way, quick aside.
Yep.
This little Splash Buddies thing.
Splash Buddies?
Have you heard about this?
No. Wait, what?
Y'all heard about this? Grandy,
Splash
you heard
Buddies?
about Splash Buddies because of Buddy Hield?
Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that reference.
They call
before.
them like Steph and Buddy. You guys be the Splash Buddies. Listen to me and listen to me really, really closely. Splash left town. It's over. Don't do it. We're not attaching any Splash anything to any other players, especially those who've never even played a game in a Warriors uniform. That was really well earned. That was a big deal. Like, I'm sort of kidding, but I'm sort of serious too.
You sound mad.
Why
are you mad, bro?
You know, because it's radio. Anyway, like...
I'm angry, Jeff.
That's awesome. Yeah, so, like, Klay and Steph, what are we doing? Don't mess with that. That's special. They earned that. Don't just, like, sign somebody and be like, okay, you're Splash now. Like, stop.
His name's Buddy. You get that.
I get that.
Okay.
I get that. But they're not the Splash Buddies.
They might be down the road.
No, there's no more Splash. Splash is over. Warriors, don't market that. That's a no from me, dog.
Mark, you out here sounding like a hater, my brother.
That's fine on this one.
Filmo Mike.
I'm totally fine with that label on this one.
We had a pool party, which is a water-themed nickname.
That's different. That's a pool party. His last name was Pool. And by the way, freezing cold takes. We were kind of stupid.
It was a pool party.
Yeah, but we were also, remember we were trying to come up with a nickname for when Jordan was on the floor with Steph and Klay? And it was like, what is it? The Final Five, like, what's their name? Blah,
Wet
blah, blah.
Republic.
Yeah, you know what their name is? Over. That's what their name is. Fleeting.
They might eventually become Splash Buddies. So I'm going to go ahead and put that aside for now. And if Buddy goes on a heater and Steph has a big game, they could be Splash Buddies.
What does that mean if he goes on a heater? We're handing out nicknames now for having a good game?
If Steph goes 9 of 13 from 3 and Buddy goes 8 of 14 from 3 and they win and they make 38 threes as a team, they could be Splash Buddies.
No.
I'm okay with that.
No, that's fine. You be okay with it. I'm not. No Splash. There's no Splash. We're not doing Splash for Buddy Hield. I don't even think he's going to start. What are we like? Come on.
It doesn't matter who starts. It matters who finishes. We all know that.
He's not going to finish either.
He's going to come in and just jack threes and go back to the bench.
I feel like Steve Kerr. I feel like Steve Kerr is not happy with the idea of Buddy Hield finishing.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy.
I mean, Steve Kerr's over here going like, for 3 years, we've been asking Jonathan Kuminga to make the right decision, and that's why we struggle to get him on the court in big moments. And now we're doing Buddy Hield? Skeptical. Call me skeptical.
Yeah.
He'll knock down shots. We're not doing nicknames.
You're fair to be skeptical,
Yeah.
but in terms of what you asked before your quick aside, which for the people who don't know our show very well, it's
not that
never
quick. Yeah.
It is an aside, but it's never actually that quick for either one of us. But the buy or sell thing, I'm selling the Giants this year and probably selling the Warriors and their chances of, and again, it's just 2024, but I don't know if they can really do enough between now and then, but I'm buying the Niners. I do think the Niners are, for the rest of this year, by the time we get to New Year's Eve, I think they're going to be in a spot where they're again one of the preeminent teams in the NFC.
Should be.
Yeah.
Should be. Absolutely. We're just in a spot. we're just in a spot. That's all I'm saying. Like I look at the whole landscape right now, and I go, okay, the Giants have been totally disappointing, and we're having a conversation at the deadline, which is not the conversation we were hoping to have. Klay Thompson left town. Brandon Ayuk is upset. The biggest story of the offseason for the 49ers has not been, wow, they've got the best team. It's everybody wanting money. And I get that. Like, it's very, very difficult to avoid when you're this high profile and you're this good and you have this many good players. And then you have really good years. They're all going to want to get paid, and that's totally fair in the NFL. So I would buy because, A, that's how my brain works, and B, there is a lot of should in the favor of all three teams. I already laid out the Giants thing. They should be good. The 49ers, of course, should be good. And I would still bet my chip on the Brandon Ayuk thing getting figured out in some form. Even if it's just, dude, play on your fifth-year option. Just show up and play. Even if it's that. I do think that gets figured out. As far as the Warriors are concerned, I don't know if there's a big move or not, but I do think just from the standpoint of vibe and availability, like if Draymond Green plays the season, and if they are a healthy group and they're a group that wants to be here and they're definitely a deeper group, all of those things mean that the Warriors should be viable. The West is hard, I get that, but I find it to be a viable group. That's kind of, in this moment, that's the view that I'm going to take, but I can see someone poking holes in all three of those. Yeah,
and I think the Warriors are viable. What does that mean? Does that mean that they're a 6th seed and that they get knocked out in the first round of the playoffs? Is that viable? Okay, then fine. They're viable. Are they a Western Conference Finals team as they are composed right now? I don't think so. If that's what you consider viable, depends on what you look at. Like for the Giants, for me, viable means they're going to be a wild card team. They're going to actually play playoff games. Are the Giants viable? Well, they're closer to it right now than a lot of other teams, and they should be viable. And I'll go with you on that with Robbie Ray and Blake Snell and Logan Webb and Kyle Harrison. And if it's Hicks or if it's Birdsong, whoever it is,
or Cobb
eventually, whatever, they should be. Easiest schedule in baseball. The rotation is coming back, and it's going to be nasty. And you've got some young players coming up and contributing, and your team is more healthy now than it's been for the majority of May and June. So, yeah, you'd better be viable.
By the way, also, I think you're getting ahead of yourself a little bit on the Warrior thing. When I say viable, I'm not even thinking about playoffs. That's 2025.
Right.
Because you could make a deal at the deadline and become a completely different team if you don't get Lauri Markkanen now. Who knows? Maybe you get Lauri Markkanen on February 6th. I don't know. I just mean that I think that the Warriors can be in a spot where when we get to the holidays, they're playing pretty good basketball. They got significantly more wins than losses, and therefore you're viable. And then you start to look at the landscape and see where you want to go. There's all kinds of stuff that needs to unfold. Who's playing well that we didn't think was going to play well? Who's not playing well that we thought would play well? Or do the Timberwolves turn around and go the other direction? Do the Thunder? I don't know. But I think the Warriors can have a solid start to the season based on what they have. I do like their negotiating position right now. It does feel like they're gassing up Pods. Does that mean they're getting him ready for a trade? Or does that mean they genuinely totally want to keep him and think he's going to be a large contributor to a good team this year? I don't know. I'm not sure which. You could sell me on both, but I like their negotiating position because I do feel like they've legitimately arrived at a spot where they're like, we don't have to make a deal.
They don't, but it'd be cool if they did, but they don't have to make a deal. Right, and it depends on who's involved and what you're going to do with the rest of the players. And, Pods, it feels like they're gassing him up, but they're gassing him up knowing that they want to keep him. They got 3 more years of great bargain control if he continues to get better. And as Joe Lacob said on that podcast that we've been playing throughout the week, young players tend to get better. So if he gets better from where he is and you're paying him $3 and $4 and $5 million over the length of his contract, then that is an absolute deal. Not quite Brock Purdy, but almost the NBA equivalent of a Brock Purdy deal. And the other piece is the Kuminga, where he either gets extended in October or he plays out his final year, and then he gets out there and gets a free agent offer, a qualifying offer, and you make a decision from there. But between now and December, if you have Kuminga and Pods and the rest of these guys, are you viable by the time you get to New Year's? You should be.
Yeah, I mean, money, you're bringing up the money part. Money is always so much more of this than we, I think, as fans want it to be. I mean, if you really do look at why Klay Thompson is not a Warrior anymore, I honestly think money is a big part of it, and I don't mean that just by Klay wanted this and the Warriors wanted to offer that. I think it's more about the fact that Joe Lacob paid more than any other team in the NBA for his team this last year, and didn't make the playoffs. And that makes him very angry. He's angry, Jeff, and it's not awesome. And so the Lacob view of the team, the perspective totally changed. Klay will offer you 2 and 48. We think we're a good team. Turns out we're not that good of a team, and you were a malcontent all year. Now I'm thinking maybe we offer you nothing, because what we're not going to do is spend $450 million, tax money, aprons, all of this, and be not good. It's largely the exact same conversation the Giants are having. If you want to know why Farhan is upset, you want to know why he's dangling the idea of selling, it's money. It's not that we're disappointed, we wanted to be good and we're not. It's not that. Like, teams can muscle through that. The building is attendance is up. So they're not furious about that. You even heard it in his quote when he's like, the team's got to tell us if we're buyers or sellers. In his quote, we spent over $200 million this year on payroll, and we're 47 and 50. That's why they're mad. They have the same record as the Reds, and the Reds are getting that record for a lot less.
Right.
I mean, a lot less. That's what makes owners mad. So that's why we're having this conversation, and that's why transactions that we didn't see coming are suddenly on the table, like letting Klay walk.
Right, and letting Klay walk after you offered him 2 and 48, and he said no, and then you wind up as a 10 seed, and you realize you spent $400 million to have one play-in game on the road, no gate at Chase Center, and you got run out of the building at Golden One. They lit the beam, and you got on the bus, and you came home, and you realized we spent $400 million, and we didn't even get a playoff series, so what are we going to do about it? And, Klay Thompson is the number one target because he was the only guy who was a free agent, so he bears the brunt, and that's the way that goes.
Speaking of Klay Thompson, first off, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Those of you who are on Twitch and YouTube, take a look.
Oh, you got it.
I got the jersey right here.
You got it.
This is the Klay Thompson jersey. It is signed on the left one of the number 11 on the back of the jersey.
This is crazy.
Yep. This is a blue Warriors jersey. It's not the white version, the black version, or all the versions. It is a traditional blue Warriors jersey signed by Klay Thompson on the back, number 11. Here it is. This is what it looks like. And it's beautiful. Look at that jersey, okay?
Gorgeous.
What's the size? I like to give people the size.
No one's going to wear it. That's a framer. That's one you frame. Is it a medium?
There are crazy people out there. There are crazy people.
Do you ever see anybody wearing an autographed jersey?
Kids.
Yeah.
My kids have done it.
Well, and then
you get mustard on it, you go, crap. I'll ruin the Buster Posey jersey.
Totally.
It's a size large. Size large.
Beautiful.
Yeah. So, anyway.
1 hour from now, 8/11.
8/11 is your first opportunity. I want Jazz Chisholm. That is the target.
That was a pivot.
That is the target for the San Francisco Giants.
He's an outfielder, right? Center fielder.
Well, he's back at second base now. He used to be a second baseman and a shortstop. That's where he used to play. He has been playing in center field. Last couple of weeks, the Marlins put him back at second base. Why would they do that? Why would they do that? Why would they do that?
Because they're shopping him.
Because they're about to trade him. I just read a story on CBS where they polled through like all of the beat writers for each team and asked like, will they trade this person? Will they trade that person? I went through 4 different blurbs, and every single one of them said essentially 100% they are going to trade Jazz Chisholm. Jazz is 26 years old. He is fast. He has pop. He has 12 home runs this year. He's only hitting 250, OPS just around 740. Solid player, but he's got speed. He's an athlete, and he can play out in the outfield, and he can play in the infield. And are you ready for the kicker? He has got 2 more years of team control.
Right.
2 more years of arbitration. He only makes $2 million. So you may ask, well, why the hell would the Marlins trade him? 2 reasons. Number one, the Marlins do not believe that they are going to contend this year or next year or the year after that. They're not going to be ready to. So why not get rid of him? Secondly, you see a lot of teams do this now. You start to dangle guys early when they're not in a contract year because the return will be higher. So will he be cheap? No. I do think there will be a lot of competition. I'm seeing that the Mariners are interested. That's a first-place club. I'm seeing that the Yankees are interested. That's the Yankees. So it's not going to be easy. But I do think that the Giants have the capital to get this done. And if you're asking me who is a fit out there as a buy candidate for the Giants, I would argue Jazz Chisholm fits the bill
Completely.
better than anyone.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
A little bit of power, positional flexibility, and team control.
Love it. I don't know if the Marlins would be interested in Camilo Doval because he's the same situation. 2 more years of team control.
Right.
And so they may be like, well, we don't want to pay him either. So maybe they would just want a younger prospect, but I would.
What about Marco Luciano? A guy who can hit, and a guy who maybe positionally hasn't yet found his footing. If you're Miami and you think that he can still be a player, what is he, 24 now?
Marco? I don't even think he's that old.
So if you look at a guy who hasn't really had a chance here, and I think the Giants have mismanaged him positionally. 22.
He's 22. He'll be 23 in September.
He's shown some bright spots, and I do think that if you're a team like Miami, you can go ahead and either you're going to be our shortstop and we're going to try it, or you can make the switch and have him play left.
It's not a terrible idea. And in this moment, and I'm willing to really mess this up. Okay, if the Giants, if they're in a solid position 10 days from now, I think I'd do that. I think I would do that.
It'd probably be Luciano and maybe a 20 to 30th ranked prospect, somebody further down the board.
Some pitcher in Richmond.
Exactly.
Something like that. Whatever. Yeah. I think I would do that, which is wild to me because I've been waiting on Luciano.
We
Been
all
sitting
have,
here for 3 or 4 years waiting on Luciano. But that look, the reason is, because by the way, I don't know if you've seen this flurry the last 2 weeks in Sacramento. He's pumping the ball over the fence constantly. His bat is
playing shortstop still?
Both.
Some second,
some short. He's pumping the ball. His bat is going to play. But the bottom line is when he was up here, I know that the quick sort of one-liner, and you use this, he's not a shortstop. I want to take it a step further. I don't know if Marco Luciano's a baseball player.
Wait, what? You just said he's pumping the ball all over the place.
Yeah, he can hit. He can hit, but he has absolutely no feel for the game whatsoever.
At 22, you can develop feel.
Can you?
I would hope.
I mean, this is the big leagues now, and there has to be instinct in all sports. It can't be, I pick up the ball and I'm looking around. That has to be second nature. It has to be like...
There's infield, though, instinct, and then outfield instinct. As a left fielder, it's a little bit easier to just, track it down and know where to go with it.
You're starting from scratch if you put him in the outfield. He's never played out there in his life, ever.
Right.
Ever.
Well, and this is where I think the Giants have kind of mismanaged him.
Fair.
Because he's only played shortstop until about a month ago.
I just think that is something that I know you say age 22, and then I go, yeah, age 22. This guy's been playing baseball at a high level for over 10 years. You know what I mean? Like, I know that's going back to when he was age 12, but my point is this guy's been a major prospect his entire life. He's been around the game constantly. The Giants have been putting all resources into this guy for 4 years. And you come up and you don't know where to go with the ball? And you've never played another position?
Right.
That's a high level of concern.
At shortstop,
yes.
sure. And I do think that, though, if the bat can play in the corner outfield a lot more, and second base a little bit easier, you still need to know situationally what's going on. And that's something that, I'll have to see for myself when he plays second base. But a guy with a bat like that, even you can go the Jorge Soler route and just be a DH.
You could.
If the bat plays.
You could, but even base running, like there were base running errors where you're like, dude, do you get what's going on out here, right? Like, he's so raw. He's Kuminga 2 years ago, where you're like, okay, I see raw skills, but dude, what are you doing out there? Do you have a sense of what you're doing? Okay, we're going to have to teach you how to do this. And does that work or does it not? I would argue that usually, like, Kuminga now has taken huge strides in 2 years and is still kind of raw in spots, but at least he's taking those strides. When someone is that raw, it's kind of less than 50-50 proposition that's going to play.
Well, if you're Miami and you are a year away from being a year away,
totally.
Maybe you're a team that can, have him come in and the bat will play and you can kind of work through some of those raw spots and some of the sore spots and figure out how you can make that happen. So if I'm Farhan Zaidi and I'm this organization and I look at what we have in terms of young players, and you've got Wisely and you've got Fitzgerald, those guys can play short. You got Casey Schmidt. He might be a 4A player. We don't yet fully know if he can actually be a major leaguer and stick and stay, but it looks to me like Luciano's kind of blocked in the middle infield in the short term. And if he is hitting well and the bat is live and you can use him to bring in a ready-made major league player, that's something you do right now.
Let me read this to you. This is interesting. This is from that article I was just reading where the Marlins experts weigh in on whether or not they're going to trade Jazz Chisholm. There's one in particular that is relevant to us. His name is Mike Axisa. Mike Axisa.
Love him.
And this is what he wrote. Big fan.
I like the journalist. I like the column.
I do too. And he said, yes, for sure they'll trade him. Okay, that's the start. The second base thing is an obvious showcase leading up to the deadline. I think Seattle is Chisholm's most likely landing spot, but for the sake of variety, I'll say the Giants. Thairo Estrada has not been good this season and is kind of sort of venturing into non-tender territory. And San Francisco really needs middle infield help. And they could always put Chisholm in center field, too. I wonder if Giants president of baseball operations, which he called him Pobo. I've never heard that before. President of baseball operations.
Okay.
Pobo.
I thought that might have been Farhan's nickname.
I'm going to keep that. Well, it should be now. Let's call him Pobo.
Okay.
Pobo Farhan. Pobo Farhan Zaidi is beginning, he goes, I wonder if Farhan is beginning to feel some pressure to contend. You think?
Yeah, right.
Beginning to? And says, and we'll look to add immediate MLB roster help rather than continue with the, quote, optimized spare parts approach.
Optimized spare parts. Wisely and Fitzgerald, and I guess Estrada is not optimized spare parts because he's been the starter there for a couple of years.
Well, but he is optimized spare parts. He's somebody that they grabbed from the Yankees like for a nothing. Thairo and Yaz and Lamont Wade, these players are all cut from the exact same cloth. Like we got them when they were young. We got them for nothing. They perform better than you thought they would. Cool, they're starters. And it's like, right, but are they right? Are they really needle movers?
Right.
That's a fair question. Jazz Chisholm. That's my target.
This is your Tim Anderson from last year because you were all about Tim Anderson.
And that was a freezing cold take. That was a terrible idea.
Yeah, but you were about that.
Yeah, this one's better.
Okay.
This is a better
we'll
idea.
See.
I hope.
We'll check back in a year.
Exactly. We're sponsored by LifeSource Water Systems and the autographed Klay Thompson jersey. Today's the day, along with 3 packs of Klay bobbleheads. 3 times that you can listen and win, and the first one is coming up in exactly an hour on Willard and Dibs.
Hi, this is Sherry, owner of LifeSource. For 40 years, families have been loving our clean, healthy water. Our whole house systems filter water.
Now back to the morning roast on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Bonte and Shasky, here's Mark Willard and Dan Dibley.
All right, we are rocking and rolling through our jacked up week. Jack's Restaurant and Bar, we appreciate you. It's been a whole lot of fun. And we hope that you had fun with it on some level and still having fun with it because our big finish hasn't even happened yet.
No.
And that is obviously the remainder of this show. Bonte and Joe get to do one more midday. Steiny and Goo get to wrap this thing up. I hope somebody will be there to play, ladies and gentlemen, The Weekend.
Yeah,
exactly. I hope someone will be there. I don't know.
Maybe we played at 10 because it's all about our weekend.
It's all about us, yes.
I'd say, Grandy,
if I remember to play it, yeah.
I was just going to say, it's kind of up to you, but you are like, you're in a little bit of a scuffle.
He nailed it last week while you were gone.
Okay, good.
Yeah. He nailed it. Nailed it. Maybe it's you.
It's really not.
You intimidate him. He's looking at you like, oh my God, Dibs is going to.
You know what that would be?
Yeah, I
do. Say it, Grandy.
Come on.
No, I don't have $1.
It's an intimidation sensation.
I'll pay you $1, Grandy. I'll pay you $1.
And for those in the morning who don't know the bit, we love Tim Roy so much with Elevation Sensation that when Mark and I started our show, I've been bastardizing it forever. And so we've kind of embraced it as a part of our show culture.
Bruno and I used to do this.
Oh, how funny.
Which is 17 lifetimes ago.
Right?
Literally. So we've been doing it for so long that I'm pretty sure Tim doesn't do it anymore. I think he gave up.
Occasionally he'll do it. And sometimes I'll text him and say, hey, Tim.
Come on.
Could you please?
Yeah.
I lost you.
I mean, Kaminga's on the team. He is a true elevation sensation.
No doubt. And that's actually not a buck.
Yeah, that's not a buck because that's just like, that's the thing.
That's the baseline.
Right.
But anyway, we've kind of bastardized it. And I forgot about Bruno because, everything, so much shtick from so many different sources, but just like the good knowledge thing for me. And I used to record my son when he was 3 saying good knowledge because of him and Gary Radnich. And now that young man is 23. So
I don't like that.
I don't acknowledge it either.
I don't like that
I don't acknowledge the fact because I would record him at home with an old microphone and a tape recorder.
I love the young people.
That's fine, Grandy. You were 8 at the time.
I remember listening to your son's drops.
Yeah.
On the air. There are a bunch of them.
You Gots to Get Down
is still my favorite. You Gots to Get Down. Anyway.
Lee Hammer says no. Was another one. He said it was such sadness.
He does sometimes too. Anyway, we're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube. Twitch.tv/957 The Game. YouTube.com/957 The Game. It is all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. And we're always over there chatting with everybody during the breaks and beyond and all that. So get on over there. Let's have some fun. You can call us at 888-957-9570. You can use that exact same number to text us. That is our Xfinity mobile text line. And FP Santangelo will be along in about an hour or so on the River Islands guest line. So hope everybody's had a wonderful week with it. We're not done yet, having a whole lot of fun with it. I will say this, though, and this is kind of the premise of what we've been talking about today. You know what I'm missing right now? And I think as we sort of look to the second half of 2024 and what's ahead, as the Giants embark on this really important week and a half, and it's also, let's see, what's today? July 19th? What do we have? About 2.5 weeks till Lowry Markkinen Day.
Yep.
Okay, and camp is opening next week. We're going to go down there and see the 49ers. You got Ayuk drama. You and I were in the other room talking before the show about the Niners are such a show right now. There's so much attention around the 49ers, from the national Brock Purdy debate to now this Ayuk thing, to having all the good players at all the positions, to all the Super Bowls and NFC title games and all the near misses, and the traveling fan base better than any fan base in America. Add all those things together, and I'm looking at this year, this now coming year, and I just had this feeling go through my belly of like, good God, those games are going to be an event. I don't care, and I mean home and road. A 49er game is almost going to feel like, only one time in my life have I been to a Packer game at Lambeau Field.
Whoop.
Thank you. It was because of Tony Bruno, by the way. Packers-Eagles, the opener in 2000-something, and Brett Favre era. And we go there, and just to give everybody, like, I hope everyone knows it's not a joke. When people go, boy, the town shuts down during a Packer game. No. The town shuts down during a Packer game. The grocery store is closed.
Closed.
The town is closed during a Packer game. You can't do anything. And obviously San Francisco and Santa Clara and everywhere in between are not going to close. But there's going to be almost that kind of, to me, an emotional feel around 49er games this year. And I'm craving that. With the Warriors not going to the playoffs and the Giants uncorking another, like it feels like it has been some time since the intensity muscle has been flexed in Bay Area sports.
The juice.
Yes.
That feeling of like, oh my God, it's must watch and it's all eyes on this. And I just did the math and we are 7 weeks and 3 days away, Mark. 7 weeks and 3 days away from the Jets come to town Monday Night Football, September 9th, down at Levi's.
We'll be there.
We'll be broadcasting nearby.
Matt will be there.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
We got to make sure we speak that into existence.
We will be there.
7 weeks and 3 days. So 52 days from now, which feels like a lot, but it also feels like nothing at all.
Feels like nothing.
Right.
When you say that number, and when Scott Hansen goes on Twitter and he's like, 6 Sundays to go, I'm just like, oh God, that's real close.
It is real close. And the first preseason game, which doesn't have the same juice, obviously, but that is 3 weeks from tomorrow. So as we start to think about football and football being back in 3 weeks from tomorrow, they're at Tennessee for the first preseason game.
You're talking about the Niners. Like
correct.
There will be preseason game in a week and a half, right?
It's fine, yeah.
Yeah.
The
Hall of Fame
the
situation?
Hall of Fame, yeah. Which bet the under, and you guys can go ahead and fade the dibber, and I'll have my block of the day later today because I'm running so cold that these guys are fading me and they're winning money.
Last time
I'm here for you.
Last time you said bet the under, the over hit.
Which was thanks to your guy.
Logan Webb.
Yeah.
And Shohei Ohtani. Don't forget him.
Yeah. Well, you expect him to go deep.
Well, he didn't have to do it with 2 runners on base.
Jaron
Duran.
Household name now.
Yeah. What'd you get that at, Lucas? Because I did look up Lucy Burge, and she said it was at plus 4,500.
I mean, every book has these MVP odds as something different.
What did you have it at?
I'm guessing it was between 70 and 100 to 1.
Well, that's terrible odds, isn't it? Or am I doing it wrong?
No, that's great odds. That means you bet $1 and you win 70.
You bet so that's so
100 wins you $7,000.
Yes.
Oh, so she's saying she got it at plus 4,500 and you got it at plus 7,000?
It's all different on books.
All right.
Also, Dibs, you teased giving us a lock yesterday and we missed out.
Well, there was no event yesterday. I was
going to give us a summer league lock.
Yeah, but
why'd you tease then?
I didn't pay off the tease. Unfortunately.
I mean, there had to be something. There had to be like a W.
I'll get you 2 today.
Was it WNBA
WNBA's at the break too.
They are?
Yeah.
Why would they do that?
Because you get the Olympics coming up.
Why does everybody then do it then? The break is now?
The break is now.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the big news of the WNBA, Caitlin Clark opts out of the 3-point contest. Mm-hmm.
After setting the single game assist record. Why'd
she do that? Why?
I don't know.
And why did you do the Steiny thing?
I don't know.
We get enough people doing that on their show. If you notice that Evan Giddings can't stop doing it now, he comes on the air and it doesn't matter what sentence he says, he finishes it with that. Mm-hmm. I'm like, okay, enough. You don't have to say it after like, hey guys, I got to go to the restroom. Mm-hmm. Like it doesn't. There's a certain thing that he's doing that. Funny. It's very much an I told you so. Or I'm I'm poking at
completely.
You. Yay! We don't just use it because you're like, so I think the Giants will win 7 out of the next 11. Mm-hmm.
But we all
seems like it got under your skin. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's a 4.
It got under my skin because you did it. You don't work on Steiny and Goo. Mm-hmm.
But we all kind of assimilate each other's material, here and there as we all.
What is that?
It's an assimilation sensation.
Okay, thank you.
Is what it is.
I'm gonna make you pay for this crap.
Yeah, and sometimes I'll give you the guru sniff.
Just do a guru
That's right.
sniff.
You know, and that's Guru's version of the
Let's go!
He'll hit you with the
sorry.
sniff.
While we're just
8
doing...
o'clock.
Yeah.
That's right. I want to go back to the playoffs. That's my butcher.
Tired of getting pushed around.
Anyway.
Should I say hi to exotic dancers at 8 in the morning? Should we do that in a half hour?
Exactly. All the people getting
All
off
right.
the off the night shift, the graveyard.
Oh, no.
Yeah, you should do that.
All right.
7 weeks and 2 days, Mark. Or 3 days.
What's in 7 weeks and 2 days?
Scott Monday Night Football.
Oh, that's the
Niners and
Niner game.
Jets. Because
Niners
you were
and Jets.
talking about how this year is going to be like every game is going to feel like a show.
Oh, God,
And that
that's-
Monday night opener, Aaron Rodgers at Levi's.
Dude, it's
Monday Night Football.
I can't even contain myself. Are you kidding me?
Right.
Oh,
Then you go to Minnesota. Then you've got That Was Crazy on the road. Kelly Stafford and her husband, who may or may not play.
they're going to be good now. The Rams are going to play.
You got the Belichick-less Patriots coming to town. And even though that's going to be...
That's a win for me, dog.
Yeah, and then Arizona comes in.
That's a win
those
for
are
me,
lower
dog.
wattage games, but still, this Niner show, and maybe it's because I'm all wrapped up in Receiver, the documentary on Netflix, but Debo and Kittle, I can't wait to watch these guys get out there. I need more Kittle and Debo on the mic.
Okay, I have to stop and think about this statement before I make it.
Just make it recklessly.
Well, I'm feeling this, but I have to check and make sure that it's not just because of my own emotions about the team. Let me maneuver through. Okay, but are the Niners the greatest show in sports right now?
The greatest show in sports.
The greatest show in sports. Is it the 49ers?
Well, you would...
There's obviously nothing in baseball. No.
Well, the Dodgers and Yankees are good shows with Shohei Ohtani.
Okay.
And I know that that's hard for you to even allow into your brain as a possible candidate.
No, they are.
That's a good show.
They're the two best shows. And when they played on Sunday Night Baseball a few weeks ago, it was like, oh, this works. I get it.
All-star game.
I can feel that, but it's baseball.
Maybe if Ohtani was pitching, that would rise to the level.
Maybe, but is Ohtani facing Judge? That's fun for a moment. But a Dodger-Yankee game also has a bunch of at-bats from, like, Gavin Lux. Like, whatever. You know, a 49er game, it's football versus baseball.
Are you saying this because you got the behind-the-scenes look in Receiver, because you know the characters so well? Because
No.
I would vote the best show in football still, and will remain so, is Patrick Mahomes.
Week 7 at Levi's.
Yeah, but you're making that a player. I'm making it a team. I don't think the Chiefs are all that interesting outside of Patrick Mahomes. Like,
Fair.
The only other thing that the average fan knows about the Chiefs is Travis and Taylor. I like people couldn't even name receivers on that team anymore. They're like, there's some good defensive players, but there's nobody like, who else? Kelsey, Mahomes, who else is even marketable?
Speaking of
on the
a show,
Chiefs?
they got Hollywood.
What?
Hollywood Brown.
Oh, well, sure. Okay, we'll see how that plays. We'll see. But to me, that's a player versus a team. The 49ers, and again, I'm checking myself because it's our team. It's the team we cover, all of that.
Local bias.
Sure, but there's also data that would suggest attendance data, home, road
fan data that you talked about, like the best road team. And even if you want to just take it outside of football, and Director of Sports Lucas Alexander mentioning the Travis and Taylor effect, and I think that's why Kansas City would rise maybe to the top among casual fans, non-football fans, but even Christian McCaffrey with his now bride Olivia Culpo, who is a Instagram star of her own, George Kittle and Debo, Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant. There are a number of, Nick Bosa. There are a number of other factors on this team that make them popular beyond just football.
Correct. I mean, what if I like right now everyone's talking about the Receiver doc on Netflix. You think it's an accident that they're like, let's take 2 49ers. Like, we have 5 players, 2 of them, 40% of the show, 49ers. In fact, we're going to call it Receiver, and we're going to make one of our 5 receivers not a receiver.
Yeah.
Why would we do that?
Because he is mic'd up gold.
Because he's phenomenal and he's a damn show.
I will also say that a big part of entertainment in terms of fans buying in is storyline. And the fact that the Niners are trying to get the monkey off the back, all that NFC Championship game for the last 5 years, they're right there, can't knock through the door.
I think that's a great point. Like there's like the 49ers, and here's where I'm going to date myself for the 18th time this week. The 49ers right now are what Ross and Rachel was to Friends. It's like the whole show was about can they just get back together? The angst that's like, oh, the Niners and the Super Bowl are Ross and Rachel. Can the two of you just get together finally? Will you kiss? Will you please get married? And the whole show is finding ways to keep them apart. And that's what the Niners have been in the whole Kyle Shanahan era. We're finding ways. We're like, here we are. Oops, we don't know the overtime rules. Like finding weird ways.
They were on a break, Willard.
Very good.
Great reference.
Very good. Yeah, the Niners in the Super Bowl are on a break. I mean,
they are on a break.
That's a huge piece of this puzzle.
Well, I thought we were on a break and stuff, and so I decided to kiss this girl in a bar and stuff, and she came at me and stuff, and so we just made out and stuff.
Possibly.
And I took her home and stuff, and then Rachel found out and stuff, and I was a little disappointed and stuff.
I'd go to that press conference. Yeah, like
the only difference for me is I root against Ross with all my heart.
Why?
He is annoying.
Well,
ranked number 6 on my friends' rankings. For sure.
Oh, okay.
Even Chandler, who dissed me and I got chewed out on the radio about 10 years ago.
Oh, that's right.
Peace. Yeah.
He got mad at you.
Matthew Perry blew me up live.
Yeah.
And so
I have never had any interactions whatsoever with any friends people, except for I do think one time I was 78% sure that David Schwimmer walked by. But I was only 78% sure. I'm like, was that David Schwimmer? Yeah, whatever. Let's
get
LA, though. Back to the meal.
That's LA for you.
Totally. Yeah, no interactions with any of those people.
Are they the best show in sports? That's an interesting question.
Are they? Like, definitively, you brought up Dodgers Yankees. Is there anything in the NBA right now?
I was thinking about it, and like Boston, that was great, and they are probably still the best team, but are they a great show per se? Like LA with LeBron is always going to be a big show, and if Bronny makes the team, and when he makes the team, and when he plays with Dad, that'll be a big show for a day. And then he's back to the G League, and eventually he's off to Turkey to come off the bench for some team in Turkey because he's not good enough to even play in the G League. But other NBA shows, I think the Warriors, they're still a good show, but they're not the same show that they were.
Yeah, but it's interesting. A lot of like Lucas even just whispered, what about Anthony Edwards? What about Ant? Like, I would argue, and this is just for me, I'm not necessarily talking about any individuals. Like you could give me individuals who are the best shows in sports. And I feel that. Like if you want to bring up a Mahomes, I don't know where you'd go in the NBA. Some may say Ant, some may say Giannis. I don't know. Where would you go in the NBA? If one individual that you want to watch play. Steph is still on the list, is he not?
Yes, and so is Jokic.
Well, yeah.
No, I mean,
Luka.
He's one, yeah. Luka's a good one to watch. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Val Bader.
But
yeah, Luka's also got a lot of David Schwimmer in him.
For sure.
It annoys the hell out of you.
No doubt.
Okay.
Unlikability.
Baseball.
Both whine way too much.
Yeah, Shohei.
Ross and Luka.
See, but Ross, that means he's a good actor. He's doing that on purpose.
But his character, it's like, dude, you're going out with Jennifer Aniston, Rachel.
Right.
What do you have to cry about constantly?
That's his character.
I hate his character.
That's fine. That means he's doing a good job.
That's why he was ranked number 6 on my friends' power rankings anyway.
But okay, other individuals. Shohei. You brought up what if Shohei was pitching again and he was facing Aaron Judge? Good God, yeah. Yeah, but like, is there a team? Is there a team out there in pro sports right now? Because, by the way, let's bring up Caitlin Clark. I mean, based on ratings and the way things are being driven right now, she is as big of a show as there is in sports. If we want to go, but I'm not
individuals.
Indiana
Name another fever. Exactly.
Like,
Name another fever. I dare you.
Tell me right now if there's a better show in sports, the whole package and picture, than the 49ers. The longer I think about this, I think the answer's no.
Yeah,
I think the answer's no.
The networks would agree with you because they have 6 primetime games.
Exactly.
6 of the 17 are primetime.
Is there anyone else in the NFL that rivals this?
The Chiefs. And I think
I don't think ratings. Like again, Mahomes, yes.
Well, Mahomes and the fact they're going for 3 in a row.
Okay,
and Travis Kelce and his super famous girlfriend. Those are all big factors.
They are, and
more fans have come to the NFL because of that than ever before. And you've got Andy Reid, who is an iconic head coach, and all the rest of the cast of characters doesn't really matter. Those are some big names up top,
no doubt.
Patrick, Travis, Taylor, and Andy.
I do think that the Chiefs might outdo the 49ers on like social media imprints among teens. Honestly.
Well, for sure.
My 15-year-old daughter can tell you everything about everything that's going on with all those people. I told you last year, she's all in. She came into my room one time and she's like, Dad, do you know about Braxton Berrios? And I go, what? I go, you mean the 4th receiver on the Dolphins? I go, honey, we got a lot of Dolphins receivers that I'm going to think about before we get to Braxton Berrios. What the heck why are you asking me that? Well, he's dating this girl on TikTok. He's dating an influencer, Dad. She's got 8 million followers on TikTok. Okay, great. What?
Her name's Alex Earl.
There you go. And Lucas, of course.
I do have a team to throw at you, though.
Why does she have 2 first names and neither of them are girls' names? What's happening?
Neither of them are spelled correctly.
Anyway, go ahead.
Another team that'll be fun this year, probably not on the same level as the Niners, but the Ravens will be really fun. They added Derrick Henry, Lamar Jackson, always a great show.
Well, look, it's the NFL. Yeah. I think the Texans are a show. I think the Ravens are a show. I think the Chiefs are a show. I think the Chargers will be a show this year. Jim Harbaugh on the sideline. Justin Herbert is the quarterback. No more excuses. Can you play? You got Bosa on one end, Mac on the other, and you suck every year? What's the matter with you guys? There'll be great shows throughout the NFL. I don't think any of them has an all-encompassing imprint that the 49ers do.
Yeah, and part of that is the brand, and that's why I think about Dallas and the show that is Dallas, because they are America's team, although they haven't been now for the better part of 25 years, in my opinion, but you still have a quarterback everyone knows, you have a great receiver, and you've got a brand that is an iconic brand, and so Dallas will always be a show.
That's a great point. Absolutely. Dallas is a show. Philadelphia is a show. I think Philadelphia, I saw a story today where Nick Sirianni is like, his seat is not cold. I don't know if it's hot, but like the Eagles, after what they did last year, you go to the Super Bowl, you're like the Eagles have some Niners and San Francisco Giants, in fact, blended into one, where it's like you've had near misses. You went to the Super Bowl, you had it, you fumbled it away, and then the following year, you were the big bad boys on the block. And then the Niners came in here, embarrassed you, and you never got your mojo back. And then what did you do? You went out on the offseason and you went boom, bam. You went big name coaching staff. You went Saquon Barkley. We are not messing around. You've got to be good this year. That's where the Giants part mixes in. We spent money, and you've got to be good. If the Eagles have a disappointing year, that's going to be a problem for a lot of people in charge. So that makes them a good show.
It's hilarious that is the case, because I'm just looking at the last 3 years of Sirianni, and they are 34-17 with a Super Bowl loss. And the Niners the last 3 years are 35-16 with a Super Bowl loss. But nobody's looking at Kyle like he's not even on a seat. He's in a hammock.
Yeah, but those are circumstantially different, because I'd also argue when the Niners didn't make the Super Bowl, they had better years than when the Eagles didn't make the Super Bowl. Like the Niners the year before went to the NFC title game, and many thought they would have at least had a chance to win if their quarterback had 2 arms, right? So there was that. Also, they're just in a different arc of their timeline.
In a different market, too, yeah.
Yes, but I mean, the Eagles have paid their quarterback. They were a veteran team, got a little bit too veteran at the end of last year. Like, they looked old in spots. You know, the Niners are like, we're not paying 2 receivers. The Eagles are like, we will. You know what I mean? Like, they're and we're going to add Saquon Barkley. Like, they are all chips, middle of the table for right now, which the Niners, I feel that way this year more than they have any other year.
Well, they'll feel that way if they sign Brandon Ayuk. And I know the deal wouldn't kick in till next year, but it feels like if they bring back Ayuk as they should, and they're going to keep him no matter what, he's on a 5th-year option, but if they signed Ayuk, it would feel a little bit more like all chips in the middle of the table as opposed to, we're going to let him play it out and then we'll see, and then Debo can be cut, and then maybe Pearsall and all the rest of it. It feels like the Niners are playing more of a long game, and that's not a bad thing, but it does feel like, to your point, Philadelphia is looking at, year 4 of Sirianni, like, we got to make this thing pop here soon, or we're going to do something else.
All right, I've had a moment to think about it. The Niners are the best show in sports. The Niners are the best show in sports. There are individuals who you could put in front of them. We even bringing up the Chiefs. Like, yes, I'd argue there's social media attachment to what's going on there, but like, cutaway to Taylor Swift is not a show. It's a side story. It's interesting. It's fun. It's not like she's performing in between plays. If she were doing songs in between the quarters, then maybe I'd be like, yeah, I think the Chiefs are a better show. She's just up there clapping. Yeah. She's just leaning over to Brittany and sharing a thought or some popcorn. The Niners are the greatest show in sports. They've got the most angst. They've got the most players. They've got the most storylines. They've got that thing. They've got that thing. They've got the traveling fan base. They've got the primetime games. They've got all of it. The 49ers are the greatest show in sports right now.
The Chiefs have 5 primetime games, including the season opener, Thursday against Baltimore,
right,
that you earn when you're the Super Bowl champ. So they'll kick off the year again like they did last year when Detroit beat them. So I think Kansas City's probably the closest thing to it, but I can't refute what you're saying about them being the biggest show in sports.
Let's go to Jose in the city. It's Willard and Dibbs here in the morning for one more day before we all get back to normal. And the Klay Thompson autographed jersey and bobbleheads giveaway number 1, 3 today. Giveaway number 1 is coming up very soon. We are 25 minutes away. So make sure you're ready to go with the contest line. More on that in a minute. Let's go to Jose. Hi, Jose. Good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. I've got a take that's perhaps unpopular. You make a great case with regard to American sports, but I would say that the Spanish national team or Real Madrid are a much bigger story globally with a multiple of viewers. You got Vinicius Jr., the best player in the game, and they just signed Mbappe from PSG. They are absolutely loaded. They just won the Champions League, and so that's a global perspective.
Jose, I can't argue with that, and obviously that's a little bit of, not only is it a good perspective, it's a little bit of a departure from, I think, what we were talking about. I can't argue it, though. You know what I mean?
There's from a global standpoint.
Yeah, like soccer is the biggest sport in the world.
Right.
So, like, that's whatever the biggest soccer show is, I would argue is probably the biggest show in the world in sports.
And right now it's Real Madrid.
Yeah.
And, with Vinicius Jr. being on the team, and you get Mbappe to come in, and Spain coming off a Euro win. Yeah, right now Spain, again, is the epicenter of European and international soccer, and it doesn't resonate as much here in the States, although many people, including 3 of the 4 members of our show, are pretty invested in soccer. Still, when it comes to American viewing audiences, the NFL still dwarfs international soccer.
Absolutely. And by the way, I like this text on our Xfinity mobile text line from the 925, and maybe this goes back to something you said to me earlier, which is how spoiled we get in Bay Area sports. We feel like we're in a rut. We haven't had any Warriors playoffs. The Giants are under 500. Klay Thompson plays for the Mavericks, and Brandon Ayuk is mad. Like, it feels like we're in a rut, but it also feels very circumstantial and just in this moment. Doesn't feel like it's going to stay that way for much longer. And 925 texted in and said the Niners are the best show in sports, the same way the Warriors were less than 10 years ago. And that is also I think, an inarguable fact, which means that in a 1-decade span, we've had the best show in sports, and then it switched, and we got the other best show in sports. It's pretty amazing.
It's amazing. And if you want to just think about titles and you go back to 10, 12, and 14, as we talked about before the show, the Giants win 3, and the Warriors get 4, and the Niners have sniffed 3, all in that same period. And you think about other markets, and I was just flashing on Dallas, and Dallas won the NBA title in 2011. Their football team hasn't won a Super Bowl in 30-something years now. And the Rangers, which is not quite Dallas, but it's Dallas adjacent.
Yeah.
And they just got one. So they've got 2 titles in the past 30 years, and we're sitting here on 10 in the last, 30 or so years. And
yeah, I think over the last 25 years or so, 30 years, I'd have to think about this. The only city that gets into the Bay Area's neighborhood is Boston, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, with the Patriots, the Red Sox, and the Celtics now, especially this year. I don't know what the number is, but those 2 markets, which are interesting comp markets, by the way, they always have been. They're in baseball specifically, there's always that thing about, like, there's the Yankees, and then the Dodgers are Yankees West. And I think an under-discussed part of the story is there's the Red Sox, and then the Giants are Red Sox West. If you talk about marketing, I'm not talking just about success through the years, although it was made a lot easier by the Red Sox and Giants because they were always these little brothers to the big, powerful rival who won all the championships. And actually, if you snapshot the last 25 years, the Dodgers and Yankees can't hold a candle to the Red Sox and Giants. But from a marketing arm, the Dodgers and Yankees will always, I think, they always have been and always will be, the 2 most powerful marketing brands in Major League Baseball. But the Red Sox and the Giants are like right there in that next group. I guess maybe the Chicago Cubs would factor in there somewhere. It's funny because in our own market sometimes I feel like we argue this point. Like, I think the Giants as a marketing brand in baseball are undervalued more by their own fan base than they are elsewhere. I don't know if people even in this market realize the imprint that the Giants have across Major League Baseball. Are they 3rd? Are they 4th? Are they 6th? I don't know. It's a top 7 marketing arm and brand in Major League Baseball without a doubt.
And it becomes interesting because it feels like fewer people locally are as invested in the Giants as they used to be. And maybe it's because of the demographic factors and, San Francisco changing as far as how many people come into the city versus used to coming in the city. Whatever the reasons are, I don't think that the brand has lessened outside the market, but attendance certainly has.
Sure.
Going back to pre-pandemic levels where I know attendance is up this year by 10% over last year, but you're still down about 7,000 fans a game.
No doubt.
From even 2016, not even going back to 2014 when they won the World Series, but post-14, pre-pandemic, the attendance was still much higher than it is now.
Well, no doubt. And there's in sports and especially baseball, like football in a lot of cities is just football. You sell out your games. You've got 8 of them, 9 of them, you sell them out. That's the way that it is. The Warriors, as long as Steph Curry is here, that building is going to be full. In baseball, there's no way to comp when you're on a streak of winning World Series. Like, I don't even know if it's fair to hold the Giants to that standard. Like when Buster Posey was here and you won the World Series every other year, my God, that was the coolest thing to do. You couldn't not want to go to a Giants game. The building still felt new. It was the most homegrown, organic feeling championship run I think I could ever imagine. You know what I mean? Like I know there are some faces that came out of that, the Hunter Pences of the world, but like the whole thing was totally built around Buster, Brandon's, Tim, Madison, Matt, like it was all from their farm system.
Pablo.
There was nothing oh my God, that's never going to happen again. It's never going to happen again. You're never going to get that kind of a vibe and a buzz at Giants games again. Not in our lifetime, I don't think.
Well, you hope that you could.
I mean, my God.
Well, you hope that you would with the current core you have now, and you think about what might be with Patrick and Logan and Camilo if he stays, and Luis and Elliott and Marco, and you start. You start to think about
way
it.
out.
But you are. But if you think about what you just were describing of all those guys. I remember all of them when they were minor leaguers. Heck, I covered a lot of them. I remember Buster Posey hitting a walk-off home run in San Jose when I was doing TV with Joe Rizzo. And Posey comes around third, and before he gets to home plate, he takes his helmet off and he spikes it. Something that you would never think Buster would do. It was the 13th inning walk-off in San Jose. I think they were knocking off Rancho Cucamonga, and Gerald Buster Posey with a walk-off. And so knowing then what we know now, these guys are all going to go on to be multi-time World Series winners.
Yeah, but it popped so fast. Buster got here and they won the World Series. Madison was, how old was he in 2010 when he pitched that game 4 against 21?
Oh, yeah, maybe 21. Yeah.
I mean, my God. Snot rocket and a beer. He was barely old enough to do it. They were so young and it happened so fast. These guys you're talking about, how long has Logan Webb already been here?
He's been here
for a while already.
Yeah.
And they haven't been able to get much around him. Okay. We got FP coming up in a half hour. We've got the first opportunity to get in on the Klay Thompson jersey and win the bobbleheads. That's coming up in 15 minutes. Right now, it's time for the injury report.
It's time for the injury report.
That really hurts.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Lucas wrote Shams in all caps because he doesn't want me to call him Shams.
Okay.
Per Shams, Sharania. Kevin Durant expected to return to Team USA practice today in London, his first practice with Team USA, and could make his debut in one of the exhibition games that's coming up. They play South Sudan on Saturday or Germany on Monday. He is returning from a strained calf. And oh, by the way, Olympic opening ceremonies 1 week from tonight.
Can't wait. I'm all about the Olympics. Yeah, especially the opening ceremonies. It's a fun show. You talk about the best show in sports. The opening ceremony, it's a fun show. A little bit of theatrics, little pomp, a dash of circumstance, the parade of athletes. And my kids and I would always do a game of, guess how many athletes, because you get like Namibia and the flag bearer, and it's like, I got 7 Namibians. And then you get like Germany, 248. So we enjoy the opening ceremonies.
I know you do.
Yeah, I do.
Tell me about it, will you?
I'll let you know.
Yeah, let me know how it goes. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. We're also presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. 888-957-9570, the number. We will always take your calls, and your chance to win a signed Klay Thompson jersey is coming up next. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Dan Dibley here, formerly Fat Dibley. I was a fat red pumpkin until I got on board with AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. I lost 25 pounds in 2 months.
Credit Union. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
All right, here we go, okay? We are on the final countdown. We are on the final countdown.
Let's go.
Again, if you've been waiting for this, the Klay Thompson signed jersey, Twitch and YouTube, here it is. Twitch and YouTube. Check it out, check it out, check it out, check it out.
It's signed.
Yeah, it is. It's Klay Thompson jersey.
And he signed it.
Yeah, that's the word on the street.
That's always my favorite. It's a signed jersey. By whom?
By who? Yeah.
This time it is Klay.
I grabbed a pen and I wrote Klay on it. It's signed. No, Klay Thompson signed blue traditional Warriors road jersey, and that is on the line. And then so are these 3 baubles. Okay, this is the bauble pack. Look at this. Paper plain Klay. Okay. Put that over here. And then Captain Klay.
Oh, Captain, my captain.
Which that's the one that Dibs likes. I like it too. He's in a boat. He's in a boat. And then this one, Headband Klay. All right? So all 3 of those baubles go to all 3 of the winners today. The winners will happen late this afternoon at 5:11 with Steiny and Goo. Early this afternoon at 1:11 with Bonte and Joe. And, in 7 minutes with you and me. 8:11. Okay?
8:11. Monte Ellis and Klay Thompson.
You are listening for a sounder. When you hear the sounder, we will give you directions. You will call, you will win. And if you win one of those bauble packs, you will be the 3 finalists for the signed jersey, and that will be awarded at the end of the day. Good luck to each and every one of you. Okay?
It's one of the rare times where you qualify and you have a 1 in 3 chance.
That's right.
Like normally we have 20 qualifiers and you get a good prize to qualify.
Yes.
And then you're 1 of 20. This time you're 1 of 3.
1 of 3. Okay, you got a 33.333333% chance to win that jersey if you get in and win. And we're doing that in now 6 minutes. So stay right where you are. FP Santangelo in 25 minutes, all guests. On 95.7 The Game up here on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? And we started the day talking about what I feel is like this, it's a weirdly, oddly intense 10 days for the Giants. I'm as big of a fan as there is, but I understand if a fan is like, we're all ratcheted up. All right, here we go. The deadline is coming in 10 days, and the Giants need wins. All right, here we go. Giants, Rockies. Woo.
Yeah, starting the second half. Just 1 of 162.
Like what?
You got 65 of these left to go.
Yeah, but you've got 11 left before what Farhan said was the big decision. You going up? Are you going down? Are you going old? Are you going young? Are you going established? Are you going unproven? What are you doing with your finances? Are you going for it or not? And again, I don't really buy the idea that Farhan would sell unless it's just beyond obvious. Like if they go 3-8 over the next 11 and they can't beat the Colorado Rockies, then this puppy's cooked. I don't think that that's going to happen, because Farhan would essentially be sealing his own fate. Understand that there's a small picture and a big picture. The small picture is Giants have 11 games. What's their record? Do you want to try to win this year or not? That's the small picture. The large picture is this year feels much more representative of the Farhan Zaidi era than anything else. You can have the good of 2021, the frustration of the year since then, but they finally spent money. They've got a huge payroll. They really expressed, they changed managers. They expressed urgency that this team was going to compete right now. And if this team can't even achieve a winning record, then that is not a narrative on this season. that's a narrative on the last 6.
Right. And if you look at the last 6 and you take out 107 and 55, which you don't have to take it out because that's a part of Farhan's resume, but he was 8 below, 2 below, 107 wins, 500, 4 below, 3 below. So he's been basically a 500 level president of baseball ops ever since he's been here. You won 107 when you had about 6 different guys have career years and you caught lightning in a bottle. You had an unbelievable year. You lost in the NLDS, and that was unfortunate, but that's a year that counts on his resume as well. But all told, he's about 25 games above 500 over 6 years, which is not very good. It's indicative of mediocrity. Yeah. And yet what you said is interesting on 2 fronts. One, I can't believe we're looking at this like the next 10 days determine everything, but it does. In
a way, yes.
And at the same time, you look at a 6-year run where everything was built up for this year. We waited for him to spend, and he did. We waited for the young guys to come up, and they have. We waited for this roster to feel real, and you added in an absolutely professional, good manager, and this thing should coalesce into a winning season, and yet here we are, 47 and 50.
Here we are, and we all know the story of what's gone well, what's gone wrong. There's been a lot more that's gone wrong, the injuries, the inconsistency, just the disappointment. I do often think this, and this gets hard for me to say because I know that a lot of you don't want to hear it from me. I know that I have been more supportive of Farhan Zaidi than most.
No, come on.
Maybe than all. Maybe. I think this year, I've certainly, all of us, we've started to point out some of the larger issues that are there. I do think that, for example, his regime spent way too much time trying to prove that they knew how to do things a different way. And when they did that, they tried to dismiss in many ways the past. They like even little things that fans may not know about. There were pictures that got taken down in the clubhouse and things like that were celebrating the past. And I thought that was all indicative of a group that really wanted to show you that they knew what they were doing. And instead of just doing it, they really wanted to tell you, we know what we're doing. And that rubbed people the wrong way, and that's fair. Now, when they didn't spend, was that on Farhan? Was it on ownership? Is it on all of them? I sometimes do wonder this question aloud. Why does Farhan rub you the wrong way so bad? I get the shortcomings. The criticisms, many of them are very fair. I've joined you. I totally understand. But I do think other things get dismissed. Like you said, 107 is on the resume. So are a bunch of brilliant trades. Now, then there's also been the shortcomings of like, dude, you just haven't gotten enough good players. So we can talk about that throughout the hour, throughout the remaining 2 hours. FP Santangelo coming up in just about 20 minutes.
It's up top Klay. That's another 3. Why not? Why not? Absolutely sick for Klay Thompson.
Okay, why not, says Tim Roy. Well, why not? Why not give us a call right now on the contest line and see if you can win? It is your time, your chance to win a Klay Thompson signed jersey and a 3-pack of Klay Thompson bobbleheads. What we're looking for is caller 11. Get it? Caller 11 right now to our contest line, which is 415-523-4652. 415-523-4652. One more time. 415-523-4652. Call that contest line right now. Don't call the caller line. It won't work. We won't answer. You won't get anywhere. Call that contest line right now to win the 3-pack of Klay bobbleheads and be one of 3 qualifiers for the Klay Thompson signed jersey. Good luck to each of you. And remember that if you do not qualify this time, simply make sure that you are listening to Bonte and Joe at 1:11 this afternoon and Steiny and Goo at 5:11 late this afternoon for your other 2 chances to win 3-pack of Klay bobbleheads, and one of you 3 gets the jersey.
Pretty sweet.
There it is.
Yeah, great prize. And for those fans who are forlorn about Klay leaving or somebody who's nostalgic about the great years that the Warriors have had with the Splash Brothers and with Draymond Green and the titles and all the rest of it. This is one of those keepsakes that you get. You put it down there in your man cave or your fan cave or your she shed, whatever you want to do, however you roll, or your non-binary sports basement.
You're fine. You're good.
Nowadays, 2024, you got to run through all of it. You got to make sure that all the consonants are covered, Mark.
You don't have to.
And there's some vowels in there that need to be addressed as well.
That's a fair point. Yep,
yeah, I'm trying to be a man of all people. Not a man of the people, but a man or a fan, a person, an individual for all other individuals.
We've already got our winner.
We do not.
Yeah.
I wasn't done running through my non-binary bit.
Go ahead.
I'm done.
Okay.
Back to you.
Say congrats to Michelle from Suisun City. Michelle is the winner of the Klay Thompson bobblehead 3-pack, and she is qualifier 1.
Okay.
She is qualifier number 1 for the Klay Thompson signed jersey that I am holding up to our Twitch and YouTube audiences right now.
Congratulations, Michelle. That's awesome for you and for all the people in Suisun City. There you go. One of the more underrated, out-of-the-way locales in the 9-county Bay Area. And it's just, I say it that way because I just happened to have bumped into the former mayor of the city and county of San Francisco, the Honorable Willie Brown. Just saw him in the lobby. I was on my way to the bathroom, like during the last break.
Today?
I was on my way.
Willie Brown is here?
He was.
Why?
He was doing a thing with KCBS.
Oh.
With the venerable Phil Mateer, longtime Chronicle political reporter.
Yeah.
And so I'm walking to the bathroom, and it's a great part of being in a city like this and in a company like this where I'm just walking through the lobby and they're chatting. Of course, I immediately, oh my God. And they both turn around.
Did you ask him, hey, Willie, do you remember when political speakers weren't wrestlers? Did you ask him that?
Hulkamania. Yeah.
Anyway.
No, a couple of firm handshakes and a couple of, guys, you don't know me. I know you.
Yep.
You guys are awesome. And Willie, thank you, young man. And it's funny because he kind of gave me the look up and down, and I'm wearing a poncho and shorts, and he's like, what the hell's wrong with this guy?
He's like,
But we had a moment.
Wrestlers at conventions are the least of our problems if this is the way professionals dress in 2024.
Totally.
Good Lord.
And he had his patented fedora on.
Good.
With, tie and a suit, looking good. And Phil Mateer, of course, awesome as well. So,
is that actually a fedora, or is it just like a hat? Like a...
You didn't see it, so you don't know.
I know, but you said it was his patented fedora. I don't think he usually wears a fedora.
I'm going to Google it.
Isn't a fedora a little bigger than that? Fedora's got like a thing on it.
He had a pretty wide-brimmed hat. Let me see. Fedora.
Hang on, let's both Google fedora.
Fedora Willie Brown.
Images, fedora.
Yeah, there it is.
No, I think you might be right.
Score one for the dibber.
Yeah, that's a fedora. I thought a fedora was a little bit more than that, but it's a little bit less. And Willie Brown wears a fedora.
Yeah.
Good job, Dibbers.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right. I should have known not to talk politics with you, because you've been around so much longer.
A lot longer.
Yeah. So, anyway.
I mentioned to the two gentlemen how I used to work at KCBS back in 98, and Willie said, that was back at Embarcadero 4. And I said, that's right, 32nd floor.
Wow.
And he said, elevator's here, kid. I got to go.
I love it. You've gotten to a certain age when people just talk to each other by batting back and forth little things that they know.
Right. And also,
means you're ready to be a grandpa.
And also,
because that's what grandpas do. They just come over here and let me tell you what I know.
Exactly. Let me tell you about 1981. It's like, Grandpa, what?
Wait, that station used to be over there. That's right.
Exactly.
That's a factoid.
And that's when I was there.
Know a thing.
You know it, yeah. Because he was there and I was there. We were both there then.
Just drive into a new town. All right, kids, here's how the weather patterns work because of the topography in this town.
No doubt.
It's just like, what are you telling me? They don't care.
Gonna educate the young, Mark.
Let me tell you some things that I know. All right. Anyway, that's cool. I didn't even know he was here. I've got to go to the bathroom more often.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the least of your worries. You're constantly in there.
Apparently, he comes in every Friday morning, according to Mr. Nahigi.
Well, how would we know what the hell happens around here in the morning?
It's a very good question,
We
Mark.
wouldn't know.
Yep.
I can't tell you those facts. Now I can. Hey, kids, did you know that Willie Brown comes into Odyssey every Friday morning? No, Dad, I didn't know that. Well, now you do. That's something that Dad knows.
And you know what he's wearing, right?
A fedora.
You're welcome.
He wears a fedora. Do you know what a fedora is, young man? No, Dad, tell me what a fedora is. Anyway, all right, glad you're with us. Willard and Dibs, last day of our jacked up lineup, Jack's Restaurant and Bar, and we'll be back to our normal, regularly scheduled programs on Monday. But this has been a ton of fun. And FP Santangelo is going to jump in here in about 10 minutes. He's in Colorado getting ready for Giants and Rockies. And yeah, like when we look at the Farhan thing, I do want to throw that out and sort of ask, I get the shortcomings. This I thought was a good text that we just got here a short time ago talking about at 408. If you don't celebrate those that came before you, that shows your insecurity. I agree. I thought that this Giants regime to this point has been a little bit too focused on ego, which I would actually describe as showing everybody that we know the right way. And at times it has been right, and at times it's been very wrong. Fans want to look at things in a much more umbrella view. You know what I mean? Like, simplify this. That's what I would have said to Farhan. You know, if I could, it's too late for advice. It's year 6, and nobody wants my advice. Why would he care? But if I was going to say things, dude, the fans just want simple. Here is the one sentence line. You need more good players. That's it. You don't need to be right. You don't need to have the second baseman in the shortstop position. You don't need flexibility. You don't need people with optionality. You don't need to platoon. Do you understand how much more patience fans would have had if they would look at the team and be like, dude, I get some good players. But they look at the team now for a long period running, and you're just like, I don't know how many good players are here. It feels like a talent-deficient product, even though that's not fully fair. They do have some pieces. But what you're going up against feels like a completely different animal. And so no one wants to sign up for that. And what I think has been proven is you can't outsmart that. And that's what they've spent about 5 years trying to do. So that is to me, fair criticism.
I do think that this year, though, they did what fans have wanted them to do all along, which is give us players that we can count on every day.
Yes.
Give us players that we know. And I know that Jung-Hoo Lee is not somebody that anybody knew. None of us ever saw him play, but you knew that he was highly touted. And so when they went out and got him, it felt like that was a win. And Chapman, you knew who he was, and Blake Snell, and it felt like they brought in players who at least would be everyday guys. And so to your point, I think that fans over the last 2 or 3 years with a platoon at 7 of 9 spots, it felt like, I don't even know who these guys are. I don't even know if these guys are any good because I don't get to see them 2 days in a row, let alone for a full 9 innings.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the whole picture, though, and that's sort of how I'll, and I don't want to say how I'll remember it. I don't know that this is over. It's far from over. Farhan is not going anywhere, certainly not yet. I think that there is a story to be told here the rest of the year. We'll see where it goes from there. But when I look at where we are to this point, I will remember, a lot of you have loved Lamont Wade. He's a good player. And, he's representative of a lot of good things. And there was late night Lamont. There was all these things that he's been. Now, that's someone that he acquired out of nowhere for a pitcher. I think his name was Sean Anderson. He pulled him from the Twins. It's a phenomenal acquisition. Tyro Estrada, not so good this year, but largely that's been a very good acquisition. I know you, even though we didn't draft him, you've said he gets credit for Ramos. Ramos is here now, and he's doing this. And Patrick Bailey was his first round draft pick. And look at what Bailey is doing now. Very, very good catcher who you can count on. And this year he did land free agents in the city that can't land a free agent he did. And so there's plenty of stuff where if you really want to be fair, you can look at Farhan Zaidi transactionally and go, okay, I totally see what you're doing, and you've got a lot of wins.
That's why I don't think that he is on as hot a seat as many think. And I know that you've got, more conversations and more intel, but just for me, as a fan from the outside looking in, barring a 70 and 92 finish, which would be a collapse.
Totally.
And, if they wind up in that sort of a state, fine, all bets are off, and, Bowmel could be in trouble as well. I don't think so, but if you have that kind of a collapse, that's a different story. But if you wind up right on the edge of the wild card and you just miss out and you show signs, I think that he's done everything that he was expected to do this year. And if they fall short, I don't know if I would be pointing the finger at him as far as blame. I would give him another year.
I understand where you're coming from, and you may well be right. That is, to me, that's the middle ground. If they're contending for a wild card spot to the final week and they don't get it, I don't think it's just black and white. Miss the playoffs and you're fired. I don't think it's that. But boy, if they don't make the playoffs, it's a maybe. It is a definite maybe. So transactionally, though, I think he's got a lot to offer. The issue is much more emotional, I think, for most fans, whether they admit it or not. The issue is vibe. The issue is approach, strategic approach. The issue is being very stuck to that model, even when it's not working. And what I think is really, if someone said one sentence, Farhan and Gabe, why did that not connect with fans? Whether this is fair or not, fans feel like they're being tucked down to.
Right. My sentence was going to be, they thought they were smarter than the rest of us. Yeah. And it's great when you win 107 and then, his deep voice and his perfectly coiffed beard and the gun show and the hand tats and all the rest of it. It's like, man, Kapler, this guy's amazing. He's got this great voice and he's got his finger on the pulse, and Farhan made this roster actually pop, and with new guys and a couple of the holdovers, and wow, 107, watch out, Sabian, your legacy could be in trouble. And then after that, it's just...
Yeah, Gabe and Farhan are very different guys, though. Gabe did he did make you feel like I'm smart and you're not. Farhan is not actually like that. I just think that he is making baseball decisions and at times is married too much to the formulaic way of doing that as opposed to the human way of doing that.
Right.
And you have to do both. You have to be able to do both.
And I also think, just real quick, when it comes to the connectivity with the fans, the fans want that. And,
totally.
You want to have a team that is full of guys who you know by just one name or a nickname. If it's the Panda and the Horse and Mad Bum and Buster and all the rest of it, yeah, they won championships, but they were from here, the organization. They won here and they stayed here. And this roster has always felt like a constant churn. And I liken it to the compost pile. I don't know if you've ever done your own compost, but you have the corner of your yard and it's just a heaping pile of stuff. And every 3 weeks or so, you got to get the pitchfork out and you churn that baby over. And after a year or so, you've got some real fertilizer. You got some good soil in there. And that's kind of how Farhan has approached this team and this roster. It's been a constant churn.
You know what that is, by the way?
It's a
fertilization sensation.
That's what it is. Yeah. All right. I lost my way.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. There are questions to ask. How are the Giants going to lay out the starting rotation? Is Robbie Ray on the way? Is Birdsong on his way out? And what is the urgency level for the Giants as they start this 10-day, 11-game stretch? We go to Denver and talk with our buddy FP Santangelo coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively...
Now back to the morning roast on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Here's Willard and Dibbs.
All right, here we go. I mean, you didn't need to call us heroes, Grandy, but thank you so much. It is Willard and Dibbs on our jacked up week and hanging out in the mornings. And Bonte and Joe will come along shortly. Steiny and go after that. 2 more chances to win the Klay Thompson jersey and get the bobblehead pack. 1:11 this afternoon, 5:11 this afternoon. Congrats again to Michelle, our winner this morning here on Willard and Dibbs. It is time for intensity for the San Francisco Giants, although at the same time I look at it and I go, really? Like, are we boiling down this entire regime to the next 10 days? Let's get out to Denver and our buddy FP Santangelo. Good morning, bud.
You guys are doing the mornings. Does this hold on a second.
Uh-oh.
You guys are I was getting a call. Sorry. You guys are doing the mornings. Does this mean Draymond hates you guys now?
That's right.
I'm surprised you talking to me.
We're surprised you're talking to us right now, FP, after what we've been saying about you.
It's funny. It's you guys. I mean, seriously, this is. Can you believe like the whole season gets down to like the next 10 games? It's just amazing to me that I mean they got to go. It's go. 3 against the Rockies, 4 against the Dodgers, 3 against the Rockies, and then 2 against Oakland. So, you know, I was talking to Luke Jackson in the elevator yesterday, and he says, like, this is our time. We got to go right now. And I think these guys are really aware of what's at stake, and they've been playing some decent baseball. And, yeah, I think they got a chance.
FP Santangelo joining us on the River Islands guest line, and all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Well, FP, let me ask you about that, though. I know Farhan said it, but is it true? Like, what do you think is actually riding on these next 10 days?
Well, they're 3 games back of the wild card, right? And the West looks like, you know, that's a pipe dream right now to win the division. But as we know, we've seen teams get in through the wild card and do really well in the postseason. And yeah, I mean, you're either buying or you're selling right now. And here's the thing, like we can be super dramatic and say, well, you know, if they do what they're supposed to do, and who knows with the Dodgers in 4 games at Dodger Stadium out of the break, if they're wobbly coming out of it and you can catch them at a good time and take, you know, split there, take 3 out of 4, whatever. First things first, this is a dangerous place to play. But who knows? I mean, I just don't. I think are they going to buy? Are they going to sell? 90% of the times it's neither, right? 90% of the time. But I was just sitting here looking at things today. But if you get this rotation intact and you get Ray, Cobb, Snell, Webb, and Harrison, that's a pretty damn good rotation. And I think some damage can be done. And, you know, I was talking to Garvin Alston yesterday on the bus on the way here, and he was saying that Ray looked really good in his bullpen. That Cobb is close right now. And these guys are right around the corner. And I think there's a sense of urgency. And there's that fine line between like, hey, they're ready right now and don't push them because then if we push them, we lose them. But that rotation, you guys, those 5 guys, I think can do some damage here in the mythical second half of the season. And so, well, I don't know if it's going to be a buy or a sell, but these next 10 days are going to be huge for the organization.
It might be a buy and a sell just based on what Farhan normally does. But if you're looking at the buy portion of it, FP, what do they need to add to help them get over the hump?
They need a shortstop, first and foremost. They need a shortstop. I mean, that's number one. I mean, that's a premium position. And I think Brett Wisely's done a really nice job. And I think Tyler Fitzgerald can do a decent job. But if we're talking about October baseball and we're talking about playoffs, and how much money they spent in the offseason, how they literally pushed all the chips in the middle with how much money they spent, then yeah, that's a premium position that you need somebody there on a daily basis that's going to be a threat, that's going to do some damage, and it's going to make every play. Like I don't know who that is. We can all speculate, but I think if I were the Giants, you know, that's where my focus would be for sure.
You like Jazz Chisholm, and can he play short?
I mean, does it matter?
I mean, yeah, it matters, right? Like, I mean, I know he can play second, but it's significant because I think he fits really well. But he's been in the outfield. He's been at second. He used to be at short a little bit. Can he man that position?
I think that's a very athletic position, right? You have to go back to like Little League. The best player played short. Even in high school, the best player plays short. College is usually the same thing. Even in the minor leagues, it's a very athletic position. So do I think he can play there? Absolutely. And like the reason I said doesn't matter is because, I don't know, since I've been back in San Francisco, minus Brandon Crawford, the Giants have just shoved anybody at shortstop and said, hey, play shortstop. And, that's the position I played the majority of my career. And there's so many little things that go along with being a shortstop besides fielding a ground ball and throwing it to first. You're the quarterback on defense. You're the captain on defense besides the catcher. And there's a lot that goes into it, like where you're supposed to be on every play, making sure everybody else is where they're supposed to be on every play, knowing when to go in and talk to the pitcher, when to not talk to the pitcher and leave them alone. There's so many things that go into that position with the mental clock where you're supposed to be on cutoffs and relays, bunt Ds, all this stuff. So it's not just a plug and play position if you've never played there. So, and it's a tough position to learn for younger players at the major league level, as we've seen throughout the last year and a half or so. So, do I think he can play there athletically? Yes. And I just think that the athleticism is something the Giants need. They need speed. The stolen base is back in baseball again. It sounds like they're going to open up the running game a little bit here and after the All-Star break. So we'll see how that goes. And if you do add a speed guy like Chad, I've always liked him. I just think he's a dynamic player. He's a game changer. And I even like the fact that he's going to piss off some other teams, to be honest. Like there's a lot of guys with the Giants that are just, they're not dynamic in that sense where you don't really have to worry about a Matt Chapman pissing somebody off or a Lamont Wade Jr. or Wilmer Flores or Tyro. Like I kind of like that edge in the way that the game has evolved in today's game, and you have some flair and you have some style to your game. And I can't believe I'm saying this. Listen to myself saying this because I was like the old guy, get off my lawn on the bat flips and all that stuff. But I just think that the game has evolved into that right now, and I kind of enjoy it. I mean, I don't enjoy pink uniforms of the All-Star game. I will say, it's just terrible. That whole thing was terrible. The whole All-Star experience this year was terrible. And whoever's making the decisions in Major League Baseball needs to really take a look at themselves. But as far as like the players showing genuine emotion, I think that's really cool. And I think the Giants could use somebody that can spark the team and has a little swagger and a little flair and maybe gets the dugout going. And whomever that is, I think, obviously you have to get a player that can put up some numbers and contribute. You're not just going to go out and recruit a cheerleader or trade for a cheerleader. But if it's a guy that can play and he adds some flair and he adds some spark and he adds some energy, that's exactly what this team needs, in my opinion.
Would you give up Luciano for him?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'd give up a lot. I'd give up a lot of people. I'm not a GM, or do I ever pretend to be one, because those guys do it for a living. And they get there at 9 o'clock and leave at midnight every day. But I would say that based on the pitching and the way it's coming along with the health wise, I honestly think this team has a chance to make a big time push. And if you guys looked at that tweet, I retweeted it yesterday. I forget who put it up, but the Giants have the easiest schedule in all of baseball in the second half. The easiest schedule. So that combined with a mediocre National League, that combined with if you get hot in September, who knows if you get in this thing. Like this isn't company lines, you guys. This is a guy that spent his career in baseball that really honestly thinks this team has a chance to make a push in the second half. And I think they've underachieved in the first half. I think there's more talent. I don't care about the injuries. I don't care what's happened. There's some really damn good players on this team, and I think they've underachieved in the first half of the season, and they know that, and they're accountable. And I think they're going to play a lot better, and I think they're going to make a push. And this isn't cheerleader rah-rah crap. Like, I really believe it.
And if you look at that in totality, easy schedule and underperforming in the first half and a weak National League, does this all lead to a call for reckoning for Farhan Zaidi at the end of the year if, in fact, they fall short, considering everything that's going their way with the rotational pieces coming back, the schedule, the National League? Is this kind of a make-or-break stretch for Farhan?
I mean, I don't know about that, but I mean, it's big boy business, right? I tell you guys that all the time. It's a bottom line industry. Like you're measured by your wins and losses. And no matter if you're a player or a coach or a president of baseball operations, and I think everybody's aware of that. I don't think this is a mystery. I think guys know that if you win in this business, you stay, and if you don't, you go. It's just the accountability factor at the highest level in any sport is super intense. So I don't know that there's panic, but I'm pretty sure that everybody's aware of the consequences if this team puts so much money in the off season and doesn't make the playoffs. So yeah, I think there's I would say a sense of urgency for everybody to pick it up a notch and play a little bit better. But this team has fought all season long. That's one thing I'm leaving out here in all these numbers. And, the Giants were 33-32 after the break last year. That's not going to be good enough this year. But the one thing this team has done is fought and scrapped and clawed all season long. A lot of come from behind wins. Even the Yaz walk off before the break was really cool. So I don't know. I have good vibes. And trust me, it's been a roller coaster season. If things don't go well here in Denver, I was around a team in 2019 that lost, I don't know, like 6 of 7 going into the trade deadline, and it was a fire sale, and everybody got traded everywhere, and it was just like sell, sell, sell. So I kind of have PTSD from that, and I'm really hoping for these guys' sake because they're a bunch of good dudes. They really like playing with each other and playing for each other, and they're selfless. That for these guys and for this coaching staff and for this organization, I really, really am rooting for them. I hope they lock it in here in the next 10 days so that we selfishly as fans can have a fun ride here the last 60 games or whatever it is.
Talking with FP Santangelo here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. FP, there's the Jordan Hicks situation, stay or go bullpen. Robbie Ray coming back. Alex Cobb maybe in a little bit, and young guy Hayden Birdsong. And it sort of feels like it's those 4 guys for 2 spots. How would you play out the rotation going forward?
I think the Hicks thing was cool at first because his stuff was electric, but this stuff has kind of faded a little bit, and I don't know if it's just because he's never pitched this many innings or he's never been a starting pitcher, but the stuff is kind of flat all of a sudden. I don't know if that's fatigue. 92 is not sinking like it used to. It doesn't have that electric finish. The split's not diving off the table like it did early in the season. I mean, this guy used to throw 104 and he's sitting at 92, 93 right now. So I'm not sure fatigue's a factor right there or what's going on, but maybe he just goes to the bullpen and blows it out and gets back up to 100. I don't know how that works. I don't know if it's just in his back pocket and that's something you can have. So we'll see. I don't know. Maybe the All-Star break did him well, but Birdsong to me is a big time wild card in this whole thing. I really like what I'm seeing from the kid. He's got cockiness, he's got swagger, he's got confidence out there, and his stuff plays big time at this level. As long as he throws strikes, he's super effective. And I think more importantly, the team is gaining confidence in him and what he's bringing to the party every 5th day. But Ray, Cobb, Snell, Webb, Harrison, to me that sounds like an October type of starting rotation.
And if the rotation is that and you have other arms in the bullpen, does one of those arms maybe slide in and start taking the 9th inning? Because I'm seeing Camilo Doval as a guy who's a little bit shakier than I remember him last year. Is his job as closer in some jeopardy, FP?
Yeah, I mean, if there's a sense of urgency to win and is not getting the job done, I don't think as a manager sending a message at this time of year is a panic move. Like if you're a manager in April and May and all of a sudden you change closers or all of a sudden a hitter goes 1 for 30 bench, in the clubhouse that's perceived as a panic move and then the team lose confidence in the manager. But if you're to this point in the season, what are there, 65, 66 games left, I don't even know, and guys aren't getting the job done, I don't care what your resume is or what it says on the back of your baseball card, you have to do whatever is best for everybody in that clubhouse. And if somebody's underperforming and not getting the job done, in this case, I mean, we're pointing out Camilo Doval, he hasn't been the same guy this year for whatever reason. His stuff just doesn't play like it did last year, whether it's lack of command, whether the cutter isn't as filthy, whether it's the demeanor, whether it's, I mean, there's a lot of things that just aren't, it's not like, they're not Camilo like what we've been used to as Giants fans. So if you're not getting the job done, and it's, I don't know, there's other guys down there that can get the last 3 outs of a game. I'm very confident in that. So I don't know if you move on from him. I don't know if he's a trade piece in this thing, or you just show confidence in the guy and say, look, you're our guy. But I think, like we get back to the initial point, the next 10 days are going to tell the story. And if there's like consistently more blown saves in this, I'll just say this in general. And this isn't pointing a finger at Camilo. In my experiences, when there's a blown save, those are the worst clubhouses to be in after a game. Those are the ones that suck the life out of the room and suck the life out of you as a player. It's almost like, as a football player, you play your ass off for 4 quarters, and then the kicker comes in and misses the field goal that would have won you the game. Like, it's the same kind of thing. Like, hey, I'm out there for 3 hours, and we're flying around and doing everything and running the bases, and I'm dirty and bloody, and we've done everything we can to win a game, and the closer comes in and blows the save. You get in that clubhouse, I mean, it's crickets. It's like a funeral kind of setting. And sometimes those have a negative momentum into the next day. So the toughest losses in my experience as a player were blown saves.
FP, real quick, you told me a handful of weeks ago, don't give up on Jorge Soler. And then he had a really good June. He had a solid June. No two ways about it. So far in July, he's hitting 195 and he's striking out every 2.5 at bats. Where do we stand?
Okay, you can give up on him.
Okay. All right, that's definitive.
No, he's gonna hit one back to San Francisco in the series. I'm calling it right now.
Okay.
No, I don't know. I'm still not used to a guy that the Giants paid to drive in runs leading off. Like maybe that's the old guy get off my lawn take on this thing. I would love for a guy like Jorge Soler to be in that 4 spot. To come up with the bases loaded in the first inning, or to come up with the bases loaded consistently, and not necessarily hit a grand slam, but sack fly, drive in a couple of runs, get a clutch hit. It's just odd to me, and maybe that's something that I need to learn about modern day baseball, to see a big guy that you paid a lot of money to hit home runs and to drive in runs, being a scrappy leadoff hitter and working a walk to start the game off. And word is he's comfortable there. Well, I want him to be comfortable hitting 3rd or 4th, driving in runs. Yeah. That's, that if I was an owner and that's what I paid him to do, that's kind of what I'd want him to do. So maybe that evolves. But I mean, now that I'm thinking about it on live radio with you guys, like that could be a big key in the second half. If like he gets locked in, he gets hot, but like he gets into a spot in the order where he's coming up with runners on consistently and then doing some damage. And it doesn't have to be the ultimate damage. Just be a threat in that spot. Know that, hey, if they're not going to pitch to me, I'll take my walk. But if they hang something, I'm going to be dangerous. I'm going to be up here ready to do some damage. I know you only lead off once a game, and the on-base percentage, and he gets, I don't know how many more turns to hit because he's leading off. Like, I understand the logic in it. I understand the rhythm in it, and if the offense is clicking. But, like, I mean, am I wrong here? Like, I want the big guy that hits – the big guy hit ball far, you hit 4th. Like, sorry, that's how it goes.
No, I'm with you. In 2 weeks, I want Jazz Chisholm leading off. That's what I'd like to see. Hey, partner, have a good trip. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, I got a tough day today. I'm going to lay out by the pool, and then I'm going to walk to the ballpark and call a major league game. So I hope you guys are feeling for me here.
What's the temperature there?
The temperature is going to be the high of 93 today here at the Mile High City.
Okay.
So bet the over. I thank you for that. No problem.
All right,
Appreciate
guys.
that. The ball's going to be jumping at Coors.
Put some
Take
more.
care, take care.
Yeah, put some more pictures on Instagram with you in shades by the pool.
Did you like that third shot?
I did.
I was feeling myself a little bit. I was like, I look good. I'm going to post a selfie. I never do that.
I love it. All right, man. Have a good one.
All right. See you guys. Thank you.
Yep. There he goes. FP on the River Islands guest line. Giants and Rockies coming up this weekend. It's 93 degrees and beautiful in Denver.
Yeah, it's beautiful that the second half is getting underway, and we made it through a week of light sports activity, home run derby, all-star game, fine, and here we go, the final 60-plus games of the year. It's make or break, perhaps, for Farhan Zaidi. Will Doval keep the closer spot? Will the rotation finally come into fruition where you got 5 legitimate live arms? A lot of fun questions to look at here as we go down the stretch.
I tell you what's not a fun question, though. Giants are up 5-3, bottom of the 9th tonight. Here comes Doval at Coors Field. Oh, crap. That's not a fun question at all.
That's a really good question, Mark.
It's not. Here's the question. Do you want that? No, I don't. I want them to be up 9-3.
Well, an even better question would be, do you still go to Doval? And I wonder how many more blown saves does he get? And FP's right. And I was thinking about Jake Moody because I've been watching the receiver doc on Netflix. And, FP said, when the kicker comes in and misses that kick, and in the Netflix doc, they take you to Cleveland. That's as far as I've gotten, episode 3. And, Moody misses the kick, and Kittle's mic'd up, of course, in this doc, and he's like, well, that sucks. and I'm paraphrasing.
That's Kittle. But remember, they're 5-0 at that point, so it's like,
but
all
6-0, I mean,
it would have been great, but it's
41-yarder, that's a 90% kick for those guys at this level.
Yeah.
And he misses it. He pushes it right, and you can see Kittle like, well, that blanket sucked.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, it did. I mean, you're still 5-1.
It didn't suck as bad as the next 2 weeks.
Right.
Can't wait to see what happens there.
Yeah.
But anyway.
That's coming up.
Doval, the funny thing is, how many blown saves does he have this year?
4 or 5, I believe.
It's not as many as it feels like.
Right.
Let's put it that way.
But there have been a couple games, 2 or 3 games, where he's given up a 4 spot, and it felt like his interest level was not as high as it should be.
He had 8 blown saves last year. He's got 4 this year. It's a little bit more intricate than that. If you want to dive into the numbers, Camilo Doval has never had a season in the big leagues where he had an ERA over 3. Never. But this year, he's at 4.38.
Right. And a lot of that is because of those 3 games where he got absolutely lit up.
His strikeout to walk ratio is way, way down. His whip is way, way up.
1.622.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's not a very cool whip.
And in terms of the save opportunities conversation, he's had multiple games where he's come in with like a 4 or 5 run lead and given up like 3 runs.
Exactly.
Which doesn't count as a save opportunity, but his ERA takes a major hit.
He had the game where they were up 13-2 and he couldn't finish it.
Right. That's the one I think that sticks in a lot of people's craw, maybe including internally, because he came in angry and he went out angrier.
Correct. He beat up a water cooler.
Right.
Which, by the way, I don't know if people know this in baseball. Football is such an emotional sport. If somebody goes over there and beats up something on a football sideline, you're like, okay, football player goes crazy. That's, whatever. In baseball, when you do that, that is not well received in the clubhouse. Guys get it, but you are expected to sort of deal with your frustrations in a way that doesn't put it out there. And by the way, don't forget, you can get frustrated and have it go sideways in a dugout. Was it Carlos Rodon? He threw something or whacked something and then it hit Estrada. I think this was last year.
The bat.
Dude.
He kicked a bat and it flew up and hit his teammate.
I'm telling you, this was down in the minor leagues and I had never looked at it that way, but somebody got really frustrated in the dugout and I'm like, athlete gets frustrated. That happens. And the rest of the team was like, no, dude. No, you're not beating up the water cooler. And then when you find out that he's beating up the water cooler because you can't close out an 11-run lead and you're mad at the manager because you're too good to be in that situation. How do you think his teammates felt about that? I'll take a guess. Bad.
Especially his bullpen mates, because the only reason why he was in there is because the bullpen was taxed.
So taxed.
Right. So we need you just to go out there and get 3 outs. If you wouldn't mind, if you would trouble yourself to go throw some pitches. And, we could go to Tyler Fitzgerald. He's pitched, and he's pitched pretty well. But we'd rather have you, our closer, go in there and just do your job. Get some outs. So I do wonder what what the grace period is now for Camilo Doval. If they go out tonight, in your scenario, 5-3 lead in the 9th, and he gives up a 2 spot and you lose an extra innings, does he get another crack? How many more blown save opportunities does he get in this ultra important stretch?
I can't put a number on it yet. It's somewhat circumstantial.
It's more of a feeling. What do you feel?
What does the blown save look like? It's Colorado, and sometimes a run here or there is not really the pitcher's fault. If it's a 1-run game and guys are blooping balls in, somebody gets a little squibber down the third base line, you're not pulling Doval. If he goes in there walking people, dude, nobody's got time for that.
And I also think that it has to do with how he deals with the adversity that he faces.
I agree.
Because, that's been as big a part of the Doval story as the ineffectiveness. It's been the demeanor.
That 13-2 game where he came in and he gave up 4 runs and only got 1 out, he hadn't pitched in 4 days. In 4 days, he hadn't pitched. And the bullpen is so taxed. And he beats up a water cooler because you went to him and asked him to go get 3 simple outs? Yeah. I promise you, that raised eyebrows with teammates. Forget fans.
Undoubtedly. And just real quick before you go to the phones, for Grandy and for Lucas, the official Dibber Clause lock of the day is the over 10.5 Giants-Rockies, which means they're going to fade the Dibber and go with the under.
Kyle Harrison going to throw 7 shutty or something?
Yeah, no, he's saying bet the over.
Bet the over.
Wait, what are you betting?
I'm betting the over, which means they're going to bet the under.
Yeah,
That's
so
the
Kyle
bet.
Harrison 7 shutty.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
in Colorado. Yeah,
you said the over/under is 10.5.
Yeah, we're going over 10.5.
Who's pitching for the Rockies?
Cal Quantrill. He's all right, mediocre.
Yeah,
He's pretty good this year. Actually,
big right-hander. Yeah,
4.13 ERA. It's 92 degrees. You got some fresh legs and some fresh bats.
10.5. That's hot.
That's nothing in Colorado.
The Rockies don't.
The Rockies stink.
Yes, they don't. They don't hit.
Giants
they can't hit at Coors Field.
Giants will win this one 8-3. Go ahead and book it.
I like the under. I like
Everyone
the under.
likes the under but me. Fade the Dibber. Go ahead. You won't.
First and foremost, you're right. I won't.
I
won't. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live in the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Very patiently waiting, Oreo Cookie in Oakland. Hey, Cookie, what's up? What are you doing?
Hey, what up, man? Just coming on the freeway, coming from San Francisco into San Jose. But I feel a little bit weird calling into the game without a sports take. What I did want to do is I wanted to thank both of you guys. You guys have done a great job this week. And I did want to say on the way out, I want to do a little crop dusting and say, go to hell, Willard and Dibs.
Very good, Oreo Cookie. And he walked it off. That's a total crop dust. That's a Low Neal special right there.
No, he did it well, too.
Yeah, he did. And then he walked us off. Yeah, exactly.
That was funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, look, I don't know. You know, you're sort of asking how long's the leash. I don't know. You know, here's what I don't know about the bullpen. I don't know if the Giants feel like they got somebody else who's got that demeanor. Does Ryan Walker have that demeanor? Nobody, as much as he's so effective, nobody wants Tyler Rogers to close. No, you don't. No, you don't, Dibs. No, you don't.
He's second on the team in saves.
He is a very good relief pitcher, but nobody wants him to close.
Frisbee guy?
Nobody wants
him. Do you remember how we all reacted when he blew that save against the Mets in New York when Doval had pitched in like 4 straight games?
Yes, I do, Grandy.
I remember how I reacted.
Yeah, you wanted him off the team. Yeah. And he's like the best reliever on the team except for Ryan Walker this year. That's the guy I wonder about. Ryan Walker looks like he's got closer qualities to me. He's a strike thrower. He's got devastating stuff. He comes from a weird angle. He looks like a closer to me, or at least a temporary one.
You're describing Tyler Rogers.
No, because he throws the ball 96. Tyler throws 84. Like, that's the problem.
Comes from a weird angle. He's only walked 3 batters all year.
Yeah, that's tremendous, but he doesn't have strikeout stuff. The problem with Tyler Rogers in major leveraged moments is the inability to get the strikeout when you need it.
And also his misses are absolute restaurant quality meatballs.
Well, I don't mind.
When he makes a mistake, that thing gets hit 480 feet.
Sometimes. I mean, how many home runs has he given up this year?
He's given up 3 home runs.
How many has Doval given up?
Doval has given up 3.
Okay.
Also.
So, I don't know. Is he giving up meatballs? He is one of the most effective relievers on the team.
Yeah.
I have no problem with Tyler Rogers. I mainly don't like him in extra innings when you get an extra runner at second, because it's very easy for you to put the ball in play off Tyler Rogers and you can score runs without even getting a hit. So when you get into those really high leverage moments, you get a runner on base, what have you, you really want you want to rear back and see if you've got strikeout stuff. But as far as Tyler late innings, important moments, no issue. He's one of the best. But I think Randy Rodriguez someday could be a closer. I think Ryan Walker could be now. And I think that the Giants, they tipped you something last time Duvall was out there.
Yep.
When he gives up the 2-run lead Sunday against Minnesota, I think if he's on solid ground, Baumel goes, pitch out of it, dude. You got it. Runner at second, one out. Pitch out of it. He didn't do it. He pulled him. He pulled him right away. And he said, nope, we're not doing this.
No, and Bob almost pulled a hammy getting out there. Yep. He moved so quick.
And who did he go to? He went to Ryan Walker. And what did Walker do? He got out of it, and the Giants won the game. One batter later.
And that's what led me to ask you the question about how much leash does he have? I think it might just be one more of those type of outings where you decide, man, these games are high leverage now. These are really important. We may have to make that move, but if you do you lose Camilo Doval, because we know I don't know, fragile's probably a little too strong, but we do know that he's a little bit peculiar when it comes to his self-confidence.
I don't know if it is too strong.
Fragile?
I mean, that's what it feels like. That's probably a better word than the word that some have used, including myself, which is diva qualities. It's actually not that. I don't think Camilo is like, I'm better than everybody else. I don't know about that. He's not a me guy, but a couple of, at least I don't think, but a couple of these things start to feel like it. And it's kind of like when you're the loudest in the room, someone will be like, you're also the most insecure.
Always.
And that's what it feels like with Camilo. Like, we've watched him for 3 years, and you're like, my God, he's perfect for the closer role. He's got no heartbeat. He's just chilling. Well, he's not chilling anymore. And it does feel fragile. Like, he has let things that shouldn't get to him. That's a terrible characteristic for a closer.
Yes, especially when you're in these spots now where the rotation looks like it's going to be lights out. And based on this offense, you're probably going to be sitting in a lot of games that are going to be 4-3 or 3-2. I was just looking at the overall numbers on the year. When they score 4 runs, they're 38-18 this year. So if you can't get to the 4 runs, you basically don't win as a Giants team. And when you do get to 4, those are games you absolutely have to win, which means your closer's going to have to be able to preserve a 4-3 ball game.
Absolutely. Yeah, they're not going to outscore a lot of people. It's kind of funny. We get upset at that as Giants fans, and I'd argue that was a characteristic of the Giants teams that all won World Series. But it felt like, and this is why the core 4 got statues and a wall plaque last week, if you were up 3-2, you won that game. And this year, I don't feel that way. And it's not just Doval. You've heard me go off on this already. Their pitching staff in the first 97 games has been awful.
Yeah, it's been disappointing.
It has been absolutely awful, even though there are individuals we can look at and go, that's nice. Logan Webb has been himself. Tyler Rogers, very good. Ryan Walker is a revelation. There are other relievers who have been, I don't know, fine. Sean Jelly has come up.
Taylor Rogers has been really good.
Yeah, Taylor's been good. Sean Jelly has been like, okay, you found yourself. And then Jordan Hicks for the beginning of the year, that's good. But collectively, my God, your stats are terrible. You have huge names. Blake Snell, obviously, the injuries, the disappointment. It's been bad. And now you head to Coors Field. Like, if they want to rock in the second half of the season, that group's got to lead the way. We can look at the Giants lineup, even with new free agents like Soler and Chapman and the emergence of Ramos. I can look at that lineup and go, they're not giving you 6 runs a night. That's not happening. This team in this ballpark has always been built on pitching and defense, and it should be. And those two things need to be buttoned up starting right now. You've got to catch the ball when they hit it to you, and that pitching staff needs to be what they were cracked up to be. And the beautiful thing is right now, as FP said, they're set up to finally do it. There's no Blake Snell injury. There's no, hey, when's Robbie Ray getting here? There's none of that stuff.
The answer is this week.
You're here. Let's go now. Now's the time.
Yeah.
Period.
And the back end of that is if the starters come out and start to give you 5 and 6 innings of quality pitching, the bullpen's got to pick up their end of the bargain. Because you're right about the lineup and the order. They're going to produce everything that they can, but they're probably not going to go out there and score 8 and 9. Maybe they will today at Coors against the depleted Rocky pitching staff. But in general, you're going to have to rise and fall with your pitching, and it should be getting a lot better here in the next few days.
I mean, here's the wild thing, and I bet most Giants fans, if you ask, like, what are you frustrated about, or what do you see when you look at both sides of the ball? I would argue a lot of the voices, the tweets, and the criticisms get pointed at the offense. And this is a data fact. The offense has been better than the pitching.
Oh, yeah.
If you look at where they rank in the league, the Giants are a more effective offensive team than they are a defensive team. And that is stunning. Absolutely stunning. In this ballpark, with the pitchers that they brought in, it's absurd, quite frankly.
Yeah.
Could they be better offensively? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Could be, should be, all that stuff. But the problem, if you really want to circle problem number one, it has been the pitching.
Yeah, they're 8th in the National League in runs scored. And that is, that's really solid considering some of the teams that have, actually big bopper offenses.
Right. They're a middle of the pack offense. National League and Major Leagues. They're a middle of the pack offense. It's not great, but it's not embarrassing.
No. It's been solid, especially considering that they have no running game. And I'm interested to watch tonight and going forward. FP was mentioning how they're going to have a little bit more of a focus on the running game, and that means more Tyler Fitzgerald in my eyes, and maybe you start to get a little bit more hit and run, and you start to put more things in motion to try to create runs instead of just relying on what it's been this year, which is, we need 3 hits to score a run.
Give me a pitching stat that matters to you. A team pitching stat.
A pitching stat, probably ERA.
Okay, they're 23rd.
Yeah.
Out of 30 teams.
And that's starters and relievers are both 23rd, I believe. I think that they're both ranked 23rd.
Okay. The Rockies are 30th, by the way.
Pitching staff.
Yeah.
Hashtag bet the over.
Right.
But you guys want to fade the dibber, go ahead.
I mean, you want to do...
Not mad at it.
You want to do whip?
Yeah, let's do whip.
Whip and Nene? 26th. The Giants are 26th. How about batting average against?
Yeah.
Batting average against?
Yep.
28th.
In batting average against?
28th out of 30 teams.
Wow.
28th. Let's see. How about strikeouts? Strikeouts. San Francisco Giants are...
probably 23rd.
19th. A little bit better on strikeouts. How
about like on base? Although the whip would indicate that they're probably allowing a lot of walks. They're allowing a lot of hits, we know, the batting average, but walks, they're probably issuing the 22nd most walks.
Walks, the Giants, that's a good one. Let's talk walks. The San Francisco Giants have walked, let's see, they are 12th, but that's inverted. In other words, like the 12th most walks allowed.
Yeah, so that would be 19th, I think.
Yeah, 18th or 19th.
Yeah.
I mean, whatever. You can look at all these numbers. They're bad. They're bad. It's not like, that's a little disappointing. They're bad. They've been a bad pitching staff in the first 97 games.
Yeah, and here you get the real Snell appears to be back. His ERA is now plummeted to 6.31 rather. So you figure you're not going to have as much Keaton Wynn. You're not going to have openers. You got Robbie Ray and you got the real Blake Snell. All those metrics should change over the last 60-plus games.
6 teams have given up more earned runs than the Giants. 6.
That's it.
6.
Including the Rockies. Hashtag bet the over.
White Sox, D-backs, Marlins, Angels, A's. The company they keep, as far as the pitching staff, is like all of the teams. Like, when we go, there's only 5 teams that are like out of it at the deadline. It's those teams. That's the company the Giants are keeping as far as the pitching staff right now. All right. All guests on the 95.7 The Game guest line. It's the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. All right. Bonte and Joe are less than an hour away. Your next opportunity for the Klay Thompson package is at 1:11. Your call's next. 888-957-9570. We'll circle back to the question we started at the top of the show. Forget the baseball trade deadline. What about the San Francisco sports fan deadline? Are you a buyer or a seller with regard to the rest of the year, calendar year 2024, on the big three sports teams? We'll take your calls, 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibbs.
Hi, I'm John with Jack.
Now back to the morning roast on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Bonte and Shasky, here's Mark Willard and Dan Dibley.
All right, this has been a whole lot of fun this week. I really hope everybody had some fun with it. We're fully aware. There are plenty of you out there who are like, man, y'all should just do this full time. And then plenty of you out here who are like, please bring the roast back. Who the hell are you two, and what's your problem?
2 to 6, Monday through Friday.
We get radio. Yeah, like nobody's for everybody. But we hope you had a good time with it. As a little something different. We had a lot of fun with it. I think you're going to cry, actually, when you get back here at 2 o'clock Monday, is the way it feels to me.
Yeah.
Are you going to cry?
I won't cry, but it's going to be a readjustment. And I'll just say this. Well, first of all, doing the show with you and Grandy and Lucas, I'm really loving our team. But I also I love getting the day going and getting the day done.
Yeah, the weekend is here in 41 minutes.
Exactly. So I'm not going to cry on Monday, but I'll have to adjust back. And the thing about doing mornings is it does make me feel young again, because my humble beginnings in the business, even before I got on the air, I was doing mornings at KCBS as a little producer behind the scenes and, in my 20s. And so when I get up and do the mornings again, it makes me feel like I'm a young person all over again.
Yeah, this is back to the roots for me as well. I do miss, there's a number of things that I miss. You want to know what one of them is? The crossover.
Yeah.
Yeah. I miss.
I had crossover envy yesterday when I heard those guys and they were doing their cold takes exposed, and the four of them are having fun, and I'm watching on YouTube, and I was like, man, I miss those guys.
Yeah.
It's bothering me.
It is. And so we'll see them. We'll see them at 1:48 on Monday, and looking forward to that. Miss those guys and that fun segment for sure. You know what I don't miss? Jolt Cola. Do you remember Jolt Cola?
Jolt.
Do you remember that?
Of course.
Grandy, Lucas, do you guys know Jolt Cola?
No idea.
I have no clue what you're talking about.
I actually do.
Okay, I'm not surprised.
It was Red Bull before Red Bull.
Captain
basically.
Sugar over here.
Yeah.
Actually, but
I don't know if I've ever had it, but I remember the brand.
Do you? This will shock you because I just looked it up.
Okay.
When do you think they stopped doing Jolt Cola?
Stopped doing Jolt?
Actually, when did they start and when did they stop? What's your guess?
They started making Jolt probably Jolt. I remember the commercial. Jolt feels like it was in my high school era, so I'm going to say Jolt came out in 1983.
Ooh, really good guess.
Thank you.
Really good guess. Let's tell him what he's won. Nothing. 1985.
Okay.
I'll give it to you.
Yeah, 1985. When do you think they stopped making Jolt Cola?
Well, these are the things where it usually goes on a lot longer than you think, even though you haven't thought of it or tasted it or drank it. I think it went on and on a lot longer, but Grandy doesn't know what it is.
Never heard of it.
And he's 28, so that means if he was 12, he would have known about it 16 years back. I'm going to say they stopped in 2007.
2007 is Dib's guess. 2007, that is 17 years ago.
Yeah.
Jolt Cola was being made until March 29th, 2019.
Wow.
They made it 5 years ago.
That's crazy.
Where the hell were you, Grandy? What, have you never been to a gas station
That's
before?
a great question. I don't know.
What's the matter with you?
Well, don't forget, this is the guy who doesn't drink caffeine because he's better than everybody
Yeah.
else.
Also, don't drink soda.
Or
Fair
nap.
point. Yeah.
Doesn't nap.
Absolute weirdo. But anyway, here's why I brought up Jolt Cola.
I was wondering.
For those of you who don't know, I like that you said it's Red Bull before Red Bull, but it was soda like Coke or Pepsi. It was that kind of a soda. And it was sweeter than Lucas's latte. You should see this guy order a latte. It's hilarious. They're like, how many pumps of vanilla? He goes, just keep going. Keep going. I'll tell you when to stop.
When.
Yeah, just keep
I'll say
keep pushing that thing, and when the cup is overflowed, give it a few more, and then we'll get out of your way. So anyway, Jolt Cola was just that. It was a jolt to your system. It was an absurd amount of sugar.
The initial slogan, real quick.
Yeah.
All the sugar and twice the caffeine.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did not hide from what they were. And in a way, I kind of liked them for that. I had some Jolt Cola because it came out when I was 10 years old. And then when I get to high school, that's officially the time in your life where you're like, I don't care about anything. I'm bulletproof. I do this with the kids all the time. All the time. And at 9 o'clock, we've had dinner. Dad, can we go get crumble? Dude, you've already had 3 desserts. And no, don't get crumble. Ooh, what's the matter with you, Mr. Fluffy Pants? Fine, go get diabetes. Go do whatever you want to do. Because at that age, you don't care. And quite frankly, there's no cost. You can eat a bowl of ice cream in a serving dish, and it doesn't affect you. You don't gain a pound. I get it. So that was when Jolt Cola was big. And they were like, yeah, this is who we are. We're like, drink a bunch of us. We'll kill you. And we don't care. Jolt just popped into my head because that was the word that I'm thinking about and that we're talking about with our Bay Area sports teams.
Need a jolt.
We need a jolt. We need a jolt. We need a ridiculous amount of caffeine. We need an absurd amount of sugar. We need a jolt right now because really, ever since the Niners lost the Super Bowl, I do think we've been in a temporary sports depression. I do. The Warriors didn't even make the playoffs. The Giants are like, hey, we're going to spend money. More losses than wins. And then what are the side stories? Oh, by the way, while you're not making the playoffs, one of your all-time greats who's going to have a statue someday, yeah, he gone. Bye, Klay. Oh, and meantime, hey, Niners, I know you're going to be good, but your best receiver, he's mad. He's mad, and he may never not be mad. And we don't know what's going on with his future. That's been our reality now for, 4 or 5 months?
Since February 11th. February 11th was the day of the Super Bowl, and I was watching it at home with the wife and the baby, and it's like, they're going to do this thing. Oh, my God. They may not do this thing. Overtime. Oh, God.
Yeah.
And then they lose. And the next day, the Warriors went out, and they beat Chicago to get to 18-20. But from that point forward, so they were 17-20 when the Niners lost the Super Bowl. And so the Niners or the Warriors from there would go 29-17 and then lose the play-in.
Yeah.
And then Klay leaves. And so it feels like the Warriors have taken a little dip. You mentioned the Giants, and here we are 3 games below 500, and we're all fighting for that third wild card.
And I'm not even bringing up other stuff, too. There's other stuff, like Oakland fans. The A's are like, yeah, we're leaving. Okay.
Yep.
I mean, our wins have been few and far between, and I'd argue that they're kind of small. Like, and I don't mean
Macklin Celebrini.
Small. Okay, there you go. That's a great example. The Valkyries being announced.
Yeah,
that's a wonderful thing. There's excitement about that. The ticket sales went really, really fast. Celebrini is a great example. There's little things here and there that you can sort of hang your hat on, but they haven't been that full, like, I can sink my teeth into it jolt, and we need one.
Yeah.
The first opportunity is going to be the San Francisco Giants. They get the first crack at a jolt, which is, can you uncork a winning streak sort of with a gun held to your head? Like, that's what it feels like. Winning streak now or we're out. That's what Farhan said last week, is it not?
Basically, I mean, really winning stretch. And let's take the next 11, and I do think it matters how you go about it. You sweep Colorado on the road, and then you take 3 or 4 from LA, and now you're 6-1 in the first 7 out of the break, and now you got some excitement. You go to LA and you take 3 or 4 from the Dodgers, even though they're a little bit depleted, doesn't matter. That's the Dodgers. Then Colorado comes here. Even if you split, now you've really made a move. You've gone 8-3 over 11, and you won 3 straight series. You pushed the Colorado one. However it goes, then you get to the deadline, and you're a game or 2 above 500. You're a game or 2 out of the third wild card. Now we've got something. And we've seen Robbie Ray as a Giant, and Blake Snell has 2 more outings where he looks like second half Blake, and Logan does Logan things, and Harrison's there, and now we have too many arms, and this team's humming, and Farhan's making moves. That's the kind of jolt you're talking about.
Second crack after the trade deadline, August 6th. Lauri Markkanen Day. Are you signing an extension with the Jazz? Or by then, are you going to be a member of the Golden State Warriors? And where is the Poughkeepsie kid? And where is JK? And where's Moses Moody? in what city will he do yoga next year? That's the next opportunity for a jolt. And then I would look at both franchises, and not like I'm holding the Warriors to the fire. They don't have to trade for Lauri Markkanen. I would suggest very much that they don't cave. You know, if it's a good deal, it's a good deal. But if it's not, wait. You've got time. There's a number of ways that you can play this. Don't do anything out of desperation. The Giants situation feels a little bit more desperate, a little bit more of a clock. But if either one of you fail to give us fans a jolt, well, both of these things lead right up to the start of the NFL preseason. So these teams do compete with one another for your entertainment dollar. And the Giants have got first crack to make it feel like 2024 is going to be a pennant race year. And then the Warriors are going to have the next crack to be like, do we do something that really leaves like an off-season imprint on our fan base and get everyone talking? And if not, well, then it's NFL season. And I'm fairly certain that team will give us a jolt.
Well, yeah, the jolt's already there. I mean, the only thing that would be jarring would be if they weren't very good. If they had bad things happen and they lost games and they really struggled and all of a sudden the Niners didn't look like a juggernaut, that would be a negative jolt. But I don't think that the Niners can give a jolt or need to give you a jolt. It's football.
No, they're
good.
Yes.
Here we go. So I don't think that there's a jolt that's necessarily going to happen unless you come out and you go, 7-0, and you got Kansas City week 7, you got Dallas week 8. Those are both at home, and Dallas is prime time. If you come out of that and you go into the bye and you're 8-0, okay, now we're on to a little bit of a different level of a jolt. But I think, to your point, the Niners can't really, nor do they need to, provide that jolt. No, it's football. They're good. Here we go.
Yeah, I would argue that there's actually only a small set of circumstances that would lead the 49ers to be kind of that reverse jolt. And it's like if, something
don't even
goes
put a name to it.
All haywire.
Right.
But no, the 49ers will be a jolt upon arrival. But that is a failure of the Giants and Warriors if the next jolt after the 49ers in the Super Bowl is the 49ers again. You were given 6 months to get us excited. And what has happened in those 6 months? Well, you signed Blake Snell, and so far, that's been a big old L. I'm glad that he looks good now. I'm glad that he's on the team now. I never gave up hope that Blake Snell would be something in the second half, but to this point, that has not offered a jolt, and your record has not offered a jolt. And the Warriors were making a playoff push. They did not do it. And then they got to the offseason, and fans were thinking, ooh, like Paul George, like what's going to happen? Nope, you got Buddy Hield and Slow-Mo. Like literally the acquisition you got is nicknamed Slow-Mo. And it's appropriate because that's what the last 5 months have felt like. They felt like they're in slow-mo.
Yeah, and for the Warriors to provide a jolt, really the only one they could do would be Lauri Markkanen or another trade between now and the start of the season, and that's really unlikely. And so for the Warriors, the biggest jolt they can deliver is not going to be till October. And the Giants really have center stage to maximize on what a jolt could be. It would be a trade acquisition, or it would be a great run between now and September. Those are things that they could do before the 49ers opener on September 9th.
Markkanen would count, don't you think?
For sure.
I get that there's no games.
Even Brandon Ingram Zach LaVine would be a jolt if you traded for him. People don't necessarily like it or want them to do it, but that would be a jolt. That would be a shock to the system. Any trade you made between now and the season that involved players' picks and the acquisition of somebody who we know, that would be a jolt, like it or dislike it.
Can I promise you something right now?
Go ahead.
The Warriors will not acquire Zach LaVine.
Of course. Of course not.
That's
the last thing that they need.
Here lies, on 95.7 The Game, home of the Warriors. Rest in peace. In the cemetery. Here lies.
We used to do this bit.
The Zach LaVine talk. Please. I am reporting this. I am telling you this. You can stop. Zach LaVine is not going to be a Warrior.
Of course.
Under any circumstances, no way. No, don't.
I was just using it as an example of what a jolt would be.
Yes, I know, and I know.
I don't advocate for the trade. I don't think it's a possibility.
I just want everybody to know this: the Warriors will not be acquiring Zach LaVine under any circumstances at all. No way, no how, no shape, no form. You can go ahead and put it in a bottle and set sail. It is absolutely 1,000% off the table. I hope we're good here.
Oh, we're good.
Let's move on to other names. That's a no from them, dog.
I think Brandon Ingram is in the same category. Maybe not as 100% ironclad, but they're not going to acquire Brandon Ingram.
Agreed.
And whether it's the whispers of he and Steve Kerr not seeing eye to eye when Steve had a chance to coach him internationally, but I think as all eyes are on Lauri Markkanen.
They're not
if they
interested.
don't acquire Markkanen,
they're not interested in Brandon
they're not going to provide any jolt. The schedule comes out in about 4 weeks. That'll be a mini jolt. The schedule. How many national games do they have?
I don't know.
Do they play on Christmas?
Yeah, there's that. The only schedule release that really hits is the NFL. It's the only one. I know the NBA does it, and there are certain. You're right. Christmas, we look at that. But who
will they be grouped with on the in-season tournament? The IST, the all-important IST grouping.
The funny one to me is when baseball clearly you can see when baseball's over in the corner going, hey, well, but what about us? Like they try to be like the NFL and the NBA. I don't know how many of you even saw this. Baseball did a big schedule reveal yesterday.
It's so funny you say that because I saw a tweet from the Oakland A's talking about their 2025 schedule, and I thought to myself, what the blank? The 2025 schedule is out? We're barely halfway through this one.
It's the All-Star break, and so baseball's trying to take a page from the other leagues and go, okay, let's be strategic let's get ourselves in the news. And the Giants did a funny little thing, actually, that I thought the Giants made a nice social media post. They got a bunch of their players to draw freehand the logos of the other teams at specific series, and then they showed you when they're going to play those teams. And it was kind of funny to watch the guys freehand the logos. Matt Chapman's logo of the Mets, which is the most intricate logo probably in sports. I was like, oh, that wasn't terrible. I can't believe you even knew all of that about the Mets logo with all the little things in there. It was kind of creative, but the mere idea of it is really funny. It's hysterical. The schedule reveal, I looked at the Giants schedule. Guess who they're playing? The Padres. 4 times. We already knew that.
Yeah, June 1st, June 2nd through 5th, actually. It is interesting that they open up in Cincinnati.
Is it?
They open up in Cincinnati.
Why is that interesting?
And then they have an off day. Because Cincinnati used to be the traditional opening game of every MLB season. Cincinnati would play the first game of the year always. So next year, the Giants will have the traditional opening game at Cincinnati.
Slates.
That's right.
Yeah, let's go ahead. Let's get Austin. It's the Austin Slater Bowl. It'll be huge.
Also on the schedule, they play against a team May 16th, 17th, and 18th called ATH. The Athletics.
Oh.
Every other team on the schedule is a city. Like the Dodgers are LAD.
Are they not going to call them?
They're listed as ATH.
Are they not going to call them either of the cities?
They're not calling them SAC.
And they're not going to call them OAK?
No. They're just listed on the schedule as ATH. I found that to be curious.
I hadn't even asked that. What are they when they're in Sacramento?
Who are you?
What are they called? Are they called the Sacramento A's?
The Athletics baseball team.
Are they called the Washington Commanders?
I think Grandy said it. The Athletics baseball team.
The California Athletics of Sacramento.
Also wordy but accurate.
I know you guys are all giving fun ideas. Does anybody know what are they called next year? Because it's offensive to call them the Oakland A's, but you can't call them the Vegas A's yet either. Thank you, Roxy. And I want, you're not going to call them the Sacramento A's because that feels too fleeting. What are they called?
Boy, that's a great question.
I don't know. ATH. All right. But yeah, baseball schedule reveal. There's basically one question in 2024 when your baseball team schedule comes out for the following year. Do they go somewhere cool in late June, July, or early August that we could all go on vacation? Do they go to Boston? Do they go to New York? Is there somewhere that they don't usually go where we could go, and while we're on vacation, we catch a Giants game? And by the way, the answer is no.
Really quick, just 1 second. The A's officially, they have announced they'll just be called the A's or the Athletics for short when they're in this limbo.
They're just going to be called the A's.
No city attached.
They should be called the Limbo A's. I like that. The Limbo A's. Just the A's.
They should be called the F's.
Yep.
But anyway.
Anyhow.
Yeah.
The fact that the schedule got snuck out tells you all you need to know about Major League Baseball.
It's cute that you tried baseball. Oh, let's do it. What are we going to do for our big schedule reveal? How come you and I haven't played win-loss yet?
For next year?
Yeah.
I got the Giants at 83 and 79.
Okay.
Mark. I can walk you through it.
Let's go game by game. Yeah.
Maybe tomorrow.
Game 2 in Chicago, July. What do you think?
That's a loss, Mark.
That's a loss from you, dog.
It's a bullpen game.
Right, Tibbs, you taking the over or the under, so I know what to bet.
Yeah, I'll wait till the line comes out. Your boy's going to be running hot here in a minute.
Baseball, you're so cute.
I do like the NBA schedule release because you get the national games and you get to see how many back-to-backs. So there are things about it, like baseball schedule. Are there cool trips? Who do you have in the opener? And that's about it. Like, where are the Dodger games? Because this year, this is it for the Dodgers, right?
They're either in L.A. or San Francisco.
No, but where on the schedule?
Oh, do they play them again, you mean?
My point is, isn't this the last series that they have against the Dodgers coming up?
I think you're right.
Or is there one more?
No, I think you're right. I think this is it.
And so
these 4 in L.A.
That, to me, becomes an interesting part of the baseball schedule nuance.
Yeah, there's no more Dodgers after this week.
Right. So when you look at...
Which is wonderful, by the way.
It's terrible.
I know what you mean, but from a standing standpoint, great. Let's get them the hell off the schedule.
From a, hey, America, be interested in our product
You're 100%
standpoint,
right.
it's a joke.
Yep. You're absolutely
It's a joke. So, and just the way that this new balanced schedule is, I hate it. So the Giants' last series, at Baltimore for 3, at Kansas City for 3, at Arizona for 3, fine, and then St. Louis. 9 of your final 12 are not divisional games. The entire last 3 weeks should be divisional games. And that's what it used to be when you played each other 19 times.
It's balanced now.
In this cockamamie, we're going to play you 12 times, Rob Manfred world. I don't like it. It's stupid.
I love when you get a cockamamie in there. That's my favorite. I do like that.
Sam Lubman actually was running hot yesterday, anti-pitch clock. And he was making some interesting points.
What?
Games are too fast now. Baseball's become too fast.
Well,
and he's not wrong.
Yes, he is.
Baseball, there's a happy medium. 2 hours and 17 minutes, the last game the Giants had.
But that's not the average. That's rare.
The average is about, 240?
235, yeah.
Yeah, that's too fast.
Why?
I would agree with him because you don't have enough time to enjoy the experience.
I've been to a bunch of games. I've totally enjoyed the experience. There's plenty of time.
Yeah, I enjoy it about 12% less. I need a game to be a little bit longer.
I mean,
my solution, eliminate the pitch clock after the 7th inning. Let's get back to some real high leverage. Let's think about it baseball.
You guys are wrong on this one. The whole pace of the whole thing works way better. I get what you're saying. If you want to eliminate it in the late innings in the playoffs, if you want to,
it just saps a little of the drama late in games.
Yeah, and I get it. Like the only thing where I'd say that there's a point there is like if I want to go get a food item, I have to be very strategic about it because I might miss an inning and a half
or more.
You could, but outside of that, two and a half hours is great. And by the way, just because you see the last Giants game was 217 does not mean that there weren't 217 games before. There were.
Very rare.
Rick Russell used to pitch games, and they would be 2 hours and 11 minutes.
Now we're going back to the era where most games were of that length.
Oh, no, they weren't. I mean, they were like 3 minutes shorter on average. But Big Daddy, he worked quick. Work quick. There's too many guys. It's like golf, dude. You can be like, I love being out here in the sun. I got 5.5 hours for this. But, dude, this is no, I don't want to go to each tee box and wait for 11 minutes and get tight before I have to hit my next shot. Let's go. Give me something to watch. Like, don't just stand there looking at each other, throw over to first. Holy hell. Good God, what is that even? When's the last time someone got picked off at first because you did that quirky little, I'm going to third, waka, 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 I'm actually going to first. You haven't gotten someone out on that since 1987. What are we doing? Let's go. Play ball.
Get down to the last 2 innings, and let's get back to, enhancing the drama. Get the pitch clock off, and we'll get into some real drama. We have timing rules that are different in almost every sport. Football, you get down to you get the 2-minute warning, and you get.
Yeah, but the play clock doesn't change because it's late.
The play clock doesn't, but the timing rules change when you get under 4 minutes. If you get knocked out of bounds under 4 minutes, the clock stops.
I think it's 5, but yeah.
Whatever. Yeah, you get the point.
I got your point.
So there are different sports that have different rules for different times of the game.
But that's not for the viewing experience. That's for the ability to catch up.
Which is for the viewing experience.
I mean, I guess it's a little bit more indirect, but I understand what you're saying. Anyway,
I'm not going to spend too much time worrying about it.
Everybody's got room for look, whatever, however you like watching stuff. But I can promise you this: that's a minority opinion. That the pitch
I'm not afraid to be in the minority opinion.
I know you.
Minority Report. Tom Cruise.
I know you're not. But you were saying that Sam had some interesting points or some good points.
Struck me yesterday because he came out hot about the pitch clock.
What else did he have?
That was basically it. Just games are too fast, and he doesn't have a. He was saying how he turns to the person next to him, and you turn back to watch the game, and you've missed 3 batters.
Stop turning to the person next to you. What the hell? What do they got going on? So basically, what you're saying is a guy who goes to every Giants game, like faithfully, and usually with a credential and on his own, like. If there's nothing else going on in life, I'm going to the game. That person thinks that it's moving too fast. I would argue that person is a unique person.
Yeah, unique. You know the person, and you know the person is unique. So that goes without saying.
Yeah. I just got a text from the lovely Christy. What do you want to bet that this is about the pitch clock? I haven't looked at it yet. I bet she's listening right now.
She's always on topic.
Well, not just that. She has probably gone to her last game if they give up the pitch clock.
She likes the pace.
In the second inning, she's like, "Are we good? Moving along. It's getting cold. The sun's going down. Chop, chop. Get to the plate. Let's go." Let me see what she said. Hang on. Maybe it's about something completely different.
Tell Dibbs to mind his own business.
Oh, yeah, no, it's about something else.
Okay. There you go. Not listening.
She's driving it. No, they're driving out on Highway 5. They're heading out of town for the weekend. But anyway, yeah, like I hear way more positive on the pitch clock than anything else. But anyway, that's neither here nor there.
It's positive. I think you could just eliminate it after the 7th, and you can get back to, because I love the high tension moments, especially in the playoffs, where you got a runner on second and there's 1 out in a 1-run game in the 8th, and the closer's out there sweating. You get different camera shots, and it really builds the drama instead of having to worry about pitch clock down to 4. And now we got to rush our way through it.
I mean, dives into what we've been saying all day, quite frankly. Dives into the drama. We want drama. We want that feeling. That's what's been missing. That's what has been missing for my experience over the last handful of months. And so, yeah, the Giants are going to get the first crack here. And these are huge games, even though for some of you it may not feel like it. It may not feel like when you turn your TV on tonight at dinner time and the Giants are playing the Rockies and here's a parade of Rockies you've never heard of. It may not feel dramatic. I'm telling you right now that the anxiety and the stress inside the hallways of the San Francisco Giants baseball club turned all the way up to 10 right now. Turned all the way up to 10. They are late in the game, and I'm not going to use the word everything because that's not fair. That's too all-encompassing, but way too much has gone wrong. Way too much, from Snell's injury to Lamont Way's injury to Jorge Soler's strikeouts to whatever it is you want to put on that list. Way too much has gone way too wrong, and what may feel to you, the fan, like, well, this is what I expected. I expected the Giants to be around 500 and not good enough. They didn't. And when you start looking at who they stack up against, to have a $200+ million payroll and have the same record as the Reds, I'd argue that should not have been what you expected. You should have expected more, and they did. And they were right to expect that, and they're right to be very, very upset with where they sit today.
And it's just where you sit today, and the race is not yet run, and you do have 11 more games before the deadline where you either get better or you offload some pieces or you do nothing. This might be one of those stand-pat deadlines where you think, all right, Robbie Ray is our deadline acquisition, and we're getting him back, and Alex Cobb will get him after the deadline, theoretically. And so you might look at your team and think that it's not worth it to go out and make a move. I do like what you said about Jazz Chisholm as a possible piece, and FP's all for it. You get a little bit more utility help, and you get some speed, and what'd I say?
No, you mentioned what FP said about that conversation, and it sparked something that I didn't follow up with you. Wasn't it amazing how quickly he responded when we asked him about Luciano?
Oh, yeah.
He was like, bye.
Well, yeah, and he's been one who I think is of the mind that he's not a shortstop. And, FP played shortstop in the bigs. I don't know if you knew that.
I did.
But
I learned that.
He's a guy
again today.
So when FP sees players not making the simple fundamental play, I think that really kind of bothers him.
Yeah, Marco Luciano, the promise that he has been, I think we, for the last 4 years, would have been like, that's absolutely off the table. That's totally untouchable. For the first time in his Giants farmhand career, it does not feel like that today.
Yeah.
I would be very open in the right move to making that move. We'll see how they do it. All right, this has been a ton of fun. Let's go Fast Five.
It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity.
You want to go first or you want to go last?
I'll go first.
Okay.
And just say how excited I am for next week, because we're going to be down there at 49ers training camp. Mm-hmm. I'm looking for a wide brim hat, sunglasses, and sunscreen.
How about a fedora?
Not wide enough.
Okay.
I'm going to need something a little bit wider because we're going to go down there and we're going to see the San Francisco 49ers running around in helmets and shorts. And they're not going to be playing real football, but it's going to feel like football is here, and I'm ready for it.
Just remember, my Pearsall video is coming.
Okay.
Oh, he's the next big thing. I forgot to mention that this is the Xfinity Fast Five, where we give our final thoughts on the show. And it's brought to you by the Next Generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Let's go live to the other room where Mark with a C and Director of Sports Lucas Alexander are standing by with these thoughts.
I have two final thoughts. I'll make them quick. We were talking about Jolt Cola earlier.
Yeah.
For anybody wanting to get something with the namesake Jolt on it, they still make Jolt gum, energy gum.
Oh.
So you can find that.
Do they make gear? I want a hat or something like that.
I'm sure you can find it.
Yeah, I want
Pretty cool logo.
I want a Jolt retro T-shirt, something like that.
And for you kids out there, if you find a Jolt Cola, don't mix it with Pop Rocks. It'll make your stomach explode.
Is that a fact?
I remember
As
that.
kids, there was a thing called Pop Rocks, which was a candy that like fizzle popped in your mouth.
They're definitely still around.
Okay, and if you would they always said, if you drank Jolt Cola and you put Pop Rocks in there, your stomach would literally explode.
Yeah, exactly. It was terrifying.
Yeah, it's terrifying.
It's like, whoops, I forgot I had some Pop Rocks
I tried to get that in earlier in the show. But
Is that like the old school Mentos and Diet Coke?
Exactly.
Totally.
Basically.
Boy, remember Mentos commercials?
Yeah.
Remember those? The Fresh Maker?
Dang.
Dude, they were super weird.
Rated PG-13.
Yeah, they were. All right, Lucas, you had another thought?
Yeah, it's real quick. As the lone non-morning person working with 3 morning people, I will never take for granted sleeping in just to 7 a.m. moving forward. So shout out Spadoni and Sam for getting up at this hour that we've done this week.
I see. I'm the opposite. All the people are like, "Oh my god!" It was funny too. Actually, Shasky earlier in the week tried to give me some advice, You know, and he's like, by Wednesday,
right?
I'm like, dude, I've done this for years. Just haven't done it for a while. And you want to know how many naps? I set the over-under at 0.1 nap. You want to know who won?
Pay the under.
Pay the under. I ain't napping this week. What kind of napster are you?
Took 2 good ones. Yesterday was a great one.
Grandy didn't nap either. I don't know if you heard.
Mark with a C.
Did you guys know that on this day, 64 years ago today, Juan Marichal made his MLB debut? He pitched a one-hitter.
I saw that.
Giants against the Phillies. They won 2-0, his first complete game and start of a dream come true. It's what he put up on Twitter. My final thought is please don't let anything happen to Juan Marichal. We lost Willie Mays. We lost Orlando Cepeda, Willie McCovey earlier. Juan Marichal, one of the last of the great ones from that era of Giants baseball. Keep him safe.
I love that. And by the way, 64 years ago today, also, that was the last complete game in Major League Baseball. Mine is super quick and easy. All I want to say is thank you to any new listeners who maybe got to dabble here with Willard and Dibbs this week. And then also for old listeners, for anybody out there who might, like, you know, especially you big fans of the roast, and we just like infiltrated your world this week. Thank you for your openness to letting us all mess around and do a little something different this week. As you were, back to Wiggins coming up on Monday. But thank you. It was wonderful to talk to new people and old people at a new spot, at least for a few days.
Yeah, and for you and I, it's almost a 4-day weekend.
Night.
76 hours before we do it again.
Night. Yeah, it's going to be a minute. Although I'm on Fox twice this weekend, so I'm just working again tomorrow. But anyway, what's coming up in the game is Bonte and Joe, everybody, and another chance to win the Klay Thompson Bobble Pack and qualify for the jersey. And it's brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking, no compromises. You want to do it again tomorrow?
No.
Day after that?
Nah.
How about Monday?
I'm in.
All right, let's do it. 2 o'clock Monday. We'll be back then for Dibbs, for Granny, for Lucas. I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
All this week, our lineup is going to be jacked up.
And it's only for 1 week only. 1 week only.
It'll be Willard and Dibbs from 6 to 10.
Come on, let's go.
Let's do this.
Let's go.
No
I
doubt.
couldn't be more ready.
Fonte and Shasky from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
What is that?
I'm ready to go, dog. I'm not used to being on at 10:04.
And Steiny and Guru from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m.
The Patron had been hit. The bottle that I just purchased was half empty, Steiny.
All brought to you by Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
The piping in your house is responsible for providing a safe, reliable flow of water throughout your property. If you're concerned about your home...
No. Cut this music. Play our music. It's a Friday. You ain't got no job. You ain't got things to do.
Good for you. Thanks.
Oh, baby!
Oh, I love that. I love that. I love that. Inject that into my veins, baby.
Let's
on a
go.
Friday, a payday Friday / Bay Area Friday. And yeah, we're all jacked up, but it doesn't matter. You got the same Butch. You got the same Bonte from 10 to 2. Steiny Goo from 2 to 6, presented by Jack's Restaurant and Bar. Will and the Diz can now go to sleep. They'll be back at 2 to 6 on Monday. I'm a little depressed this morning. I'm not going to lie. We did get paid. It's a payday Friday. Some people do have jobs.
Money time! Money time!
It is money time.
Transfer time! Transfer time!
Well, actually, it's the middle of the month. I don't have to. Oh, actually, the credit card bill's due, and it's not looking pretty right now. But you know what? It is what it is. But I'm a little depressed because we got to go back to sleep at 8 o'clock at night on Sunday. We'll get there. We're going to have a lot of fun, man. We got a lot of fun today. Shout out to our friends at Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. If they're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. And oh, by the way, good. I guess, could we still say good morning? Yeah, that's good morning to the late graveyard shift workers, to the overnight dancers who work the late shift, and good afternoon to the overnight dancers getting ready for the brunch schedule at the Go Club. You know, the matinee special. You know what I'm saying?
Spagoni, you are just a chef's kiss all week.
Good morning to everybody out there, the baristas, the security guards, beauty drivers, everybody out there. Drive safely here on a Friday. Look, the Giants are back in town.
That's not the biggest story.
I know. I'm just brushing through it.
Okay.
Because we got Fleming at 12:30.
Yeah, don't bury the lead.
Yeah, I'm not burying no leads. Not burying no leads yet. But we're going to have some fun. We may not have an opening segment like yesterday, but you know what? It is what it is. Pressure. Who's got the most pressure? This 49ers team possibly may have the most pressure for a Bay Area sports team in over 20 years.
It's not
we'll
the
get to
number
that.
one story.
What's the number one story,
The
Shasky?
number one story in life right now is that the world's servers are down and you can't order Starbucks ahead of time.
That is tough. Also, people have to wait in line for Starbucks.
It's just, you can't order anything. It sounds like everybody's POS is down right now.
Well, everybody's at the airport. Hey, you know what? Everybody at the airport, I feel bad for you. People have canceled flights. You're not going to make your vacation trips. You're not going to make your bachelor parties, whatever. What a weird, it doesn't feel like a conspiracy.
What?
That the servers all of a sudden went down.
I don't know. But the irony is like, aren't these the same people that create all of these like what do they call those training videos, those horrific training videos we all have to do? Yeah. You could get cyber attacked. And don't open up any phishing emails. And then all of a sudden now, like, the world's servers are down. At least YouTube is up.
Hey, that's what somebody just said. Jason Missler said that. At least YouTube is up. And we got our chat. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We are giving away our jersey today, and it's pretty sweet. A little bittersweet, but an autographed Klay Thompson jersey. Going to have to listen around 111. And I feel like the Klay Thompson jersey will still be a popular jersey here in the Bay Area, Shasky.
I totally agree.
You know, there's certain guys where they leave and you still rock the jersey. Like I heard you in the green room earlier, and I'm the same way with you. I still have my authentic TL jersey. Mm-hmm. I still have a lot of jerseys that when guys move on, Jerry Rice or whatnot.
So one that's controversial that I don't think a lot of people will agree with me, I still have a Kevin Durant the Town jersey.
You should.
But I don't know how received it would be walking down the street.
Now that I think about it, I don't see a lot of Kevin Durant jerseys at Chase Center.
I know.
Dude, which is kind of, now that I see the Jay Rich, I see Baron Davis.
I see the Nick Van Exel.
I see Monte Ellis. I don't see a lot of KD jerseys.
Yeah, it's about as rare as a Jason Caffey jersey.
Wow. Number 35?
Was it 21 or 35?
Was he 35 with the Bulls? Or no, I know he signed a 5-year, $35 million deal with the Warriors.
35 or 21. I actually probably see more Brian Cardinal, the custodian jersey,
yeah,
than I do KD these days.
That is sad. That is sad. But like Deion Sanders moved on to our hated rival, the Dallas Cowboys, and you still see primetime jerseys everywhere.
It took time. I went to a lot of Niner games in the 90s. Now, jerseys aren't what they are now. Like now, everyone's wearing jerseys.
Right.
In the 90s, like some of the crowd was wearing jerseys.
Right.
And there's statements that you're making because of the jersey you're wearing. But I feel like because so much time has passed, I'm not sure if you would have wore the Deion jersey year one when he signs with Dallas.
Yeah, that Clay jersey. Look, Chris A. from Oakland, Xfinity Mobile text line. Mitchell and Ness Clay Warrior jersey is going to hit different. It's going to hit different. Well, I want to know if any Warrior fans are going to buy a Klay Thompson Mavericks jersey. Highly doubt it. It says Dallas. We don't like Dallas.
Out.
Yeah, I'm out on that too. Look, let's have some fun before we get to the meat and potatoes here. Shaska, you sent the tweet from RG3, Robert Griffin III, and it's not what everybody thinks it is.
What do we think it is?
Well, Robert Griffin III said some controversial tweets, but
I like RG3.
He's very interesting. By the way, Mike Yastrzemski's hot in June. You see those numbers? Or July? You see those numbers?
Just stop.
Anyway, all right,
Mike Yastrzemski, look, nice guy. He is the symbol of why the Giants are boring.
Is it him or Austin Slater?
Until they move off him, they will be. You know who he is? This is exactly it. Bill Walsh had a great saying. He said, Steve DeBerg, he's good enough just to get you beat.
Yeah. Damn.
And that is Mike
He did say
Yastrzemski.
that.
He's just good enough to get you beat. Mike Yastrzemski equals Steve DeBerg. And as long as he's here, I love the guy. He's a nice guy. He's a nice guy. Steve DeBerg, nice guy. Inventor of the helmet communication for quarterbacks. Like, nice guy. But let's call it what it is.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
He's just good enough to get you beat.
I hear you. And I want to get everybody involved. Pardon me in this next topic here. 408 Xfinity Mobile text line. We don't like KD like that. He was great with us, but I lost all respect for him when he left OKC.
How could you lose respect?
It's just crazy. That's crazy.
Like you had a respect meter, and it was through my cup. It runneth over while we win championships, and then it depletes down to zero when he leaves.
Don't say that again.
KD literally tore his Achilles from the organization in the region, and he lost respect.
I think when
he didn't have to come back in Game 5, he really didn't.
But similar to Deion, I believe that once his playing career is probably concluded, we will get more Kevin Durant jerseys. Like, for example, it was taboo when T.O. left and went to the Eagles. You didn't rock the T.O. jersey right away. My buddy Della had a T.O. jersey. He ripped the placard off.
Really?
And then got Woods put on there, and then eventually, I believe he ripped that one off because Rashawn
Woods, Biletnikoff winner at Oklahoma State.
Just such a sad.
Which is why I don't want to trade Ayuk, because for our many Ayuks, we don't get too many Ayuks. We get a lot of Rashawn Woods and AJ Jenkins. All right,
but like I didn't see a lot of T.O. jerseys while he was still playing until afterwards.
Yeah, I still wore mine though. No, I still wore mine.
Look, a lot of people did, but I'm just saying, like,
I hear you.
Not like what you see now.
No doubt. Jay LaFrey on YouTube. Shout out to Jay LaFrey. Long time no see.
Yes.
You know someone is showing up with the Clay half Warriors, half Mavs jersey.
Yeah,
when they
don't
play.
Do that.
Yeah, there
Unless
will be
you're
somebody
his father.
doing that.
Like, I see Amon-Ra St. Brown's dad wearing the
half Bears, half Lions.
And it's an ugly jersey.
Yeah.
I mean, I love the guy, and he would rip my arms out of my sockets.
No doubt he will.
But, like, no, I'm not rocking that.
We should run into him on Christmas Day.
Amon-Ra St. Brown's dad?
They're going to be out. They go to every game.
Do you know German?
I don't know German. I just know that my boy was in Hamburg, Germany, in the Battle of the Titanics, Portugal or France, and the place was crackling. That's all I know about Germany. That's the only German I know. It was crackling.
So you think the Clay jersey I believe it'll still be really, really, really popular.
I do too. He's a splash brother. He is. And, I know everybody wants to make them Splash Buddy a thing with Buddy Hield. Let's not disrespect the Splash Brothers. That's an iconic nickname. That's one of the last great nicknames we have in sports, because everybody goes with their first name, and you know what I'm saying? Like, you get D-Wade and all that stuff, and I love D-Wade, but Splash Brothers,
I think
just hit differently.
The last two that I can think of that were great, Legion of Boom, Splash Bros, and they kind of were around similar times.
Yep, no doubt. But RG3, as we get back to RG3 for a second, because you sent this tweet, and I was like, oh, this is awesome. RG3, we have to settle this debate. Who are the top 5 fictional football players of all time?
Wow.
In RG3, number 5, Spencer James from All-American. He was unbelievable. Shane Falco, the replacements, number 4.
Okay.
Earl Maggette, the longest yard, number 3.
All right.
Bobby Boucher, number 2, Waterboy.
Okay.
And number 1, Steamin' Willie Beeman, any given Sunday.
Okay.
So
fictional football
players. His top 5 fictional football players.
Are you ready? You going to start with yours?
Spadoni. I want Spadoni and Lubman to write down their top 5.
Well, I want you to go first because I think you're going to have some of the ones I have.
All right, you want me to go?
And I have the ultimate, and I don't think you have mine.
Okay, all right. Number 5.
Go.
My top 5 fictional football players.
Number 5.
Rod Tidwell.
Ooh, show me the money.
Jerry Maguire, Rod Tidwell.
Based kind of loosely on Tim McDonald.
Yeah, but Tim McDonald's a safety. Rod Tidwell played wide receiver, but it was fictional, and he was a baller. The dances in the end zone, the yards after catch. Wasn't Ari Spears' brother? Disrespected the hell out of him?
Yes.
So Rod Tidwell, number 5. Number 4, I know you're not going to have this one. Lavender, Bird, Williams from Wildcats.
Wow.
Remember Wildcats?
Wildcat, great movie.
Great.
What's
Bird.
the woman's name?
Goldie Hawn. Goldie Hawn.
Yeah.
Football, they had the song. Football, they had the big
jerseys
boy.
were iconic. I thought they were the Raiders.
Yeah, they were sick. Bird was a bad man. He's my number 4 fictional football player. Number 3. He should be higher on my list, but how can it not be Alvin Mack from the program? Alvin Mack from the program, one of the sickest linebackers in fictional football history. He was sick, and the trash talk was next level. The trash talk got his leg broke. It cost him a job in the NFL.
Was it Lattimore who spit in his mouth, and then he spit back in his mouth?
Yes.
Probably not great in this post-COVID world we live in, but, I can dig it.
And Mack was dumb in the rocks. He did no homework assignments.
Yep.
He had a tutor basically doing all his homework. Mack was not smart, but he's my number 3 top fictional football player of all time. Number 2. It's steaming. Willie Beeman.
Oh, I love it.
Any given Sunday.
I love it.
He was sick. The option play with him and LL Cool J / James Washington in the movie. Willie Beeman, my number 2 fictional football player.
Okay.
And then number 1.
One.
It's not Icebox from Little Giants. No, it's not. It's not Omar Epps in the program. It's not Lattimore. It is Bobby Boucher from the Waterboy.
Really?
The guy had like 35 sacks in like 8 games. They won the Bourbon Bowl for crying out loud. He did everything. Blocked field goals, came up with sacks, drunk as well, and he was a water boy. Bobby Boucher, my number 1 football fictional character. That's my top 5 all time. Shasky, you're on the clock.
All right. Couple that you didn't mention. Tweeter from Varsity Blues.
Trust me. I thought about Tweeter.
Tweeter has to be in there. You got to have the little white guy.
He's in my honorable mention.
You got to have
Billy
him.
Bob's in my honorable mention.
You got to have Tweeter.
So he's in your top 5?
He's in my 3. He's number 3. I've
What?
got Alvin
Tweeter's
Mack.
number 3?
Yeah, I got Yeah.
Wow.
Number 2.
Number 5.
Wait, who's your top 5? You got to go 5.
Well, I got Alvin Mack, and then I got Waterboy. Got to have Waterboy.
All right, 5. Alvin Mack 5,
Yeah,
Waterboy 4.
yeah, so then number 2 is
Number 2.
born in November 7th, 1948, Chicago. His mother may have been an alcoholic. Star fullback from Polk High, Al Bundy.
I knew
You gotta have Al Bundy. If you didn't grow up when we grew up, Al Bundy is a legendary football player. Is he not?
He is a
Would've
legendary
went to college,
player.
but he broke his leg and got Peggy, I think, knocked up.
Yeah, and started selling women's shoes.
Doesn't know an Al Bundy in their day?
The number 33 Polk High jersey, pretty popular. You can go buy that jersey. It's a popular jersey.
Now, my number 1, no one's going to have this.
Number 1.
You can't have this, but
4 touchdowns, 1 game, Al Bundy.
let's just call it what it is.
He had 4 touchdowns. Al Bundy had 4 touchdowns, 1 game, did the Heisman.
I've been playing video games my whole life. I created a player a couple years back that won 12 Super Bowls and 14 MVPs. It's Joe Shasky's Madden player from 2018.
Oh, come on. Oh,
I'm just telling you.
Come on.
You're asking about fictional characters.
Come on. Oh, stop.
I finished with like 100,000 points.
Oh, my gosh.
You know how you have those all-time scores? You know what I'm talking about. Straight to the Hall of Fame.
And you get on me for bragging about the Albuquerque Thunderbirds with Lon Newton playing running back. Come on.
It bothers me.
Oh, that bothered
Now,
me.
I wanted to put Forrest Gump in there.
Yeah, I wanted
to put Forrest Gump in there. You know, when you do what he did, obviously, you got to be in there. But Bobby Boucher, Waterboy, is one of the all-times, okay? And I have to have the program in there. The program's one of my favorites. The other guy I wanted to put was Necessary Roughness's quarterback
he was
in
good.
there because
was
Necessary Roughness was one of my was it Texas State?
Texas State.
One of my
Sinbad.
favorite movies of all time.
Sinbad.
The Armadillos.
The Armadillos. Sinbad was
the
in that movie.
arm of the Armadillos. So, those are my list.
Oh, my God. Boo. Number 1.
Adam,
Boo.
it's too much for
Boo.
Top 5 players. We got calls coming up here, too. 888-957-9570. Fun segment to get into the show. Paul Crew, longest yard. That's a good one. Scott Bakula, Necessary Roughness. I'm not mad at that.
Necessary Roughness had Sinbad.
Yeah.
There was a lot of good characters in that. That was such a good movie.
That was a really good movie.
Now, Rudy is based on some truth, but to me, Rudy was such an influential movie in my life. I would throw Rudy in there, but it's clearly he's nowhere near what that player was.
I'm going to flush you for your number 1 player that nobody knows about.
That was funny.
I know. It was
because I knew you were going to have it. And how did you not have Al Bundy?
Because you see my list? Rod Titwell, Burt Williams, Alvin Mack. How did I not have Lattimore on steroids?
No Friday Night Lights?
Well, it's based off of a true movie.
I know. But
based on a real story. So Boobie Miles is a real person.
Okay.
There's like real footage of Boobie Miles breaking dudes off.
Oh, I didn't know it was completely real.
Yeah, I was top 5
they took
fictional.
Liberties. Yeah.
Top 5 fictional. I'm surprised you didn't even have Shane Falco on there.
No, I didn't really like The Replacements.
All right,
it was mediocre.
Let's get a caller here. We get
I think Al Pacino in Any Given Sunday is a classic.
Yeah, he might be my coach on this team.
It is a classic.
But you know what?
I think T.O. was in that.
Dude, listen to this. This is funny. You got to laugh at this.
Give it to me.
510. Xfinity Mobile text line. I also made Joe Shasky at Matt 19, and he was always on the non-football injury list.
That's good.
That's good. That's a 3.
Really good.
That's a 3.
Hey, look. I've upgraded. I created LJ in college football, and we're not sure he's athlete right now. We're letting the team decide.
Somebody 925 said Lucas almost died on the football field. 925. Lucas is always the movie on TV, on KTVU, and always with the commercial. I felt bad for Lucas, man. He got crushed. Let's go to Junior in San Jose with his top 5
what's
players.
Up,
we'll get Spinoni Love it in just a second. Junior, what's happening?
Hey.
What's up?
Hey, Shasky Bonte, what's up, man? How you guys doing?
Good. Give me your top 5. Top 5 fictional football players.
Top 5. All right. Hey, check it out. Spencer James.
Good call.
Boobie Miles.
Good call.
Boobie Miles.
Okay.
Tweeter. Alvin Mack. And Bobby Boucher.
There you go. Not a bad list, Junior. Not a bad list right there. Let's go to J-Dub in Union City. J-Dub, what you got? J-Dub?
Hi, guys. What's going on, man? How y'all doing?
Man, we can't complain.
Good. First off, I don't know. Maybe it's backyard football, backyard baseball. I don't know like if y'all played that or not. But Pablo Sanchez is number 1 all time for me.
Wow.
Gotta be.
Wow. Give me your top 5. I want to hear your top 5.
All right, I'm going to go Pablo Sanchez, Deacon Moss. We're talking about longest yard.
That's a good one.
Craig Shiloh. I don't know if y'all remember him from Blue Mountain State.
Yeah.
I can go Willie Beeman. And then I'm going Earl Meggett, too. I think that's pretty fun.
Nelly, longest yard. That's pretty good right there. That's pretty good.
I wanted to go with playmakers. You know, somebody from Playmakers.
Yeah, me too.
The running back who smoked crack and then
that was Omar Goody.
Yeah, I wanted to go with him, little brother. I couldn't do it. I thought we were a kid show.
So I watched that movie. I watched that show during the pandemic.
It's one of the greatest shows ever.
It was so good. The NFL told ESPN, if you could go to a season 2, you would not be airing NFL football games. That was the longest halftime ever. He smoked crack, threw up, took a poop, and then would go have 2 touchdowns in the second half. He was unbelievable at Playmakers.
Now, you haven't seen any of the Batman versus Superman. They got this guy, I forget the dude's name. He's like a half robot dude. He's a great football player, and they have this football scene where he's like, what was it?
Cyborg.
Thank you. The name was evading me. And he makes this crazy football play at the end, and it's so fake and it's over the top.
They're all over the top.
So I kind of love those. But my favorite is when Hines Ward and them boys are in the Batman one, and he implodes.
While scored a touchdown.
The stadium.
Heinz Field. Old Heinz Field. What is it? Acrisure Stadium now?
I love that. I love when sports
Fun
is
fact, the mayor of Pittsburgh was the kicker in that scene.
No way.
Oh, wow.
Luke
That's pretty good.
Ravenstall. Yeah, he's the guy who does the kickoff there, and so, yeah.
That is pretty good.
Interesting.
That is pretty good. That is pretty good.
There.
Which coach you taking, Pacino or my boy from the program? He was in the Godfather, right? He was Sonny Corleone.
Yeah,
James Caan.
I'm taking Pacino.
You're not taking John Voight and who was it? The bad guy. He's like, get out of here.
Oh yes, that was pretty good. I like Pacino though. His speech really got to me. I almost cried during the speech. True story.
Varsity Blues. That's what it was.
Varsity Blues. Oh yeah, John Voight. Varsity Blues had to walk off.
Dude, is that the greatest whipped cream scene of all time?
Yes, but don't talk about that. That's 6 a.m. show. All right?
I don't even know if that's 6 a.m.
It's
show.
5 a.m. show. That's pregame show.
No,
Before
this is
high school when that came out.
Don't talk about that.
Coach Keeve during the summer took us to the Alexandria on 21st and Gary.
That's a place.
And we went to go watch Varsity Blues. It was so sick. It was sick.
But the only
Paul Walker was the starting quarterback in that one. And he tore
James
his knee up.
Vanderbeek too, correct?
Well, he was the backup. But Paul Walker was the starter.
Throw a football. He looked ridiculous. I don't want your life.
I don't want your life.
How did he go? With the camera
and he hit his dad in his nose.
But he looked like he couldn't throw.
Well, yeah, but both dads are like egging each other on right in the beginning when they're at the party and stuff like that. All right, come on, throw.
That was the nexus of Randy Marsh when he fought his way through the Little League World Series.
I think Paul Walker was supposed to go to Florida State. He got a scholarship to Florida State.
Bonte was hoping.
I was hoping.
I finally landed a 3-star.
Don't worry, he
Billy
landed
Bob.
with the FBI and then he tracked down Vin Diesel in Fast and Furious. There
Rest
you
in
go.
peace, Paul
I'm
Walker.
going to go a little
Billy
different
Bob?
for my top 5. Yeah, Billy Bob, R.I.P.
Billy Bob died?
Well, and I think the spin-off they did for Not Another Teen Movie, he died.
Oh, my goodness.
I forget what his name was in that. Still all time. Chris Evans was the guy there. I'm going villains, guys, for mine, because that's what I like to do. When I think of sports movies, I think of the villains first, and they're more endearing sometimes than the villains.
I already know where I'm going. Number one villain all time.
I'm going Johnny Lawrence as my number 5 from Cobra Kai. Shout out Karate Kid. And I don't know if you guys watched Cobra Kai on Netflix. It's the final season, just got launched. So I'm going Johnny Lawrence. He was also in, Back to School. He was the bad guy in that. I'm going Ivan Drago, number 4. If he dies, he dies. I'm going Clubber Lang. You can mix and match those.
I thought you were doing football players.
You just said forget football.
Well, it doesn't. Oh, I didn't know it was football. Was that the specific one? I thought it was just athletes. Excuse me.
Because if that's the case, then if we were taking villains and all of cinematic sports movies, I'm taking Coach Jack Riley of the Hawks, the biggest jerk of all time. Okay, because what he did to Gordon Bombay when he was a youth was one of the worst things you could do as a coach. Jack Riley was a jerk.
He psychologically damaged him. AC Slater, Bayside High.
Oh,
that's a popular jersey. That's a popular jersey in the streets of AC Slater Bayside High jersey.
You have to show the midriff.
Coach Kilmer is the guy that John Voight, who we were just talking about.
Coach Kilmer.
He's all-time scumbag.
Jefferson was a really good
48 minutes for the next 48 years of your life.
Vontez back in draft day.
Hey, do that again. Give that again.
48 years for the next 48 minutes for the next 48 years of your life.
Vontez Mack, Chadwick Boseman in draft day.
Vontae Mack.
This is Vontae Mack. Yeah, Vontae Mack.
Yeah, draft day was okay.
Yes.
I thought it was.
Oh, Callahan, what a bust.
I kind of like him. Go ahead, love it. Get in here.
Yeah, so really quick, my 5. First off, honorable mention. Forrest Gump on that kickoff return team.
You got it.
He's a hard guy to bring down. So here we go.
Did he play Alabama? It's been so long.
He played for Alabama against, I think that was against Tennessee.
He played for Bear Bryant.
Yeah, it was Bear Bryant.
He must be the stupidest.
And they just kept running.
He just kept running.
He sure is fast.
He just hit the practice field.
Forrest Gump was a great
Bear
movie.
Bryant was like, who is that?
By the way, Jenny is one of the great villains. Jenny is one of the great villains.
Yeah, she is.
In cinematic history.
Really quick, so my top 5
Jenny is a horrible
we're
person.
getting up against the break here. Number 5. We'll go Danny Bateman, the linebacker out of the replacements, played by John Favreau. Remember how psycho he was on that field?
He was good.
Go get me the ball. Just drills guys on that onside kick. Oh, he was so great. Number 4, I'm going to go to Friday Night Lights. Give me Tim Riggins out of that backfield.
Oh.
I like a running back some attitude. I like Riggins. So I'm going to go there with Tim Riggins there. Number 3, we go back to the
Number 3.
Give me Shane Falco. I don't care what he did in that Sugar Bowl. He showed me enough with the Sentinels. Put him under center for me.
Let's keep going. Sugar Bowl.
Number 2. Got to go to the U, baby. Deacon Moss in The Longest Yard, played by Michael Irvin.
He was
Man,
good.
I did like Deacon Moss in that movie.
So, quick aside, was Michael Irvin and Lawrence Taylor in Any Given Sunday acting? Because I will argue that they weren't acting. They were just being themselves.
I'm not even sure Michael Irvin was acting in the Longest Yard. I think that was just him being him.
Oh, my God.
Lawrence
just got
Taylor.
arrested
I know. Just leave it alone. Just keep it moving. We don't talk about that. Just keep going.
Stop it.
But what a linebacker.
And number 1.
He got his $1 million bonus.
Guys, this might be a little controversial, but I need another pass catcher out there. Give me a good receiver, a good boy, so to speak. Air Bud.
Oh my God. Are you kidding me?
I
thought Air Bud played basketball.
He played all sports. He played beach volleyball as well.
All sports.
And his children also played the Air Buddies, if you will.
World Pup.
They were World Pup soccer. There you go.
it's
Some
true.
honorable mentions from shows and or movies you don't think of as sports movies.
Yeah.
Uncle Rico, Napoleon
Uncle Rico.
Dynamite, throw a football over them mountains.
Dude, Uncle Rico's one of the greats.
Yeah, Uncle
throwing
Rico is
the
great.
stake to the face of Napoleon, all-time accuracy. And I don't know if you guys watched Blue Mountain State on Spike TV. Thad Castle has got to be up there
What
for a lot
about
of
when
people.
Superman kicks the football when he's basically the equipment manager in the original? You guys don't know what I'm talking about.
I
He like
don't.
kicks it miles.
man. Yeah.
He kicked it like 80
Yeah,
yards.
he's like, Dad, I could be a great football player. And he's like, you were built for something bigger. It's like, could you imagine Superman playing football?
Dad, I could be a kicker. No, you're built for something bigger, son. LL Cool J was sick and running back. He could be honorable mention. James Washington. Come on, Crozier.
LL Cool J's on a short list of people I wouldn't want to mess with in entertainment.
No. You don't want to make. Go ahead, Spino. You got the rest of your list?
No, that was basically it because I totally was just, out of nowhere in that first segment.
No,
So
you're
there
all
you go.
good. That was fun. All right.
That was fun.
That was fun. All right. We're gonna ratchet up just a little bit. And we're gonna take you to some dark places
I
as a
can't
sports
believe
fan.
you said Air Bud.
Air Bud, I know.
Sam, you
Airbud never lost a big game. According to 408, Airbud never lost a big game.
Oh, so he's the
The
anti-Shanahan.
coach in the original Air Bud, the actor just passed away. Forget his
kidding
name.
me?
He's very famous.
I
Hold
thought
on,
it was
here
a
we go.
dog.
Airbud, dude. Airbud was sick.
Was he?
He was the original Randy Moss.
Original Randy Moss. The alley woof.
Great route runner.
No, I'm not gonna lie. During the break, I may or may not look up a poke high jersey for Al Buddy.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm going to take everybody to a dark place. 888-957-9570. What's your worst moment as a sports fan? When are you the most depressed? Is it after a big game? Is it because your team's not doing anything? We're going to flush this out on the other side. 888-957-9570 is Brunch with Butcher and Bonte here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, what's going on?
Gotta be on something.
Steroids. How come you always think my guys are the ones juicing anyway?
He's on the punt return team for 3 years. Then he gains 35 pounds of rip in one summer and an attitude to go with it.
Gentlemen, we're not doctors. If NC2A has a testing program for this kind of thing, I suggest we let them handle it. And it's not that hard to gain 35 pounds over summer if you hit the gym real hard.
Now back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Steiny and Goo, here's Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
A lot of more lifting weights brought to you by Safeway. We're giving away an autograph Klay Thompson jersey today. 111. 111. You're going to want to listen to Shasky and I. 111. And then 511 with Steiny and Goo for your chance to win. Oh, man. When you hear the sound there at 111.
Top play. That's another three. Why not? Why not? Absolutely sick for Klay Thompson.
Now, I know there's some sick individual out there who wants to play the 0 for 10 game, but we're not going to do that on Klay's day. We're not going to do that. So that scene from the program, this just shows how old we are, Shasky, and how young Spadonia alumni are. They've never watched the program. They never watched the program. That's one great scenes. I forgot Lattimore being named to the starting defense and then bashing his head into cars.
Sproney goes, is this supposed to be a spoof? And I go, no, this was dead serious.
No, I think it was loosely based off of Florida State.
Yeah, that's what I was under the impression.
A lot of people was. They wore the same colors.
And they were trying to teach life lessons, don't do steroids. And Lattimore, my big takeaway was Lattimore's amazing.
Dude, he had the face paint on his skeleton.
He was out of his mind.
He was out of his mind. They smacked dudes so hard. The poor running back from Mississippi State, when Alvin Mack said, "Oh, I know you dated my sister." Remember that?
He was
the running back was like, "Nah, man, no, dude, that wasn't me."
Dude, it's so good.
And him and Lattimore killed this guy.
You have never seen the program.
Oh my gosh, Lattimore!
I'm telling you, Lattimore to me is one of the great characters in movie history.
And he was so good in the program that we forget he was the lineman in Any Given Sunday who threw the alligator in the shower. Remember that?
Right.
That was Lattimore. If I'm not mistaken, that was him.
Oh my God!
I swear to God, that was him.
How have you not seen the pro? You need to watch it this
Came
weekend.
out when I was in '93 when I was born, so there's that probably too. But also, I'm just looking at the cast. They got Kevin Nash in it.
Oh, everyone's in it.
Chris Berman's doing commentary.
Yeah.
in this?
Kevin Nash is in it?
Yeah, I'm looking at the whole cast.
I'm wondering. I didn't know that.
Schembechler's in it. Makes a cameo.
Oh yeah, he was a coach. Bo Schembechler. Omar Epps was a running back. Jefferson.
Yeah. James Conn, obviously. Sonny Corleone.
Sonny Corleone as a coach.
Halle Berry.
So good.
Christy Swanson.
You could put on 35 pounds in one offseason if you hit this shit.
And then he looks at Lattimore like, oh boy. But the end of the movie, he looks at Lattimore because Lattimore had to get off the juice. And he wasn't the same.
Yeah.
Lynn Swan wasn't it. And then to go to the bowl game, he looked at Lattimore after making a play, and Lattimore just put his hand down. He goes, I know he's on juice. And he just hugged him.
You can see it in his eyes.
You can see it in his eyes.
Could you imagine Dusty looking into Barry's eyes? I knew it.
Just eat your vegetables and your potatoes and meat, kids. You can gain 35 pounds of pure muscle.
Hey, Major League Baseball tests for those kinds of things. Let them handle it out.
Let them handle it. They've got it.
That movie is a classic.
Holly Berry was a tutor.
Holly Berry was a tutor?
Yeah, remember she was Jefferson's tutor.
Oh,
and
my
he took
God.
her. She was dating the starting running back, and then Jefferson's like, yeah, I'm going to take your spot and take your girl.
Dude, you need to watch that this weekend, both of you.
Oh, my God.
It's
Alvin
a Lubman movie.
It is dude, it is next level. Next level.
I can't believe that you actually thought it was like a parody, like a spoof.
Well, because the guy is so ridiculous. I thought I was watching The Water Boy. Latimer, this guy is just jacked out of his mind.
A scene where I
thought he was going to do a speech at the RNC.
Can you pull up? You pull up the
trailer? The trailer. They're spitting into each other's mouths, and I remember being 10, 11, 12 years old. I was like, I can't wait to see this movie.
Dude,
and they're headbutting each other, and I was like, this is the movie I have to see this summer.
Oh my God!
Am I wrong?
No, it was.
The hype was real.
So, I didn't see it in the theater. You know when I saw the movie?
Blockbuster.
It was on KTVU, Fox TV. I had basic cable.
Oh, wow.
And it was cutting to commercials. Oh. And I was like, I can't wait to watch the real thing. It was cutting to commercials. I was like, this is not a made-for-TV movie at all. So this guy was in Necessary Roughness. His name is Andrew. I'm going to botch your name. Brian Niarski, whatever the hell it is. But Andrew, Lattimore in the program. He played in Dragon Fight, Necessary Roughness, Batman Returns, The Program, Cyborg 3, Street Fighter, Any Given Sunday in 1999.
Dude,
his name in Any Given Sunday was Patrick Madman Kelly.
Who was he in Street Fighter?
Zangief.
No
the
way.
wrestler from Russia. Yeah.
Wow.
He was Zangief
The
in
Red
Street
Cyclone.
Fighter. Are you kidding me?
Red Cyclone. Street Fighter was one of my games.
He was in Rollerball. He was in
Wow.
Rollerball, Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
He's in everything.
The Curse of Tail Charo, Bachelor Party, Vegas.
Pearl Harbor. Yeah.
Pearl Harbor, Chasing 3000. This dude was in everything.
Wow.
This guy's 55 years old now.
Lattimore.
And he's actor/bodybuilder.
Yeah,
and he looks
you
insane.
think?
Remember the scene in Any Given Sunday when he's with his family, the kids are running around and he's yelling at his wife, "Get these kids out of here. I need to play." He was out of his mind.
Roid Rage. Everyone like associated Roid Rage with Lattimore.
Didn't he in the scene in Any Given Sunday? I think he had something connected to him.
Yeah,
and the doctor's like, "Get in here." And he's like, "Ah."
I'll tell you, he is just an all-time character.
Dude.
Lattimore is an all-time character.
The scene and look, you want to talk about domestic violence. This is why you don't want to do steroids. He's in the room with the girl. He's throwing around like a rag doll. It was unbelievable. Yes. Alvin Mackey had to come in there. He's like,
Alvin Mack being the good guy.
Alvin Mack being the good guy.
I'm telling you, the movie is out of control. It reminds me of Training Day. Like watching Training Day back, I'm like, this movie is insane.
Oh, I watch it now. I'm like, there's no way they would agree.
No way. No way. I didn't know you like to get wet.
Sure, PCP. He starts naming all the drugs, and I'm like, whoa.
I just go to the Chappelle show every time from that, though, too, because the skit might have just been better than the actual movie because of Wayne Brady.
I know, it's so bad.
Wayne Brady. We're way off the rails this week. We're jacked up.
Let's go to Rudy and Walnut Creek.
Yeah, because I want to answer your question before the end of the break.
Rudy and Walnut Creek. I don't even remember what the question was.
The question was the
I'm
lowest
kidding.
moment.
I know. Rudy and Walnut Creek was happening.
What's up, man? Yo, I got a football character that you guys forgot, man. Torvald from Hey Arnold.
I didn't watch Hey Arnold.
That's RJ. That's me and Sam's generation.
Old, man.
Yeah. We're a little older.
Darn it. What's the guy?
Yeah.
Explain it for people out there again.
Also, so his name was Torvald, and he was like held back a few years. He was held back like 2-3 years. So he was playing with these fourth graders, and he was a straight unit on the field, man. He was going for yards after yards after yards, and he was killing it.
Dude, you know what? Lattimore wasn't. Dude, Lattimore was in higher learning. Dude, Lattimore was in higher learning.
No
Him and Busta
way.
Rhymes fighting each other. He was one of the skinheads, dude.
Wow.
He's in everything, dude.
Wow.
Lattimore is a living legend. Him and Alvin Mack. You're right, 818. Xfinity Mobile text line. The program has stood the test of time. They need a part 2 with NIL and the portal.
Oh my God. A part 2?
Now, do you remember the scene? I guess they cut out a scene where they lay in the street with traffic shortly after it was released. I have no idea about that scene.
I don't remember anything.
Yeah, I don't remember
I was
about
so
that
young.
one. I don't remember anything about that one. Oh my God. Can you give me the Lattimore scene where he's like, starting defense, and he starts
They list the depth chart on the wall, and he's like,
starting defense. He was crushing dudes in practice in double days.
Oh, boy.
Some people were saying Becky and Little Giants. Icebox. She was good. Oh, man. All
I
right.
just texted you guys a picture of Torvald.
Yeah, he's humongous.
Wait, who?
Torvald from Hey Arnold. So, yeah, he was like this big, scary kid, but he had like a good heart or whatever.
Oh, dude,
and,
he's huge.
and Arnold recruited him to
he's
play
way
for his little
bigger.
team. And
Oh, man.
Arnold
he's huge.
tutored him, and in return, he got to play for him, but he was also held back like 2 to 3 years because he wasn't very good in school
We
and
all
stuff
know
like
that guy.
There you go.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
I got a mustache, and I drove myself to this 6th grade 12U game.
So now.
was it
2
the
straight
bench
days.
warmers? The guy shows up with a birth certificate. I am 12.
Hey, we didn't even try to do this on
He's
purpose.
got documentation.
This wasn't even intentional, but for some reason, the first 2 segments of our show has been basically steroids. We talked to creatine, steroids, Lattimore, steroids, Shasky, steroids, creatine. Somebody sent us something on Twitter yesterday about creatine gummies.
Yeah.
I had no idea they had gummies.
I know.
Did you look into it?
Well, no, I mean, I like what I'm taking, but I'm here to be educated more. So if there's other supplements people can recommend, I mean, I don't want to go full Lattimore, but I would like to go close to that, you know?
Nobody wants to go full Lattimore, right?
I mean, if you could pull off the singlet, like whatever that muscle, you know, it's not a normal tank top. It's like, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
The one that he's
I know.
wearing.
Yeah.
Like the Kurt Angle.
Like if you pull that off, you're jacked.
Yeah, you are jacked.
Latimer did the NCAA will be testing on Saturday.
Yeah, baby! Starting defense!
Dude, he was out of his mind.
Oh.
Hey, oh man, I see some calls popping up here. What about line one? Is line one okay? Is line one okay? No. I'd love to like having full conversations as the lines light up here. They light up over the most random things. But we want to take it to
Tony just dropped a really interesting nugget to me as I was screening her calls.
So should we just go to Tony?
Why not?
All right, let's go to Tony. Tony in Oakland.
We should.
Let's go.
Sam is wanting me to talk fictional, and I was saying how part of my family is in the mob, and that's why you guys always like the Goodfellas and all that, because it's real instead of fictional. But what I was telling you before that was you were talking yesterday about whether like Debo is an impact player. Yes, like Luka. And this is the whole key to sports. Like idiots can sit out there and pick people with their metrics, but without a unifier and a sparker, the people they pick ain't going to show up. So like Debo is a unifier and a sparker. People just like, who's the idiot for the Warriors, that owner? He doesn't know jack. He can pick them, but he can't feel it. That's why he likes the Goodfellas, because he ain't one, right? With DeBartolo, he could pick like York. They're corporate. They can't feel the moment. So, that's the whole key here is someone's got to unify. And then like Green, right? Aren't you all over this, Bonte?
Yeah, I mean, we're just...
We're all over the place,
We're all over the place. I mean, Tony, I don't know if I'm in the zone. I don't know if I'm in the zone quite yet. I don't know if I was ready for this.
Just pull yourself away from fiction and get real here, right?
I'm sorry. Tony, have you ever watched the program?
What kind of Sure.
The movie,
what
the program.
What are you talking about?
The program, the movie, the football movie, the scenes that we're playing here.
Oh, my God. Once you can feel into all this, and I got to add one more thing. McDaniels that's coming. I mean, who's ever picking for the Seahawks is unreal. First they get Carroll. Now they get McDaniel in there. Oh, my God. I mean.
He's good, huh? You like this McDonald? You like this McDonald guy with Seattle, huh? You like this guy, huh?
No. It's not like I like the guy or the object. I'm feeling what's in it. These people are perceivers.
Are you a DK Metcalf fan? Are you a DK Metcalf fan?
Who?
DK Metcalf. Do you like him?
I don't know right off. I don't really know right off who that is.
All right, Tony.
Okay, Tony.
Have a good Friday.
I don't know how Luka came into the equation.
Luka always comes into the equation. Luka always gets into the equation. We got to clip that for Twitter. We got to let Twitter know, like, this is, our audience is just different.
Our
audience.
You can't say you love what the Seahawks are doing and then not know who their top wide receiver is.
I mean,
come on.
Listen, man. I contend that our audience with Shasky and I is different than any audience out there in America. I just prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. All right, let's go to AJ in Pittsburgh. AJ is a fictional football player.
I wonder what program she was thinking of.
Yeah, I don't know. Who knows?
Like, what program? I was like, what? That's what my grandmother used to call television shows. Change the program.
Yeah, Grandma, I used to say that. I don't like this program.
Donnie still calls it that.
We had a voice-activated remote control growing up. It was called Me. And my grandmother would basically say, change the channel to a different program.
To a different program, yep. No doubt.
Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. My grandma used to do it all the time. I don't like this program. AG in Pittsburgh, what's happening?
What's up?
All right, well, what about Icebox from Little Giant?
Good
she
call.
was hard. Yep, I like Icebox. I like Icebox.
And then I got a basketball one too. Jesus Shuttlesworth.
Of course, Jesus
Shuttlesworth. Well, if we want to go top 5 basketball, we can get real goofy here.
You'll be shocked who's number 1 on my list of top 5 fictional basketball players.
Wow, Sidney Dean is in my top 5.
He wasn't even better than the white guy.
I'm making him better than the white guy.
Yeah, like
he's flashier.
He was
that counts for something.
Wesley Snipes was kind of whack.
No, he was flashier. Around the back.
Are you kidding me?
Did he do like a 360 pass or whatnot at the end of the game? I mean,
watch it back.
No, I have watched it a million times. It's my favorite basketball movie.
number 1.
No, he's in my top 5 though.
Okay.
Jesus Shuttlesworth.
I'm taking Shaq and Blue Chips.
Yeah, I may take Ricky Rowe too. Ricky Rowe can shoot.
Yeah, I'm taking Shaq and Blue Chips. Right, he's going to be on my list somewhere. Correct.
What about the security guard Leon in Above the Rim? Is he in your top 5?
Really good call. Well, I mean, when you bat somebody and they fall off a house and die, or off the roof and die, that whole scene was ridiculous.
Above the rim.
He pinned his shot and he fell off the roof and died.
Above the rim is so ridiculous.
It's the best.
It's so ridiculous. There's a guy who blocked a shot and on the same possession caught the alley-oop on a fast break. It was like, wait, that's not even possible.
There was one white guy running in that above the rim shootout tourney.
Yeah. It's shootout tourney.
It was called the shootout tourney.
Marcus Johnson was in that movie.
Yes, he was.
He's going to go get his gun.
He was, yes, exactly. And then robbed the store.
What about 6-man? Marlon Wade's a 6-man.
That's funny.
It is funny. It is funny. We could go top 5. But all right, darkest moments as a sports fan.
If you're gonna go there, what was the guy who turned into he turned into not a vampire, he turned into a werewolf.
Oh, Michael J. Fox.
T-Wolf. Yeah, he was the best.
T-Wolf was all time.
Yeah.
T-Wolf was all time. There's a lot of basketball movies. No, Jimmy Shitwell would not be in my top 5. You know how I feel about Hoosiers. Shout out Jim Cozumore. That's America, Bonte. How do you not like Hoosiers? That's America.
Oh, God.
I'm going Coach Carter over Gene Hackman.
What about Sunset Park?
Sunset Park was good.
Sunset Park, what time is it?
It's time to get live. It's time to represent.
The guy from Onyx?
Yeah, guy from Onyx.
What was that guy's name?
Fredo Starr.
There we go.
Fredo Starr from Onyx. And then you had your boy Terrence Howard in it. He's smoking weed and stuff.
God,
he was a reckless guy.
What a great movie.
Who was the coach? The coach from Cheers. He was a bartender from Cheers.
Yeah.
Oh,
Sam Malone's going to be an all-time baseball player of all,
I'm getting text messages. Phil Mike is chiming in. Marlon Wade's. Joanna Man, my guy B Hill from District Barbershop. Joanna Man.
I'm not going to do that anymore.
Hey, but the guy above the rim though did have hoop game.
Yeah, Dwayne Martin.
Yeah, he was like
legit.
he had bars. He was nice.
Benny loves my Calvin Cambridge, his little Bow Wow.
Yeah, little Bow Wow. He was sick with the
Calvin Cambridge. He's in my top 5 of fictional basketball players.
Yep. The
shoes were good.
Yeah.
The shoes were good. Calvin Cambridge. Wow.
And the song, we're playing basketball. Come on.
Yeah, we're playing basketball. We're playing basketball.
Can I say who's the most overrated of all time when it comes to fictional? Like the guy in The Natural. You're in the minor leagues, dog. Yeah. What are we doing?
Dude, he got shot.
Come on.
He got shot.
There's one
you don't
thing
think that's going to hold his career back a little bit?
The biggest thing that bugs me about sports movies is when I don't believe that any of the people on there actually could play.
Right.
So part of what made Wild Thing believable is you could tell Charlie Sheen can actually throw a baseball properly.
Think about this.
He took steroids for that movie?
I do. And but if you look at his form and the way he throws, he actually looks like he could throw hard.
Latimer. West chiming in. Love and basketball.
Yeah.
And Omar Epps. Think about Omar Epps.
He's in everything.
Omar Epps. Football player. Baseball player, Willie Mays Hayes in Major League. After Wesley Snipes, he was in Major League too, and he was in everything: basketball, football, and baseball.
Also great in the show House with Hugh Laurie. He was a Dr. Foreman on that. A great neurologist.
Yeah. You know what? And Omar Epps was in Higher Learning. He was a track star. He dated Tyra Banks in Higher Learning. He ran track. Damn, Omar Epps. What couldn't he do? He was a terrible shooter in what was the movie with LL Cool J? No, LL Cool J. He was an undercover cop. In Too Deep, I think it was.
In Too Deep.
Remember that?
Better album than it was an actual movie.
The movie was
there's
terrible.
There's a lot of those.
Yeah, there's a lot of movie was terrible.
Tupac was in about 6 of those different ones. Where the actual disc, the CDs were better than the movies.
The movies like Gridlock.
What was the one where it was the white guy and he turned on him and Tupac ended up getting shot by the white guy detective?
Was that Gridlock?
They were both detectives. It might have been Gridlock.
It was like very bad movie. Very bad. It was terrible.
And I love Pac as an actor.
They were terrible.
Birdie was, I think, one of his great characters.
Birdie was great.
But it was very similar to his Juice character.
Yes, it was. Let's go to Rodney and Hayward. We're just so off track right now.
I know, we're so off the rails.
But you know what? It is what it is. Rodney and Hayward, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on, guys? I'm surprised no one has mentioned Moses Guthrie, the fish that saved Pittsburgh.
Ooh, that is a good one. That is a good one. So give me your top 5 fictional basketball players. Rodney, I'm putting you on the spot. Top 5 fictional basketball players right off the top of the dome.
I'll give you a second to think about it. Is Grandma Ma a fictional character?
That's a fictional character.
Grandma Ma was badass.
Yeah, she was badass.
Larry Johnson. I got to go with Jesus Shuttlesworth.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got to go with my man from above the rim.
Yep. Thank you. I agree.
The security guard, right? Security guard?
No, I think the kid, the son.
Or the son.
Leon.
Leon, you got to go Leon. Leon came in and saved the day. Dude, Leon hooped out in corduroy jeans or whatnot.
I was just going to say that. You beat me to it. In pants. Like JK.
Right. And then almost got shot at the end.
Yeah, he did.
Go ahead, Roddy.
Yeah, let me see. Who else I got? I got to go with, Penny Hardaway, before he was
Blue Chips.
And the Blue Chips. I got to go with him.
What's his name in Blue Chips, by the way?
They did their thing.
What was his name in Blue Chips? It was Rodney McRae, I think. Right, Rodney? Wasn't it McRae or something? Butch McRae. Butch McRae it was.
Dude, Blue Chips was a great
Butch McRae.
Blue Chips was like the equivalent of the program for basketball, right?
It was. Yeah, Nick Nolte. Yeah,
it was
no
good.
doubt.
It was
really good. Go ahead, Roddy. Keep cooking.
And I got to go. I can't go with one player, but I got to go with the team that beat Pat Riley's Kentucky team.
Oh, Texas Western. UTEP. Yeah. There you go. That's a good call.
I like that.
That's a good call.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
I had to go with the whole team on my last one.
There you go.
I
like that.
We're getting some Uncle Drews on YouTube. Uncle Drews,
not bad.
Uncle Drew, not bad at all.
Not bad. I'm not mad at that.
He was. Yeah, that is pretty good, man. There's a lot of top 5 basketball players. Now it gets tricky with that. It gets really tricky. Stacey Payton from Eddie with Whoopi Goldberg.
Eddie. I think Celtic Pride is a classic that nobody talks about. But it's more the fans and how they act than anything else. I mean, Jackie Moon.
Eddie is one of the all-time great NBA fictional head coaches. I mean, she taught the New York Knicks how to share. That's big time.
Get out of here.
That is good. That's a 3. 415. Ricky in football from Boys in the Hood.
This is why I don't pick Ricky. Any great, and I've seen this, I'm stealing a tweet. If you're a great running back and you don't know how to zigzag down the alleyway, you are not making it at USC, homie. All right? Let's just call it what it is. What?
You can't be a straight line runner at USC.
Come on.
You can't zigzag.
You got to be able to zigzag, my man.
You got to be able to do the 3 cones drill.
Come on. My favorite is when Doughboy, you got a scholarship for me? Doughboy, all-time character. Come on.
Billy Hoyle and Sidney D may make my top 5 basketball.
But Billy Ho, though, here's the deal with Billy Hoyle was better than Sidney. He was
better than Sidney.
All right?
But I like the flash. He could do things around the rim. He could dunk. Billy Hoyle couldn't dunk.
No,
he played under the rim.
You're right.
Which is why white men couldn't jump. Oh, man. Top 5 basketball movie. I guess we'll just stay on this. No Bugs Bunny mention. They are loving this. I can't believe it. Thank you, RG3. Who else? We got Jackie Moon. Mm-hmm. Jackie Moon was not good, though.
No, he wasn't good.
He wasn't good at all.
No.
He was not good. He was terrible. Actually, Andre 3000 was the guy. He got the NBA contract.
Yeah.
The semi-pro.
Did they invent the alley-oop, though? Him and Jackie Moon? That's what it was, right? The coach didn't know, or the official didn't know what to do.
I just know he created ELE. Everybody love everybody.
That's right.
Everybody love everybody. ELE. Everybody love everybody.
And we remember Klay Thompson, obviously, dressing up as Jackie Moon.
Yes,
what are we doing at 1
We're
o'clock?
giving away a Klay Thompson jersey.
Look at
111.
you, full circle.
Tight it is, but no, that's how you bounce back from a terrible fictional list coming in with villains.
Well,
that's how you
it just wasn't the right fictional list, because I still put Ivan Drago all-time villains and sports villains.
Yeah, I would put. What's the worst? What is the worst sports movie? You liked that, didn't you? I knew you'd like that. What
You're so right. He didn't zigzag. It was straight. He just ran straight.
Dude pulled the gun out. I was like, dude, you got to zigzag.
You got to do something. Hop, skip. High step, something. Oh my gosh.
No, but what is the worst acted sports movie in terms of you didn't believe the actual people could do any of the athletic achievements that you were watching?
I got one on the other side. I got one, and it's on the baseball. It's on the diamond. I got one on the diamond. It was terrible. And that's why it hasn't aged well. That's what's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
All this week.
Hey, 23? Don't think I don't recognize you, poop butt mother. Hey, pay attention when I'm talking to you. What? You're the guy who shot my mother, aren't you? Shut up, man. You know I never knew your mother.
Now back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Steiny and Guru, here's Bonte and Shasky.
Alvin Mack, an all-time legend. And then he ran into the lineman from Iowa with the visor on. And that was it for Alvin Mack. Did well for him. But boy, he's kind of like Tuco in Breaking Bad. You know, Tuco only lasted like a few episodes, but he lived on forever. It's kind of like Alvin Mack. He only lasted about 6 games. But he lives on forever.
There's a lot of those.
There's a lot of those, no doubt about it. We are jacked up all week long. And don't forget, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands and Lathrop? All right, before the break, you say, what's the most unrealistic baseball player in these movies?
Or just sports scene. You watch it, and you're like, there's just no.
There's so many.
I know.
There's so many.
Like I told you, the Dawson's Creek guy, when he's throwing the football, I knew right away, I'm like, this guy's never played football in his life.
I mean, there's a lot of unrealistic scenes in movie history.
Yeah.
A lot of them.
Like Cable Guy, when Jim Carrey's playing hoops. Remember that whole scene in Cable Guy?
I do.
Hilarious.
So, remember Little Big League?
Oh, yeah.
The Minnesota Twins?
Yeah.
Pick a scene.
I know, the whole movie's bad.
It's terrible.
The main pitcher, one of the short guys.
Yeah, the short guy. Just the whole damn movie. I was going to take the whole damn movie, not even a specific scene. Just watching the movie, like, yeah, that's not right. That's not real. That's not right. That's not real. Like, Rookie of the Year, there's some scenes. The whole soft toss.
Yeah.
Where he shucks him out.
I mean, elite changeup. Elite changeup.
What's his name? Gardenhigh was the guy.
Oh, the manager could never pronounce it right, but it was Henry Rowan Gardner, but he used to call him Rosenbagger. Gardenhosa.
And speaking of which, your boy from the Celtics movie, the fan, what was it? The two fans who...
Celtic Pride.
He was the pitching coach.
Oh, yeah.
And he locked himself in the cage.
I know exactly. With the glasses.
What's his name? What was his name? He's a legend. He's a legend.
I'm looking it up. My computer doesn't work fast enough.
Oh, yeah. Daniel Stern.
Yeah, he was also in Home Alone.
Yeah, Home Alone. Daniel Stern. Daniel Stern. He's
wrong. Your tone of voice is wrong. This is your opportunity.
For you. Playing football at West Canaan may have been the opportunity of your lifetime. But I don't want your life.
You think Baby Chet's going to say that to you? Or is LJ going to say that to me?
Oh, LJ's going to say that to you.
Yeah.
Butch, I don't want your life.
He calls his dad Butch, too.
Yeah.
He calls his dad Butch.
Sounds like somebody else. Oh, hi, Greg.
You could have just stopped it right there, but you just went over the line.
I go stampeding over.
Oh, man. We're giving away Klay Thompson jersey at 111. Lovey goes, hey, man, I think you guys should stick on this. Stick on this.
It's hitting.
So when it comes to top 5 baseball movies, you've got managers, you've got players. I just see it right here, 510.
Give it to me.
It may be a top 5 sports or a fictional sports movie. It's the original Bad News Bears.
One of the greatest movies of all time that could never get made again the way it was made. There is racism. There is sexism.
You say it so seriously, and I'm trying not to laugh.
No, there is.
You're so right.
I watched it recently, and I go, oh, my God. And like Walter Matthau, I mean, he would get in trouble with child protection agencies. I mean, many problems. They call him, it's just so bad. And then Kelly, what's his name? Kelly Leak, flying in on the motorcycle, smoking cigs, the best player on the planet. It's just
get the outfield there, running them off. Get out of here. Get him out of here.
Good. I love the original Bad News Bears.
It is unbelievable. The poor black kid, he's in the tree. After the open, he came, and it's like, come on, what are we doing, man?
It's just so bad. There's a couple of Latin kids that they say some things to them. But I say this. It is an all-time movie. It's got some horrific stuff that we look back on. But this is just my theory on stuff like this. Like, I know we want to censor everything. You leave the old works, and then that gives you an opportunity to talk to your kid and say, this is why we don't say those things, and blah, blah, and all that. It's an opportunity as a parent.
The manager from the Yankees and his kid.
Oh, my God, they're the worst.
That scene, he's the worst.
I loved when the little guy starts kicking dirt on him at the end. They get a trophy that's about this big, and they get a trophy that's about that big.
What's his name? Lupus? When he threw the trophy at him?
It was great.
Threw the trophy at him, was like, and we're not coming in second place. We're going to kick your ass next year. And they just started to brawl. Unbelievable, man. And the
Chico bail bonds. That's a jersey that I want.
Yeah, no doubt. Chico bail bonds on the back, dude.
My dad's original grammar school jerseys back in the day. It was sponsored by the Green Lantern, which was a bar on Mission Street.
That's unbelievable.
I swear to God,
That's unbelievable.
Swear to God.
That is great. That is great about Little League. You see the just random sponsors back in the day, be liquor stores or something.
Our team a couple years ago was Carl's Beacon over there on Terraville. Shout out Carl's Beacon.
Jason Missler on YouTube. Vontae's been laughing since Monday. He's been all over the place. I don't think we can get away with this in the morning, can we?
I don't know.
Can we? There's somebody out there holding their fists like Arnold. Talk girl sports. What are you geeks goofing off about? Listen, this is quote unquote the worst week of sports
but it's not.
of the year. And it hasn't been, right? We've had Team USA, you had the Brandon Ayuk news, you have everything here, but RG3 just he got our minds spinning, man. He really did. Because he sent out a tweet this morning, Nishasky sent it to the thread. We have to settle this debate. Who are the top 5 fictional football players of all time? I'll start. And he goes, Stephen Willie Beeman, any given Sunday, Bobby Boucher, Waterboy, Earl Baguette, longest yard, who was played by Nelly, Shane Falco, and the replacements, and then Spencer James and All-American. And I got to say, with All-American, Guru would always say, Boncho, you got to watch All-American. You got to watch All-American. You got to watch All-American. I'm like, all right, fine, I'll watch it. It is so bad it's good, but I just couldn't finish it.
It's so bad it's good.
Spencer James is just so unrealistic as a football player. He goes to Beverly Hills High School, balls out there, then he goes back to Crenshaw, plays well there. It's just too much. Spencer James is just he's unreal. He's unreal to show, and I'm with some of these people on YouTube. It is kind of corny.
Well, the guy that I always because I watched it on and off when I was a kid because my parents were into it and it was on reruns. So like Cheers, for example.
Cheers is a great show.
Sam Malone was a part of the 75 Red Sox team. That was part of the whole thing. And I remember at one episode they showed him, warming up and basically lost his career because of alcohol. At least that was my interpretation of what ended up happening. I don't know. I'm not some Cheers diehard, so I know there's somebody out there. But like characters like that, where they have like a sports, angle to it. I always love those kinds of characters.
I do too. No, Cheers is great. Cheers is a great, and the reruns came out at night. Yeah. Especially if you had basic TV and
like if I say
cable.
Sam Malone, you know what I'm talking about. Do you guys know if I say Sam Malone? Do you know wow?
I know Tommy Malone, A's legend.
You don't know Sam Malone?
So Sam Malone,
is that Ted Danson's character?
Yes.
He's in Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Yeah, I know who Ted Danson is. I just never watched Cheers. It was just not my show. Yeah.
Cheers is OG. The postman, the postal worker.
Woody Harrelson. I know Woody Harrelson was in it. Yeah.
Well, Woody Harrelson came in after one of the characters passed away, and he ended up. It was perfect. It was really the start of Woody Harrelson's fame.
Now Woody Harrelson. And speaking of which, Woody Harrelson and Wesley Snipes doing a lot of movies together. They're a duo, kind of like Richard Pryor and Gene Wilder, right? They were in Wildcats together for crying out loud. Yep. Wildcats, football, so baseball. All right, we got to go. Have you got basketball? Have you got top 5 basketball? Go top 5 basketball.
We kind of gave most of Shaq.
Let's go top 5 baseball. Top 5 baseball. Fictional characters.
Well, I'm gonna get serious here. We're gonna be doing a little barbecue for the family, and we are kind of basically not memorializing, but we're just gonna do a big barbecue in the summer for my dad. Yep. And so the other day it was on Netflix. It was one of the featured movies. I said, you know what, I gotta watch it. Field of Dreams.
Yeah.
And it's the very end, and I cry I'm going to get emotional here. I cry every single time. But Kevin Costner talking to his dad as a young man, and then he gets a chance to meet him, and when he's talking to him, he's like, this is my daughter, and this is my wife, and then he asks his dad to play catch. Now I'm going to cry again, and I'm sorry, I apologize. That's one of my favorite moments in any movie, and even more so now than ever before, and seeing him play catch with his dad one last time as they zoom out and all the cars are coming in. I think that is one of the all-time, for me, now more than ever. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to turn this all emotional, but honest to God, that movie means so much more to me now, given what's happened in my life and where I'm at as a dad and everything like that. Dad, can we have a catch? What I wouldn't give to have one more freaking catch with my pops. Right. Sorry, man. I don't mean like you asked me. Like that is the character, dude. When I see him do that with his pops, that's the one. Now, Wild Thing in my loving of baseball. Wild Thing is one of my. I begged my mom to let me get his haircut.
Wild Thing, dun 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 dun. You make my heart sing.
And
dun,
all I
dun,
wanted to do
dun,
was come
dun,
out of the bullpen and win the pennant for my team.
Right.
It's just it's one of my favorite characters of all time. Another baseball one.
What about the fan?
Well, the fan was a little dark.
Yeah, it was.
The fan was a little dark.
It was dark.
I hate this guy, but I also love this guy. Benny the Jet Rodriguez.
Oh, yeah. I'd love it.
I hate that he's a Dodger. I hate that he stole home, but I absolutely love him. I love him as a character.
The Sandlot, he was awesome. The PF Flyers.
Absolutely.
He's the reason why I bought PF Flyers, for crying out loud.
No doubt about it. You know what I mean? It's one of my all-time favorites. And then, just a couple of other movies that like Major League. There's so many characters that I love. Roger Dorn, as I get older and older and older, is so good. Roger Dorn is all time.
Yeah, he is all time.
It's Major League 2, but the fan in that Randy Quaid is all time. Whenever you're a dejected fan, I go to this guy right here.
You rotten bums! You overpaid Winnie! Wild Thing! You make my butt sting! I detest you! You're all garbage! All of you! Back up the truck!
Back up the truck. So good. Back up the truck.
So what? They'll blow it in the ninth.
And then look at this.
Sounds like a lot of Giants fans these
days. And
days.
then he came back as Wild Thing, and the fan was like, "Oh, he's back! He's back!"
It's
and he
so
had
good.
the edge. I just remember the scene when they were doing the montage, and with Pin and Fever, and the construction workers were like, "Man, who are these guys? They suck." And you got the Asian guys, the grounds crew, and the Asian guys like, "This team stinks." And all of a sudden they start winning. It was like, "Wow, these guys are winning again." That movie's all-time class. I love that movie.
All right, so this one's going to go way back in time, okay? Way back in time. You guys have probably never heard of this. It's called Moochie of the Little League, and it's this little kid and his Little League team. It's in black and white, okay? And they go on this big run where they go into the World Series, like the Little League World Series. It had to be in the 50s or 60s, okay? And this was one of my dad's movies from back in the day. And he had never wanted to wash his socks because, he had the good luck socks.
Right,
and the mom goes to pull the socks out of the drawer, and they're rock hard, and they're firm. So those are just some of my favorites.
All right, so
what do you
got? I got Benny the Jet Rodriguez.
Gotta have him
on my list.
Gotta have
He's
him.
got to have him, man. He led the way with the Sandlot team when they beat the boys with the uniforms and smoked them at their park on their field.
Yes.
Brought their own bicycles
How
there.
great was that, Mo?
It was awesome.
Cam was in his bag talking smack.
In his bag talking smack. You don't know who Babe Ruth is? The SWAT? Remember that? Squints, by the way, is an all-time character as well. Was it lifeguard Wendy Peppercorn?
Come on.
Yeah, she was
One of
awesome.
the greatest ones.
Still got a crush on her. Yep.
She was awesome.
Hot.
So
she's oiling and oiling and oiling every summer, just staring at us. I love how they all suck their guts in too when she walks by. It's all time, dude. We all know what we're doing.
So Willie Mays Hayes, the original one.
Oh,
Wesley Snipes,
Willie
the one.
Mays Hayes.
Even though Omar Epps didn't do a bad job, Willie Mays Hayes,
original.
when he got he's outside, he wakes up, he's like, wait, I'm not on the team. He just shows up to a training camp. Shows up to a training camp. Unbelievable.
What about, I forgot about before you go, Mr. Baseball's one of my favorites too.
Who's that?
Mr. Tom Selleck.
Tom Selleck.
Tom Selleck actually looked like he could play.
No, he did look like he could play.
I don't want to forget about that. Tom Selleck as Mr. Baseball was a classic.
Mr. 3000, Bernie Mac.
Honorable mention.
Yeah, doesn't make my top 5. The pitcher from Hardball with the headphones on the mound.
Oh, my God.
The pitcher.
So I watched that movie.
You finally watched it.
It was really sad at the end.
It was sad. G-Baby? It was really sad at the baby. Keanu Reeves acted his ass off in that movie.
Absolutely. And the league, the actual league, by the way, made me sick.
Yeah,
I wanted to kill one of
But
it
reminds you of some Little League leagues. You know what I'm saying? It does. It does. It was unbelievable. Then G-Baby comes to bat. He's like, he's on the, you know what? Let him bat.
Yeah,
he comes up with the game when he hit. It was awesome. But the guy on the mound with the headphones, they love it when they call me Big Papa. And he just starts striking dudes out left and right. That was unbelievable. I don't know. I'm a sucker for this. He wasn't that good of a player.
Okay.
But his character was unbelievable. He was a father in love and basketball. Pedro Serrano. He's in all the Allstate commercials, I believe, or whatever the insurance commercials.
He was in Mr. Baseball as well.
He was in Mr. Baseball as well, but he was slumping so hard. And I would put him as a tandem because when they brought the Asian guy over, what was his name? Tanaka? Or whatever his name was. They were unbelievable with them. Yeah, you got Big Cahoon.
I'm surprised we've gone this far and we haven't mentioned, I'm not trying to be the best at exercising, Kenny Powers, Eastbound and Down.
Yeah.
One of the great shows ever.
I just put him on my list.
How good was Kenny Powers?
Did you guys know the actor who played Pedro Serrano, Dennis Haysbert, is his name?
That's his name.
From San Mateo.
Is he
Born and
really?
raised.
No, I didn't.
I had no idea. He's been in so many different movies. So many different
He
movies.
was the president in 24.
He was.
For a
That's
second,
right.
you're right. He was.
Yeah, he was. So that would be somebody. And then Major League, our boy we just mentioned in the outfield, he was unbelievable. Remember he hit the home run and the manager, Walter Matthau, would like disrespect him so hard he'd just shake his head around in the base. It's like, screw you, dude. I'm just hitting home runs just to hit home runs. Bad News Bears. Wow.
When they played at the Astrodome, it's one of the
Against
coolest.
the Texas team.
It's so good.
Yeah. Lucas did make the trip. He wrote a letter to the team. He wrote a letter to the team. I like that one in the Astrodome. That was cool, but it's nothing like the original.
No, the original is an all-timer.
League of Their Own?
League
There's
of
no
Their
crying
Own.
in baseball?
I contend Tom Hanks's, it's a version of Jimmy Fox. That's what the rumor is. I contend that Tom Hanks character, of all the characters he's ever played, and he's got so many. I mean, you want to talk about, if I'm taking catalogs, I might take Tom Hanks number one.
Yeah, he's got a great catalog.
Right? I might take him number one.
Catch Me If You Can, Forrest Gump.
I think that's one of his best.
Castaway.
I mean, Tom Hanks is next level.
Saving Private Ryan?
Yep. Didn't win an Oscar for that. Crazy.
Saving Private Ryan?
Tom Hanks is all time.
I mean, it's so, anyway, him in that movie, all time. Madonna's in that movie.
Madonna's in that movie.
What's the
Roseanne Barr?
Rosie McDonald. Yep.
There you go.
Yeah. God, that was a good movie. I loved A League of Their Own.
Nick on YouTube. Jorge Soler is our Serrano. Hits bombs and K's. You're right. There's a lot of Serranos out there.
I got a couple of those on my 12U team.
Yeah, there's a few of them.
Rami, you're out there.
There's always on them.
Me no hit curveball.
The fan was cool. He was good, but the movie was a little Even though it was based in the city, it was a little
Well, and they lied about the payphones at Candlestick.
Yeah.
That's me getting really deep into the weeds of Candlestick Park.
Oh, yeah, the Asian guys did say they still stink in Major League. They still stink. Whatever. The grounds crew in Cleveland. And they played the games either at Milwaukee County Stadium, and it was the other one. One of them was, I think Camden Yards was one seed. What else did they play? Obviously, the old Cleveland Stadium. But Milwaukee County Stadium is where they played a lot of those games, where the Brewers used to play. So, top 5 baseball players. All right, we got a couple minutes here.
Well, you asked me a question, and I wanted to tell you one of my lowest points as a fan.
Points. What is your lowest point as a fan?
I'm going to give you one of them. And I'm an emotional guy. All right, so I admit that on the front end.
Really?
I know.
Are you
I'm an emotional guy.
We didn't know that, Shasky.
You know, hey, look, I love hard. 2002 World Series is one of the tougher ones that I've had to endure. But I think the worst loss of my entire life in terms of sports, it's 2. And I'm going to lean with one over the other because of what has happened since. The number 2 is the 2016 loss to LeBron James. That one, that was my favorite team ever, right? Like that 2016 Warrior team, favorite team of all time in basketball. But the number 1, because I knew it felt like the end, and I'll tell you why. When Navarro Bowman got his legs snapped the way he did, as he's ripping the ball from Marshawn Lynch at the goal line, and Eric Reed blasts him accidentally, and you could see Navarro, one of my favorite players of all time. It's like that guy's career is probably done.
He still made the stop.
And I teared up. I remember watching it up the river with my cousin Jack on a little tube TV.
Right.
All right. And it was like, we're playing our number 1 rival at the time, who I hated. Right. I hated them. Opportunity to go to the Super Bowl. I think we all felt like whoever was, winning that game was going to the Super Bowl. For them to lose that game the way that they did, with Kaepernick, one of my favorites, throwing that interception to that guy, Crabtree, having Sherman make that play with Malcolm Smith nowhere. He wasn't even in the television shot. And all of a sudden, he bats it right to him. And then to have Sherman do that to Crabtree right after your heart is ripped out of you, that entire loss, it felt like the end.
Yep.
And for me, that's the toughest, hardest loss I've ever gotten over in my life as a sports fan.
So I got one for you.
It's the 2013 NFC Championship game.
I got one for you.
Yeah, what's yours?
And I may have 2. But the first one that pops in mind, because I was so invested into this team when I was a kid. And it was Bond's first year with the Giants. Game 162. Losing to the Dodgers after winning 103 games. And they didn't even make the playoffs. And the Phillies end up making the World Series, and they beat the Braves in the NLCS, and they go on to lose to the Blue Jays in Game 6 when Joe Carter hit the home run. But the Giants were 8-4 against the Phillies that year. 8-4 against the Phillies that year. Matter of fact, I think they blew like an 8-0 or 9-0 lead against the Phillies that season at Veterans Stadium, which may have cost them. But the Braves were undefeated against the Rockies. It was their first season in existence. But Game 162, when Mike Piazza hit the 2 home runs, and they just routed, what was it, 12-1? And it was like, I cried and cried and cried and cried and cried. It's Warriors, Niners, whatever it is. The 93 Giants may be my favorite sports team of all time. Darren Lewis, Royce Clayton, Robbie Thompson, Will Clark, Matt Williams, Barry Bonds. You had Dusty managing. You had 2 20-game winners, Billy Swift, and my guy John Burkett. They were unbelievable. Mike Jackson, the best setup men in baseball, was just mowing dudes down in the 8th inning.
I might take him as the best setup man in Giants history.
I mean, he was
in 8th inning.
He was unreal that season.
To look back at second base on his delivery.
And they had won the first 3 games of that series against the Dodgers. I remember Will Clark being fired up, the Friday night game, the Saturday game. I'm like, they're going to do it, man. They're going to do it. They're going to sweep the Dodgers. And Game 162, it was heartbreaking. It was an unbelievable. Bonds had like 46 home runs that year, batted like 336. It was unbelievable. He was like a Triple Crown guy, for crying out loud. That one hurt. That was my favorite team of all time. Now, second to me, it's the Kyle Williams game. Because that season with the 49ers
was magical.
We all fell back in love with the Niners.
100%.
We love the Niners, but we're like, that summer, Philly Zoo's been texting me this morning. That summer, I was in Philadelphia. They had just got Nnamdi Asomugha. They traded for Hunter Pence. Mm-hmm. They were flying high in Philadelphia. And we went to this bar, Smokey Joe's, by UPenn University, Shasky. Went to Smokey Joe's. And the bartender's looking at us like, we need to relegate some of these teams. We got some minor league teams like the Cardinals and Niners. And he kind of was joking. And I'm like, damn it, I'm tired of people talking about the Niners like this. And it was the lockout season, and people were talking trash like, boy, you got Alex Smith. They're working out at San Jose State. In that year, the build-up, beating Philadelphia, beating Detroit, beating Cincinnati, beating the New York Giants at Candlestick Park, Kendall Hunter balling out. It was magical, Shasky.
The New Orleans Saints game, I believe, is one of the greatest playoff games in 49er history.
It's unbelievable.
Right?
Unbelievable.
It's clearly Alex's best moment ever.
Yep.
The Vernon Davis
close.
post.
The Vernon Davis post. He's crying in the end zone. Candlestick was going crazy.
The Dante Whitner hit. To this day.
Pierre Thomas.
Yes, to this day. I think it's the most vicious hit I've ever seen in a game.
And the Saints were methodically going down the field on the opening drive about to score.
I know.
And Whitner just smokes him, doesn't even realize that the ball's out. He's just walking to the sideline like, you see that? He's already flexing.
That team was loaded, New Orleans, by the way. They had Darren Sproles, I believe, on that team.
Jimmy Graham was in his prime.
Yeah, Jimmy Graham scored a touchdown late. Thank God. If he goes down at the 3, they probably iced the game.
They were unbelievable. And there was the beef between Sean Payton and Jim Harbaugh because Sean Payton blitzed in the preseason game over and over and over again because he was like, it's going to be hard for you. He was just blitzing them. That year was special, man. That was special. Game 162 Giants, because they actually had a 10.5 game lead on the the Braves. And the Braves, I was at Camp Mendocino, came back. I was like, the Braves have Fred McGriff, crime dog, and he's an all-time Giants killer. And they just came roaring back. So those 2 moments, that was my lowest point. But 888-957-9570. What is worse? Is it being let down in a big game like that? An NFC Championship game against Seattle, a Super Bowl against Kansas City, Game 162? Or is it being worse? Or is it worse not being invested in your team? When you know your team just sucks and you're like, whatever.
Dude, the 04, 5, 6 Niners, being a Niner fan back then, Bonte?
It was rough.
Rough?
It was rough.
It was horrible.
It was hard.
We were a joke. I'd go to all those games. We were a joke.
It was hard not to turn the channel.
We were a joke.
It was hard not to. There were sometimes I did just turn the channel and say, you know what, I'll just read about it. I can't watch this.
I mean, I even think about the 96 Giants. They were so bad.
It's terrible.
They were so bad.
So
95, 96 Giants.
Is it being let down into big games, or is it not even being invested in your team? What is worse as a sports fan? 888-957-9570. The Kyle Williams game is... I'm getting emotional right now thinking about that because it was sad.
Bradshaw, he should have fumbled in overtime.
He did fumble.
And then we're throwing to Brett Swain with the freaking season on the line.
We're down third down, 1 of 13, 1 of 14. Taken Jr. was inactive.
Vernon Davis started that game with a touchdown and jumped on the light pole.
It was unbelievable.
One of my all-time favorite moments.
Next level. And that defense was harassing Eli Manning. All right. 888-957-9570.
was incredible of evading sacks that whole game.
If Terrell Brown doesn't get hurt, next you know, Tremaine Brock's playing corner and Mario Manningham scores on a third down.
And Victor Cruz.
Destroy Carlos Rogers in the first half.
Victor Cruz, he was awesome.
What is worse, being let down in big games or just not being invested in your team? 888-957-9570 is the number. That's what's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bake. Southern Betty, 60 years of full-service baking, no compromises.
All this week.
was worried.
Now back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Steiny and Goo, here's Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Oh, yeah!
Hopefully, the regular 10-2 audience have accepted us and welcomed us to this slot for the week. It's been a lot of fun during this week. The fill-in for Steiny and Guru. They'll be in 2 to 6. We'll be back Monday.
It's an honor.
6 to 10. It is an honor. It is an honor. It is an honor to be back to my radio home. This is my first slot. Well, actually, 12 to 3 is my first slot. Then 10 to 2.
The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
Yeah, there's that too. There's a lot of people missing us in the morning. How jacked up are we going to be in the morning Monday?
Oh, I'm going to be back to normal.
Oh my gosh. I make sure I go to bed at 7 o'clock on Sunday.
I've been watching all my Vikings shows lately, and I'm ready for Valhalla. Let's go to Catacut. I guess nobody watches that show.
Vikings, I heard, was underrated. It's a show that, it's always like, hey, I'm going to go watch that. I'm going to go watch that. Like The Boys. Yeah. Or what is it? The Boys, and that's Listen to Monsters?
There's
You watch all the TV.
Yeah, I mean, it's got war. It's got a little bit of like mini, like tribal politics. Yeah. And then it's got, mating. I'll just call it that.
Spinoni shaking his head.
Yeah.
I mean, we are the hungriest and horniest show.
Well, no, I was just shaking my head because Sam was just like, don't spoil The Boys. The new season's out. I was like, I'm just so behind on every single show that I can't keep up.
You've got 2 kids.
And a bunch of problems. Thank you.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I've got one and I'm like trying to get through an NCAA. It takes me like an hour and a half to get through one NCAA game.
Who doesn't have problems? We all have.
I know, we all have.
That's like my favorite. Me and my significant other, we don't fight.
Yeah,
do you not talk?
That's a lie.
Do you not live together? Like what? We don't fight?
Look, there needs to be some creative tension at times.
100%.
Another kind of tension.
I've got 99 problems, but a hater ain't one. That's one thing for sure. By the way, we're jacked up this week. Willer and Div, 6 to 10. Warner Russ, 10 to 2.
Yeah.
Steiny Goo, 2 to 6.
Yeah.
Presented by Jack's Restaurant and Bar. And we're giving away an autographed Klay Thompson jersey today. Listen at 111
Yay!
with Shasky and I. 511 with Steiny and Guru for your chance and call the contest line at 415-523-4652. We have this sweet, sweet jersey. Here, let me show you the jersey. Maybe I'll just take this home. I'll rock a Klay jersey. There could be a lot of Klay jerseys. Can't wait to see how many Klay jerseys are out there next season. How many people won't be rocking Klay jerseys?
Good question.
How popular would that jersey be? Also, I guess we're giving some bobbleheads away. Klay Thompson limited edition headband. Maybe I'll take this. I'm taking this away.
When did you know that the Niner mystique was gone in the 90s? Like, what did it take for you? Were you still like, we're magically gonna win? Because even during the Garcia era, like I was like, oh, we've got this mystique about us, this power about us. We're gonna win in the playoffs. And then it came to a thudding crash, and by about 2003, I was like, yeah.
So I don't know. I remember the exact play.
Okay.
Dennis Harrison was a head coach. The Niners were playing in Lambeau Field.
Okay.
They were technically still in the wild card race. They were like 4-6 or something like that. Fox had built it up as a big game. Mm-hmm. It's in the morning, and it was either third, fourth quarter, maybe third quarter. And it was a 4th down play. It could have been 4th and 3, maybe 4th and 4. And they ran the most predictable wide receiver reverse to T.O., and he got stuffed. Green Bay took over the ball. The Niners lose. And I'm just like, gosh, this is bad. We're done. We're done. And then the next year, of course, they get rid of T.O. and they lose to the Eagles in week 2, like 42-3.
Yeah, they were terrible.
And I was like, I don't know if we're getting back to. I don't know if we're going to be relevant anytime soon because Green Bay's rolling. Mm-hmm. The Eagles had Andy Reid and the West Coast offense. They're rolling. The greatest show on turf is doing their thing. Tampa Bay with their defense. The Falcons had Michael Vick. I mean, it was bad.
I remember we almost had the Rams beat one year, and Cedric Wilson didn't go down.
Oh yeah, and at the Dome in St. Louis.
Yes, the Edward Jones Dome, if I'm not mistaken.
Edward Jones Dome. Yep, there you go.
I remember those ones. I don't know the new ones, and I was like, oh my god, like that's a game you win every single time.
Yeah,
and we didn't.
And so that to me was like,
okay,
we're gonna. There's a couple like hairy moments like when Steve Young got hit on Monday Night Football. They go to Jim Druckenmiller. He actually won this first game in St. Louis. Yeah. They beat the Rams, but they were not good that year.
How about the Giants? So like when the Giants, they were winning, they're ratting off World Series. And then at what point did you kind of know it was over? Or did you always hold out hope? I think for me, it was about 2018.
Yeah, I mean, Bochy's last year, right? Was that no? It was 2019. 2019 was 2018. It felt like it was done.
Yeah,
I was like,
By
okay,
about
yeah, we're not.
2018,
We're done.
Yeah.
And even 2017, I was like, oh, I don't know. It's getting dicey here. It's getting dicey. That was about it. That was about it for the Giants. And then the Warriors, are we getting to that point with the Warriors?
Well, I guess that's
my question. Starting to feel about that?
What were the, like, you're talking about specific moments, but were there overarching organizational things that led you to that?
Well, yeah, you knew it was kind of over. Well, with the 49ers, the transition from the Barterlow to the Yorks. And then the fact that they weren't going to build the stadium in San Francisco. That felt, even though it wasn't dead really until like 2010, but like in the mid-2000s where it's like, man, there's no traction here. There's nothing going on. What's happening? And then you start to see the empty seats. And then you start to see the staleness of the offense. And you're like, oh, I don't know. Like, I don't think we're getting it run right. And Terry Donahue was just running the team into the ground. He was terrible.
He was terrible. But then, like, then they got good with Harbaugh. And then I told you, like, my heartbreak, the thump of losing to Seattle the way we did, and losing our best player, one of our best players, Navarro Bowman, and then capped on that interception. It was like, wow, how are you ever going to come back from that?
And they didn't.
Like, that felt to me, even though I know they were 8-5 at one point the following year, they finished 8-8. Like, to me, that team, it felt like the end of that particular run.
It felt like the end of that run, and then you knew it was the end of the run when they lost to the Raiders at the Coliseum the next year.
No doubt about it.
C.O. Moore was ready to fight Kaepernick at halftime in the tunnel.
No doubt.
And it was like he threw a pick on the first play of the game. Remember that?
That was worse for me as a fan. Like losing like that was worse to me than like 2017 or 2016 with Chip Kelly. Like losing to Johnny Manziel was a low mark. Like,
but we stunk.
But that's my point.
You know what I'm saying? It's
so I think going back to this question of like, what's harder? Right. These big games are hard.
The big games are hard to come. You never get over them. We still talk about them to this day. I talk about the losses more so than I talk about the Super Bowl wins, the World Series wins, the NBA Finals. I still talk about the losses.
Like, to me, I'm never going to get over the Super Bowl losses to Patrick Mahomes or Flacco, but in particular, Patrick Mahomes. And both very unique. And like, I'm just coming out of 49er hibernation.
We all are. It's taken us about 4 months to talk Niners.
It was as low as I could feel as a fan.
Walking out of Las Vegas?
It was pretty close.
I'll admit this to you. In the hotel room that night,
I was sad.
I got there and, we had, what did we order Chinese food, right?
No, we went to go get Popeyes. We waited in line, and then Popeyes was closed, which was the ultimate, like, screw yourself after losing the Super Bowl.
And so
all I wanted was fried chicken.
Fried chicken. We wanted fried chicken. So we ended up getting Chinese food. And
you didn't have a fork.
Yeah, they forgot my fork, so I had to basically eat it with my hands. It was awful. And then I remember Anna calling me about the Super Bowl, and I started tearing up. And I said, I don't think this team's getting back.
Yeah, I know.
And it's taken me a lot to ratchet up. And we're going to be at training camp next Wednesday. We're going to be live at the Hilton Hotel in Santa Clara. Come by and see us. We'll have more details on Monday. And I'm trying to figure out, how am I going to set the tone? How are we going to set the tone for another season when we know the regular season? Like, we're going to be hyped up about the Kansas City game, Dallas game. We're going to be hyped up about all these different games, right? But really, it's got a Warrior feel to it to where it may not even matter.
I know.
Because we got to win the big one.
I know.
We're tired of big regular season wins. And so I've been trying to figure out, how do I conjure up the energy to get everybody fired up about another 49er season? When we know, like, damn, Ayuk may not be here. It may be the last year with Deebo Samuel and George Kittle. We don't know what's going to happen with Brock Purdy and his money. The pressure is just immense. I think it's the most pressure a Bay Area team has faced since probably the 02 Giants.
I think it's the most pressure a coach has ever had, even more than Kerr. Because like when Kerr had Durant, they had already had a championship under their belt.
He was playing with house money.
No doubt. And like Purdy, dude, the amount of pressure on Purdy is almost unfair.
Right.
It's like, hey, while you're making nothing, you better win this one now.
Yeah, you better throw for over 4,000.
Yeah, exactly.
There can't be a drop-off.
Don't be the weak link.
Right. There can't be a drop-off. So the most pressure, and I think it's the most pressure since 02 with the Giants. And I think about that 02 Giants team that went to the World Series against the Angels. Peter McGowan came out, I think, before the season was like, yeah, we put together a team that should be in the World Series.
Well, Dusty
clapped back at him. Dusty clapped back. Was like, hold on, dude. And then you had the Bond to Kent situation in San Diego. And there was so much pressure on Dusty, Jeff Kent, Barry Bonds, that pitching staff.
Rodman's arm.
It feels like 888-957-9570. This is the most pressure on a Bay Area sports team. Because even in 2016, they go 73-9. I'm different. And a lot of people are going to disagree with me. I walked out of that game 7 and said, damn, I just saw something historic. But also, that Warriors team didn't make any excuses. and they played their asses off. Steph Curry was playing on one knee. On one knee. He couldn't shake Kevin Love. The fact that they rallied from a 3-1 deficit against OKC.
Tristan Thompson killed them in the series late.
He was destroying But they came back from a 3-1 deficit, and all the memories of that season, I'm like, all right. And then it was washed away 2 weeks later because we got Kevin Durant. And it was like, oh, game over. But boy, losing the big ones hurts a lot more than just, hey, we're not relevant. Like the Giants right now.
Yeah, but when you're in loser land and you're just walking around the desert, that does suck too. I don't know if it sucks as much and it's not as memorable as much, but it's not great.
You know, now that I'm thinking about it, because I'm always, it's Super Bowl or bust, it's Super Bowl or bust. Can we say that this season is Super Bowl or bust?
I mean, who
else would disagree with that? There's no Super Bowl or try again.
What other algorithm is there? Yeah, what other?
That has been done to me for the last 2 years.
Make the playoffs.
Yeah, no. I don't even care if the Niners finish second in the division. You sneak in the playoffs. Yeah. It is out here in these streets in San Francisco and the Bay Area. It is Super Bowl or bust.
It's got a college football feel where, like, you better win, and you better win with style points
it's like
all year.
It's like Tom Osborne in Nebraska. They couldn't get over the hump for so many years. And it was like, we don't care about the Big 8 championship. You better win the Orange Bowl. You better beat Miami. You better win at 90.
But it's like they're a prisoner of their own success.
Yep. Alabama.
Well, and I look at, like, the Guru scoreboard, right? He always says there's a scoreboard, and then there's the Guru scoreboard. And that's what's going to happen this year for the Niners.
Dude, it is. It really is. Let's go to the calls, man.
Yeah, let's go to some of these calls.
Sean at Berkeley, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's going on, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Just wanted to give a special shout out to an absolutely abysmal Bay Area sports franchise that you guys don't talk about, nor should you, the San Jose Earthquakes. I've been a fan for about 12 years, and I think this may be my last year because this team, in a game where you can tie, has lost 11 of their last 13 and is 4 wins, 2 draws, and 18 losses on the season. I'm out on this John Fisher joke show.
Wow.
Shout out Ryan Macchiano. I was talking to him yesterday, man. The Earthquakes, we got to figure it out. We got to figure this one out, man.
What is there to figure out?
You got to get some players.
Okay,
you got to get some wins.
Yeah.
We got to become relevant.
Get a new owner, too. But
yeah, you know who the owner is, right, Shasky?
Yeah, it's your boy. Your boy. Cavill and Fisher.
The audacity of the Sacramento Kings to retweet the Oakland A's, like, welcome to when you almost lost your team.
On the day they gave a 90-page dissertation about how they would break down the money without actually telling how they would fund the project in Vegas. I mean, it's just the most absurd thing ever.
They are absurd. Let's go to RJ at Fairfield. RJ, what's happening?
Talk about understanding losers.
Hopefully, I haven't made you nervous today.
Fans.
Nah, we good, but there's a lot of player hating on some Sacramento A's. Man, ain't nothing wrong with that. I'm gonna turn my Giants stuff in for some Sacramento A's stuff.
Oh, bye-bye. We won't miss you. We won't miss you, RJ.
I'm just kidding.
All right, you better be kidding. You better be kidding.
Wait, first of all, happy Friday, and yeah, man, this is a depressing show, honestly, because you keep bringing up the most I mean, this is Super Bowl or bust, Bonte, honestly, because I'm tired of knocking on the door and not punching through, man. I mean, I just watched the receiver doc, and I remember the announcer said the Niners could win the game if they convert this 3rd and 5 and kick a field goal.
Oh my God.
That hurt me. I turned off the TV because I cannot watch a documentary about that Super Bowl. And then I got another one. Robert Horry, Sacramento Kings, LA Lakers hitting that 3. And then I got Frank Gore hitting a 25-yarder against the Baltimore Ravens, getting to the yard line, and we had 4 chances to punch it in, and Jim Harbaugh did not call a run play. We threw a fade route. So, and real quick on some fantasy stuff. Hey, you forgot Charlie Conway from the Mighty Ducks. Come on, man.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
He scored like 8,000 goals in like a 5-game series.
Coach Bombay.
Yeah.
Coach Bombay.
Quack, 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 quack.
The original Mighty Ducks, nothing beats that.
Well,
those
the
uniforms.
USA one was cool too.
It was cool.
The
knuckle puck.
Yeah.
I knew you were
Thompson.
The guy who was the pitcher in the Sandlot was in Mighty Ducks.
Yeah.
D2.
Yeah, he was in D1 as well. He was one of the originals. Yeah, he was a District 1. Remember they had to, and then they were the only ones to come out of the ice. They had to forfeit a game.
Yeah.
So he was a good actor. That guy was good. Alex in Atlanta. Alex, what's happening?
Hey, gentlemen. Nice to talk to you here on a Friday. Love seeing you guys in the afternoon slot, by the way. It put you on a little later for me, so it's easier to listen to the show.
Nice.
But I do agree with you guys that I think this is a Super Bowl or bust season. And not only do I think there's a lot of pressure on the players, obviously, but there's a lot of pressure on the front office. Because once that window does close, the next question becomes, how quickly can you get it back open? Like, how quickly can we turn this around and get another Super Bowl contending team on the field? You know, assuming guys like George Kittle are gone in the near future, assuming Brandon Ayuk is gone, assuming Christian McCaffrey's gone in the near future. I mean, long term, it looks like Brock Purdy's going to be the guy, but then how capable are you of putting weapons around him, not only on the offense, but weapons that can support him on the defensive side of the football as well? So I think not only is the pressure on Kyle Shanahan, I imagine if they don't win a Super Bowl this year, the pressure starts to mount on John Lynch as well.
That's true. No Adam Peters, Rand Carthon's in Tennessee, starting to lose personnel pieces all over the place. What happens if the Niners do bottom out in the future? Do you believe Kyle Shanahan's made for a John Harbaugh-like run in Baltimore? Like, he's been in Baltimore forever.
Well, it feels like when you win a Super Bowl kind of early in the tenure, it buys you time to get through rebuilds. Right. And I think Lamar Jackson threw a lifeline to Harbaugh because there was a point in time they paid Flacco and it wasn't good post paying Flacco. And I think the transition to Lamar Jackson, he's gone all in on Lamar. Talk about John Harbaugh.
Oh, yeah. No, they've gone all in on Lamar.
And that's saved his career. I look at Sean Payton. Sean Payton won a championship. Was it 2009? 2008?
What to say? Teddy had a lot of leeway.
How about McCarthy? Mike McCarthy.
Mike
same
McCarthy.
thing.
He's got a job because of that Super Bowl.
You know, Pete Carroll, how long did he hang around, after those championships? So I think one championship buys you a lot of time. Here's the thing. Like, I don't believe Andy Reid got fired in Philly because he lost a Super Bowl. No. Andy Reid got fired because I believe his last two seasons were like 8-8 and 4-12.
And it got stale.
Yeah.
Was he there 13, 14 years? He's there for a long time.
But when you lose, that's right. That's when we start. So, like, we're not going to have any Kyle Shanahan conversations until he goes 7-9, and then the next year 5-13 or 5-12 or whatever it is.
Mike Tomlin's a good one. He's got the one Super Bowl with the Pittsburgh Steelers. They've lost, and they really haven't had a lot of success.
And everyone goes, well, hasn't had a losing season. It's like, he also hasn't won a playoff game since 2016.
Exactly. 8-8, 8-8, 8-8, 7-9, 8-8, and we're actually 8-8, 8-8, 8-8, no 7-9s, but 8-8's not nothing to brag about, especially in that market in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. It's 8-8. This is the Steelers here, the Pittsburgh Steelers. So, look, we could get into that because next week I'm coming out with that. That's probably look. Nothing else matters but a Super Bowl. Last year I came out with it and people say, whoa, we got Brock Purdy. We don't know about his elbow. Okay, fine. Is there anyone out there at 888-957-9570 who doesn't believe this season coming up with everything that's on the table and the ages of some of these players and contracts galore and what the cap may look like next season? Is there any question that this is a Super Bowl or bust? Like, a couple people, like, I was getting scoffed at a few times over the last couple of years because it's like, this team is loaded. Anything, like, I won a Super Bowl. It's been, the videos, Super Bowl week came out, and our boy Miles in SF, he had the perfect tweet for this. He goes, boy, this Chargers Niners Super Bowl, the video gets grainier and grainier every single season. I'm so tired of, this date in history, Steve Young threw 6 touchdown passes, Super. I don't care no more. Isn't that sad that I don't care about that game anymore?
No, it's just been forever. I mean, what were we, 12?
Yeah.
I mean,
11 years old, 12? Oh.
It's just...
And the NFC's getting better. Here, we were just talking during the break last break, Shasky. We were talking.
I can't take many more of these near Super Bowl wins that are turned into horrific losses that haunt me.
Or why have Toby after the game just so I'm done being invested like this. I'm going to go away for a long time. He refused to talk Niners. A lot of Niner fans, we have been hesitant to talk Niners up until this point because of the heartbreak of what happened in Las Vegas and that walk out of that stadium and watching that little girl who was like 12 years old sobbing, just like, oh my gosh, she was crushed.
See, here's what I'm trying to wrap my head around, and I just want you to just understand this. It's really, really, really hard to win a Super Bowl when you have a loaded team. And you're telling me we're going to lose some of those loaded players to pay the quarterback, which I know you have to. I get it. And all of a sudden, our windows opened up. when the quarterback's soaking up a lot of money and you can't afford elite talent around him. Now, Mahomes is the outlier, and Brady outlier. This is the other thing I want to make sure it's very clear about when it comes to Tom Brady. Everyone's like, well, he didn't start taking discounts until later. Actually, I looked it up, and if you look at the percentage of the cap that he ended up taking, he never took more than 9% of the cap. That's very important.
Very.
Never. Even early on. Though he started taking pay cuts when he was rich. No. Or even early on. Because he was never viewed early on as an elite quarterback.
No, he was a game manager.
Yeah.
Quote unquote game manager.
So like, and look, this is not like, did he earn it? Whatever. Like, yeah, Purdy's earned the right to go out and make 60, 65 million. But I'm telling you, and it's the same thing I would say to Josh Allen and to Patrick Mahomes or whatever. Okay. You deserve, and you're going to get all that. You're also the quarterback of one of the most popular teams in sport. You're going to get sponsorships left and right. Every million you take over what you really truly think that you need, like, it makes it more difficult for you to win a Super Bowl. And I know that's hard to say out loud because everyone, he's earned $50 million. If he takes 45, how's his life changed? Instead of 60. Honest to God, how has Purdy's life changed at all? You know how it's changed? It's now harder to put a left guard and a right guard next to you and that backup like nickel corner that you're going to need.
Well, we'll see about that. It's you know, we'll see.
This is the year is what I'm saying. He's making $800,000.
Right. This is the window to do it. This is why you drafted Trey Lance, right? To have that quarterback room and have that. The Houston Texans, look at what they're doing. They're going all in right now with C.J. Stroud. All in right now because at some point in Houston, they're going to have to break C.J. Stroud off. And he knows it, and they know it, and now's their time to cash in. And the Texans, you know, they look good on paper. They look damn good on paper. They're trying to cash in right now while C.J. Stroud is on this rookie deal. And he was a first-round pick for crying out loud, making a lot more money than Brock Purdy. So we'll see what happens, man. Beard says this on YouTube. Super Bowl or bust is silly. Is it silly? Is Super Bowl or bust silly?
I mean,
I would love for somebody to explain why.
Well, what is it like? Win the division?
Like
they're gonna throw like a birthday cake party.
Did you hear Drake Greenlaw last year? Beard. Drake Greenlaw last year when they won the division. He goes, I'm kind of tired of wearing these divisional T-shirts and hats. I want a Super Bowl one.
Ask the Braves of the '90s if one Super Bowl, was sufficient.
One's World Series, yeah, the Braves.
Oh, to be one World Series.
Yeah, I got what you're saying.
Like no.
You know, if the Denver Nuggets don't win another championship, you think Nugget fans are going to be like, damn, yeah, we got the one, but...
How's Jim Kelly looking at his career?
Oh, my gosh.
Because that's what the Niners would become. They would become the Bills of this era.
They would. Here, I'll read the rest.
I mean, we've lost 3 straight Super Bowls in 11 years, 12 years.
They'd be Andy Reid's Eagles, right? Like, that's just...
They lost in the NFC Championship. They only won one Super Bowl.
That's true. That's true, but... Getting there many times,
knocking on the door,
and then eventually, I know, San Francisco, like we're a lot. I'm not gonna say I'll say easier than Philadelphia market, but they only put up for it for so long. It's like this isn't like, and that's all they knew was Andy Reid.
It's Benoni. The way we talk about John Elway is completely different than when we talked about John Elway before the last 2 Super Bowls he won in his last 2 seasons. John Elway was Jim Kelly. He was. We viewed him completely different after he won the Super Bowl. And that's how this era of 49er football will be viewed if they do win a Super Bowl. If they don't, then they're along the lines. They're in the same bus with Joe Staley, Patrick Willis, NaVorro Bowman, Frank Gore, and the rest of the crew. So I would love Beard. He goes, you either like football or you only like winning. Real fans enjoy the process. We've enjoyed the process. This process with Shanahan has been awesome.
It's been incredible.
But you don't have the one thing that's missing.
Could you imagine, Jed York? I love this process of knocking at the very end on the door and then just being like, just stymied by Patrick Mahomes. You've become, to Patrick Mahomes, you are his Cincinnati Bengals.
Wow.
To his Joe Montana. That's who you are.
Wow.
Right?
Yeah, you are. You're right about that.
His Jim Kelly to his Dallas Cowboys.
I'm telling you, it's if you guys don't believe that it's Super Bowl or bust and you just want to enjoy the process, then fine. That's fine. There's going to be a lot of angry people if they don't win a Super Bowl this season. That's guaranteed. By the way, some more exciting news from our great friends at Jack's. They just opened up a new spot, Shasky, the new spot that I've been talking about. Cantina's Jackson Pleasant Hill. Go check it out and enjoy authentic Mexican food, an excellent tequila selection, frosted margaritas, a huge bar, and great vibes. Go check out Cantina Jack's in Pleasant Hill. It is open right now. What's coming up on the game? Brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. More on this Is it Super Bowl or bust for the 49ers? 888-957-9570. Or are we just irrational right now? More coming up. Brunch with Butcher and Bonte here on 95.7 The Game.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring?
Now back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Steiny and Goo, here's Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Same old Klay to me. We're giving away a Klay Thompson jersey in just over an hour. Just over an hour. 111 on this show. By the way, shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If we're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain, 888-957-9570. I'm going to call out Lori Matthews and Beard. I love Lori. We all love Lori. They disagree with the take. And I get Beard saying, hey, man, it's never bust. It's keep fighting and adapting. Keep fighting and adapting. Keep fighting and adapting.
You play to win the game.
I mean, here's what I'll say. How many people, if it wasn't for the receiver doc, because the receiver doc has helped us relive some of the great moments last season, but who the hell's been bragging about the year they had last year? The Niners were the number 1 seed in the playoffs. They did open up the season 5-0. They did go on a roll, starting in Jacksonville and Tampa, beating up on Tampa. Pardon me. Going to Seattle on Thanksgiving night, beating them, beating Philadelphia 42-19. Who the hell's been bragging about that?
It feels like they weren't the same team after the Baltimore game. From the rest of the year on.
No, Baltimore took something out of them.
Yes.
Because even Washington was a struggle early on.
Yeah.
It was a struggle. Now, the Rams game, you throw it away because nobody really played.
The Washington game was closer
It was closer than we all believe.
Yeah, throw the Carson Wentz out-dueling Sam Darnold game out of here.
But
by the way, just real quick.
Yeah.
Real quick. I'm going to let you finish your thing. Yeah, no one's bragging.
Seen ghosts.
All you idiots who hyped up Sam Darnold. That's it. You're an idiot.
Whoa.
What, the one guy?
Who hyped up Sam Darnold?
There were certain people in the media like, Sam Darnold. Get out of here.
Did Sam Darnold really breed out? What I want to know,
there were certain people who slob knob the Pac-12. They're like, Sam Darnold, look at how he's throwing.
Sam Darnold's been
garbage.
Yeah,
I've
never been a fan, but I do want to go with that competition. That training camp. I don't even really think it was a competition, but I don't even want to revisit. What I want to revisit, though, is who the hell's bragging about last regular season with the 49ers? They lost the Super Bowl, and nobody's brought up Philadelphia.
Nope.
Nobody's brought up the Dallas game, 42-10. Nobody's brought up the Rams game in Week 2 in L.A. Nobody's brought up Pittsburgh in Week 1. That Super Bowl loss has hung over our heads all off season. And all we've talked about, when we have talked about the 49ers, how the hell do you get back to that point? And even if you get back to that point, I've been on record saying, damn, if I know Kansas City's on the other side of the bracket, I don't even know if I want to go to the Super Bowl no more and face Patrick Mahomes. Like, that's how scared I am of the Kansas City Chiefs and I guess just how defeated I've been in these big games with the 49ers, starting with the Harbaugh Niners. Like, there's a lot of bad memories, man, whether it's the Super Bowl against Baltimore, whether it's the NFC Championships against Seattle or the New York Giants or the LA Rams at SoFi Stadium, Philadelphia, when you lost your quarterback on the 6th offensive play and Brendan Ayuk's running wide open on the post corner right in front of Shasky and I. Shasky say, he's got him. And nope, it's a fumble. I mean, come on, man. Like, come on, folks, let's get real. It's not hey, we're gonna enjoy the process. And if we fail, we fail because it's really hard. The hell with that.
I mean, it's not your 7th grade basketball team, okay?
No.
I'm just so happy to see you guys play. Like, this is big boy sports. All right? This is big time sports, big corporation sports. And these guys are all trying to fight for every dollar and their legacy, all right?
Have you listened to Joe Lacob, folks, this week? The owner of the Golden State Warriors?
Obsessed with winning.
The guy wants to win.
Do you think anybody on the obituary of Jerry West was like, he did win the Western Conference?
No.
21 times.
Jerry West is still pissed he didn't beat the Celtics in the finals.
Like, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I can sit here and do a sugarcoat job.
Like what? What?
We don't sugarcoat things. I'm not sugarcoating anything.
How many times has the Dallas Cowboys won the East in the last, I don't know,
Nobody even cares.
Years?
Nobody cares. You think Guru cares? Guru cares about... Guru's like, we can't even get to the damn NFC Championship game.
How about the Houston Rockets? Did anyone care?
Nobody cares. They won 65 games.
No one cares.
Nobody gives a damn. Nobody cares. Nobody's hanging regular season banners for winning 65 games.
I completely forgot about how cool and how awesome and how important that Eagle win was. And then when you kind of like step back and you forget completely about it, you're like, wow, that was such a great win.
And all the hate and all the joy we had of beating up on Philadelphia. I had a lot of joy. I loved that win. I don't even care because we lost to the same dead team they lost to in the Super Bowl.
Well, and the other part of this is that seeing the way the Detroit first half played out and seeing the way that the Super Bowl ended up playing out, you were really lucky to get past Green Bay and Detroit.
Very
lucky.
You just were. You should have won those games.
Both can be true. You won the game, you get credit, but you can also be equally like, wow, we were really lucky to escape the Green Bay game.
And not only that, anybody out there don't think Detroit's going to be better?
I think they're going to have a difficult time
within that
loading
division,
up in that division, and then they've spent some money in some unique ways. Like they haven't even paid Hutchinson yet.
No, they haven't.
Bite a kneecap off.
They're a couple years away from that, but also.
Well, by the way, I think about him a lot different. From that time that you just said that bite a kneecap off to where I am now, no person's opinion have I changed more on than Dan Campbell.
Dan Campbell's what a lot of, I actually like that press. I was like, you know what? Detroit needs some of that. That market needed that.
And Green Bay will be better. They were one of the youngest teams in the league. I think the Eagles with Saquon Barkley
slow
are
down
be
on
better.
Green Bay for a second.
Okay.
Slow down on Green Bay.
Okay.
Because a lot of people laughed at Green Bay. They went to Dallas and they won. And I got a lot of heat because I said, man, I love Jordan Love. Now, he did throw the 2 picks. That was his second playoff game, I should say. Second playoff game. Now, the road game in Dallas is really a neutral site because Cowboy fans, that home field advantage stinks. Ask Guru. They don't have a home field advantage. They're playing neutral site games basically every week. Green Bay had one of the youngest receiving cores, youngest offenses, and now they got Josh Jacobs. Now, if he can stay healthy, he's a bruising runner. In that cold weather, he could be really, really good.
He's doing a lot of talking, too. Let's see if Josh can stay healthy.
He's doing a lot of talking. A little too much for my liking, but it is what it is. But their receivers were hurt. So Green Bay will be better. The Chicago Bears have all kind of talent. The only question mark is how quickly can Caleb Williams adapt to the NFL?
I'm not ready to give them anything, but they were the number 1 pick.
They're intriguing.
Or the 9th pick, excuse me.
They're intriguing, though. But Keenan Allen, Roma Dunze, DJ Moore, they've got playmakers.
But okay. They're a long way away for me to believe that they're a contender for the NFC.
Maybe their defense was really good last year, Shasky.
We thought the Texans were going to be horrible last year.
Okay, but the Texans were also a half away from not winning that division, and Gardner Minshew and the Indianapolis Colts could have won that division.
So it doesn't
half
matter,
away from maybe beating the Ravens.
They were. They were in that game.
Half.
That was a very close first half. Very close first half.
Fair.
No, you know what I'm saying? This thing could flip in the NFL.
Chicago's got a rookie quarterback and a coach that I'm not sure
with
is
that
even
logic,
a coach.
Shasky, the Niners were a quarter away from not going to the NFC Championship game.
Yeah.
They needed a game-winning drive to beat the Packers.
They were also the best team in the league for 3 months.
But nobody cares.
I know.
Nobody even cares.
But at no point does Chicago show life. Like we have to.
No. That's not true.
Give them a month.
No, that's not true. Chicago showed a lot of life late last year when they traded for Montez Sweat.
I'm talking about the rookie quarterback.
Well, Caleb Williams.
Yeah, like gotta give him a month.
Caleb. That's
all I'm saying.
But no, Chicago. They played very, very tough last year. They go to Minnesota on that Monday night game. They win an ugly game. I'm looking at the schedule right now, and I remember every single game because I was watching all these games. Detroit, they beat the hell out of Detroit after blowing the game late against. They were up like 12 points on Detroit with 4 minutes left in the game. Should have won the damn game. They go to Cleveland. Should have won that game in Cleveland. Justin Fields laid on all these passes. Chicago is a team I'm watching, man. I'm telling you, I think they could go from where were they? What was their record last year? Where were they? They were 3rd in the North. I believe Chicago will be in the playoffs. That's a hot take. I think Chicago's going to be in the playoffs this year.
I mean, they can have a great year and not even be close to the playoffs. You know what I mean?
I think they're going to the playoffs.
Okay, well, I'm gonna wait on Chicago until I see them play.
That's fine. But we said the same thing about Houston. I thought Houston was going to be they killed me in a survival pool.
Yeah, but that's the worst division in football. On paper, it is.
But on paper,
Tennessee's terrible. And look, I'm just saying, Tennessee's terrible. Indianapolis lost their quarterback after 3 weeks and was starting Gardner Minshew for months on end. And then Jacksonville wasn't even close to as good as what we thought they might be.
Yeah, we thought they were going to be good on paper. So Houston's tough. DeMeco Ryan's got something. They didn't bring in Danielle Hunter to go alongside Will Anderson Jr. and all the studs they have offensively. Watch out for them. But I like Chicago, man. Montez Sweat went there. But anyway, all that to say is that the NFC is getting better, Shasky. You don't think within our own division, Seattle's getting better?
Yes, I'm interested to see a defensive coach and how he can take Geno Smith to the next level because I dismiss Seattle in general due to the fact that Geno Smith, I believe, is kind of hit a ceiling.
You know why I'm not going to dismiss Seattle, though? This coach coming over, McDonald, is the same defensive coordinator,
no doubt,
who rattled Shanahan in that offense on Christmas Day with the Baltimore Ravens.
Is he bringing Kyle Hamilton with him? Because that's one of the best safeties in the game.
But he's got some players on that Seattle defense. They've got some players on that defense.
They got Witherspoon.
Witherspoon's we better hopefully we have Ayuk to go to counter. But Seattle, they're coming, man. They're coming with this defense. And then you got the Cardinals. I got a sneaky suspicion about them. I don't know what it is, but Kyler seems like he's locked in. They bring in Marvin Harrison.
I like Gannon.
Gannon's tough. That GM's tough. They're building something in there. Trey McBride, the tight end's good.
Yeah.
Tight end's really good.
Yeah.
And then you got Sean McVay and the Rams.
Well, you know how I feel about him now.
Yeah, you've come full circle on him. Welcome to my world with Sean McVay. So this whole Super Bowl window thing, we're all talking about, hey, the window's open and blah, blah, blah. If you lose the Super Bowl, okay, it's really hard, and just enjoy the process. Has anybody enjoyed the process from last season? Because from what I've heard and from what I've seen online, nobody's talking about that damn process from last season. Everybody's talking about how you lost the Super Bowl and how you should have lost the NFC Championship game. So I say all that to say it is absolutely Super Bowl or bust. If they don't win the damn Super Bowl this year, it will be a massive disappointment. And I know how hard it is, but with this roster that Juszczyk just said up there in Lake Tahoe, we got the best roster in football. We got a Super Bowl roster. Kittle keeps saying it. Everybody said it.
They got to finish the job, though.
And if they don't finish the job, Shasky, what? Then what?
Well, then we go to the bottom of the mountain and we're rearranging some of the deck chairs. We're going to have to get rid of some guys. Like they're very bloated financially. No, they are. They're bloated financially, and they're $30 million over whatever the salary cap is currently for next year. Well, that's without retaining a lot of players that are up for contract extensions. That's without giving Brock Purdy a big money, paycheck. And everyone's like, well, it won't hit your books for a couple of years. It's gonna hit your books at some point. And all of their, poor financial spending and good financial spending came home to roost this offseason. And that's kind of why you're in a stalemate with Brent Ayuk.
Joe.
And we didn't even talk about Philadelphia yet and what they have. You think Philadelphia with Saquon Barkley? They're going to be a problem. They're going to be a problem.
I worry about them. But here's the thing. They don't have any linebackers. And
they never do.
Yeah, and so that's if you're going to face Kittle and CMC and Debo and you don't have linebackers, good luck.
Yeah, good luck.
Because you got to be able to knock us out.
Who are their linebackers? Who they got? Kobe Dean from Georgia. Who else? They picked up Devin White from Tampa, who got benched in Tampa. We'll see about him. Nolan Smith Jr., another Georgia
guy. They drafted the Iowa guy in the secondary. I don't know what position he's going to play.
Cooper DeJean.
Jeremiah Trotter Jr.
Yep, Jeremiah Trotter Jr. They got C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Reed Blankenship, Darius Slade Jr. Yeah. They're going to be a problem.
Bradshaw
now, their pass
will
rush
not be there.
They're going to be a problem.
They really went after their secondary, though, because that's what was really porous last year for them. It was just a god-awful. You saw that in the Tampa game especially.
Yep. No doubt, but I also, against us, if you can't cover tight ends and running backs, we will destroy you. That's why Baltimore is so unique against the Niners. They have linebackers that can run and a safety who can cover middle of the field and deep. And so I look at specific teams.
They just lost Patrick Queen.
Right? One of the things about Kansas City that I believe is to be, very underrated is their linebackers were awesome in the Super Bowl.
They were all really good. Really good defense. Really good defense. In the AFC. Damn, King Henry's in Baltimore now. Derrick Henry. You don't think that's going to work out for the Baltimore Ravens?
Yeah, I think that's going to work.
So you know what I'm saying?
So now I don't know whether Lamar's running or Derrick's running. Wow. That's a perfect fit.
And Spinoni, you can get on this, but when I hear people, and I'm not trying to rip Beard, I'm not trying to rip Laurie Matthews, anybody who has that process or that has that thought process, but hey, just enjoy the journey and win.
I
and
know
you know
people.
What? but I'm not going to be happy if they don't win the Super Bowl again.
I don't think. Will Jed be happy? Forget us.
No, nobody will.
Will John Lynch be happy?
It would feel like a wasted era.
These guys are maniacally obsessed with winning a Super Bowl. Just one. Start there. One. They just want to win one.
How do you view the Niners, Spadone?
How do I view them?
Going into the season, just what?
I think they have the most pressure in the NFL. It's not even close.
It's the most pressure for a Bay Area sports team, in my opinion, in over 20 years. Since the 02 Giants.
They are in probably the most difficult position you could be in because you haven't won a title. So, that you can at least lean on that if you're the Warriors at this point, right? Like there's expectations, but it's like, you know what? They've already won so much.
There's equity.
There's equity
Earned
built
equity.
up. Hell, I know the Giants is whatever, but they've won in this century.
Yeah.
So they've already built up for some fans. It's like, whatever, I was a little kid or something like that. It's fine. But for the Niners, 3 different times you have gone to the Super Bowl since the 2010 year and you've lost.
So like
they've gone to the point where the regular season no longer matters.
See?
But they haven't got that title, which is the worst space that you could possibly be in because all of the expectations are Super Bowl or bust.
No doubt. When I think about my Warrior fandom, it's funny that you brought that up, B. My dad experienced the 75 team. My grandfather.
Yep.
I didn't. And so whenever I'm talking about the Warriors, I never account for that championship because I didn't.
We weren't born.
Exactly. In my life, the Warriors were losers.
Yep.
Okay? And so that's what my setting is as a fan.
Think about when they won 2014-15. It was like Steve Kerr's first year. My expectations going into that season wasn't a championship.
No, it was like Western Conference
Finals. Let's get to the second round of the playoffs.
If you got me to the Western Conference Finals, I would have felt.
I was just thinking, just get me to the second round. I'm good.
No,
just keep building. And then they win the NBA championship. You're like, the Warriors?
I know.
NBA champions?
Remember, the Heatles had just won it the year before, 2 years before, and you thought that the Heat and the Spurs were still going to be at it, and then LeBron bounced and it changed everything. So, I want to ask Lubman, because you're a Niner fan, Lubman. Is the 94 championship equivalent to you that it would be for me when I talk about the 75 Warriors, where I have zero emotional attachment other than through my vicariously through my dad? Does that make sense?
Kind of, to be honest, no. That last Niners Super Bowl title, I was, toddling around at that time. I have no memory of what was
you're not
going on at that time.
You're not hoisting that up, right?
It could have happened in 1955 as opposed to 1995, that title. So, I kind of agree with what Spadoni said earlier. It's like with the Giants, I obviously want to see them get back, but that urgency, it's never going to be what it was for me. That pressure, it's never going to be what it was for me going back to 2009. Warriors, same thing. It's going to take a while for that pre-2014 pressure to really get there. But with the Niners, though, is in my living memory of being able to process life, no, I have no memory of what the Niners are like when they're, winning a Super Bowl.
And even with the Giants in 2010, I wasn't expecting them to win the World Series. To me, there wasn't a lot of pressure. They beat the Phillies, who were the odds-on favorite. All the pressure was on the Philadelphia Phillies and Ryan Howard and Chase Utley and all those guys.
Felt like winning the World Series.
And then you got to play Texas, and it's like, we're playing with house money. Let's beat the Texas Rangers.
They clinched the spot on the final day of the year with a Johnny Sanchez start where he hit a triple down the line.
Big Dog and I went to that game, and they ran all around the yard.
It was incredible.
They ran all around the yard at that game.
Was it Venable that struck out to end the game?
I forget who it was. It was just a big party.
Yeah.
I don't remember who it was.
I think it was Venable for the Padres.
I just remember Big Dog walking out the city. I just remember Big Dog walking out the stadium. Oh, you Giants says now on the wagon. It's like, dude, dial it down. You didn't believe they were going to win.
No one did.
Because they were 10 games behind the Padres that season in NL West. Late in the season, and the Padres had to choke to get that division.
I thought the James Loney Dodgers were going to get us.
Right. So I'm...
you like that. The Matt Kemp,
come on.
James Loney, Chad Billingsley.
Jesus Guzman.
Yes, Jonathan Broxton Dodgers.
We got Call of the Week coming up in a couple minutes.
Raphael for call.
We got Call of the Week coming up in a couple minutes. Let's go to Bobby in Los Altos. Bobby, what's happening?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Hopefully you can enjoy this afternoon. Listen, I'm a little surprised to hear that you're to make a point that it's a counterpoint or a hot take to say it's a do or die season. I feel like that's pretty obvious, and that's why I don't understand why we can't get the Brandon Ayuk thing done. I don't really care about next year, and if we have to blow up the team, so be it. I feel like do or die was actually last year, and I was going to make a point about how every other contender in the NFC is just getting better, minus maybe the Philadelphia Eagles. But you guys just covered that about 5 minutes ago. So it's absolutely do or die. And I guess the last point is that in terms of most press, I think you said, Bronte, something about most pressure.
Most pressure. I believe the Niners have the most pressure for a Bay Area sports team since the 2002 Giants. Now, the Sharks, I don't want to admit the Sharks in the 2010s. They had a lot of pressure on them to get over the top with all the players that they had.
Thornton, Marlowe.
They were knocking on their doorstep. They had a lot of pressure on them to try to win one cup. But in my opinion, the 2002 Giants had so much pressure to try to win the World Series because you knew it was Dusty's last year. Jeff Kent was probably not coming back. I believe this team coming up, that's about to open up training camp, Bobby, next Wednesday down in Santa Clara, has the most pressure on them that we've seen on a Bay Area sports team since the 02 San Francisco Giants?
I'm going to respectfully disagree. I think the KD Warriors had much more pressure on them. It's the same scenario. You don't even watch the regular season, and you're just waiting for the playoffs for something to begin. And absolutely, look, the Niners, if they gotta just they gotta take care of the Ayuk thing, and if they gotta get rid of him next year and need all that guaranteed money, so be it. This is their only chance. Like you said, Green Bay's only getting better.
Yep.
Detroit's only getting better. Everyone's reloading. Philadelphia, I believe we broke them. I don't think they're going to be anything this year. If we don't get it done this year, quit worrying about next year's salary cap management. Yeah. Go all in now.
Yeah. I'm kind of with you, Bobby, on the last point. I respect the KD era. That first year with KD, maybe there was some pressure, but I always thought they're getting back to the finals and they're winning.
And they already had a title.
They had a title.
That's the heart of it. Like, you can lean on that.
Right. Maybe for like, you have to win it or bust, but like in terms of legacy-defining stuff, I don't know.
30 seconds or less, Dave and Frisco. 30 seconds or less, Dave and Frisco, before we get to Fleming. What's up, Dave?
Man, hey, I'm not excited like you guys, man. I feel like last year we had good health. We had the first seed, and the teams, they weren't ready yet. We had that perfect opportunity, and this year we didn't really get any better in the off season. First you had the same roster, only changes you have Leonard Floyd. So yeah, I'm not excited. It's like I'm kind of numb to all the pain now. We've been so far and always the same result. I think they got to change their approach in the playoffs. I think we get too tight in the playoffs, and it's hard to get excited right now. I think our window was last year. We have a great shot this year, but it's like to what end? Like I can't get excited. It's the same result every year.
Dave. That's what's happening.
In 1994 Steve Young feel where you had to get through the Cowboys. Like the whole Steve Young era was going to be delegitimized if they couldn't win one.
Yep, no doubt. That's a great point. All right, it's time for Caller of the Week. This week's caller is Guru's boy, now our boy, $40 Frankie, who's not feeling Kyle Shanahan or Brendan Ayuk this week. Let's go to $40 Frankie, Union City.
He gave Mahomes the ball last. He can never be forgiven for that. I don't care how tired your defense is. If they score in one play, you get the ball last with a chance to win the Super Bowl. And that's the bottom line. He screwed up. He can never be forgiven for that, ever. As good as a coach he is, he can never be forgiven for that.
49er Frankie, how you feeling about Ayuk?
You know what? His skill set, there's 15, 20 guys with his skill set, man. There's not one with Debo's skill set. Not one. He's a dime a dozen, man.
I respect it.
He's a good player, but look, when you play Cleveland, Baltimore, Kansas City, there's no separation.
49er Frankie, this week's Caller of the Week. How about that, Guru? Call it to the roast, and if your call is better than the rest, you could be named Caller of the Week. To what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Fremont Bake. Celebrating 60 years of full-service baking with no compromises. Giving out the Clay jersey at 111. But we got Dave Fleming to talk some Giants baseball as they begin the second half of the season. What about the Giants? Do they have any pressure? Or does Farhan have all the pressure on him to make a deal at the deadline and get this team back into the playoffs? That's coming up here. Brunch with Butcher Bonte here on 95.7 The Game.
I just want you guys to talk about me.
This is Klay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. It better not be roasting me if I'm giving them all these intros.
Not. We will never, ever roast a legend like you, Klay Thompson. Heck, we're giving away your autographed jersey. That's right, an autographed Klay Thompson jersey today. Listen at 111 with Shasky and I. That's coming up in less than 45 minutes. And Steiny and Goo at 511 for your chance. Call the contest line at 415-523-4652. Let's get into the Giants for a second. Giants, fresh off the All-Star break. Fresh off the break, they begin the second half of the season, the unofficial second half of the season in Colorado, Coors Field.
What do I always say to you?
What?
Thank God for the Rockies.
Well, Kyle Harrison had his best start at Coors Field earlier this season. He's going against Cal Quantrill, 6-7, 4.13 ERA. Let's get to our main man, Dave Fleming, joining us on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? Flem, what is happening? We're in a different slot. I know we feel fresh, we feel lively. We've gotten some sleep here, but I want to start the conversation with this, Flem. We're having some fun earlier in the show. Top 5 fictional football players, top 5 fictional baseball players, top 5 fictional basketball player. If I was to ask you your top fictional baseball player in a baseball movie, who would it be?
Or show.
It could be show, too. It could be show.
What do you mean by top?
So, like, your favorite fictional character.
Here we go. So, for example, right, for me, if I was thinking about baseball fictional characters, I was telling Bonte, emotionally, the dad and Kevin Costner in Field of Dreams having a catch, on the field. Like, to me, like, that's now, losing my pops and stuff with my son. Like, that's a top character now for me all time. When he says, Dad, can we have a catch?
I love Benny the J. Rodriguez from the Sandlot. I love him with the PF Flyers or whatnot.
All good choices. That's a hard question.
It is a hard one.
I think the most realistic baseball movie was Bull Durham. Like, I think Bull Durham captured minor leagues better than, well, I mean, not many have actually attempted that, but it captured the essence of baseball better than any movie. So, I'd almost lean towards the Tim Robbins character as opposed to Crash Davis, but I might go Crash Davis just because all the sort of the nuggets and the wisdom and the stuff that gets talked about. I was in the minor leagues, and that movie was amazingly accurate.
I love that. All right, so look, I'm looking at the Giants, and you tell me if I'm crazy on this. Like, Lubman and I were doing our podcast today, and we were arguing, and he was like, hey, playoffs, it's all important, and playoffs. And I say, hey, look, man, like, I understand the zoom in, it's about this year, and there's big stakes, and I get all that. But as I zoom out, because at times you do have to zoom out and think big picture, boy, that might have been the best half a rookie has had in over a decade for anyone on the Giants. And I'm looking at what they've got now with Bailey and Ramos. And big picture, I feel really good about this year's chances in the playoffs. I don't. How should Giants fans feel as they're getting ready for this second half here?
I hate to tell anybody how they should feel. How do I feel? I feel the way that you do. There are a lot of big-time positives, and probably Ramos now is number one on the list. It's interesting because for a team that has really earned its record, like if you dig deep into the underlying stuff, the Giants are about exactly where they should be. So that's discouraging because I think we all felt like this team should be better than 3 games under 500. But I also think that there have been enough real, true positives from the first half to make me excited about the Giants going forward. So I kind of probably feel a lot the way that you do. If what we saw from Blake Snell at the end of the first half can really, truly translate to from now through the end of the season, they have a shot. They have a shot to go on a long win streak and actually get in and do some damage. So I still think there's hope for this season, and I think there's a lot of cool stuff that's happened for the Giants to give you a bigger picture feel of where this franchise is headed.
Yeah, Flem, I'm coming with you with Blake Snell. I've bought stock into Blake Snell. His lifetime numbers in July, August, and September have been phenomenal. I think Blake Snell is not going to be a problem in the second half of the season for the Giants. I think the guy we saw the last 2 starts on that homestand, I believe is the guy we'll see if he's on this team after the deadline for the foreseeable future here. But 7 of the next 11 against Colorado. And then you got the 4 against the Dodgers, and boy, it feels like a great time to face the Dodgers. Well, all the injuries that they have going on and everything going on with their roster and their pitching staff, it feels like the Giants, if there's not a time, now's the time to get hot. If they can't get hot over the next 11 games, how do you think it'll dictate the trade deadline if they can't get hot against Colorado and the Dodgers?
Yeah, I do. Those are a couple questions rolled into one, all good questions. I agree with you that this is the biggest week of the year. Like the Giants have not played well enough away from home. They've been a pretty good home team this season. If you just look at the bottom line, like, okay, how do you get to even 85 wins? What is that now? Like, I mean, you gotta really go on a run, like 38 and 20-ish or something. You know, they have to really play well over these last 65 games or whatever it is. So how do you do that? You can't only win at home. You got to play better on the road. So this is a huge week to establish that you can do that. As you get your pitching lined up and get some guys back, you got to play better on the road. And you're right. Like, you're never getting the Dodgers at a better time. Mm-hmm. And the Rockies are not a great team. Even though you're playing at Coors Field, they're not a great team. So I'm with you on that part of it. You know, can they make an argument to be buyers at the deadline? I think they really could if they had a great week plus, then they can make that argument. But I do think the flip side of what you're talking about is true. If they don't play well this week, there is an argument to not a tear down, but there's definitely a case to be made that they could sell off some pieces at the deadline if they don't play well this week.
Now, how disappointing would that be? Coming into the season with the payroll that they've had and the pitching staff they've amassed here and all the talk about, hey, man, playoffs. That would that be disappointing, Fleming, if they did become sellers this season?
It would be, there's no way around it. It would be really disappointing. It would be, there would be no way to couch that other than the year's been disappointing.
Right, because I hear you on the pillars with the youngsters. I'm with you there with Bailey and Ramos and some of the things we've seen. That's the zoom out. But for this team and this regime, I know you can't get into Farhan and what could happen with him, but I think it would be a massive disappointment if they did start selling in a couple weeks.
Yeah, but I think this, one thing about Farhan is I don't believe he's a cover my own rear end kind of guy. Like, Farhan believes deeply in doing the best thing for the franchise. And so I don't believe it's going to, if he decides this team is just not good enough to get there and there's a great deal to be made that would help the Giants' future, he's going to make it, period. I think the default for everybody is give this team a chance to take it all the way through to the end. Most of these deadline deals, most of them don't end up doing enough for your future to make it worth it to punt on a season where you still have a chance. You know what I mean? Like, most of these trades are not bringing back. Now, there could be an exception. There could be a deal out there, could be, with so few sellers, that there could be a deal to get you a guy that you've circled somewhere, a young player that, hey, this can be a big part of our future. And that would be tough to pass up. So I think it's going to be a really hard decision to make. You're going to take it all the way down to the end, get as many games under your belt as possible to see where we stand as a team, and then make your decision, and only make a trade to sell if you're getting something really valuable back in return, and where simultaneously you can continue to run Harrison and Birdsong and Ramos and Matos and Wisely and Bailey, those guys out there, and continue to pile up more info about how big a part of your future those guys can be. So it doesn't have to be the rest of the season is a waste. It doesn't have to be that. But if they want to avoid that, they got to play well this week. Have to.
All right, so you referenced a couple of people. There's so many that I want to get to. I want to rat-a-tat-tat a couple. Second half, just a thought about what they need to do or what you want to see from them. I'll rat-a-tat-tat a couple. Just the first sentence or two that comes to mind. Hayden Birdsong.
Control the fastball better.
Okay.
Like that.
What about Kyle Harrison tonight?
Almost the same thing for me for Kyle. Like, both those guys are in the same bucket for me. Like, they're both young and they're both unrefined. Tighten up. Like, you got to find a way, not necessarily to be more efficient. Stop wasting so many pitches to fall behind in the count. Be more aggressive with your stuff. They both have great stuff. If they can do that, they can take a big step forward.
Camilo Duvall.
Gosh, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things with him. I'll say the number one thing. Forget all the psychobabble stuff, which some of that is applicable to Camilo. Like, you got to have a better attitude. You got to have a better mindset out there. You got to clean up all the little details that he continues to fail to clean up. All those things do apply, but the stuff hasn't been as good either. It just hasn't been. Find a way, whether it's fine work in the bullpen or whatever. We need to see that explosive movement with the fastball, with the slider. The stuff has to be a little better. So for me, that's the number one thing. You can have all the other problems, but the stuff, if you dig down deep, it just hasn't been quite as good. And you can find that. You dig into the StatCast stuff, you can find it with him.
What do you do with both middle infield spots in the second half, second base and shortstop?
Yeah, I mean, I think Wisely's making a case to be a big part of this team going forward. Tyro's got to play a lot better. Like, there's a lot of pressure on Tyro in the next 60 games, a lot. He has to show that he's better than the player he's been for the first half plus of this season. Because Wisely's more natural spot is definitely second base. Like, that's not to say he can't play short, and it's really valuable to have a guy who can fill in over there, but my gut tells me he's not your future stop defensively. My gut tells me they still need a better option long-term at shortstop and that crowd second base. And it may, that's the kind of competition you want. Like, show us as a franchise, which one of you guys wants to be our guy going forward.
Dave Fleming here with Bonte and Butch here on 95.7 The Game, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Couple more for you, Flem. What happens with Jordan Hicks in the second half of the season?
Yeah, good question. You got to work with him. Like, Jordan's been so. You can say what you want about the bottom line results, but he deserves a ton of credit for doing what he's done to this point, and so he's earned the right to have a say in how you move forward. He's realistic enough to know that he can't just take it all the way to the end going 5 innings a night. Like, that's probably not realistic. So just make sure that you're working with him to where he's okay with the plan you have and send him to the bullpen at some point. Like, whether that's right now or a few more starts when you get Ray and Cobb back and get the guys going. But I think he can be a weapon for you still. You might not be able to use him like you would if a reliever all year. It might not be a back-to-back night situation or you might have to use him a little differently. He can still help this team a lot.
All right. Expectations. What are the realistic expectations for Robbie Ray and Alex Cobb? Because I'm not going to lie to you, Flem. I'm getting a little excited about, especially Robbie Ray. I'm kind of having these visions here for three, Logan Webb, Blake Snell, Robbie Ray in a short series. That could be nasty for an opposing team. What should our expectations be for Robbie Ray and Alex Cobb?
Yeah, I had a better answer. I do. I mean, I think Robbie Ray, the expectation should be pretty high. Like, Robbie Ray looks great physically. He's throwing hard. He's got a track record of dominance when he's healthy and right. Can he be fine with his command coming back immediately? I don't know, but I think the expectation should be pretty high. To me, he's the really intriguing one. The bottom line with him is if he pitches really well, he's going to opt out.
Yeah.
And so then you got a big decision on your hands with him. But root for that. Like, if he pitches well enough to do that, good thing for the Giants. Like, that is not a bad thing. Cobb is in a different bucket for me. Like, I love Cobb. He's a leader on this team. He's a great dude. The body seems to be breaking down now. And if he can get through the end of the year healthy, maybe you got a chance to bring him back. He likes in here. If you're not counting on him to be a full season starter, you might be able to kind of fit him into your plans for next year without counting on him in the way that you would earlier in his career. I'm just pulling for Cobb just to have a positive finish to what's been a frustrating year. Ray is in a different category. Like Robbie Ray, you could see some dominance from him, and it'd be really cool.
Dave, I have to insert the joke when there is one.
Don't do it. Let
Are you saying
do it.
There's not a lot of corn left on the cob?
Oh.
We may be down to our final few kernels. We might be.
God. Joe Spindoni wanted us to say it. I refuse to say it, Flem. I wasn't going to put you in that spot, but you played the game well, man. I'd rather Shasky or Joe Spindoni take the bullet for us, man. Unbelievable. Flip, have fun out there in Colorado, man. 7 of the next Dave. 11. It's a great stretch for the Giants, man, to get right here. Let's go, baby. Let's get to August, man. And hopefully they're playing for something by the time September rolls around.
I sure hope so. I mean, there have been enough really good things happening with this team. I still have a lot of belief. So I haven't told Javi this, but on the TV side tonight, I might, just drop this is the most important weekend of the whole. See what he says.
That's something I always use every week, Flip. So as long as you only use it once every 3 months, that's fine. And tell Javi we said hi. I love you and Javi together. I love you and Pitts, but Javi's really grown in that role, man. I really love Javi Lopez. He's great.
He's doing a great job. He really is. So we'll see if we can dial up a few wins this weekend.
Absolutely, Flynn. We'll talk to you next week, man, around the time the Dodgers are hosting the Giants at Dodger Stadium. Flynn, take care.
Okay.
All
Talk to you soon.
All right, buddy. Dave Fleming here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Robbie Ray. We should set the expectations high. Now, I get all the youngsters, and the youngsters are – look, I love the youngsters. They're going to do what they do. They're going to make mistakes. They're going to play well. They're learning on the fly here with Wisely. And Wisely's exceeded expectations. I got no problem with them.
Yeah, but
I got no problem with Ramos.
As I've been saying, and as Dave alluded to, to me, he's more second base than shortstop.
Probably.
He can do a little at shortstop,
Probably.
like in a pinch, but I view him as man, he'd be a nice second baseman.
So do you go out there and try to trade for a shortstop?
That's the number one. See, for me, organizationally, it's the number one need. Look at their farm, look at their system, and then look at the prospects in the rankings, and then look at their big league team.
You know what the Giants?
That's the number one need. But I don't. There are not a lot of guys out there. That's why I want Jackson Holiday.
Where would you say Farhan's Q rating is right now?
Very low.
Very low. You know how that Q rating can ascend a bit?
Yeah.
Go get Bo Bichette and go get Vlad Guerrero Jr. And I know you don't not in love with Bo Bichette.
I don't like him as a defensive shortstop, and I don't think his bat is. I think it's dramatically overrated.
Isn't it an upgrade over Wisely?
No, he's a solution for the next year or two.
For the next year or two, that's all I'm looking for.
I would agree.
But the big prize is Vlad Guerrero Jr. because I got to figure out first base.
Yeah,
Lamont Wade Jr. going to be able to hold up for the second half of the season.
No.
Wilmer Flores is an afterthought.
Wilmer's at getting to the end.
Right. You want to talk about Coors out of Cobb and how many kernels are left? I mean, come on. Wilmer Flores at the end of the road with this team.
Conforto,
Can I go get Vlad and Bo Bichette?
I would love it.
Let me go get those guys.
Look, if you got a shortstop of the next couple of years at the deadline, boom. Like that's to me, like forget this season. That is like objective number one in the offseason anyway.
What about first base though, Shasky? Like first base is not an afterthought of a position. First base is big boy territory. First base is I need power at that spot. First base is we need 20 home runs, 25 home runs, average. Right now, how many home runs does Lamont Wade Jr. have?
He has 3. He has 19
3.
RBIs.
Wilmer Flores has 4. We've got 7 home runs for the first base spot. I think Vlad Jr.'s maybe hit 7 home runs in the last month.
Eesh.
Can I get a pack? Because the Blue Jays, they open up against Detroit today. And Detroit's playing some good baseball.
Yeah, but what are you going to give them? What are you going to give them?
I'll tell you what I'll give them. I'll start with Luciano.
Okay.
I'll start with Tyro Estrada. You can have Wilmer Flores. You can have Conforto. You want a pitcher? Where's Wisenhunt at? You can go have Wisenhunt. Here's Wisenhunt for you. Go get Wisenhunt.
Wisenhunt has not been doing well this year in the minors.
Who else do you
want? I don't know how he's viewed.
Hey, Toronto. The only guys that are untouchable in my farm system is our guy in single A.
Yeah,
Bryce Eldridge. That's it.
They took a lot of outfielders. I think Matos is on the move at the deadline.
Well, he can go too then.
Well, no, if we're looking at this like holistically as at their farm. They took a lot of outfielders early in the draft. I got a feeling that Matos is on the move.
So
I've been hearing they'll listen to Camilo. I've been hearing that Estrada's been on the block. Not that anyone wants him. It's just what I've been hearing.
If I'm Farhan and I go to Toronto, I'm basically saying, outside of Bryce Eldridge, who the hell do you want?
Yeah, I mean, that sounds great. I just don't know. But again, like when the Nationals did their deal with the Dodgers a couple years back, and then they did their deal with the San Diego Padres, they basically said, we like your whole farm, so we'll do deals with you. So I don't know if like Toronto looks at the Giants and they're like, hey, I like your system. We'll do a deal with you, and like we'll finagle which parts we want, and I'm sure you'll have an untouchable somewhere in there. I just don't know that, and that's been the big thing holding them back in all these trades.
Well, that's the other thing too. We talk about the Warriors, right? And it takes two to tango with Larry Marketing, or whether it's Brandon Ingram, or whether it's Mikal Bridges, or whether it's Paul George. It's like, boy, it takes two to tango. It takes two to tango, and I get that. And it's like that with baseball too. But if Farhan wants to raise his Q rating within the fan base, and I don't even think he has any Q rating. A start would be to try to go get that big boy in Toronto, and that's Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Well, because everybody's hyper focused on shortstop. What about first base?
Well, no, I mean,
first base seems like an after. I need a good first baseman.
No, I'm with you. The other thing he said that I found to be very interesting, he was alluding to some of the character and clubhouse concerns that I've been hearing about with Camilo Duvall. And it feels like when Mike Krukow and Dwayne Kuiper are coming out, and they're not blasting him, but it's as close to blasting a player as they're going to get. The last time I've heard Krukow been so critical of a player was Miguel Tejada not getting a bunt down a decade ago.
No, I mean, that's true. Yeah. And then Kuiper with the Luciano thing, and they're both out on these guys.
Go get it!
Urgent! Now! Got to get rid of it! And then Camilo, you're right about Kruk. He's letting it all hang out when it comes to Camilo Duvall.
Well, I had heard again, and this is like, you hear things, you don't know what's real and what's not. But I heard like, there's some guys in the clubhouse that don't rock with him. Okay, he's a closer, fine, whatever. Like, I think a lot of pitchers are weird because it's a weird life. You're down there in the bullpen, you do your thing down here, and you just be ready when we call on you. So it's like it creates a lot of weird personalities just by nature.
I don't want to put Lubman on the spot, but he's kind of alluded to this when he's been in the clubhouse covered the San Francisco Giants. Like, Camilo Duvall
is a little different.
He's kind of late to the party. Let me jump in here.
No, it's your point. Like, first off, when you're a closer, there is kind of a weirdness you have to have.
You're just weird.
Yeah, which is fine. You accept that. You need that to be a closer.
Agreed.
But I'm not in the clubhouse all the time. There's a lot of gaps there that I could be missing. But just from what I see, he does kind of, I don't know if lone wolf is the right word, maybe, but I personally have just not seen him interacting with a lot of guys when we're in there. He does go up with the relievers and stretch with them, but as far as interaction, I don't see a whole lot.
At least he's not Mark Melanson.
I was just going to say,
at least he's not Mark Melanson. Yeah, I stretch by myself. I don't stretch with you guys. Oh, we got a break. That was quick. All right, what's coming up in the game? Brought to you by St. Martin, Lucky, California. Anthony Vereen, Warriors Summer League coach. We'll call him at 1:30. 1:30. We'll call him. Oh, I know, Lubman. I was going to get there. Let me cook, son. Let me cook. And then, of course, we're giving out the Klay Thompson jersey. Or you're going to qualify for a Klay Thompson jersey. 111. 111. Qualify for an autograph Klay Thompson jersey. That's coming up, brought to you by St. Martin in Lucky, California.
I like my Warriors.
The Savings Road Trip game of Monopoly is back at Lucky with over $30 million in prizes and money-saving offers. Collect bonus game tickets.
Anthony Vereen, Warriors Summer League coach, will join us at 1:30 in 8 minutes. We're going to qualify somebody for a Klay Thompson autographed jersey, an autographed Klay Thompson jersey, I should say. Listen up at 1:11. The number is 415-523-4652, and you will have a chance to win this jersey. And I have it right here. Have it right here. Look at that, baby. Just for you, Klay Thompson. Anthony Vereen, we'll talk to him at 1:30 about the Warriors Summer League and how he's doing as a coach. That's coming up again at 1:30. But Klay Thompson, we got three winners today. One gets the jersey. Contest line is 415-523-4652. We just talked to Dave Fleming about the Giants.
I don't want to talk about that.
I know we're not going to talk about that. He said the expectations about Robbie Ray. That blew me away. Now I'm expecting Logan Webb, Blake Snell, Robbie Ray. That's a hell of a trio to start your rotation.
Okay, it is. But what were we talking about at the break?
What were we talking about?
Well, we went out there and what the boss do.
The Super Bowl? Let's talk about the Super Bowl plays. You want to relive that?
I do.
You really want to relive that?
Yeah, like looking back on it, because the boss is going through all these different plays. We just go over there in the other room. Why are you mad? What?
I'm not mad. I'm not mad at all.
I am mad.
I'm not.
You know what I kept thinking about?
What?
Chris Jones, who doesn't look anywhere near as in quote-unquote shape as Nick Bosa, who also held out, okay? Chris Jones dominated the end of that game.
He dominated the playoffs.
And all I can think about is you yelling at me, Bosa's on the sidelines! Bosa's on the sidelines! Season on the line! He's on the sidelines! Why are you shaking your head?
Because I'm so down on Bosa. I was so disappointed in him. All right, you want to hold out. I didn't care about, full disclosure, I didn't care about the holdout. Get your ass ready to play against Pittsburgh. But I also said, if you do come back, I don't want to hear any excuses if you don't have the season that we're accustomed to you having. And what did Bosa do last season? He made excuses before the bye week. He made excuses after the bye week. He threw the defensive coordinator under the bus. And then in the Super Bowl, in the final drive of regulation, and even at times in overtime, his ass was standing on the sideline with his hands on his hip. Reminded me of who's the guy? For the LA Rams, and Dick Vermeil's like, you're running off the field? I think it was not Andre Carter. Kevin Carter, I believe, the defensive end out of Florida. Dick Vermeil's losing his mind in the Super Bowl against Tennessee. It's the Super Bowl. You're taking yourself out. It's the Super Bowl. What do you lift all the weights for? What do you run all those gassers for?
I couldn't believe
it. Bosa, Max Crosby wouldn't be on the sideline. You know what I'm saying? Chris Jones wouldn't be on the sideline. And this guy was on the sideline on the final drive of regulation, which almost blew the game. But so many things went awry in that Super Bowl. It was, again, Shanahan got tight. The team got tight. And you just knew when Mahomes threw the interception and you don't score, New York Kitties in there was like, they got -1 yard on the drive. It was like, yeah, we know. We were there. we remember. They had the ball at the 44-yard line and came away with no points.
So if you were to, it's never.
Oh, my gosh.
It's never one thing. But if you were to boil it down, what is it for you? What's the thing that sticks in your craw the most from that Super Bowl? Because I know exactly what it is for me.
The fact that they didn't know the overtime rules. And it was kind of a microcosm of how the week went by. You know, the practice field in UNLV, Shanahan at media day, there was some chirping here and there. It was just a disaster. It was a disaster. It turned out to be a disaster. They didn't feel like they were prepared mentally to really go over the top and play Mahomes. Like the Chiefs were buttoned up for the second, even in Miami. I'd never forget Alan Schefter in Miami when they were getting ready for Super Bowl 54. The Niners are loose. You know, Kendrick Bourne and Devo Samuel, Emmanuel Sanders, they're driving Porsches in South Beach, Miami. They're having a good time. And Schefter's just like, the Kansas City Chiefs are just dialed in.
Of course.
They are locked in.
Of course they're dialed in.
They're dialed in. And you saw that in Super Bowl 54. They ran the old plays. They had different formations. They're all about that. But it just wasn't one thing for me, Shasky. But not knowing the overtime rules was kind of a microcosm of everything.
It's never one thing. It's never.
I can't boil it down to one thing.
But
it's
for
hard.
me, for me, I'll never. And there's a lot, but the one at the top of the charts is, and I said it, the final possession of the game. I said it, the final possession for the Niners in overtime. You got to score a touchdown.
Yeah,
like you're flirting with God over there. Okay. And I said it on 3rd and 4. I go, it is 4-down territory. You're like, no, because then only a field goal beats you. They're going to beat you.
They're going to beat you. I didn't know I was confused.
Need a touchdown.
I was so rattled. I was confused about the overtime rule. So in hindsight,
to score a touchdown, whether you were on the 10-yard line going 90 or whether you were on the 5-yard line trying to punch it in. You needed a touchdown.
We took the ball and settled for a field goal.
The second you took it, it's like, okay, well, even if you took it first, you got to get a touchdown.
Got to get a touchdown.
Because it's Mahomes. And you're giving him 4 downs. So you had to get a touchdown.
They were going right down the field on that opening drive, and McCaffrey fumbles. That should have been a sign. Our boy McCaffrey.
Hey, George.
Our boy McCaffrey, who had an all-time season, not just for the 49ers, in NFL history.
I mean, he had a stutter step play on a loop pass from Purdy in that was overtime or whatever. That was one of the more iconic plays. We don't even think about it.
No, we don't.
By the way, also, they made a tackle at the goal line. I know it was Kelsey, I believe, should have scored. I mean, Kelsey.
That was Tig Brown. Tig Brown on the sideline. Kelsey was going to score. Tig Brown saved the day.
Oren Burks is going to be in my head with Gibson. Pre-snap going like, who am I guarding? Dog, guard Kelsey.
This is why.
All of you, guard Kelsey.
No, this is why.
Kelsey.
This is why.
Kelsey.
No, this is why.
It's
no,
him.
it wasn't guard Kelsey.
Guard him.
No, it wasn't guard Kelsey. It wasn't that Shasky. It was like, line up, Bright. Line up in your spot. There were so many plays. I'm like, Shasky. Oren Burks was on the left side. Fred Warner's like, get your ass over here and line up. He couldn't even line up
right. It
was
just so bad.
It was the whole Super Bowl.
It's just so bad.
Gives me a headache to even. Full disclosure.
I've watched it probably 4 times.
No. I watched it once, and I haven't gone back to it. I haven't gone back to it. I was thinking about it the other day. I said, maybe I need to get myself mentally prepared to watch the Super Bowl back. Because I remember the real time.
It hurts.
Everything about it. It was just a disaster class on how to coach it. And Shanahan,
and they got turnovers. They got turnovers.
But you know what? Shanahan, they got the Pacheco fumble inside the goal line.
After Gibson should have intercepted a long pass.
Oh, my God.
It was like Gibson didn't even know where he was.
I forgot all about that. Yeah, I remember it was right in front of him.
And Pacheco fumbled like the next play.
The next play he fumbled. And he was going to score. It looked like he was going to score. Get inside the 5-yard line.
He was running hard.
I'm sure he was running hard, but they were shutting him down. The whole Super Bowl was a damn disaster class. And that's why.
You got the Chase Young game.
And that's why. You did get the Chase Young game. But that's why when I think about Shanahan, and the way it went down with Steve Wilks, I get it. Steve Wilks is not the defensive coordinator for this team. He told us, hey, I'm still learning the defense midway through the year. And I'm like, well, we're screwed. He's still learning the scheme. He doesn't know the scheme. Now we're saying, hey, get down from the press block, coach on the sideline. Well, it really doesn't matter because he doesn't really know the scheme. But when Shanahan threw his headset and called their timeout in overtime and showed Steve Wilks up on that final possession, I kind of looked at Shanahan differently for a second.
Why?
Because I said, who the hell are you when your offense has 19 or 22 points at the time? Who are you when your offense is settling for 50-plus yard field goals and you can't get a first down on 3rd and 5? Who are you to let the clock go by and expire when you knew damn well you weren't going to touch the ball for over an hour in real time after Usher was doing his concert or whatnot? Who are you to show up the defensive coordinator when the defense is saving your ass in the Super Bowl? That whole thing makes me sick to my stomach, man. And that's why it's Super Bowl or bust. The only way you can wash this taste out of our mouths, out of your mouth, out of my mouth, is by winning the damn Super Bowl. That's the only way we can get over this damn thing. Because it was a master class.
That's another 3. Why not? Why not? Absolutely sick for Klay Thompson.
Now my blood pressure's it's skyrocketing right now. You know, they got the stress app. The New York Giants GM had the stress app, and he's like, look at my stress app. I need to download that thing. Because whenever I talk about the Super Bowl, I feel like my blood pressure goes up because I think about 101 ways to lose a Super Bowl. Let me show you why. Let me pop in the tape on the 49ers versus the Chiefs. Super Bowl 54 and last year. Anyway, let's give away a Klay. Let's qualify somebody for a Klay Thompson jersey. Spadoni, 415-523-4652. Caller number 5, you will qualify for a Klay Thompson jersey. An autograph Klay Thompson, Golden State Warriors jersey. Klay Thompson came up in the clutch. I know not in the playoff game last year, playing game, but we've got some great Klay Thompson moments in some big, big spots. What's the moment for Shanahan in these big, big spots? Kyle Shanahan.
I want to go back to the beginning, like right at the end of half when they got the ball back and Shanahan did the weirdest clock transition thing and didn't force them to burn a timeout. Then he wasted a time. The whole thing It made zero sense. I was screaming. I'm like, they're going to get the ball to start the half. You're not going to touch it for a real an hour in real time. I was screaming. And I don't know. No one has dissected. Whatever they did on that fight, it was the worst. You believe in your quarterback?
No.
Do you believe in your quarterback?
You know why that pissed me off, Shasky?
It made me. I was infuriated.
No, listen. I walked away from you. You guys didn't realize how long I walked away from you guys at halftime.
I was furious.
I took a walk. I took a walk on the concourse before Usher got on the stage. Because I said...
They had him on the ropes.
I said Shasky is
sitting
here...
off the hook.
I'm saying to myself, Shasky's sitting here telling him to call a timeout because I told Lubman, I said, they're not going to touch the ball for about an hour and a half in real time. We did the math. It was like an hour and 11 minutes that they weren't going to touch the football. But there was only 31 seconds? Look up the game on 31 seconds. And I'm thinking to myself, well, Super Bowl 54, everybody told me it was the right decision to not call a timeout and just go into halftime 10-10 against Patrick Mahomes. And I was like, you see what I've been saying for 5 years with Shanahan and these timeouts and being aggressive and when to take your foot off the gas pedal and when not to do it? And he does it time and time again. The play calling. Oh my God, the Super Bowl makes me sick. That's why we haven't talked much 49er football. Because when you relive that game and the way that season ended, and it was coming. I mean...
He called the timeout. Just real quick for a second.
Let me finish this one because I'm going to forget my thought. I'm going to forget my thought. I'm going to forget this thought because the warning signs were there. The warning signs were there against Green Bay. The warning signs were there against Detroit. And it finally caught up to them in the damn Super Bowl. And that's why that anybody that disagrees with me talking about it's not Super Bowl or bust, enjoy the process. The hell with the process. I've gone through the process over and over. I got through the process in 2019. I got through the process in 2021. I gone through it in 2022 and I had to walk out of Philadelphia without a quarterback with a torn elbow and getting mobbed and getting things thrown at me. And then we went through the process last year. The hell with the process. I want a Super Bowl. The hell with the regular season. The hell with anything else. Go win a Super Bowl.
What was the game?
Damn.
Bills and Chiefs, how much time was on the clock when they moved down?
13 seconds.
Okay, all right. And then, so the end of the second quarter, the Niners got the ball at around the 30, give or take, correct? How much time was there? They had 2 timeouts, correct?
I think it was, 21 seconds? How many seconds was it? I'll look up the game log right now.
Please look it up right now. It's a couple throws.
Well, no, but what got
me... That's a couple throws to get into the field goal range.
But my biggest point at that moment, I was saying to myself, there's a big halftime show.
That's what I'm saying.
And Kansas City receives the ball to open the second half. Your offense is going to get rusty. You need to be aggressive and try to get some points before halftime or keep your rhythm because you're not going to touch the ball for about 45 minutes in real time.
This is the guy who literally knocked out the Bills with 13 seconds, okay? And if you're going to go toe-to-toe with him and you're going to beat him, you have to be aggressive. That's just my philosophy. And I'm telling you, he ran a play and then let the clock bleed down, called a random timeout just to run another useless play.
It
made no sense, and no one peppered him on it.
So is Kyle Shanahan...
Because there's a million things you can pepper him on.
So Kyle Shanahan is great. I guess the question is going to linger all season long until it gets done. Is Shanahan a guy to take us to the mountain?
He does so many great things.
Can he get us over the top?
He does so many great things. And then, like I said, it's just an unreal brain lapse where I don't get it. And then when you ask him about it, he's insulted, that you even question his football intelligence.
This is what happened in the halftime.
Okay.
Buckner kicks it off. It's 20 seconds left.
Yes.
They line up his shotgun. They run it for 6 yards. They don't call a timeout. They just go into halftime. And the last time they touched the ball before that, it was they scored a touchdown.
And they missed the extra, they made that.
They made that extra point. Yeah. They missed the next extra point, which was another sign. It's like, damn, even when you do score, you want to clap and say, hey, they missed the extra point, which allowed Kansas City to tie the game. I mean, come on, man.
That's just
I guess it's Steiny Guru going to relive the Super Bowl. Now I'm in a dark place again. Anthony Vereen at 13 minutes. Anthony Vereen, 13 minutes.
The part that's hard to come to grips with is that these opportunities are so few and far between. For one core of players to get to 2 Super Bowls, it's really you are in a unique category. A unique category. Think about it. Debo, Bosa, Shanahan, and Fred Warner. The linchpins, if you will. Eric Armstead. for that chunk and Juszczyk, I guess, and Kittle throw in there, like it's very difficult to get to 2 Super Bowls in a 5-year period. Very difficult.
Only 8 teams in NFL history have gone back to the Super Bowl after losing it in the year prior. 71 Cowboys, 72 Dolphins, 73 Vikings, 87 Broncos, the Bills, obviously, 91 through 93, and most recently, the New England Patriots in 2018.
I mean, how many of those teams have like all-time players at quarterback and at head coach?
Well, Brock Purdy could be.
You know the problem that bothered me the most? There's a number of things that bother me about the Super Bowl.
I don't know. Kick coverage?
But it just felt like...
The 4th and 2?
It just felt like Shanahan didn't learn anything from the Super Bowl 54 loss. He didn't learn anything from the 2021 NFC Championship loss to the LA Rams. We all forget. You got 3rd and 2. Trent Williams can't even walk.
The most predictable play
call. He can't even walk. He can't even walk.
And in that situation, what did we say? It's a go-for-it situation.
Well, no, he can't even walk. He motions. You get stuffed. And then you kick the ball off. And then the next play, Jaquiski Tartt drops the interception. I'll never forget looking at Rocco. We just knew kind of like it was over right there.
Yeah, and then after that drop, it was a huge play and then a penalty, I believe, tacked onto it.
Odell Beckham Jr. for 30 yards. And Jimmy Ward called for a late hit, which tacked on 15 yards. I'll never forget it. On the very next play, after Tartt dropped an interception.
My dad started packing his bag.
And they left Jaquiski Tartt on the scoreboard with his hands over his head. And by golly, the guy's never played a football game ever again.
By golly.
And you know what? We had him on the show with Langford. You were out. We had him on the show.
Yeah, he was really dejected too. You could hear it in his voice where this guy, the mental state, it's tough, man. That's the play you're going to be remembered for, and you didn't make it.
Like for Niner fans, if fair or not, Kyle Williams, LaMichael James, right? Like Kaepernick, even to a degree, right? You know, and then you get a little closer, and you're like, Quan Alexander, make a play. Oh my God, Sherman, why are you bumping him?
Giambi, why don't you slide?
Giambi, why don't you slide? And it's just.
You say Russ Ortiz, just leave him in.
Russ Ortiz,
just leave
Harrison
him in the game.
Barnes. I mean, there's so many. You just say their names.
Harrison Barnes 5 for 32 in the last 3 games of the NBA Finals, and I interviewed Harrison Barnes. They used to have the practices on during the finals. They have him on the court. So the day before Game 7, I wrote an article for the other station about Harrison Barnes. And he was loose. He was good. And he hit his first 3 of the game in Game 7.
The Dylan Brooks.
First 3. And then that was that.
the Dylan Brooks hit the first one, miss everyone after it.
Loco Moco on YouTube. Sterling had a rough show after the Super Bowl. He was so frustrated. I had a rough night. A rough morning. I really didn't want to do the show the next day in Las Vegas.
Oh, it was the saddest show ever in a box that was cooking.
That trip became just a nightmare.
Yeah, it was a long nightmare.
are they going to get it done this year, man? We're going to open up training camp, and we got to hear everything. Hey, we got over it. You never get over it. Oh, we're trying to get back to that point. We know what's on. Like the regular season is really for the 49ers this year. Yeah, they may beat the Chiefs at Levi Stadium. We're like, yeah, they beat Kansas City. But in the back of our minds, we know, well, the Chiefs will gladly lose this game. They've got 2 big ones over us.
How many teams, like the Red Sox, they at least had a couple of knocks on the door during that long stretch? A couple. The Niners have had 3 in 11 years, and they basically all their losses in the playoffs are horrific. And like the only one that's even a blowout, and it's because your quarterback lost his elbow. Is the Philly one? All the other ones are horrific losses,
heartbreakers,
horrific.
The Rams
rip your heart out.
They had a 17-7 lead in the NFC Championship game against the LA Rams. 17-7.
I lost. I'm out. I'm out.
What did Troy Aikman say? I'm afraid he's going to have to come down to Jimmy Garoppolo. I mean,
they had a 10-point lead to the Kansas City Chiefs in the 2019 one. I mean, what are we talking about?
But you feel me on now the timeout before halftime.
Oh, no, 100%. You look at here's
Can you explain to people how I react in real time in Super Bowl 54?
From here on out, for the rest of my football watching life, if you say you believe in your quarterback and you don't call a timeout, I don't care if there's 1 second on the clock in the end of the halftime. Like, if Mahomes, if the shoe was on the other foot and they had 20 seconds, you think Andy Reid's taking a knee?
No.
He's slinging it down the field. Is he not?
Absolutely. They're running no huddle.
Look, okay, they pick it off at the 40-yard line. So what? So what? So what? You got to be aggressive. You might get a penalty. You might break one. You got timeouts. Like, we know now, even if you're at the 20, That's 1 or 2 plays, and you're in field goal range. Is it not? In the modern
afraid
NFL?
that it's going to have to be Jimmy Garoppolo that gets it done.
Well, when Jimmy's your quarterback, yeah, that's
even
you
I
need
put
like
that on-
75 plays.
See, again, I go back to Shanahan. Shanahan, it was obvious he didn't have a lot of faith in Jimmy Garoppolo. Yet you dialed up 4 pass plays with 1:49 and 3 timeouts at the Kansas City Chiefs 49-yard line. So even if he completes the Emmanuel Sanders touchdown pass, which we all want to complete it, there's still about 1:30 left on the clock. Mahomes would have touched the ball again. Does anybody have any faith in the defense at that point to stop Patrick Mahomes?
No, not knowing what we know now.
The game was
Damian
mismanaged.
Williams was running through your heart.
The game was mismanaged at the end of both halves.
Who was the guy?
It's
Sammy
unbelievable.
Watkins? Was it Sammy Watkins?
Coach Richard Sherman.
Oh,
See,
my
and
God.
now I'm going to
And then
sound like
Richard Sherman's pressing him. It's like it's Sammy Watkins.
He got cooked so bad. They did everything to him. Play action pass to Kelsey, run plays to Sherman. Sherman was burnt toast in the fourth quarter. Burnt toast. So I had a problem with him at the end of his tenure talking about, no, I'm going to be back because this guy, you want to talk about pocket watching. Richard Sherman was doing some big-time pocket watching his last year.
God, the NFL really just let the Chiefs off the hook last year. The entire NFL.
It's
not just
everyone.
Chris Jones. Travis Kelce, who's 35 years old, is their best wide receiver. He's a tight end.
Detroit beat them week 1. There was no Kelce on the field. He was on the sidelines. And Chris Jones was sitting with the mob up in the stands. And you know where Chris Jones was in the fourth quarter of that game?
In the backfield.
Exactly.
Over and over and over again. So Super Bowl 54. Super Bowl 54. Chiefs, 3rd and 14 at their own 48. Mahomes pass, short right pass to Damian Williams for 1 yard. Minute 53. And there's John Lynch in the suite.
Oh, my God.
There's me at the old studio. Timeout, 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 timeout. Nope, no timeout. And what did I do? Shasky, I went ballistic.
Yeah, you're ready to fight me.
I went ballistic.
I was like, it's okay. We're fine. We're holding him down. Limit the possessions. I was wrong.
I couldn't even enjoy Shakira at halftime because I was so down bad.
And J-Lo.
I forgot about that one.
Yeah, I was so distraught.
That was a good one.
I was so distraught. So then you look at the last possession. Oh, this is rich. This is so rich. 1st and 10 at the Kansas City 49-yard line with 1:49 left and 3 timeouts. And Shanahan with the quarterback he does not trust.
And Raheem Mostert.
Raheem Mostert, who, by the way, didn't touch the ball in the first quarter, coming off a 200-yard game against Green Bay Packers.
Until the 12-minute mark in the second quarter.
Yeah, there you go. Didn't touch the ball in the first quarter.
I've only watched that Super Bowl 11 times.
Well, what happened last year when I was in Cabo? I started texting you guys. You guys started another thread. I was like, just leave Bonte alone. Let him cook.
The worst is when all the Niners defenders took the photo. Oh, my God. Look, you're laughing. I hate you. Why are you laughing at me?
1:49 left at the 49-yard line. And the all whites. And they 3 timeouts. 3 timeouts. And a quarterback you don't trust, who you didn't trust in the first half because you didn't call a timeout. You went to halftime content with the 10-10 tie. You dialed up 4 straight pass plays, and we all forget about the 4th down play. You can't even get lined up right. It was a disaster, an absolute disaster. So you know who has the most pressure? So you know who has the most pressure on them going into the season? It's not Brock. It's not Debo. It's not Bosa. It's not Kittle. It's not Trent. It's not Ayuk. It's not Hufanga. It's Kyle freaking Shanahan who has the most pressure on him. We got to close the deal on one of these bad boys. It's Kyle Shanahan who has the most pressure on him. It's not even close.
We're back to 2020.
It's not even close.
It's Shanahan.
Shanahan. Mismanaged the Super Bowl in 54 and the Super Bowl last year, and he wants to throw his headset on and blame Steve Wilkes. If it wasn't for Steve Wilkes and the defense, we wouldn't have been in the damn game. Because the offense stunk in the Super Bowl. Oh, my God.
If we're being honest, the offense wasn't great in the first half against Detroit.
Or Green Bay. Debo and the receiver dot. Come on, Shanahan. Dial him up, Shanahan. Dial him up.
That was the part
right
there.
My God.
Debo's telling him, dial it up, bro.
Oh, my God. Shanahan.
Remember, that's
Do we have a Shanahan problem? Oh, my God. All right. Jack's Cantina. They just opened up a new spot in Pleasant Hill. Check out and enjoy authentic Mexican food and excellent tequila selection. Frosty margaritas, a huge bar, and great vibes. Maybe I'll go have one with Kyle Shanahan. All right. It's coming up on the game brought to you by Fremont Bake, celebrating 60 years of full-service baking with no compromises. NBA Summer League head coach Warriors are 6-0 Summer League right now. Anthony Vereen. He's joined Bonte Butch here on 95.7 The Game.
What's going on, world? It's your boy Kevin Hart with some exciting news. I am coming to
afraid that it's going to have to be Jimmy Garoppolo that gets it done.
I got a joke for you, Bonte.
Now back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Steiny and Guru, here's Bonte and Shasky.
Taking a breather. You guys wanted to relive the Super Bowl. We relived it, and we're moving on. Not going to do it again. Not going to do it. Nope. And no, I'm not saying fire Shanahan. I'm not doing that. I'm not. He's a great coach, but has gotten it done. Has gotten it done. Yeah, Smash Mouth. Is that a Shasky you said? Smash Mouth?
Yeah, Smash Mouth, an interesting social media follow, is all up on us. Oh, you must be talking about a different team. Smash Mouth. Okay. Yeah, that's who I want talking football with me. Any sports, really.
R.I.P. Steve Harwell, former singer of Smash Mouth.
Who's running that account then?
Oh, I DM him. So I tried to get him on the show, and he tried to act like, oh, yeah, I'll try to act like it. You know, it's like, come on, man. Like, they try to play Boo Boo the Fool.
They got one song. Hey, now, you're an all-star. Get your game on. Get played or something.
Something like that.
Yeah, it's Shrek. It's a classic.
Something like that. Something like that.
It is a great song.
It's a really good song. Really good song. 6-0 Summer League. The Golden State Warriors. We get Anthony Vereen, the Summer League head coach. He concluded his second season as player development coach with the Golden State Warriors. See on the back sideline, played with the G League Warriors, and won a championship with them. Won a championship with the G League Warriors in 2014 and 15. They are 6-0 right now. They are rolling. That shut down Pods. That shut down TJD for the rest of summer. But our boy Daquan Plowden, Shasky, earned himself a two-way contract. He's playing some really good basketball right now. Really good.
Yeah, he is. And a really good interview yesterday. If you missed it, go on to our YouTube page and you could talk to him there. I'm just looking at, Anthony's, Vereen's, little thing that he's got going here on NBC Bay. They did like a little deep dive on him. I mean, he seems to be very tied in with Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah.
And his development.
JK.
So I'd love to know what maybe Jonathan Kuminga was tasked with working on this summer, because we know that, during the downtime, it's time to go away and add some tools to your bag.
Yeah, he added the scarf to his head. How about that? Somebody on the YouTube said I should come in with that. Should I do that on Monday? Just come in with a scarf on my head?
Yeah, the only time I wear a scarf is when I've got the big overcoat.
Yeah,
and
you put it over.
Yeah, and then I put it over. It's more of a fashion thing than it is like a keep me warm thing.
Right. Yeah. No, it is a fashion thing. I love me a good scarf. So we're efforting Anthony Vereen. Warrior stuff. By the way, Brendan Fajewski was on TikTok yesterday. Did you see that? He was on TikTok.
I must have missed it.
Hey, he was on TikTok, and I think he's trying to play a basketball game, one-on-one game with Flight, one-on-one game for them. So, yeah, anyway. What about Barkley? We didn't even play this week.
Yeah, give it to me.
I'm not big on jump shooting teams. And the 1 year you guys have a terrific season, you think y'all took it personally. The teams aren't going small. They just need quality big men. What the Golden State Warriors did was terrific. But I don't think you're going to see a bunch of, if you can get guards like Steph Curry and Klay Thompson, you got a better chance of playing small ball. But I don't think the NBA all of a sudden is going to have a bunch of three-point shooters and playing a bunch of small lineups.
Great take, Barkley. Great take, Barkley. And then now, up at Tahoe last week, basically Shasky said, yeah, the Warriors are done. They're older. It's like he finally got his due.
Yeah, you say it for 15 years straight.
You're going to be right at some point. You said something to me just a minute ago as we get back to Kyle Shanahan. You just said, I want you to tell the audience what you told me.
I believe that there are certain individuals in life. This is going to sound like harsh. I do believe there are certain individuals that have what I call the bug. And they're cursed, right? They're almost cursed, right? And sometimes it's mental, sometimes it's physical, sometimes it's spiritual. Things happen in your life where you become like a tortured soul, And there were people in my life that I know, that I love deeply, that had, they were good people, like when it was all said and done, but they were like tortured souls. And they were fighting it internally for a long, long time. And sometimes you hear when people pass away, like, so-and-so's in a better place.
Yeah.
Because they literally physically were fighting it. And there are times that I think like Kyle is his own worst enemy. He's really good at what he does, but is he one of these torch souls? But when I mean more torched in like the sports sense.
I tell you who's not torched or is not a tortured soul. It's Anthony Vereen. Right now they're rolling in Las Vegas. Summer League 6-0. He's coaching the Summer League team this season. Player development coach just concluded his second year with the Golden State Warriors. Been part of their G League system for a few years. Even won a championship with them back in 2014-15. Anthony Vereen joins Bonte Hill and Joe Shaskin the Butcher. What up, Anthony?
How we doing? Thank y'all for having me, man. It's very exciting to talk to you all.
Oh, man, it's exciting to talk to you. I've been waiting to talk to you for a long time, man. I like the swag, and we understand that you work with JK a lot, and you've been coaching these guys. We talked to Daquan Plowden yesterday, who's got a two-way deal. You guys are rolling right now. Tell us about your opportunity to coach the Summer League team, man. How you feeling right now?
Well, I got the opportunity at the end of the year meeting. I started planning, just trying to do some things that can possibly help our Summer League team and maybe some things we could take to next season. And it's been an amazing experience to help Daquan Plowden get a two-way and just seeing these guys buy in and play the right way. You know, Summer League is a league where it's just screaming to be individualistic and worry about yourself, but these guys are playing the right way, playing together, playing hard and connected on both ends of the ball. And it's been an amazing experience for me. You know, it's my first time sitting in that chair. And I got a new level of respect for Steve Kerr and all he has to deal with being in that head chair. But it's been an amazing experience.
So what's one thing on the floor when the game is going on, and what's one thing off the floor that you've learned that maybe, you know, you didn't know 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks ago?
I would say off the court is the planning and to the scheduling of guys that's playing and not playing. You still have to get workouts in. You still have to have those guys prepped and ready to play. And so I didn't know how much, timing and effort and planning that goes into that. And then as far as on the court, I think one good thing was sometimes you don't have to control the actions. You have taught these guys and, gave them the vision for the game plan. And it's okay to let them facilitate the action and call the plays. And you just kind of sit back and just give them guidance as needed, but you don't have to be overbearing. And so that's two things I've learned from this experience so far.
Coach, could you see yourself one day maybe having that seat at the NBA level? Would you be interested in that? I know you're a player development coach, and it's a lot less stress than you have than Steve Kerr does on a day-to-day basis. But could you see yourself in that seat one day? Is that the goal for you? Maybe one day.
Well, what I would say is I'm on floor 2. I'm trying to get to floor 30, so I got a few more levels to get up to that level. But I definitely feel more validated and more confident, and maybe potentially one day sit in that seat and. I'll just try to use some of these experiences I'm learning now when that time does come, hopefully.
So explain to the audience, because Shasky and I, we know player development coaches. We know what you guys do and what it entails. But explain to our audience what you do on a daily basis here with the big league team when it comes to player development.
Well, you're usually working with either a younger guy or a vet, and you're trying to work on their strengths, but also help build and grow their game to the level that it might be maybe 2, 3, 4 years. So it's like a duality of it where we're working on things that they can do right now, but we're building for the future and then, showing them different skills and different things that they might have in a role in the future as well as their role that they're trying to use getting on the court right now. So it's a lot of development. It's a lot of film work. It's a lot of skill work, but it's also just relationships, being able to build and have that player trust you with their career. That's their most valuable thing. So you want to put in the time, earn their respect, and help them, for now and for the future. So
you've worked a lot with Jonathan Kuminga, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm looking at him, and I see all these workout videos and stuff. I mean, without, getting too personal, what was some of the individual development plans that you had for him for this summer? Like, what were some areas? Because people really love him, and I think he's a huge part of what I hope the Warriors want to build moving forward. Like, I'd like to see him work on his handle, and I think he can do more in the passing game. What do you see him working on, or what did you try to get him to work on this summer, for example?
It sounds like he was in the meeting because that's some of the things that we definitely wanted him to work on is, being a better ball handler and initiator, and then continue to work on being a playmaker. He's so dynamic at the rim, but if he can get into the paint and make the right reads from the paint, it just makes our offense that much better. And then just being able to play and being ready to play 30 to 35 minutes. It's a different grind to play so many minutes. You see our core who have done it for 10, 12, 13 years of playing those type of minutes. So in having your body ready to play both ways, two-way player for that amount of time, it's a different type of grind. He's really bought into it. He gets up very early to work out. He works out multiple times a day, and he's very motivated to trying to take the next step in his career. And so I'm very excited, and we should all be very excited to see what he does next.
Oh, we love J.K., Anthony. I mean, Coach, the first time we ever seen him at the California Classic, he tried to dunk on like 8 dudes. We're like, hey, this is our type of guy right here. So he's gotten better, as well as Pods and TJD. Can you discuss their development before we let you go?
I think they did a great job in Summer League to have an elevated role to, have more of an impact on winning, with Trace being the defensive anchor, calling out calls. You saw him be way more vocal. You see his body has physically changed. And then also BP, playing with the ball more in his hand, being an organizer, but also being somebody that's being aggressive, trying to get to the basket, trying to make plays, and then shooting the ball well. We're going to need his shooting for next year. So I thought they did a great job. They helped us win 3 games, and now they're still cheering our team on, which is very respectable and admirable from those 2 guys.
Yeah, no doubt. You guys are rolling the Summer League. Keep up the great work down there, man. You guys haven't lost a game all summer, and you're doing a hell of a job in that hot seat there. We can't wait to see you with the Golden State Warriors, of course, when training camp opens. But keep doing your thing out there in Vegas, Coach. We're proud of you.
Thanks, y'all, again for having me. I appreciate it, and it's been a blessing and a fun experience so far.
Good Absolutely.
Good
stuff. Warriors player development coach Anthony Vereen, coaching their Summer League team, doing a great job there. Quick interview with him down in Las Vegas. Warriors are rolling. They're undefeated. Let's see if they can go undefeated for the rest of Summer League there. We got to roll here. It's crossover time, and that's what's coming up, brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week.
Now back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Steiny and Goo, here's Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
It's been a hell of a week. Hell of a week being jacked up. I know the fellas who are in right now for a little crossover are happy to get their slot back on Monday.
I'm not.
But you said you were yesterday.
Nah, I'm back to, I miss it. This is melancholy Goo right here.
Well, now we got an old episode of BS&G with the boys, Steiny, Guru, and Bonte. Shasky had to take off a little bit early for a little crossover. Don't forget, you still have one more chance to qualify for an autographed Klay Thompson jersey at 5'11". So listen at 5'11 with Steiny and Goo to qualify for a Klay Thompson jersey, an autographed Klay Thompson Golden State Warriors jersey, that is. What up, fellas? Happy Friday, man.
Yes,
Payday
sir.
Friday.
Payday.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
I do
yes,
like
sir.
that. I do like that. And no bills are due right now.
Look at it.
No bills are
no
due
allocations.
right now. Well, no, the credit card actually.
Oh, okay,
My
look
bad.
at you.
Yes.
That's small, though.
man.
But for you, probably big.
No.
Yeah.
I'm not like you.
Boy, I'm sorry to listen to some of that show today, and you had to relive the Super Bowl.
Oh, my God, Steiny. You put me in a dark place.
My bad.
Well, when I watch it back, you're like, "Oh, did you watch it?" Now you're like,
No, he didn't watch it.
I didn't watch it.
He knows it play by play.
Play by play.
Play by play off the top of his head.
So do I.
Super Bowl 54 as well.
Yeah.
Now, true story, Steiny. Super Bowl 54, I was in Cabo last year, family vacation, bloop, bloop, and I'm texting the fellas. I'm watching Super Bowl. It was on in Mexico for some reason.
I remember that.
And they started a separate thread saying, please let him enjoy his vacation. Don't reply to him. And so Guru and I kind of were sickos when it comes to that.
Yep.
But this last Super Bowl, Steiny, I've only watched it back once. Because it's like, you could see it coming.
And you were
the warning
there.
signs, being there was even worse.
But Chris Jones wrecked both Super Bowls at the end.
And he didn't make any excuses about holding out.
Man.
Well, that's true. That's true. No, that's what we're going to get into with training camp starting next
amazing,
week.
man.
You guys will be there on Wednesday. We'll be there on Wednesday down in Santa Clara. And I think a lot of today's show, Goo, or at least a good portion of it, will be how 49er fans are feeling this year. Does it feel like this is going to be their last best chance? Was last year their last best chance?
If you listen to Steve Young, that's why I fool with Steve Young. He kept it real. Like, that was, not that it's over, B.
Yeah.
Last year was the best version to get the Chiefs.
Yeah.
And you had them, but you let them off the hook.
But it's also maybe the best chance to get that version of the Detroit Lions or the Green Bay Packers
Or the
Philadelphia
Rams, who you didn't have to
or
face.
the LA Rams,
They're gonna be better.
or even Arizona Cardinals who may sneak up on people. In Seattle, and I'm worried about Seattle because their new coach was a defensive coordinator for the Baltimore Ravens, and they befuddled the hell out of Shanahan and Purdy on Christmas Day. So it may be their best chance, but we were talking about pressure, Steiny and Goo, like the pressure. Does this team have the most pressure for a Bay Area team? And I believe they have the most pressure for a Bay Area professional sports team since the 02 Giants. Now, there's a lot of other great candidates, but for a team that hasn't won a ring in a long, long time, I do believe there's a lot of pressure on them. And the most pressure on the Niners may be the head coach again, Kyle Shanahan.
Did you hear Steiny yesterday? We were putting stuff in the cap, future cap, and he just felt like right now, I got the Giants winning the playoff series, but he might not get it here. And I'm telling you, Bonte, Greenlaw is a big deal. We don't know what's up with who. Things change, and we just assume the great McCaffrey is going to be able to take all that pounding and the what ifs.
Yeah. The season after is usually not pretty for running backs who have that many touches.
Well, I'm thinking about, the 2002 Giants, this is a team with the most pressure on them. And I was going through, let's say, the Warriors. And when did the Warriors have pressure on them? Doesn't feel like they ever really did. Maybe during the Durant era.
Year one of Durant after losing, you better make this happen, and they
were
did.
So good that it's almost like they were above any kind of pressure. And then the Giants, they always seemed to not come out of nowhere, but they were always one of a few teams you thought could win it. Nobody ever looked at the Giants and said, well, they're the best team, they should win it. And I guess I'm contradicting myself about the Warriors, but I just feel like the Warriors were they were 3 levels better than everybody when they had Durant. They didn't even feel pressure. I don't think the Giants felt pressure because they were always they always seemed to be an underdog or coming out of nowhere. And the 49ers have been to the NFC Championship game 4 out of the last 5 years.
That's a whole lot of winning.
I wonder how many teams have done that since the inception of the NFL. Yeah. Probably not many.
I know Buffalo did. Well, that was 4 straight.
Buffalo did the 4 straight.
I guess the Chiefs maybe have done it recently.
The Cowboys were in, I want to say the Cowboys may have been in
3 or 4
straight.
They lost to you guys here.
Yeah,
remember?
but they were in 4 straight NFC championship games, right?
Yep.
Just 4 or 5. And the worst part is they had a 10-point lead in the Super Bowl against the Chiefs, a 10-point lead against the LA Rams. They had a lead last year in the Super Bowl. They're blowing leads
Hart
here.
drops that pick. If he catches that, you guys are going to another one.
The next play, Beckham catches a pass for 30 yards and gets 15 tacked on for a penalty. And your point about the Warriors, Steiny, you're right, because not only were they so much better with Kevin Durant, they didn't have any real adversity during that. They went 16-1 that first year in the postseason, but they already had a championship in their pocket.
Exactly.
So for Warrior fans, I think if they'd never won one first, they would have been happy with one, Steiny.
Well, in 2022, there was no pressure on it because nobody thought they were going to win it.
That's true.
So it feels like the Warriors got the first one. It was kind of I don't want to say surprise, but it was unexpected. And then here comes Durant a couple years later, so they just rolled for 3 years. And then they shocked the world in 2022, and now they're back to not really having a lot of pressure on them because I think nobody's thinking they're a championship contender this year.
Yeah.
So they just go out and play again. But you're absolutely right about the Niners, and we're going to talk a lot about them. What's your biggest concern? What gives you the most confidence? All that kind of stuff. And the one thing I do compare the Niners to with the Warriors during the Durant era is, how do you get through the regular season?
Yeah.
You've been to 2 Super Bowls in 5 years. You've been to 4 NFC title games. You got 17 games to play. And, you should be able to win 10 games by accident. I know things can change, but you figure they're going to the playoffs. So when I think of the 49ers, I think, they're going to have to figure out a way to motivate themselves, I think, during the regular season.
Yeah.
Because of the success they've had the last 4 or 5 years.
And what did Bobby Brown say, Bonte and Steiny? It's my prerogative, so this is how I feel. You are correct, but I just can't and I won't let go of the playoff run that was last year. And I heard you talking about the Detroit, the Green Bay, and that Super Bowl. It's like they didn't mirror themselves all year on either side of the ball. And now I have questions was it Wilkes? Now there's no Greenlaw, just a lot. And we're assuming health. And I never like to go down this road trying to be proactive. But, man, Joshua Dobbs, if something were to happen to Purdy, again, we could do this with every team.
That way. We come a long way from Trey Lance and Sam Darnold, Joshua Dobbs.
But, and you might even disagree with this, both of you, but like Buffalo, they got their ass kicked in every Super Bowl but one. The Giants won. And to me, those are ones you can flush down the toilet. The Niners, even in the NFC Championship game, up 10 when they hit Kittle at the end of the third quarter in the NFC Championship game, they had the lead. They were better than the Chiefs, but they don't have a Mahomes. But that doesn't come into play because you couldn't put them away.
Yeah.
You couldn't put them away, and Mahomes wouldn't have been able to do it.
No doubt. And I'm looking at Shanahan and the way he's managed those games. It's felt like he's gotten tight in those games. And even Steve Wilkes, a lot of heat was on Steve Wilkes. You know what? He coached his ass off in the Super Bowl. They held the whole thing. They forced an interception right out of halftime. I was shocked. But to your point, Stardy, like the Giants, 2010, the Phillies had all the pressure on them with Ryan Howard and Chase Utley and that great pitching staff, and the Giants upset them. And it was like, wow, we're in the World Series. Okay, cool. Let's see what happens. And people also forget the Padres had a 10-game lead in the NL West that season.
That's right.
And the Giants clinched the division on the last day of the regular season. 2010, they were one of the best teams, but if they don't win, we still got 2010 and 2014 was a miracle down Market Street with Madison Bumgarner doing what he did in 2014. The Niners haven't had that championship in a long, long time.
And we had Acho on a couple of days ago. I don't know if you heard him.
I did. Yeah, that was a good interview.
Tell me what you think, because I throw this at Steiny all the time, and I'm going to do it today. As far as Mosley getting lost on 3rd and 15 in the first Super Bowl, and then Tart dropping the pick. Acho, he pointed to, why didn't Ayuk have targets? Why was Kittle in blocking? That's what I got on my binocular. That's what I'm looking at how would he explain that? Oh, it's just better defense. But if we're calling you a genius, you got to be able to get busy and cook against the elite on the other side. But I do wonder, why did Ayuk only have 6 targets?
And you contrast that to Travis Kelce in that same Super Bowl yelling at Andy Reid, get me the damn football. And he got 1 million targets in the second half. Where Kittle, you're right, 2 catches, 4 yards.
He's better than that.
We see that in all the losses. Super Bowl 54, what do we remember? He's in pass blocking.
Jimmy was missing him, though, when he was
missing him when he was open. But Chris Jones also wrecked the game.
Incredible.
A guy who stepped up where Bosa's on the sideline on the final possession.
He needed
air. Like Dick Vermeil's like, yo, what are you doing? Remember Dick Vermeil in that Super Bowl yelling at Kevin Carter? You want to come out now on the last time for the Super Bowl?
I can see Steiny doing that. What are you doing?
What is this thing? I've been seeing this, and it's been floating around a while. Somebody's telling me on the Xfinity mobile text line, ask Guru about cheese on tacos.
Oh.
What is going on with that?
I feel like it was a victory. I grew up in a household where my mother made cheese on tacos. I go to taquerias and food trucks on High Street. And I guess people got to, like, that's ketchup on eggs, which is oxymoron. That is the nastiest thing ever. I get it.
But I put ketchup on eggs.
That's nasty.
I used to put ketchup on eggs.
I'm a Martian because I like cheese on my meat.
You don't like cheese on tacos?
No, the argument is whether an authentic taco comes with cheese.
Oh, wow.
And many say that it doesn't. But the agreement is if you want to put cheese on, you can.
And taquerias have that option.
They have the option.
Yeah, okay,
they have the option.
Or they put the cheese on the tortilla. They melt the cheese on the tortilla, and then you put the meat on them with the sour cream or whatnot.
I had a lot of people backing me up. We had one guy call. I went to Mexico and walked from the east to the whole part of Mexico. No cheese on tacos.
That's a lie.
But that was a myth, yeah.
I've had cheese on tacos in Mexico. Great cheese on the tacos in Mexico.
The question is, did you have to ask for it, or did it come without
I always
asking?
ask, yeah.
I didn't have to ask for it.
Yeah.
Oh.
They melted the cheese on the corn tortillas at this one spot in Cabo. That was really, it was so good. We went back the next day. It was that good. It was called like a volcano taco.
My niece Mara graduated, and they had a party in a taco truck in Stockton. I'm out there and I'm talking to the kids like, I can't wait. And then they were like, what's wrong with Uncle Daryl? I was just in the corner, like I was hurt because they had the tacos, all of them, but no cheese. And I'm like, beat me up, Scotty. Come on.
The pressure thing is so, isn't that crazy,
man?
With the expectations of the Giants and the Warriors, that the Niners may be the last hope in this market for a while to win a championship because the Sharks are at ground zero.
Yeah.
The Warriors are in transition. We don't know. If Steph never gets back to the finals, and they got four banners, which is in my lifetime, I'm like, I didn't think the Warriors would even get to the finals, let alone a Western Conference final. They have 4 banners. The Giants have 3, which I never thought they'd win. They may be our last hope around this town to win a championship after a great run from 2010 to about 2022 in this region, Steiny.
For a little while, anyway, because, you know, how far away are the Warriors and how far away are the Giants? Now, the thing about the Giants is, I mean, the thing about baseball is you never know.
Yeah.
You never know. If they slide into the last wild card, anything can happen. But, I mean, I don't think there's any doubt that the team most poised right now in the Bay Area to win a title is the 49ers, and it probably has been that way since, I think before 2022, because the Warriors weren't favored in 2022. That was kind of a surprise.
Yeah.
And the Niners have now been there 4 or 5 years. So, you know, I don't want to go negative on a Friday, but if the 49ers don't get it done this year and things change, boy, then when does the next big season from a Bay Area team come?
And you guys both have told me or taught me, you know, as you win, then the disease of me or just the finances come in. And that's why you want to cash in when you can.
Right.
And now, okay, you're going to identify or you have Brock Purdy, but now already that might cost you Ayuk or whoever. So
there's a lot of guys.
You got those problems as if you won, but it's going to be harder to get back to get. How many years of the last 5 has Baldy or anybody? The Niners have the best roster, and it was real.
Yep.
But you got nothing to show for it.
You got nothing to show for it. It's just like the Harbaugh Niners. 3 straight NFC championship games with loaded rosters. And to that point, when you think about Purdy, like all the guys have to pay Deommodore Lenoir, Charvarius Ward, Hufanga. What do you do with Drake Greenlaw?
Trent's going to say, pay me.
Trent's already talking extensions. Like, dude, Trent, we already took care of you. We know you're going to miss about 3 games. What else do you want, Big Trent?
If he played that card, though, they would just
you would
in the middle of the night.
That could ruin everything. Hold on, Ayuk. Sit over there. Play for your 15. We have to take care of Trent.
How old is he now? Trent Williams.
37. I would say 36.
I mean, this is probably going to be his last year, right?
I think he might have 2 more in him.
He was saying he was going to retire a couple years ago, I thought.
I think if they win the Super Bowl, he'll say
right.
Okay. I think he's waiting on that ring. He's waiting on the ring. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. And don't forget, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Is it a time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? All right, now it's time for What's Bugging You. I've never done this. Sponsored by by ACO Pest Control. Guru, you started off.
All right, listen. When you get gas and you swipe your card at the pump, all you want to do is get gas and get back in the ride. I don't want to fill out a job app, car wash. I get no. What type of music? No. Why do I got to keep hitting before the gas comes out? Cut all of it, swipe the card, and let me gas up. Dude, it's like a questionnaire. Quit upselling me. I'm good.
Or round up to the nearest dollar to donate to God knows what.
And it was hot today, and I'm like, come on, man, let me get my gas, baby.
Go ahead, Bonte.
All right, what's bugging me? The banks.
Boy.
Ed and I have different banks, so sometimes I need to pull money out the bank because one of my banks is Patelco, and their systems are down, so I couldn't just do the whole Zelle and transfer. Had to go into the bank and physically grab money, which is a long, long process, right? And I got baby Chaz, I got to give her the phone to calm her down. So then I go to Anna's bank. I say, hey, I have all the information here. Social, date of birth, it's my fiance. Yeah. Can I deposit some money into her account? And the people at Wells Fargo was like, well, since you're not a member here, you're going to need a cashier's check. And even then, we have to go through the process of doing this. You have to fill out paperwork. Why, if I have all the information with the account number, do I need to go through all these other hoops
speaking my language
to deposit some money? I'm him. Here's me. Here's her. Let me deposit the damn money. So now she's got to walk around with cash, with a lot of cash to pay because we got a family credit card bill or whatnot. Patelco, Wells Fargo, get your act right. Man. The process should be a lot simpler. It's 2024.
It's scary. Planes ain't even going up, Steiny.
Yeah. I'll tell you what bothers me a little bit is that the NFL keeps wanting to add games to the regular season. So your boy Jerry Jones said that an 18-game schedule is inevitable. The NFL is going to go to 18 games, which is just unbelievable. And then we talk about injuries in the NFL, so there's just going to be more and more of those. But all I'm saying is, and I don't know why the NFL can't do this, why can't they just do it like college, and you come out and no preseason, your first game is your opener. You come out and you play your first game. Like, that's what I would, if you're going to play 18 games, let's scrap the exhibition games.
I'm with you on that one. And just do scrimmages, right?
Exactly.
Do the joint practices.
Exactly.
That could be your preseason. Joint practices, let the fans see it, play them at big stadiums. One team gets 25 plays, the other team gets 25 plays, and you go, I'm kind of with you there. But the NFL, the disease in me, greed, they know they could go to a 20-game schedule. They could put the Jaguars and Titans on Saturday night, and we're all going to watch.
I'm an addict, but just think about Sunday, and they say NFL game guru is like a equivalent of a car crash going about 35 miles an hour. Think about it, now watch. Playing a Sunday game and turning around having to play Thursday night. Just think for the body and what we know about the science, and not they get paid, but just they use them like cattle. Why would you play 18 football games?
I don't know. Let me ask you this, because this one may be bugging me a little bit, but it was a few years ago. With the NFL dominating everything, top ratings, everybody's watching, did the NBA drop the ball by not saying, wow, we started a few days before Christmas. You could weather the storm in January when the NFL is in the playoffs, and then we really get cooking in February.
You don't got to share.
You don't have to share, and then you have your finals. Like, I enjoyed the finals with the Bucks and the Suns. When was it, in July, early July? I thought the NBA had the perfect chance to reset their calendar because now when they start in October, you're going against the NFL. November, you're going against the NFL. The NFL is now taking over Christmas Day, which was the NBA day. And then you got January. The casual fan may not watch the NBA for the first 4 months of the season.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing the NBA's got going for them now is their season's at least 10 months. Because they're still in their season, they figure, when the LA Summer League, Las Vegas Summer League. So they got the playoffs going to mid-June, then they got the draft and free agency, and then they've got Vegas. It feels like everybody just takes off in August, and then once September rolls around, you're getting ready for training camp. So I definitely hear you there. I think maybe the NBA just figures, we'll do the best we can the first half of the season, or at least up until Christmas. Right. But, yeah, I mean, you're never going to be able to compete with the NFL.
And what I don't like, guys, and I mean this, Guru, you're turning into a nerd, is what it's done with the 1,000 yard. Now I don't know what's what. Remember, 1,000 yards was the standard?
I can tell you.
But everything's it's just different now.
Yeah, I got a number for everything.
What do you mean?
Well, now you got to get about 1,200 yards.
1,200
equals 1,000.
But everybody's not like you. But you know what I mean? Used to be 16.
Right. Saxby does that all the time. He's like, 1,000 yards. It's 17 games now. And I'm like, damn.
Right, but
I used to get 1,300 yards. It's like, well, it's really not that much.
Let's divide.
You got to divide
it's
out.
It's different when you compare them to the OGs.
And then 2 bye weeks maybe you get. But then what does that mean for the playoff schedule?
Man.
Is the NFL going to end in late February now?
That's a good question.
Are we going to go to the end of February? Jesus Christ.
If I could show Steiny, you and I, our text thread about, I hit you at about 11:20 at night sometimes, and I take a picture, a snapshot of what I'm watching, just something that already happened, he would be a rich man. Is anybody in this room, #random, looking forward to Tom Brady on the call? I am still mad that Olsen is not with Burkhardt. Are you two looking forward to Tom Brady calling the game? Like, I got my scorecard out, man.
I'm not going to
let you know if you're good, Steiny.
I have a little Brady fatigue. I think Olsen's really good.
He got robbed, man.
He got robbed. He's really good, man.
Come on.
He's good.
They were great.
And like Brady, he may be good that first year, but then I think about Tony Romo. How do we feel about Tony Romo now?
He fell off. I thought he was Steiny. To me, he fell off.
It's like CBS told him to dial it back. Something happened there.
He talked too much. You never shut up, Run DMC.
You're the only guy I know who either looks forward to or doesn't look forward to an announcer.
Like,
I kind of want
that's
to know,
part
Steiny.
of why I go back in the Super Bowl, the NFC Championship game in Seattle, one of the best ever, the Niners and Seahawks. Aikman and Buck were in their bag. Steiny, I'm watching the game, but I'm watching the presentation because like Summerall and Madden, they add something.
You know what, Steiny? I'm with them here.
They're playing their own game.
He's right. It does matter.
Add to it.
Even the soccer guys in Euro, when the guy goes, he goes, we're in Hamburg, Germany, the battle of the Titanics, France and Portugal, and this place is crackling, and the roar. And I was like, all right, I'm here. Who's this announcer? He was unbelievable when he goes to you full wing wizards. It does matter. Like, listen to Troy Aikman.
I'm afraid that it's going to have to be Jimmy Garoppolo that gets it done.
We know why. I'm afraid.
But remember, Guru, we talked about this the beginning of the broadcast. He goes, Joe, I just get nervous about the guys who make mistakes. And these two quarterbacks really put their fan bases through roller coasters. Jimmy Garoppolo, Matthew Stafford.
What does Garoppolo parents say when they're sitting there watching that? Damn, Troy,
and like Kevin Kugler, when he was doing the announcing, I get up for that. But like when Sam Rosen was doing all those bad Niner games when they were terrible, I'm like, gosh, we got Sam Rosen again. Jeez. Like this broadcast is going to be rough.
Come on, Brady.
Steiny, the broadcast does
it matters,
something.
Steiny.
Oh, it does, but I don't let it. I just turn the volume down if I don't like it.
I don't want to go Westbrook. I think you didn't like the NBA Finals because Jackson, Van Gundy, who I'm not going to say you didn't appreciate, they were missed, and I think a lot of people were saying, it's down, this ain't the same. And I was like, over here, it's because of the 3 guys weren't there.
Yeah, no.
To me, that was a major part.
I mean, one of the reasons the finals weren't interesting to me, believe it or not, is because the Warriors weren't even in the playoffs. Like that once the Warriors didn't make the playoffs, it just...
But we're used to that if you go back. You know what I mean? Like, how many years was it?
Last 11 years exception to the rules.
Good God.
We're used to them not being on the NBA, on NBC or whatever. But it did, you know what though? That broadcast, like Celtics Pacers overtime, the broadcast, and it wasn't Mike Breen's fault, but the overall broadcast made it feel like another game in December.
And that's why when somebody says, hey, Bonte and Shasky, Willard and Dibbs, or Steiny and Goo, you have chemistry, that's the ultimate compliment because that's what they didn't have. And it wasn't because they were not trying, but when you have something good, man, hold on to it.
No doubt. I'm looking forward to the show about pressure, man. This will be a lot of fun. Good week with you guys, man. Guys, have a great show.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibbs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, no Willard and Dibbs. Instead, Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson with you. It's a Friday. It's a payday Friday.
And it's hot.
It is. It's toasty out there.
I got a sweater on like a fool. I thought it'd be 70, 72. It's 82, 83.
Well, it's chilly in here, so this is the kind of weather. You know me. This is the kind of weather you get sick in because you come in from 90 degrees and then you get into 68, and it's just not good for the old the body temperature. Go.
Let's go, baby.
What do you mean?
If I were a shortstop, I just missed the ball hit right. I went Luciano. I wasn't ready for you. You threw it back to me, and I booted it.
You mean just now?
Yeah, just now, yeah. You needed your partner, and I bobbled it.
Well, we got 4 hours. I know how to, I know how to play with a bad defense behind me. I just still go for the strikeouts. No, it's training camp next week with the 49ers. It starts Wednesday. Bonte and Chasky are going to be down there 6 to 10 in the morning. Then we're going to be there 10 to 2. If you're down in San Jose, come say hello at the Hilton.
Yeah.
Santa Clara should be a lot of fun.
You staying the night?
Why?
Because normally that's what we do. I'll talk to the boss after.
We're not going to Fresno. I mean, it's just down on the peninsula.
Yeah.
Stein and Guru, they're better in this slot 2 to 6. Well, hey. No. This is it.
I'll tell you what.
This is the quota. This was the deal that was arranged 1 week. 1 week only.
But what I've noticed is my coworkers are in a better mood later in the day.
Well, that's because their weekend has started.
I've noticed the air is a little lighter. I like it, man. I like 2 to 6, Donnie. It's great. I got my car washed today. Did some little stuff.
You don't wash your own car?
Oh, hell no.
Pay for it?
Yeah, it's like it's brand new again when they bring it out. The armor all in there. Yeah.
How much you pay for that? Where'd you go?
Hey, get out of
Did you go in the city?
No, Magic Car Wash. It's called Magic in Sac.
I was in Sacramento.
Yeah.
Man, you got it done early, huh?
Yeah.
How was traffic yesterday, by the way?
Just up and back. Batmobile.
Are you serious?
This is incredible. Like, life's changed, man. I need this.
So I left here yesterday at 6 and walked around, and there was traffic in the city getting out.
Oh, whoa.
You just zip out of here?
I just zip out of here. We drive different.
Nevertheless, I mean, you don't drive on the sidewalk, do you?
No, not at all. No. I had no problems. Back to 10 on Monday.
Yeah.
Damn it.
49er season starts, and I want to kind of take the temperature of San Francisco 49er fans. I was just looking at some stuff before the show. Obviously, they've been to 4 NFC championship games in the last 5 years. They've been to 2 Super Bowls.
Damn.
They bring back essentially their entire team from last year, and I just want to know how 49er fans are viewing this year. Do you think this is kind of the last year of this iteration of the Niners? How much pressure is on the Niners? Is it Super Bowl or bust? Where are you at right now with the San Francisco 49ers, Goo?
You tell me what you're thinking. That was a great conversation we had with Bonte. Listen, they've identified and most likely have their franchise quarterback. But, Stoney, that's not enough. And what they've had is a plethora of weapons, contracts on their side that they've gotten done. So, again, I believe when I saw Greenlaw go down in the Super Bowl, I was really the only one, I believe, from afar thinking about how will this impact them defensively next year. So, I don't know what to think. I expect them to be a player, but I don't know what's going on with Brandon Ayuk. If you tell me if he's going to play on his 5th-year option or if he's out of here. But, Steiny, your boy's still a puppy. And I'm talking about one Brock Purdy. So that's another big deal. So, I don't know where I am on the win total. I'm assuming health, they're going to make the playoffs. But as far as getting from Kyle Shanahan, getting that thing that escapes him, that Lombardi trophy, his division has gotten better. So we'll see how it plays out. But, man, Steiny, that's why I don't like any of this Ayuk. They don't know what's going on, or maybe they do, but that is, I'll ask you, and I asked you a couple of days ago, this is a dilemma, right? The whole Ayuk, it's not helping the team.
It might not be helping the team, but I don't think it's a dilemma.
Well, they start camp Wednesday.
Right, but I don't think it's a dilemma for the Niners. I think they've drawn a line in the sand. They've thought about this for a long time. At some point, I believe they've come up with a game plan that they don't want to pay Ayuk a certain amount of money, and he's asking for more than that. And I think they're ready to play hardball with Ayuk. But again, we still got 3 or 4 weeks to figure it out. If you look at the dates of some of the other guys who have signed, but I want to know if 49er fans think this is a little different than Debo, than Bosa, than Kittle. Does it feel different, or do you really think they're going to get it done? Because the one thing I see on the text lines, Guru, and the Xfinity mobile text lines and the YouTube chats, I do think there are a lot of fans out there that aren't concerned in the least about Ayuk. And
I'm seeing B's Keys on the chat. We can win without Ayuk.
Well, it's not about necessarily whether Ayuk will be on the team or not. It's that
the impact, though, if he's not.
Well, nobody's thinking that right now. That's my point. I think there's a lot of what I'm seeing are a lot of comments saying essentially, you guys got to relax. Because until it gets past a certain time, there's no sense in worrying. But
so assume he's on the team, and he'll be out there. But this is kind of strange. I asked you and Kay in the green room. Pearsall went off or was on the PUP list, and nobody seems to know why. So, again, I'm assuming, and only asses assume, Steiny, but this young guy, if something happens with Ayuk, was supposed to be step in, and he's hurt before they even put pads on, and nobody will tell us what it is, just kind of, Arsenio Hall, things that make you go,
You worry so much about things that are outside of your control.
Well, I've heard that before.
Let me give you the old favorite. Worry is a down payment on an investment you'll never make. Worry is a down payment on an investment you'll never make.
I don't necessarily buy that. Because if you worry about something, you're ahead of if that something happens, you're ready for it.
That's called preparing. That's not called worry. That's called preparation. Let me help you out here. You can't control whether Pearsall will be healthy or not.
I know that.
Let the chips fall where they may. Be a fan and keep your mouth shut. There it is.
Yeah, but you give me it's peculiar. We don't know what's going on with him.
I won't give you that.
He's young.
It's not peculiar.
Yeah.
It's something that happens every day in football. It does.
I love you, man.
It does.
Oh, boy.
I'm not worried about Ayuk either. There's one guy is never bigger than the team. Never.
All right.
Never.
And you know what? I'm assuming he's on the team. How about that until...
Well, he is on the team. He's on the team no matter what. All
right.
He's on the team whether he doesn't show up next week. He's on the team whether he doesn't play week 1. He's on the team if he doesn't play week 7.
And you buy Jawan Jennings' reasoning that wasn't a shot at Ayuk. I wasn't born yesterday, but I do wonder if there's any impact on a guy. Like if I see Ayuk right here, hey, Brandon, you know who he was talking to you. He'd be like, I know, Goo. Like there's that, and that's a position guy. That's a part of your group. So you could, a lot of people could say it's nothing, but man, let's see.
You worry so much. What makes you, let's do it the other way. What makes you feel good? What makes you feel confident? What makes you feel bold?
That Brock Purdy, I think, is a real deal. McCaffrey, Trent Williams. This team was just in the Super Bowl minutes away from winning. They went to overtime. So let's do that. Steiny Warner's there. Bosa's there. But again, I've just been preaching like a reverend. Windows don't stay open all the time. And it doesn't mean, let's just say the Niners lost in the first round of the playoffs this year, that the windows close. But it's like it hurts more when you don't close the deal when you're up. That's all, Stein. That's the difference between me and you.
Well, I know. The difference
opportunities don't come around all the time.
The difference between you and me is that even on a limited basis, I actually was an athlete. And so one thing about athletes as opposed to spectators is athletes are pretty good at putting things behind them. And so the one thing I notice that you do is you tend to harp on things in the past when the people who are playing the games, they've already moved past it. They're not thinking about the losses in the last 3 or 4 years. They're focused on the task at hand. And I'd advise you to do the same.
Would you tell Steve Young that, the Hall of Famer, who is like he's captured the moment of he ain't doing what you're saying? And you're right, the players got to turn the page, but we'll never know how much that page is turned. And they got to talk the talk. But Steve Young, he won't let it go just about the opportunity that this team has had the last 5 years, as you pointed out.
Okay, well, they had an opportunity last year. They didn't get it done. The Lions had a shot at it to get to the NFC Championship. They let it slip away. The Packers, they could have beaten the Niners. There's only one team that succeeds every year, and that's a Super Bowl champion. You're not entitled to a Super Bowl. You've got to earn it.
A lot of people saying Steiny did not play the I played card.
Oh, I did.
D3. Franklin and Marshall.
888-957-9570 is the number. With training camp starting next week, I got a couple questions for San Francisco 49er fans. And here are a couple of them. Who's the pressure on this year? If you're looking at a player or a coach, how much pressure is on the San Francisco 49ers that this year is their last best chance at a Super Bowl? What's your biggest concern? And then what's the thing that gives you the most confidence that this is the year the 49ers will be able to break through? 888-957-9570 is the number, and that's what we're going to start with today, but we got a lot of stuff to get into. We didn't get into this sound from Sam Quinn yesterday. He writes for CBS Sports. He's a national NBA writer, and he broke down in detail what the Warriors and the Utah Jazz are talking about. Lauri Markkanen, Brandon Pajemski, is there a holdup? What's the future hold? Are they going to be able to get a deal done? We're going to play a lot of that sound at some point today. We got to get into the Giants. Their second half starts tonight. They play the Colorado Rockies in Colorado. Trading deadline, July 30th. What are they going to do? How much pressure's on Farhan? How excited are you about the second half? Is there anything the Giants can do to make you believe that they can essentially turn this thing around? Because they're going to have to turn it around. They're not going to be able to. They're not going to be able to get to the postseason 3 games under 500. That's for sure. So 888-957-9570. But we're going to start on the other side with a piece of Brandon Ayuk news that just came out about an hour ago from Pro Football Focus. We're going to get into that. It's kind of interesting. And don't forget, Klay Thompson jersey giveaway. Last chance to register is at 5/11. 5/11, which is in about 3 hours. 5/11. You got to be listening for your chance to win an autographed Klay Thompson jersey. I'll tell you the piece of 49ers news on the other side. That segment was brought to you by Meineke Car Care Centers.
Brought to you by Meineke, your one-stop shop.
does that look like on a mantle?
It's the mental mantle.
Now back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Willard and Dibs. Here's Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Hey, Goo, are you superstitious, or do you believe in jinxes?
Yes, that's why I believe in sport gods, all the gods.
Oh.
Haircut gods, everything.
So you won't, for example, you wouldn't walk under a ladder.
Well, no, that's the black cat. That I'm not. No, all mine is for sports.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. So, like, how long have we been in this studio? Do you know offhand? Has it been a year?
I want to say
6
almost
months?
going on. I'd say about 15 months.
Oh, let's say a year plus.
Okay.
I don't believe in jinxes at all.
Didn't we move in October?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I can't remember.
But it sounds like Sam does.
All right, so let's say 9 months. Coming up on a year.
What is time, really?
Exactly.
Damn you, Sam. What did I say? 15?
See, I don't believe in jinxes, and I've just noticed something that some people might keep under their hat, but I'm not going to.
Let's let it ride, baby.
I'm not telling you, so don't ask. I haven't spilled anything in the new studio yet.
Look at my guy.
Not one thing.
But that's just so whack that
what?
The countdown has just begun.
You know what I mean? Like,
but that's my point. Is I don't believe in jinxes. Like I don't think that doesn't. Now he's in trouble. Now he's gonna. No.
Yeah.
Not
Nobody's ever called you a klutz, but come on, man.
Very, very coordinated,
dude. You had the thing smoking like the Millennium Falcon when you spilled the last. And how many times have I had your back like Top Gun? Cover me! I'm going in, and I was. And then I spilled some. Guru, you spilled some over there.
That's not me.
Hey, boss. Come on now.
That's not me.
That's accurate.
All right, two things. One is we have a little 49er nugget to drop on you guys right now. And then we can go a little bit into big picture. But Mike Florio, Pro Football Focus, was on today on the Pat McAfee show. And he was talking about Brandon Ayuk. And to me, we're getting more and more info about specifically Brandon Ayuk. And things are starting to add up. And I don't think it spells anything good for Ayuk. This is Mike Florio from today on the Pat McAfee show. Take a listen.
You know, it's funny. He'd been very compliant. He hadn't asked to be traded. There was a time before the draft where, as they were haggling over what he is worth, his agent was given permission to see if other teams would pay him what he was looking for. And at the time, it was $28 million a year. It's probably higher than that now because the market's changed. I'm told there were 5 teams that were ready to go and give him what he wanted, what the 49ers wouldn't give him. But they couldn't work out a deal with the 49ers for a trade. And, you know, from the 49ers perspective, this is where it gets a little screwy. You've got 5 other teams that were willing to pay him what he wants and give you something to get him. Why won't you just pay him what he wants? So he's taken the stand now. He's asked to be traded. We'll see if he shows up for camp. But one thing about the 49ers, we've seen guys, you got to be the squeaky wheel to get paid. You got to be Deebo Samuel, demand to be traded for weeks, and you get paid. Nick Bosa, hold out until right before the start of the season. You get paid. I think Ayuk is shifting into, I'm done being a nice guy here because that didn't give me anything. I'm going to start agitating to either get the contract I deserve or get traded to a team that'll pay me. I think one thing we can all agree on, $14.1 million is criminally low for a guy who was a second-team All-Pro, second in the league in yards per target. He had 1,300-plus receiving yards on only 105 targets last year. Imagine what he could do if he was getting the ball thrown his way 180 times like CD Lamb.
All right, so Mike Florio is pro Brandon Ayuk, is what it sounds like.
Yeah, but I'll steal one of your lines. They don't really want to trade him. No. If 5 teams have called, hello, that's 5. And they were like, nothing's good enough. You've always said, Goo, they don't want to trade him. And I get it. He's stellar.
This reminds me of when the 49ers had Garoppolo and they were asking for 2 first-round picks. Oh, we can't get anything for Garoppolo. Well, you're not getting 2 first-round picks for Garoppolo. So what you're really telling teams is you don't want to move him. And I'm convinced now the San Francisco 49ers don't want to move Brandon Ayuk unless they get a haul. And then 2, I'm starting to think that they are really going to put him in a box and make him make a tough decision as to whether to report next week, which I don't think he will, and then we'll see what happens after that. But let me ask 49er fans this. Does it still sound with Ayuk like it's business as usual, or do you feel like it might be something more than just the normal course of negotiations that the 49ers have undergone with other players over the last, let's say, 3 to 5 years? 888-957-9570 is the number. And with that little piece of information, does that make you think anything differently? Mike Florio saying the 49ers had 5 teams before the NFL draft that were willing to trade for Brandon Ayuk and pay him $28 million. Clearly, the 49ers wanted at least a first-round pick, but I read the story, too, which gave additional information to what Mike Florio said, Goo. And in the story, he has executives, or at least one executive, saying they want too much for Ayuk. So
they're being unrealistic.
The odds of a team, a team's got to do 2 things. They got to be willing to pay Ayuk, and then they got to be willing to give something up in order to make Ayuk one of the highest paid receivers in the league. And who's going to do that?
Yeah, nobody.
Who's going to do that?
I don't believe anybody. And I'll tell you this, after hearing that soundbite from Florio Stoney, who I like, that to me lets me know if 5 teams have called, the Niners know better. They don't want to give him up. They're going to play hardball. He'll most likely play on his 5th-year option.
So you think that's what's going to happen?
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt now. And
no doubt.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
So you're not giving him any opportunity to get this thing done in terms of a contract extension, just like the other guys. Debo.
No, that's still out there. Okay. My point is he was going to still be in the red and gold.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
And I went back because, when it first came out and he did the Pivot podcast with Ryan Clark, Steiny, I just caught pieces of it. I went and watched that thing in its entirety. And the last question of the podcast was, what's your prediction, Brandon? What uniform will you be wearing this season? And Steiny, he sat there, tick, 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 and he goes, 49er uniform. And everything that I'm hearing, the tea leaves, it's going in that direction. I don't think they're going to be so cold to make them play on that 5th year. I know I just said it, but I won't be shocked. But you drafted Ricky Pearsall on draft night. If you really thought you could, or you wanted to, or could be the same, or if not better with Pearsall, you could have traded him then, and you didn't. So that just leads me down to what we just heard Mike say. When did Debo get his? When did Bosa get his? He held out. But I think Ayuk is going to be a Niner. Monday night against the Jets.
Are you at any point, how do I want to put this? How do I want to put this? So, Goo, are you starting to realize that professional sports are a business? That it's not, we're a family, and if Brandon wants $28 million, we'll give him $28 million.
You're funny.
You see what I'm saying here, Goo?
Life is a business.
This is the San Francisco 49ers, and they're telling Brandon Ayuk, you know what? We can live without you.
But to the average fan,
we ain't moving you.
Okay.
We ain't moving you.
And that's why you just double back and ask, they won't be that cold. Somehow they're going to come to a resolution.
Yeah, probably now for $23 million, and he's going to take it.
I just feel like they're penny pinching in a sense. If it's 26 or 28 or the 26 is gone, which it could be, I just feel like a dude of that caliber, maybe I got him on a higher pedestal than they believe.
Well,
maybe Kyle's saying, I can make Pearsall that, or Jawan Jennings, a combo.
I think I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay, and I got to get this off my chest.
Yep.
I asked you, do you think this is a deterrent, or is this bothersome to the team? But I do know now when camp starts this Brandon Ayuk situation has now superseded any regular football question we had about the team. That's not going anywhere, but he's already high. They, together, collectively, this thing's leading off First Take and all the shows, the Brandon Ayuk. We had Acho on. We didn't talk about the Niners, X's and O's, because you got questions there. So that's why, Steiny, I believe you have to have your house in order. When you win a chip, you know what? This is nothing. But the fact that you want to get back and hit the ground running. And what did we say about Bosa? Oh, his mama said he was eating his top ramen and he was in shape. Season ends. He says he wasn't in the best shape. Debo held out. What happened with him? You know what? I wasn't in the. So there is collateral damage of not having your stuff in order from everybody involved.
You brought up something interesting, and it got me to thinking, what is the 49ers' biggest issue right now? Is it Brandon Ayuk, or is it something football related? I think that's a really good question, to be honest with you. And if you said, Steiny, what's the 49ers' biggest issue right now? I still would think it's a football issue. And I'm going to think it's a football issue until we start passing the dates in which other 49ers have gotten paid. So I'm going to operate under the premise that
would be smart too.
That Ayuk right now is not the biggest issue. So what do I think the biggest issue is? And I was thinking about this yesterday, and I actually wrote down a few things. To me, the biggest, and I don't know if it's an issue, but it's an obstacle or challenge, is how do the 49ers avoid complacency in the regular season? That's the one thing I do wonder about, because in essence, I compare this team, the 49ers, to the Warriors.
You did do that.
They've been to 4 NFC championships. They're just like the Warriors, except they haven't won 4 titles, but they've been ultra successful. And so they've gone to 4 NFC championship games in 5 years, and they know they're a damn good team. They know they probably have the personnel to do it again, to get to the Super Bowl, but they still have to go through the grind of getting there. And to me, that's going to be something that they're going to have to overcome, because they're going to realize at various points during the year how long the season is. And I think it's going to be a mental issue that they're going to have to overcome.
I'm not mad at that. I'll say I disagree, because right now, Steiny, I'm assuming after them winning, 12 games last year, and, we find out on Christmas that the other teams are in their league or whatnot, like the Baltimore Ravens, and we saw what the Chiefs did and what Green Bay almost did, shocking the world in the playoffs on the road here at Levi's. It's hell for me, Steiny. It just is. It's health. Now you're going to be like, Goo, that's football, but I know. But now what happens if Purdy gets hurt? What happens if McCaffrey goes down? That, to me, supersedes, the complacency.
Aren't the answer simple? Then you're done. Like, it's so, and we've done this for 10 years.
But when Trey Lance went down, they weren't done.
Well, he stunk.
I know, but
he wasn't their best quarterback. Purdy's their best quarterback.
But we didn't know Purdy was their best quarterback. Normally, when Jimmy was on the ground.
So you think Dobbins is better than Purdy?
No, I'm saying we didn't know until we saw Purdy do what he did. Normally, that's the kill shot to a season, like you just assumed. But they didn't die. They actually got better. You know what I mean? From Jimmy going down. And
so why are you worried about injuries then? They've overcome them in the past.
Well, because of Dobbs. I don't think he's Purdy.
Dobbs is more proven than Purdy was when Purdy took over.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that, I never worry about injuries.
But with the Warriors, you do.
Well, that's because they're old. The Warriors are old. And I make a big differentiation between a guy who's 26 and gets hurt, because he's going to come back the next year.
So that's why Pearsall don't even concern you right now.
Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. We don't even know what the injury is. How can you be worried about something you don't even know about?
But if it was something minute, it would be
my point is this. If they lose McCaffrey, they're not going to win the Super Bowl. If they lose Purdy, they're not going to win the Super Bowl probably. And that's something I think you could pick 2 to 3 players off any team and say the same thing. Like, why should the Chiefs be any more worried about Mahomes getting hurt than the 49ers should about Purdy.
The rat on the table for me, and that answer is so quick and fast.
Right.
They got 3 chips.
Well, but
they've got it done.
But that's the past. Like, you can't do anything about that at this point.
But it also, like, if I were to ask you right now and the listeners, there's an added pressure of a natural pressure of the Niners to cash in during this era. So there is some pressure not on the field just because of how close they've gotten and how many times you're going to be able to go up to the plate with a chance to, win the game.
Yeah,
you don't reside, huh?
I mean, I don't doubt there's pressure, but why do we always look at pressure as a negative? Great ones respond great to pressure.
Maybe because they haven't answered the bell on the biggest moments by blowing leads, if you want to call it that, or, being right there. I just hate that we all, and right now, there's no question in my mind, Stoney, Patrick Mahomes is the GOAT right now, currently in the league. But I'm not going to sit here and tell you, I'm not going to tell you that I felt like the Niners could have beat him twice on the biggest stage. That would change a lot. He would have 2 losses in the Super Bowl. He doesn't. They won. But a lot of that was the Niners' breakdowns, offensive line,
right, but
overthrows,
it's
defensive.
They're 0. I'm looking at the Niners. They're 0-0. They can't. They can't.
For this year, I got you.
Right. And so when do we stop talking about them not getting it done? You know what I mean? Yeah. They've probably, they have to put it behind them.
I guess I used the Andy Reid model in Philly. When did Eagle fans think that was going to end? And it ended probably different reasons, but they got close and they couldn't get it done.
And that's what happens sometimes with teams. They have a window, they don't get it done, and then they got to regroup. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's your concern about the Niners this year? What gives you confidence? They've been to 4 NFC championship games in 5 years. Are they going to another one? You tell me. Let's go to Ben. Ben is in Fairfield. What's up, Ben? How you doing, man?
I'm good, guys. Good on a Friday. Just thinking about your question about, is Ayuk the bigger problem or is it some other football-related thing?
Yeah.
I think the offensive line is more of a concern for me. I think you think about Chris Jones, 5 yards in the backfield in the Super Bowl, and McKivitz and Feliciano and Burford on that right side of the line. I'm more concerned about that and what that looks like this season than obviously Pearsall and Juwan Jennings can maybe fill in that role that Ayuk might have on the offense. So I think as far as concern, obviously the offensive line is where that starts for me.
Yeah, and I always
good point.
Think about it now this way. Would you rather have, if I told you right now, I'll give you 2 choices. The offensive line can be like it was last year, and Ayuk will return, and he'll be the wide receiver, or Ayuk isn't a part of the Niners, but they get improved offensive line play next season. They protect Purdy better. Which do you want?
Wow. I'm going with the first, man, just because I'm pro Ayuk.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm tingling with that, but Stoney, Ayuk is a bad dude. And if you're telling me, they wouldn't get better protection, but I just don't feel like you can make that up with Jennings and Pearsall or by committee. That's just me. And he kept your season alive in the playoffs. And I know people go, "Goo, those just 2 plays." Nah, those were 2 acrobatic plays by one Ayuk that kept the season alive.
Yeah, he didn't have a good postseason.
And I'm saying they didn't.
Who?
The Niners offense, defense, coaching. And that caller's point, Stoney, real quick here, he said Chris Jones. I want to rip my mic out because he said Super Bowl, but Super Bowls, that mimicked the 19 Super Bowl. It's the same thing. Went down to the end. They had the ball with a chance to win, and offensive linemen were just whiffing on the most important pass plays of the game. That happened twice.
I think you got to stop living in the past. We're coming up on the 2024 season. What good, and let me ask you this, what does it matter that Jimmy Garoppolo overthrew Emmanuel Sanders 5 years ago.
And I wasn't even thinking of that one. He had time to throw that ball. I'm just talking about other plays where he's getting hit in the your boy was wrecking the play, hitting him in the side of the helmet, Jimmy. Chris Jones was. Stoney, I guess the reason I won't let it go is technically it keeps happening at the most inopportune time. And outside of Trent Williams, how would you grade this Niner offensive line? They need to add something.
Well, how are they going to add something now?
No, just X's and O's wise.
San Jose Jazz fan on YouTube. Offensive line, offensive line, offensive line, offensive line. Fernie 559. Let go of Brandon Ayuk for an improved line. Let's see.
If they had that, they would do it.
You can't get back to the Super Bowl, or you can't get to the Super Bowl without an offensive line. So it sounds like 49er fans are more concerned, and you can tell me if I'm right or not at 888-957-9570. Are you more concerned with the 49ers offensive line, or possibly them being without a weapon in Brandon Ayuk? I'm kind of with the comments I've read. I mean, I think you can get it done without Ayuk.
Wow.
If you'd have to. I do.
The Niners have proven they can get there with this current offensive line or a different version of it in 19. But the bottom line is, Stoney, can you win it all?
Is the offensive line the biggest football issue for the San Francisco 49ers right now? I'd have to say it probably is, right?
For me, it is. And outside of Trent Williams, Stoney, we don't know.
But even if, let's just say right now, the 49ers traded Ayuk for a pick, a first or second round pick that they won't utilize till next year. Will you look at the San Francisco 49ers and say, our biggest issue is lack of weapons, lack of a number one receiver, or would you say our biggest issue is still the offensive line? Because if we get Purdy, really good protection, he's going to have enough weapons to make it work.
Look at my man in his bag. That's a layup for me, left-handed layup, Stoney, and I'm going lack of weaponry and a number one wide receiver. Debo is a gadget guy. He's special, but I feel like he's a one-trick pony. Defenses are caught up, and that's why to have that balance of Ayuk to be able to stretch it and do what he does, it's different. And maybe, I said, Purdy overthrew him 3 times. Maybe better O-line, better protection, Purdy hits him.
You should be upset then with the Niners, because if the way you're describing Debo Samuel, and you just called him a one-trick pony and a gadget player.
Which was not.
Well, then they made a mistake paying him $24 million.
No, it's a damn good gadget. And it's a damn good gadget when you got a guy like Ayuk and Kittle, also around you. So I hope I don't sound like I'm dismissing Debo. He plays off of what they have. Off of Ayuk. They play off each other perfectly, and it gives Kyle more opportunity. They lost 3 games without Debo. Him 2.5 because he went out early in Cleveland.
What do you got for me?
Is this a compliment or an insult? Kenny, you're a one-trick pony.
Depends what my one trick is.
And the one trick is phenomenal. You are beautiful. I'm not saying it but
Kenny, you're a gadget. You're just a gadget player.
That's a backhanded compliment.
Oh, boy.
He's better than that.
But, he is better than that. And he single-handedly, without damn McCaffrey, put the Niners on his back in years past. He earned that bread. He earned that contract.
All right, 888-957-9570. I see people lining up, want to talk about the 49ers. Training camp starts next week on Wednesday. We will be down in Santa Clara along with the morning roast. And what's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. This week is all jacked up on 95.7 The Game, presented by Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
Football is back.
they got cheese in the trunk. I asked for cheese on the taco, and they put it on, and it's the best taco ever. Are we really doing this? Now, how does it get on there? Come on.
Now back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Willard and Dibs. Here's Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson.
You know, of all the, I don't know, riffs or opinions that you have or debates, that one I don't have a problem with.
And I appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just not a big deal. You want to put cheese on something? Put
After
cheese
what I
on
had for
something.
Din last night.
Tacos.
Yes, sir.
Did you, or are you just lying?
No, I did.
Because that's something that you would just say to make it seem like you could put everything on a nice
Mia's
little
chicken
bow.
tacos.
Oh.
Yeah.
Did you bring any leftovers in?
No, I'm not the leftover guy.
Come on.
I ain't into it.
You want me to bring some leftovers at Susan
You've
Reds?
never done it in 6 years.
That's because you've never asked.
I shouldn't have to.
Oh,
yeah.
All right.
That's what type of guy I am.
Maybe we'll have you and me over for dinner one time.
You would think it would happen in 6 years.
And you've invited me over for dinner how many times?
I invited you to Norm's.
That's a party. That's a birthday party. That's so different.
Well, Thanksgiving,
you know
I extended a hand.
By the way.
You haven't been to a black Thanksgiving.
Please,
Dana. Look at Kay. It's a Kay's laugh.
Well, what's it like? What's the difference?
It's the same. I wanted that back as soon as it left.
This from the 202. Steiny. We need to address the offensive line immediately. It's one of the worst units on the team. Trent is all we have. That's Trent Williams. And he's aging fast.
Then why? Kid came in at the break. We chopped it up. You were gone.
Did you see all his...
I like him. But all this what?
He's got a lot of New York tattoos.
Yeah, that's where he's from.
Well, it better be. I mean, I hope he's not
Jersey.
from Jersey. I hope he's not from Tampa.
Look at
with the New York Mets. What do you got? Mets?
Just the Mets
Dolphins.
and the Knicks tattoo. That's
and
it.
the Dolphins, I thought.
No, I'm not going to do Dolphins.
Yeah, no Dolphins. No
now
Dolphins.
you threw me off.
What's new? You got it. You know what? On your scouting report.
I know what it is. He came in real quick.
Okay.
He came in during the break, and we're like, if everybody just knows it's the offensive line, why did the Niners not draft an offensive lineman with their first-round pick?
Because they knew they were kicking Ayuk to the curb.
They said there wasn't one worthy of that number, but then you drafted a couple more later. It doesn't add up, man.
Yeah, I'm working on your scouting report right now.
I know my scouting report. He goes deep.
No. One of the things about scouting reports is your own scouting reports tend to be, let me see, strengths, that's one.
Laughs too much, I know is a weakness.
Let's see.
I try not to laugh, man.
Let me see. Let's go out to Telmo. Telmo wants to talk about the O-line and Brandon Ayuk. What's up, Telmo?
What's up, fellas? It's Friday. I don't know if it's your payday Friday, but I know Guru loves him a payday Friday.
Oh, yeah.
So
Yes, sir.
Happy Friday to you guys.
Thank you. Same to you.
My question is actually directed at Guru because Guru and I know Guru loves video games and he loves the flashy players and the ones that you can go cheat mode and do the out route and get a touchdown every time. But that's not the NFL. That's not the reality. I get it. Having a solid number one receiver, is important. Yeah. But we've just seen in the last week, a lot of people don't have Ayuk in that top 10 group or just a fringe guy. But Guru sat there and told us he'd rather have Ayuk. But then immediately after that, he went and told us that a big part of the Niners losing 2 Super Bowls in a row to the Chiefs was the lack of offensive line. So if you're sitting there and telling us that offensive line was a huge problem, but you'd still, given the choice, would pick Ayuk when you do have Debo, you do have Kittle, you do have CMC, you do have Jawan Jennings, you do have a couple promising prospects. Given the opportunity, if you could get another Pro Bowl or all-pro quality caliber player on that O-line versus bringing Brandon Ayuk back, I'm doing that all day because when they need time to find somebody open, I mean, you even have Juice. He caught a touchdown in the Super Bowl in 2000. Early 2020, the 2019 season. So they have all these weapons that if you just gave Purdy an extra an extra second when he drops back, he's going to find one of those guys. It doesn't need to be somebody just running out and trying to get open every single play.
and hope that you're on fire. Let me ask you this. I want to hear this, Donnie. You're on fire. I don't disagree, but you call our show. We appreciate you. You're part of it. But the Niners are telling you the same thing that I'm saying. Why haven't they addressed it? They must feel like, hey, it's good enough. And it has been to get you to the Super Bowl multiple times, multiple NFC championship games, but they have not won. So I'm not going to, I felt like you kind of cheap-shotted me with the flash because I like Ayuk, but obviously they do too because they took another receiver and didn't address the O-line in the first round.
But they took another receiver because they knew at the end of this season they were likely going to lose one of their two receivers, and they need to address that. And they didn't take a guy early on because all of the value was off of the board. So you're not going to go out there and use a second-round pick if there's not a 31st or even a 50th round pick guy on the board.
Do you believe they called teams? Do you believe they called teams if you're trying to trade Ayuk to get maybe an already experienced offensive lineman? Do you think they did that?
Nobody's trying to give that up for Ayuk. That's why Ayuk hasn't been moved. He keeps demanding a trade. Nobody wants to give him an all-pro player or a Pro Bowl player. Nobody wants to give him a first-round pick.
Right.
They're trying to get Ayuk on the cheap. If he was that dude, they would have either another team, and no other teams, I don't think another team's agreed to pay him $30 million. Nobody's given up assets and paying him $30 million. Wow. And that's where he's at, and that's why he has no leverage. And that's why the Niners know they don't need to pay him more than the 26 they offered him because nobody else is trying to give up assets or money for him.
No, you're cooking.
I'm just saying, in my opinion, given the choice of spending that $26 million or $28 million next season and shoring up that O-line when you still have other players on the team that you can use the O-line to get them open, to give them time to make the playbook happen, I'm picking that 10 out of 10 times.
I'll leave you with this, my friend. And Stoney's looking at me without his glasses. Mike Florio, we just played the sound. There were not one, but 5 teams that were willing to give the Niners pay Ayuk. So I'll just leave that there.
But not give up anything else. Right. They're willing to pay him, but they weren't willing to pay him and give up a first-round pick. Telmo's off, but I'll tell you what.
What you got?
A lot of people on the text line.
You got your glasses on. I thought you had them off.
A lot of people on the text line, YouTube chat saying Telmo was cooking.
Yeah.
He was cooking with grease.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was.
My family's going camping right now, and they got us on. So behave.
Oh.
Cave
Little
Springs. Cave
so
Springs.
Mia.
Willie,
Little Darryl.
my in-laws.
Milan.
Yeah, Mara, Macy, and the in-laws.
They got an RV?
Yeah, they got an RV.
Do they really?
Yeah, they do. And
well, ask them if it has pop-outs. Do you know what those are?
Yeah, I'm a deer hunter. Yeah.
Sorry. Does it have pop-outs?
Yes.
Now, do you have
about a party of 10? So
do you have an RV or do you rent it?
They rent it.
By that place by the Oakland Coliseum?
No, they're in Sac.
Happy
where
Days?
They're going already has the RV there, so you don't got to go pick it up and drive it there. It's there for you already. So that's fair.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
It's Caves Inn in Dunsmuir. I don't know if you know where that's at.
That's a couple hours away, I think. Yeah. It's up north.
But the RV is there. Last year they had to drive the RV. This year
they don't have to drive it?
Well, I guess it's easier. You don't have to take it back.
Well, no, that sounds great, what they're doing.
Yeah.
So wait a minute.
Say hello to them.
Hey, what's up, Guru's family?
Johnson family.
So wait a minute.
And the Owens family.
So wait.
And
the
Owens.
Youngs.
Yeah.
And Youngs.
And Bernardo's.
All right, all of y'all. So that's pretty cool. So the RV place will drive the RV to where you want to camp. Then you just can drive your car up there and stay in the RV. You go.
But this is a byproduct of the campsite offering the RV. They have that deal with the RV place, so it's waiting on you. That's pretty convenient. So when you break camp and leave, you just get in your car and you ain't got to take it back.
Now, in fairness,
oh boy,
Mia, who else? The Youngs, the Owens,
Will Darryl, Milan, Donovan didn't go.
I mean, you're kind of cheating. You know what you want to do?
Well,
you know what you want to do when you get an RV? You want to drive that thing.
Right. They did last
That's what
year.
you want to do. No, you know what? That's actually a great idea.
Yeah.
Because have you ever driven an RV?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, see, I have. 32 feet.
I don't trust you behind
a
something that
32-footer.
big. Man.
Let me tell you something.
Oh, boy.
It's not like you can drive an RV 12 hours a day. Like, you can only drive them 6 to 8 hours because you got to focus.
Yeah.
You cannot.
Well, they got the rest stops now, where you can.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is when you go from point A to point B in an RV, if it's 6 hours, when you get to point B,
yeah,
it's mental fatigue.
Yeah, I bet.
Those things
I
you
wouldn't
got
know.
32-footer with pop-outs all over the place.
At you.
I was in command. I was in need of a closer. Okay.
I'm going to give you two.
Should I, 49er fans, I'm going to play a piece of sound for you right now. And you let me know if you think there's something to it or you don't. Colin Cowherd today was talking about the 49ers and the NFC West. Take a listen.
NFC West, yes, I like the Rams. I thought they had a back-to-back sensational drafts. Finished top 10 in total offense and scoring last year. I really like what they've done with their defensive front in the last two drafts. Niners are good, but they're an old, expensive football team. Watch out for injuries and the Brandon Ayuk noise.
I ain't gonna be totally wrong, but your boy Daryl the L. Johnson said that to you.
Said what?
The injuries, but when he says it, it's okay.
No. I understand. Okay. He's a big boy.
Oh my!
But stop saying what's the biggest concern? Injuries. Everybody knows that. It's a given. Everybody's afraid of injuries. That's number one. What's number two?
He said expensive. I didn't agree. I mean, you pay what you. He said they're an old, expensive team.
They're expensive.
Warner's not old. Bosa's not old.
No, but their payroll.
Oh, no, no doubt. And that's why you want to cash in.
Exactly. And
it's already causing problems. Your boy can't get paid. Ayuk, odd man out.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think that the 49ers, so they draft Pearsall in the first round. Do you think it was specifically because they sensed an issue with Ayuk? Or do you think it's because they knew a little bit longer term that it could be a year, but even longer term, they're going to have to lose one of their high-paid receivers?
That's it right there, Steiny.
Do you think they knew that it was Ayuk at the time?
No,
or that
I think
Ayuk
they thought
might
it was
be the issue?
Debo. I thought they thought 26 or whatever that initial offer, would. They didn't think your boy was going to go prima donna, trying to get the Justin Jefferson and the CeeDee Lamb, who's yet to sign, type of money. I really believe Kyle was not looking at PFF or talking to Chris Sims, his buddy, because some people were saying this about the Super Bowl. Debo and Ayuk couldn't get any separation.
Right.
We need to add. I don't believe it was that. I'm not saying that didn't happen. I saw some overthrows and Ayuk beat his man. Bottom line, Steiny, is they know it's time to pay Brock Purdy, which I don't know what he's going to get, but he's going to get it. And that's when you start having to lose people like we see in the NBA all the time. And why I hate their situation and why I keep focusing on the past is I just think it would be easier, partner, had they had a ring on their finger. Don't. And you're right.
Let's stop doing that. They got to break through.
Yeah.
They haven't.
You said something profound yesterday. I believe your prediction.
Of course.
Please.
Which thing?
Well, I'm trying to guess you up on a payday Friday saying I don't think Kyle's going to get it done. Not that I don't want him to.
That was just a hot take because that was the subject yesterday.
See, that hurts the show. You got to, that's what I like. Like that. Hey, dude, I like that. Well, I mean, now you don't believe. You just say
No. I mean, honestly, you know how I bet. I take all personality out of it. I take anything personal out of it.
So do I.
No, actually, you do the opposite. You put all that into it. And what I'm saying is that the odds of the 49ers winning the Super Bowl are less than 50-50, so I must bet against them.
All right, that's how I'm thinking. Yeah, no doubt.
You should try to employ that strategy when you bet on, like, the WNBA or Little League at Williamsport.
Please, I don't bet on no kids.
UFC fights.
Please, shout out prizepicks.com. use promo code GURU957 for a deposit match. So if you put $100 down on Prize Picks and put my code GURU957, my friends are doing it, you get $200. Yeah.
Then can you just not make any bets and take the $200?
No, you got to bet.
Why not?
You know what?
From what? And do you get 100 for everybody who signs up?
No, I don't get it.
You get nothing?
That's incredible.
Well, that's ridiculous.
Well, I get something, you know what I mean, on the back end.
How much you get? Is it commission?
Oh, it's in my check.
The Odyssey check?
Oh,
or do you get a special one from FanDuel?
Well, I need to
Or Fanatics. Which one is it?
Yeah, I get a little something.
Yeah, good for you. Good for you. Everybody's got
I'm not Shasky or Dibs. They're like baby Shacks around here.
Okay. Hey, you want to play a game?
Let's do it.
So I was in the other room during the break, and Nahegian passes me. See, I love this stuff.
2 bets season. Oh, my gosh.
So Pro Football Focus made a list of the top 10 overall football players in the NFL.
Wow. Okay.
1 through 10.
All right.
The top football players. All positions, all teams.
I think I could go 8 for 10
hold
here.
on.
I hadn't seen it.
Let me give you some specifics as to what their criteria was. These rankings, according to PFF, are based on a combination of past performance, future potential, and overall impact on the game.
Well, damn. Oh, yeah. Okay. Got a little more difficult. But
nah, it's just top 10 players.
Okay.
All right. You want to?
Let's do it.
Okay.
Quarterback, Patrick Mahomes.
He's number 1.
All right.
Can you give me the bell?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Look at my man.
Patrick Mahomes, number 1.
Okay. Wide receiver, Justin Jefferson.
Wide receiver, Justin Jefferson, number 4. Number 4.
All right, let's keep going, baby.
Top 10 players in the NFL according to Pro Football Focus.
D lineman or edge rusher, Micah Parsons.
Micah Parsons, Dallas Cowboys, number 5.
Okay.
3 for 3.
Are you shocked? I feel good. Okay, 3 for 3.
This is great.
We'll go linebacker. No, we got another edge rusher, right?
We've had 3 of the 10.
Okay.
All positions available.
Nick Bosa.
Nick Bosa, San Francisco 49ers, number 7.
Okay. I like
4
it.
out of 4. Out of baby.
I'm going to go wide receiver
I'm
again.
rooting for you.
Yeah,
here.
I feel that. I'm going to go wide receiver again. Family list.
Okay.
Wide receiver again, and I will say CeeDee Lamb.
Wide receiver, CeeDee Lamb. Off the board.
Damn.
No, not a top 10 player according to Football Focus. It's only 1 strike, though.
Okay. Let's go running back, and that would be pass performer Christian McCaffrey.
Christian McCaffrey, San Francisco 49ers, number 10.
Oh, boy.
That's 5 of 10. You're 5 for 6.
Teeth. Okay. Let's go cornerback. That would be...
It's all positions.
All positions.
So there could be...
okay.
Yeah,
there could be duplicates.
Yeah, there could be 7 quarterbacks and 4 running backs. Not on the same. But
you guys are going to laugh. I'm going to say C.J. Stroud.
C.J. Stroud, quarterback.
That was a bad pick.
No.
Yeah.
No C.J. Stroud.
Okay. St. Brown from Detroit.
No. All right, I'll give you the positions of the players. Number 2 is an edge rusher.
T.J. Watt.
Nope.
Are you kidding me?
Somebody better than him.
Oh, my guy in Cleveland.
Miles Garrett.
Yeah, all right,
That's correct.
Damn it, Goo.
Okay, we've got an offensive lineman, we've got a wide receiver, and we've got a linebacker remaining, and I don't think you're going to get the one.
Okay. The offensive lineman would be... I'm going to go Trent Williams.
Trent Williams,
Wow.
San Francisco 49er.
But dude, he's got a year left, we said. Okay.
He's number 3.
All right.
They have him as the 3rd best football player in the NFL. Trent Williams.
I'm going to throw out another Niner. I was about to cuss. 54, Fred Warner.
That's correct.
Yeah,
that is correct.
BYU.
Fred Warner.
I'm missing that old lineman. What happened? What happened?
The boss is in the control room.
What happened?
You don't want to know. You don't want to know.
I got something wrong.
No, you're getting too many right. He says,
dude, there's nothing on my screen. Oh my God, you guys are the family listening and the boss thinks I'm cheating. Wow.
All right, you have one more.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry, you have two more. My bad.
This is the old lineman, right?
No, wide receiver and defensive player.
Oh, Adams with the Las Vegas Raiders.
No.
Oh my gosh.
This, according to these guys, this is the second best receiver in the NFL, according to Pro Football Focus, after Justin Jefferson, who would be the second best wide receiver in the league. Think fantasy football.
I said Lamb, right. Justin Jefferson, and
you're right in the ballpark.
Tyreek Hill.
Correct.
Right.
Tyreek Hill, Miami Dolphins. That leaves one guy, and here's the hint.
Give it to me.
You've mentioned his name already in the show. At least.
Oh, I got him. Chris Jones.
Chris Jones.
Yeah.
Chris Jones, Kansas City Chiefs.
The boss really thought I was cheating.
So the 49ers have they have 3 of the top 10 players in the NFL.
I think that's the most out of anybody, right? Any team.
Oh, on this
Chris
list,
Jones
absolutely.
and Mahomes, you got to do it, man. They have the talent.
510, TJ Watt's stats are better than Garrett, Steiny. Check yourself and Google that.
Well, it's PFF.
It's not my list.
PFF.
510, it's not my list.
Chris Collinsworth, call him.
Read off a damn sheet of paper. Come on.
Yeah, that was
That's all I'm doing.
That was a success.
I think, that was
I started off hot.
That was a good run.
Yeah. Then when I got accused of cheating, it threw me off.
See, I would have never guessed Fred Warner.
He's the best middle linebacker in the game.
Is he?
Yeah, but
is he? Seriously.
He is.
What about the guy for the Ravens?
Ray Lewis? No, man, he is. I'm telling you, Stunny. Niners, they've blown chances, man. And before I raise your blood pressure.
I'm keeping track of this now.
Okay,
That's 4 today.
Listen, you're just fixated, and rightfully so, on the Super Bowls. There's other chapters to this, Donnie. They've blown NFC championship games.
5.
To me, the Rams, they were up 10.
Are you going to go through them all?
No.
Are you going to go through them all?
No,
right
and I'm just giving you the totality and the scope and the realm of what they've really had at their fingertips, and they kind of joked them off.
6. Okay. You know what? I'm going to make it 7 on the other side. I'm going to play you a piece of sound that. This is the piece of sound that has Guru doing backflips in concern. I'm going to play you a piece of sound on the other side that really worries my main man, Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Last thing, I can't believe Watt didn't make it.
Not on this list. Pro Football Focus. Hey, download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. You're going to want to listen to this on the other side. I know Guru will. On 95.7, The Game.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details, head to ChiltonAutoBody.com, the Bay Area's leader in collision repair.
It's the greatest 3 words of all time. Football is back.
The greatest formation that the Niners have is CMC on the left, Deebo Samuel on the right, and I'm creating space.
And I don't think of sexy when I think of Tom Thibodeau.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Mark Willard and Dan Dibley, here's Steiny and Guru.
All righty. It is a Friday. And one of the great things about this job, Goo, is I can do things like this. Now, there was a person on the YouTube chat that said, I said that Myles Garrett was better than TJ Watt. And I said, Myles Garrett was the second best player. And then he wrote in he hit the YouTube chat, and then he also hit the Xfinity Mobile text line. And he says from the 5-1, he says, Steinmetz, your quote after Guru said TJ Watt was no, somebody better. And so because I have a radio show along with you, I can just say, please, Myles Garrett's better. Myles Garrett's better than TJ Watt. They're all hit the pike. Come on.
There's a guy in Vegas that's saying he should have been.
Crosby?
He was a man who does not take plays off Bosa. PFF. Yeah. Hey, I'm telling you, Bosa, this is a big season for your boys, Donnie.
Yeah.
No excuses. And I forgot to mention,
but you said he was going to have less than 13 sacks.
Tangi and Zoe also on the way to go camping.
I'm sorry, who?
Fam. Tangi and Zoe.
Oh.
Zoe, yeah.
2 women or two
women.
gals?
Yeah.
Nice.
Mom and daughter.
Oh.
Zoe, a very popular name amongst women.
So yesterday, Guru and I did this. We had a lot of fun yesterday where we revisited some of our bad takes. And
just a couple for me.
You don't know this, Goo, but before the show, Nahigian, the boss, was like, hey, yesterday you guys, talked about some of your bad takes. Maybe today you could talk about all your good takes that panned out. And I said, what's Guru want the day off?
Oh, flip it. Shots fired.
I said, hey, Nahigian, I'm not working into the weekend.
A good comedian never laughs at his own material. You do that a lot.
I have to.
Please. Because I haven't taken my victory lap for Moses Moody. I think, remember, I fought you tooth and...
You can't take a victory lap during the off season.
He popped. He's a big part of their future. So
he's yet to pop. If Moses Moody is popped, they're in trouble.
Yeah.
They're in trouble. You know who else might be in trouble? The Niners.
Man.
Steve Young. This is back from May. It was during the time of the Dwight Clark dinner where they honored former wide receiver Dwight Clark.
Willard and Dibbs were there.
Willard and Dibbs talked to Steve Young. And this is right up your alley, Goo. You're going to be licking your chops. Take a listen to Steve Young talking about the 49ers and where they are.
Last year, the Rams are down. The whole division's down. Seahawks are down. The Cardinals are way down. In the playoffs, you play a Packer team that's been middling the whole time. You got to up and start Lions squad. You're like, that's how we get to the Super Bowl. And then you play a down year Chiefs team. Like, of all the times that you're set up to do it, that was it. But since the Ravens at Christmas, we just weren't the same. And, we held Patrick Mahomes to 19 points. You could have told me, look, Patrick Mahomes won't score 3 touchdowns. We're not going to win that game. Like, you're not going to walk over the Packers. We're not going to walk over the Lions. Like, things were haywire from Christmas on. And that's why last year was the time with the best roster in football to go get it done. And the fact is it didn't happen. That happens. It happened to me. I get that. But now next year, I think the Rams will be better. I think Marvin Harris will make the Cards better. The Seahawks will be better. The Lions will be, the Packers will be better. Like, it's going to get better. And we're probably not, I don't know if we'll get better, but hopefully we stay the same and still beat the rank and file with this amazing roster we have and the way that we are innovative, we deploy the guys on offense. Then, yeah, great. What just happened was a big miss. It was too bad.
Wow.
Take a victory lap.
Yeah, no doubt, man. When he says it hits different. But that's a guy he was in his bag, Steiny. And I'm telling you, Kyler Murray, year 2 off the injury, he's going to get better. He has a stud receiver, Harrison Jr., to throw to now. And they were running the ball. They ran the ball on the Niners in Arizona, lost for 232 yards. The whole division has, I think, bridged the gap. And the Rams, I'm telling you, they scare me, and they play the Niners tough anyway. So he was spot on with everything.
There is one thing that there's one thing he said that makes sense, but he could be wrong about. He said, he intimated that the best the Niners can do is be as good as last year. Well, why can't they be better? If Brock Purdy takes the next step, why wouldn't the Niners actually be better than last year?
What if I went to the other side of the ball, and I know you're looking at me, if I had $1 for every time you said that, I'd be...
Greenlaw?
Greenlaw. Steiny, he is Warner. Like, he's not going to be there.
He wasn't in the top 10.
But you know
Warner
what I mean.
was top 10.
The impact of not having him, Hufanga, we got to see how he is coming back.
Steiny, Hufanga is like Pajemski. He gambles too much. He's got to stay more solid.
He's coming off an injury, man.
Well,
but he's got the instincts of a Ronnie Lott back there. Okay. Ronnie Lott, who gets just disrespected. I'm not saying he's Ronnie Lott.
Well, you just said he's got his instincts.
I went to the same college.
Okay, then he's from the same college.
I'm just telling you, I'm fond of Hufanga.
I bet you this: if they had Ronnie Lott in his prime, I think they'd probably be better defensively.
Bad dude, Ronnie was.
So 888-957-9570 is the number. Do you guys agree with Steve Young that last year was the 49ers' best opportunity, and that this year it's not out of the realm of possibility, but their chances aren't as good as they were last year? Are you with Steve Young on that one? Or do you think that this year they have every bit the chance that they had last year and then some? And maybe it's because they're going to be more motivated. Maybe they can be better because Brock Purdy takes the next step. Maybe they can be better by utilizing George Kittle in a different kind of way. But
I'd like to see that.
To use a guruism, I can't rob the Niners of the notion they could be better next year.
And I won't too. I just think it's going to be more difficult. But what I need answers to is the past. And I know you keep telling me to move on. Matt Steinmetz, what happened to that Niner machine against Green Bay?
Tell me what happened after Christmas.
Let's start there. I don't know.
Well, let's ask 49er fans. What Steve Young has referenced that Christmas game against the Baltimore Ravens. Can anybody put their finger, and I know we got a lot of 49er fans who watch games over and over again. I don't know what it was, Goo. I just know he's right. There was something that changed after that Christmas night game against the Ravens. And 49er fans, what was it? Did any of you notice what changed after the Ravens game?
I'm going to take a crack at
888-957-9570. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know. Maybe it was just confidence. Maybe it was a swagger. I'm not sure.
Tell me what I'm going to take a crack at it like a piñata, Steiny. I saw a lot of traits from that 3-game losing streak where the defense was playing man, knocking guys off their spot, jamming them at the line of scrimmage. They were just in the Niner space. Now, when you say that 3-game losing streak, well, Debo missed 2.5 of them. Trent was gone. But at the end of the day, Steiny, they were healthy. They were hosting middling. That's what he called the Green Bay Packers, who got in and got hot in the second half of the season. But I'm looking at you in the eyes. They should have won that game.
Who?
The Packers. Well, and then you're down 17 in the first half to an upstart Detroit team. That's cute, but you're the Niners. They didn't play their best ball in the playoffs. And the funny part about this is they played their best game in the Super Bowl, which should have netted them the win, but they just missed assignments on the big third down, which could have put the game away or gave them the lead, didn't know the rules. So I don't know what to expect. I just know they're going to be good because I'm not robbing them of that. But we're talking about winning it all. And you know what the Chiefs have done? If we just look past the NFC, they've added and given Mahomes and that offense more explosiveness on the outside. So Steve's right. That was the best chance to get him.
You know what I just have a little bit of a problem with is we talk about the Niners as if they're average. And I get they haven't broken through. but we're talking about them like they've got weaknesses left and right and in the middle.
Oh, wow.
And
you mean now, today?
Yes. Oh. Well, I'm talking about over the last 3 or 4 years. Just because they didn't win, just because they didn't win the Super Bowl doesn't mean they're not a damn good team.
But people
need
luck. People picked them as the best roster. Like they've gotten their love. Like I'll fight you on. Where were you hearing that? Because nationally, the Niners were it.
They don't have the best quarterback in the NFL. When you have the best quarterback in the NFL, I think you have an advantage, just a flat-out advantage. And I know nobody wants to hear it, but you lost to one of the all-time greats twice. That's why he's an all-time great. So you gotta figure out a way to break through.
Listen to John Jay from the YouTube chat. I was in the 8th grade the last time the Niners won the Super Bowl.
I'm sure there were people who have not had their teams go to the Super Bowl their entire lives. So what's the point there?
It's been a while. They're 0 for 3.
How about a Lions fan? You want me to go down the list of teams?
But we're in the Bay.
Right.
And Montana set the tone, and they were 5-0.
So be thankful of the success we've had, and let's try to go out and get another one, but doesn't mean we're entitled to it.
But you can't say it's okay to lose.
They don't lose. They've been a winning team for 4 out of the last 5 years. What I expect from my football team in a best-case scenario is to knock on the door year after year after year. Do they want to win it? Of course they want to win it. That's why, and I'm interested to know about how 49er fans feel about this, because this is the way I think Lynch and Shanahan are approaching it. I do not believe. Now, they want to win a Super Bowl this year. There's no doubt about it. But I think it's the same concept that Joe Lacob talked about with the Warriors. They do not want to put all their eggs in the 2024 basket if it means that they're going to be less of a team in the next 3 or 4 years. I absolutely believe that the 49ers philosophy is if we keep fielding one of the best teams in football, we're going to be able to break through. And it's not, we need to upgrade this guy or this position or that position. It's, you knock on the door enough times, you're going to break it down. And so when we use the Super Bowl or bust title, I'm not saying they don't want to win a Super Bowl this year. But I believe that the best way to go about it is probably the way they're going about it, which is, we want to be good in 2026. And if Brock Purdy's the man, we're going to be good. If Brock Purdy is who he's shown us to be, why wouldn't the Niners knock on the door for the next 3 to 5 years?
I'm not going to say they're not, but if you're going to use the word upgrade, it's kind of funny that it looks like if they do something and shock us all and trade Ayuk, they're downgrading.
I don't know that, and that's where
I feel that.
What if Brock Purdy takes the next step as a quarterback?
Okay,
whatever that is.
But would you give me this without Ayuk? That might be a tad, and he could take it. He could take 3. But wouldn't you think on paper or going into the season, and from what you've seen, that might be a tad bit more difficult without having the likes and the pleasure to throw the ball to number 11.
You're not going to like my answer, but I'm going to give it to you, and it's something that I truly believe. And I don't know what Brandon Ayuk is like in the locker room. I know that Kyle Shanahan's talked fondly about him for the last 2 years.
Tebow loves him.
But if you have a receiver who's not getting the ball as much as he wants to get it, I think those are the type of players that you might be able to do without, and everybody else collect. See, I'm telling you, when you have a guy,
Kelsey's one of those guys,
right? But he's got Patrick Mahomes. When you have a young quarterback and there's a wide receiver, a number 1 wide receiver that doesn't think he's getting the ball a lot, I think quarterbacks will play differently. And you know what? You can disagree with me all you want, but I feel like I saw that with Steve Young when he took over for Joe Montana, and he felt like he had to squeeze the ball into Jerry Rice too much right off the bat, because Rice was great, and Montana and Rice were great, and Rice was the clear-cut number 1. I think one of the most underrated aspects of football is when a quarterback feels pressure to go to a certain guy so that guy can get his touches.
I'm not
saying that's happened. I'm not saying
because I think
that's
we would
what
have
happened.
seen that, right? And
what do you mean?
With all the coverage here with the athletic and all the nonstop, we would have seen that rear its head in regard to Ayuk's tripping. He's throwing his mannerism. We have not seen that.
That doesn't mean he's not clearly he's disappointed. Like,
Mo, 6 targets, not even
exactly.
Like that's not good enough.
Right.
His brother's putting that out on Twitter.
Right. So he wants the ball more.
Is that a bad thing?
On a team with Christian McCaffrey and on a team where Kyle Shanahan's got an offensive system that he believes in and he thinks is great.
You're saying addition by subtraction?
I'm not saying that. Because Ayuk is a very, very good player. But I do believe that quarterbacks know.
Oh, man.
They just know when a guy, it's like any basketball team where who used to be, give me we got to get this guy the ball. He's got to get some points.
Keyshawn Johnson,
he's got to get some points.
But all the good ones have that trait, though, Stoney. Justin Jefferson throws fits.
That's right. And is that positive or detrimental to a team? The other thing is, I think it's different when you're throwing a fit, and I'm not saying Cousins is Cousins has been in the league 12, 15 years. He's used to a receiver that wants the ball that doesn't feel like he gets it.
Oh, my God, he got rid of one.
Brock Purdy, on the other hand, has been quarterbacking in the NFL just 2 years, and here's Ayuk last year in a contract year. Maybe he felt pressure to go to Ayuk more than he would have under natural circumstances.
I'm going to say this. I'm not even mad at what you're spewing right now. What I will tell you is Ayuk, does he have some validity to the fact that we lost the big game because I only got minimal targets?
Listen,
now
we can go back and forth on that forever.
What would the back and forth be? Or
he wasn't open.
Or was he open? And I talked to you about the overthrows. Or does Kyle need to make more of an emphasis on getting him the ball? And that equates to targets. And maybe you win said game.
And then maybe you try to force it to him too much, and it comes at the expense of your overall offense. Because now, maybe the way Kyle Shanahan looks at it is, it's just like, okay, we've got what we think is the best offensive player in football, Christian McCaffrey. Well, why would we shoehorn the ball to a guy who's maybe our second or third option, depending on what Deebo Samuel's given to you on any given Sunday? I believe in a pecking order, and I think the 49.
But sometimes you got to throw to set up the run, vice versa.
That's not the way Shanahan does it.
And maybe that's why they haven't won.
Hey, guys, I just went back and listened to that Steve Young cut again.
Mm-hmm.
I want to play this for you. In the middle of the cut, 5 seconds. Just listen to this real quick.
All right.
Things were haywire from Christmas on, and that's why last year was the time with the best roster in football to go get it done. And the fact is it didn't happen. That happens. It happened to me. I get that.
I mean, he sounds like he's like, this isn't good.
He's like panicked.
Yes. Last season was the season to get it done.
Yeah. What do you think? He's giving up on this year?
No, I don't think he's giving up, but I do think now that I listened to it again, he knows the window closes.
What I get from that's what I get from that, Stoney. And that's all the picture I'm trying to paint. Like, you're right. I can't rob him. But look around. It's not going to get easier.
Okay, let me ask you a question. If the San Francisco 49ers go to the NFC Championship game again and they lose, but Purdy has a hell of a year, and they pay Purdy 50 or 60, whatever it is, and they believe he's their guy, why would the window close entirely?
Well, what I would say, is stuff rotting around him? Is Trent Williams going to retire? That affects Purdy.
But if
it's not just one guy having a good season, Stoney, it's the Steph Curry model. Like, you got to have components around you. And as you continue to pay
sounds like you're afraid of paying Purdy, which I understand.
No, right now he's earned it, but is he going to earn it with no Ayuk? Is that going to present itself? My thing is, you seem like you're okay if the Niners lose in the second round, but Purdy has a good year. One player doesn't supersede the team goal, and the fan base is waiting. And Steve Young sounds like, when are we going to get it done?
God loves Steve Young. Nobody's entitled to get it done.
Well, that's proof here.
Exactly.
I feel like they've been their own worst enemy. Not like, damn it, we just got beat in boat race. They've blown it.
Okay, let me ask you a question. They've been to 4 NFC championships in the last 5 years. Going into this year, is that good or bad? I think it's damn good, because I think this is a team that knows it's good. Obviously, they've been there before. I would much rather have had 4 out of 5 years where you've gotten to the NFC Championship. Twice you got to the Super Bowl. You've got unbelievable heartache. This team knows they are good.
But do they feel like they got a problem to close the big deal?
I don't think so.
If you're a champ and you're looking at yourself as real as all outdoor, like you said, Detroit, many people would give their arm for that winning. But Steiny, I would say, why are we coming up short?
Because they played one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time in their 2 Super Bowls, and they didn't get it done.
And 1 Super Bowl, he had minimal weaponry. And Steve Young we all knew it. They were struggling, the Chiefs.
Okay, so what do you want to do?
Win.
Okay, they're going to try. But my whole thing is, like, this idea that I don't know. How much are we going to dwell on? They didn't win. They've lost 2 Super Bowls in the last 5 years. I don't get it. Like, they're going to be a favorite. They're going to be a favorite this year to win it.
They're going to be like the Kevin Durant Warriors. Wake me up when the playoffs come. That's where they're at. And it's scary to say that because we're assuming they're going to be healthy and, they're going to just run roughshod over the whole league. But, Steiny, that's where I'm at. I'm invested, but they can't take another. This season is going to be determined to me in regard to success on how they do in the playoffs.
Okay, well,
and that's kind of scary, assuming that they're going to get there, Goo.
Well, the bottom line the bottom line then is this: is you
and a lot of the fan base.
You don't believe, and I get that there's no way that this season could be successful unless they win a Super Bowl.
I believe so.
Okay, well, I'm telling you right now, if
haven't they
if
earned
we're
that?
the Golden State Warriors. That's one thing with Kevin Durant. This is football. There's no team that you go with. Like, football's different. Things change every year.
But yet they've been able to handle it, and they've been having a lot of success. 2 Super Bowls and multiple NFC championship
apparently it's
games.
not enough. It's not enough success.
And it shouldn't be enough when you don't win it all.
Okay.
With 10-point leads.
But I am sick of people talking about this team like they're 7-10 every year. You haven't seen 7-10 every year.
But you're the guy that predicted them. You don't think they're going to win it under this current regime.
I could be wrong.
But the
reason I don't think they're going to win it is because the numbers say they won't win it.
And that's why Steve Young is panicking.
One team wins it.
No doubt. And they've had more chances than anybody.
So how are we going through 49er fans? How are we going to go? Are we even going to watch the regular season?
Of course.
Why? It doesn't matter. I'm telling you right now, they're going to the playoffs.
You don't know that.
Well, I'm telling you. Just take my word for it. They're going to the playoffs.
I'm not.
It's not going to matter.
Yeah, but
it's not going to matter.
I'm using your words, your lingo on you. You don't know that.
You're right. I don't. And I don't know they're not going to win it just because they stubbed their toe 2 out of the last 4 years.
Like Josh Ram on the chat. Goo, they've been one of the most successful teams in the past 10 years. I agree, but that's what makes it more maddening that you have nothing to show
It's
for.
not maddening.
Tell Steve Young that.
It's football.
You want to hear the sound again?
He's a champion. Steve Young is a champion.
But he's better than any fan that's waiting on the Niners.
No, but he's better than Brock Purdy, is what I'm saying. I mean, they haven't proved they're champions. They've proved they're a great football team. They haven't proved they're champions. They might not be champions. But, I don't think they're doing anything.
That would be disappointing, though, if they don't get it done. And, again, you could be like, we got 4 more years to find out. But,
okay, so that's fine. We're going into the season. It cannot be a success unless they win the Super Bowl. And you know what? I get it, but it's setting up for a miserable year. It's setting up for no enjoyment.
That comes with the territory when you come close so many times.
Well,
It's hard to, you know what I mean? You come close. It's like the Warriors going to the Western Conference Finals and a couple finals, but not winning, and then you keep coming back the next year. You can't say a successful season is going to be making the playoffs. It's like, wake me up when we get to the offs so we can see if you get past those junctures.
You and I have a fundamental difference about they've lost 2 Super Bowls. I don't think they're snake bit. I think you think they're snake bit. And like, I don't look at them as chokers. I don't think they were the best team the 2 years that they lost the Super Bowl to the Chiefs. I thought the Chiefs were the best
team.
What
about when they had the 10-point, this is our difference too, the 10-point lead against the Rams in the NFC Championship game on the road? They had that game control.
Okay. I don't think they were. That was an NFC Championship. Yeah. They're going to have to go win the Super Bowl anyway.
But see, I don't just focus on the Super Bowls. That they could have been back to another one had they closed that deal. But that was another example of blowing a 10-point lead. So they should have,
like, now we're talking about a team that should have won a Super Bowl the year they didn't even get to the Super Bowl.
No, they should have been in it.
What?
Against the Cincinnati Bengals.
When you operate under they should, like, you're just going to be disappointed because no team should. You got to go prove it. 888-957-9570 is the number. What do y'all think about this and where the 49ers are? I mean, is it that simple? No Super Bowl, no success in 2024. I understand it, but I think that's a bad way to go into a season because you're setting yourself up for disappointment. Then again, you want them to win a championship, I get it. Hey, we're giving away an autographed Klay Thompson jersey today. You have one more chance to win this Klay Thompson autographed jersey. That's at 5:11 with myself and Guru. This week is All Jacked Up on 95.7 The Game, presented by Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
Football is back.
Look, everything you say, I disagree with.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Mark Willard and Dan Dibley, here's Steiny and Guru.
All righty. Hey, don't forget, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Matt Steinmetz along with Daryl the Guru Johnson. And don't forget to listen at 5:11 today. That's in a little over an hour. It's your last opportunity to win yourself an autographed Klay Thompson jersey. 5:11 in a little more than an hour. Guru and I are talking about the Niners, and look, there's no way around it. He's not wrong, and I'm not wrong. I just am. I look at. I just don't like the all or nothing, even though I understand that the expectation is the 49ers have to break through. But like the one thing that I've always been, Goo, a long game guy. I've always kind of played the long game. And here's one thing that I think is in a way unfair. But I get it. It's pro sports. What I'm hearing from 49er fans is that if they don't win it this year, okay, what Super Bowl or bust, that phrase. Okay, so you're telling me that Brock Purdy, who's 24 years old, okay, and he's been a starting quarterback for a year and a half in the NFL, like this is a make or break year for him. He must win a Super Bowl this year. And I guess my question would be, like, if he doesn't, why would the window close if you have something in Brock Purdy that you've never had in the Kyle Shanahan era, which is finally we got our franchise quarterback? Like, the way I look at it is, of course, we want to win it this year. But if we don't, and Purdy's our guy, we're going to be knocking on the door for the next 4 or 5 years. I just don't like it must happen this year or we're never going to have another chance again. I don't believe that.
Okay, and you know what? Now I got to step back and come at you this way because you're speaking your truth. And it's not the San Francisco Purdy's. It's the San Francisco 49ers. And we heard Trent Williams at the end of last season, before the playoffs started, Stoney, I don't know if you remember this. He said, this is the last chance for this group is currently constructed. So now there's a theme. And the theme for the Niners is bigger than Brock Purdy is Kyle ever going to get it done? That doesn't end regardless of what culminates this year with this season. But, Steiny, you do know in this age of social media and talking heads that that's the theme until and Kyle and the Niners actually get it done. So it's not Brock Purdy's running out of time, but Trent Williams is 36 years old. We don't know his future. So you kind of want them to get it done because he's been a great Niner now. So what I'm trying to just demonstrate and tell you is the talk is going to continue and get louder and louder and louder each season they don't get it done.
And I'm telling you, I think that's irrelevant. The noise from outside.
The Niners are telling you it's real. And
that's inside the locker room.
Yeah, but Kyle came out and said, we're not coaching for 3 or 4 years for down the road. We're trying to get it done now. And that's why, me being the fan of the show, I think fans can appreciate that. Tomorrow is not promised mentality.
What I'm saying is no fan can put more pressure on a player than the player can put on himself. And there's a difference between the 49ers feeling pressure to get something done in that locker room, which is important, and the pressure some fans are trying to put on them, saying, if we don't win it this year, it's a failure. It's like, with all due respect, what happens inside that locker room, to me, matters, and the noise from the outside. Right. Do you think, like, here's the other thing. I keep hearing this. And I'm not saying you're wrong, or not you. People are wrong. Boy, there's a lot of pressure on Kyle Shanahan. He doesn't feel any more pressure this year than he did 3 years ago. I don't believe that for 1 minute.
I do.
He feels like, what's he going to get fired?
No. But
exactly.
I believe he knows, and he's not like you running from Okay, there's a theme here. We've gotten close. We've had good fortune. We've earned that good fortune. But Steiny, week one against the Jets, something could go bad. It could be an injury. And guess what?
Well, then it's not going to be his fault.
But it's not about fault. It's just another year that went by, and the Niners don't hoist up the trophy.
Well, let me tell you
That's what this is about.
Let me tell you what would be more disappointing. Like if they suffer an injury early in the year and they go 8-9 and don't make the playoffs, nobody's going to be disappointed. Because it was by injury.
A whole fan base will be. It's not, you're going on blame. It won't be blame. It'll be another year of we did not take advantage when we got through a season with wealth, and we had the lead. That's what this is about. It's not the blame game. It's just about when is this team going to win its next, and they've gotten closer.
And what I'm saying is
day long.
Deal with the reality that you might not win one. Because if you make that your reality, which is the reality, that they might not win one, then if and when they win one, you're not going to be like, well, we should have won one 3 years ago. It's like, no, it's like, here's the other thing. We just played that Steph Curry from yesterday. And what did he say? Winning is hard. Man, winning the title is hard. It's hard. It's hard. Steve Young, it's hard. It's hard. It's hard. But like, I sometimes think we as fans don't take them at their word. It's hard. It's really hard. And so they got there twice. They didn't get it done. It's not going to make this year any more or less hard. Like it's not easy.
Hey, and those two guys had mentioned that have got it done. They closed the deal. One of the guys closed the deal 4 times. I feel like you're omitting the other pain in those the NFC Championship losses. Like, you're just blowing past. Those hurt, too. That's all a part of this. I know you told me at the beginning of the show,
they're irrelevant.
But you don't play. You don't coach. So I don't feel like you could feel that way. That doesn't make you right. These dudes are putting it on the line, and you keep focused. You're fixated on Brock and his age and his newness. How about you have that same energy for a guy that's 4 years away from 40 that might retire? You said that an hour ago in Trent Williams. So I don't need to tell you Trent is all in and they're trying to win it for him. They're all, you know what I mean?
What I'm saying is that the fact that they've lost 2 Super Bowls, it doesn't matter coming into this year. If anything, losing 2 Super Bowls for the guys who are on both teams, it's probably a positive from a motivational factor. Like we keep looking at it like how many times are we going to talk about them losing 2 Super Bowls in the last 5 years? It's like they understand that, and I fully believe that probably works to their benefit coming into this year because ideally they're more hungry now than they've ever been because they haven't gotten past it. But real quick, Steve Young, we played some Steve Young earlier in the show, and he talked about how the 49ers may have missed their window. 2 days after that, he came on with Willard and Dibbs. And because of that sound that we played earlier, it was pretty, it was pretty strong. Willard revisited it with Young and asked him to expand a little bit. Take a listen.
Steve, you won't know this, but over the last 48 hours after we last spoke to you, I asked you what was the pressure like for this coming 49er year, and you immediately said the pressure was last year. And we've been replaying this sound clip because I think it grabbed a lot of 49er fans and made them sort of wonder, is the window starting to close a little bit? What would you say to that?
Well, I would say that, the really great organizations, the window never actually closes. It can narrow and then widen and narrow. And so, as we talked about the other day, if you want these names to win a Super Bowl, then it's a limited window. And that's narrowing. And narrowing quickly, because as you got to go pay Brock, it's going to change. And so those names the jerseys you're wearing today that you love are not going to be the jerseys if you're going to win a Super Bowl in a couple of 3 years, which is still possible because it doesn't close. It just depends on who you draft to replace those guys that you're wearing their jersey, that you end up wearing that new person's jersey in a couple 3 years. That's the 49ers challenge, and the teams that do that stay around the top for a long time. And I think that with with Kyle's offense, John's vision, Jed's ownership, we can stay in that mix. And then you could say, oh, it's not going to, faithful should not panic. We have an infrastructure the window will not close. It's just, again, the guys that you love, if you want them to all to win a Super Bowl, it's not either last year or this year, right? It just has to happen.
For these guys. Yeah. And like, let me just throw this out there. What if just because of the circumstance, Brock Purdy is like Kuminga, okay? And Kuminga is like, what if Brock Purdy just isn't ready right now to win a Super Bowl? If 4 years from now, if you could define it this way, he's not quite a Super Bowl quarterback right now because he's only played a year and a half. But you know what? Let him get a couple more seasons under his belt, couple more tough losses, couple more big wins, and he will be a different, better, more capable of winning a Super Bowl quarterback in 4 years.
Totally get that.
Okay.
But you're looking at that from one vantage point, and that's Brock Purdy's.
Right.
What about, and we talked about this. Well, what about?
Then there's a two-timeline thing. Okay. He's not ready. Like Kuminga and Pods aren't ready to help Curry. Let's say Curry never won a title, and he was running out of time, like Trent Williams. Unfortunately, the nature of the game might be, now we might have a little too much youth at important positions, so we might have to wait a couple years.
Yeah, and I'm not running from that. But also, what about the contract, the money component?
That's a factor.
Ayuk or
Absolutely.
Debo is one of them. One of them might not be here.
Okay.
And what are they going to say about their tenure? We were in San Francisco. We were dominant, damn it. This assuming they don't win this year.
Right.
But we got close and we didn't get it done. So I'm not mad at the Brock Purdy comp, but I can't lie to myself and act like I didn't know what I watched in Vegas for 60 minutes. And it was 60-50. Brock Purdy and the Niners had a chance to get that done. That's all. So It's all on what are you the two timeline thing, Steiny, and that's why I feel like they're on one line because things change as far as roster construction, contracts, and that's why I feel like the Niners have had that Curry and Klay and Dre run, but they haven't got the jewelry.
Okay, well, what if I tell you, maybe they are, maybe this isn't the right time because Kittle's getting older. Trent Williams is past his prime. McCaffrey might be a little bit on the downside. And unfortunately, Purdy's not where he needs to be right now.
I wouldn't believe that because my eyes are showing me Trent's still an all-pro. McCaffrey's
Trent
still
did
special.
not have his best year last year. Trent Williams did not have his best.
He was an all-pro.
He made more mistakes last year than I've ever seen him make.
He had a bad Super Bowl.
Okay.
He did have but
I'm just saying.
He's your second most important player going into this year.
Okay, but
and that's why I'm just the urgency for me, and and I believe fans is you want this group to get it done.
Well, why? Okay, let me ask you this. Yeah. Steve Young just said, "Don't panic." How come fans are panicking?
Steve Young was doing damage control, wasn't born yesterday. He knows his real thoughts were 2 days ago, and everybody went crazy, and he did what he had to come back and do a State of the Union. And Willard followed up, but he couldn't do the Ernie Banks, the double header of, Duck, get under the desk. But, hey, I'm not saying he was lying, but the real Steve Young was 2 days prior to that sound.
Okay.
But
now, you would never let me get away with that. Ever in a million years.
Daily.
No, you don't. You say you don't. Goodness. You would say you don't know that. You do not know Steve Young was telling the truth the first time and not telling the truth the second.
Would you look at me
Come
and
on.
think, so you think Steve doesn't know that sound previously made the rounds and he kind of thought about it like, damn, some fans might not, and even the organization that loves me and I love them, they might think, I think this thing might be over.
I think
he came and put some.
I think the only thing he clarified was what he meant to clarify, which is the window for Kittle and McCaffrey.
And isn't that
Trent.
all that matters right now? That's what you should be focused on this season.
Right. But
nothing more.
Right.
We got to get it done now.
But the 49ers management is more concerned with being excellent this year and making sure that they're okay the next 5 years as Trent Williams retires, as they lose George Kittle. So I look at this year coming up as It's another opportunity. They look like a pretty damn good team. But I'll tell you what, who's to say the year after they might not be better than they are this past year?
I'm not telling you that can't be the case, but I do know this. Come Monday Night Football against the Jets, week 1, the world is looking, forget just the Bay, because it don't work like that. The world is looking at this Niner team and roster construction. Is this going to be a, what word am I looking for, Stoney? A run that didn't culminate in a chip?
It might be, but it doesn't mean they can't win a chip in 2 years.
I gotcha. But that would be disappointing for one.
Of course it would.
Yeah, that's all.
I'm not saying it's not going to be disappointing.
It sounds like it, but if you can say that, then we're good.
What I'm saying is fans have, like, this Super Bowl or bust mentality puts a fan in a frame of mind that's not positive. Like, think about it,
and they almost lost the first against Green Bay.
Think about it. And this is what I mean. We're not talking about the Durant Curry Warriors. I think you look at in basketball, in the end, that was the best team. They were levels above every other team. And because it's the NBA, I think if you're an NBA fan or a Warrior fan, you were like, we should win it this year. We are head and shoulders the best team in football.
Will you meet me halfway
basketball.
After Sunday night when they destroyed Dallas? Wasn't it just even Kansas City who was struggling?
Oh, no, don't do this.
Can't you say the streets were saying the Niners were by far the best team in the NFL after week 5 when they just embarrassed Dallas, who we thought
What week was that?
Week 5.
When did they beat Dallas?
Week 5.
Who cares if they're the best team in week 5? The Warriors are like the Denver Nuggets were the best team in the NBA in February. They weren't when the playoffs started. The Minnesota Timberwolves, like, they might not have been great the first 6 weeks of the season. Like, I don't care who the best team is week 5 because you still got 12 games to play.
But you should already know with the success they had the prior season and Brock Purdy get knocked out that game in the championship game that they had a stellar roster and team. That's why I'm like, I don't know how to get excited for the Niners through week 5 because they're so good. I know they're good, Stoney, but what's scary is we're starting to assume health and we're starting to assume we're going to get to what if they don't make it? You know, like I did with the Warriors. And I know they weren't, I assumed they were going to be a playoff team. Guess what, Goo? Things change and happen. Bad fortune, and you don't even get to what you assume was going to happen.
Nobody's assuming. That's the point. The people who assume, they're the ones that
Vegas has the Niners to win it. I'm just throwing that out there. That's based on
they're not the favorites.
Steiny.
The Chiefs are the favorites
in the NFC.
Okay,
all right, but that's based on something.
That's based on
the last 5 years.
Now, like the 49ers could start 3-1. And somebody will start 4-0 and look great, and all of a sudden that week, the Eagles will be more favored than the Niners if they look dominant. Let's quick squeeze somebody in, Goo. Pete, Peter's in San Mateo. What's up, Peter? How you doing, man?
Pete.
Steiny and Guru, thank you so much for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
Steiny, I gotta disagree with you, man. You're overly rational right now, and I appreciate Guru sticking up for the fans.
That's fair.
How do you mean we can't expect a Super Bowl? We were a half a dozen plays from putting 2 more chips in the, next to the rest of the trophies. We had Kansas City on the ropes twice, and we let them off the hook. So when you're that close and you have the lead and you let it slip away, how can you say that us as fans that A, we feel like we should have had those, that we didn't get them, and B, that we shouldn't expect to be there and get one soon?
Here's why. Because in football, me personally, I don't believe what happened in the last 5 years matters. It hurts, yes, but now we're coming into 2024, all right? And the 49ers, to me, are a really good team, along with about 6 or 8 good teams. And maybe there'll be a surprise good team. And then maybe some of the teams you thought were going to be really good won't be very good. What I'm saying is, this is the way I don't want to tell people how to be a fan, but to me, they're 0-0 right now. That's the truth. You can give me all the odds you want. You can say, well, we lost twice to the Chiefs and we punted it away. Like, to me, that doesn't matter anymore. What matters is, You still think you're the best team in the NFC. You still think you can compete with the best teams in the NFC and maybe the best teams in the AFC. So let's start the season, see how it goes, and hopefully as the season moves along, we become we know we become a Super Bowl contender and we'll take another shot at it. The only thing and Peter, thanks for, I'll get back to you in a sec. The idea that something is final after this year, if it doesn't happen, is what I take the long approach view on.
I understand each season is its own story, but as a fan, I expect them to be there. They got the best team. They consistently put the best team on the field every Sunday or on a Thursday or on a Monday. And I want my Niners not only to get back in the Super Bowl, but get the chip this coming season because, damn it, as fans, we deserve it, and we got it coming.
Yeah. And Peter, I don't want to.
No, you don't.
I don't want to rub the bruise, but I'm gonna say this: there's micro and macro, and Steiny is focused on the micro. The macro is the loss to the Ravens in the Super Bowl that some will never get over. You follow that up with the 19th Super Bowl where you're up 10. Steiny, it's like torture, and there's 3 of them now. And if you let me add the 2 NFC Championship games, there's 5. Like it's like that. So pain doesn't subside.
Would you rather not have gone to the postseason all 5 of those years?
That doesn't take away you understand the pain.
Right.
It's bigger than just 1 year. Right. It's when are we going to be able to get that relief?
Yeah, I don't. Okay. 888-957-9570 if you want to jump into the conversation. Don't forget, we're giving away an autographed Klay Thompson jersey today. Listen at 5:11 to myself and Goo. That segment was brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
They got cheese in the truck. I asked for cheese on the taco, and they put it on, and it's the best taco ever.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always...
Yeah.
Sorry.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Mark Willard and Dan Dibley, here's Steiny and Guru.
Go ahead.
Nothing. Who's messed up more on over talking on him? You
I've done it a couple
week.
times.
Yeah. Well, that was probably my first. What you got, baby?
I'll tell you what I got.
We're headed to the cafeteria. New time.
So, okay. Now I want you to be. I want to be honest here.
I don't like that because it feels like you're never honest the other times. But we get it.
This is not shtick, okay? But Peter said something, okay, that, to use a guruism, makes me want to throw a brick through the window, okay? And this is what I take. This is what I take. Not offense, but this is where I break off. Peter said, we lost 2 Super Bowls. We lost 10-point leads. We got to the NFC Championship 2 years. As fans, we deserve a championship.
I didn't hear him say that.
No fan deserves a championship.
I didn't hear him.
That's the entire problem. You don't get to deserve a championship as a fan.
I think you're taking that out of context. It's tiny. I'm sticking up for Peter.
We, as fans, deserve a title.
And I believe he was coming from a standpoint of we've been so dominant, we earned that, but that was his way of saying that the Niners have tricked it off. That's all.
And you know what? Like, that's another thing where I don't believe the 49ers
I'm going to ask you before you go to the phone.
Super Bowl.
I got a question.
But
this is up your alley. Yeah. If I asked you who was the team of the 70s in the NFL, what would you say?
The 70s?
Yeah, because I got my answer. Yeah, the Steelers.
Okay.
But you know who it could have been?
The Oilers.
The Raiders. It could have really been. Couple. But they could have, when they got robbed of the Immaculate Reception, the things, that's what it, you know what I like.
I'm going to tell you.
I just thought of that. People, where's that come from?
You know this about me.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, when I was growing up in the 70s, it had to do with Earl Campbell.
Oh, my God.
It had to do with their uniforms.
Houston
It had to do with
Oilers.
Pastorini. I loved the Houston Oilers.
They were great.
I never felt like I deserved to win a title as a fan of the Houston Oilers, who were a playoff team back in those days.
Well, if Peter meant it that way, then I don't like that.
The Oilers could not get past the Steelers.
Yeah. And you know what it was? When it was all said and done, the Steelers were better.
What about that? Well, so were the Chiefs.
But when you're up 10 on the Chiefs,
you think the Oilers didn't lose a lead in games?
You are so pragmatic,
like
man.
The 10.
Come on, and then against the Rams, you're up 10 on the road. You got an interception and Tark drops it.
Okay, well,
that's not on Kyle, but the Niners blew that.
Well, you know what? They would have lost the Super Bowl according to you because they can't get it done in their snake bit.
This is why I love myself.
If you think they're snake bit,
this is why I love
why are you so disappointed when they don't win
Analogy 101. Here we go. Can you tell me if you agree? You've been cheated on 5 times in your life. Just one person's been cheated on 5 times.
Different people?
Different people.
5 different.
5 different times, different people. When that 6th one comes and you get cheated on by somebody different, I'm sorry if I'm going to feel the pain of the past and add them all up. That doesn't go away, is what I'm saying. So when the 6th cheat comes, I'm going to feel the pain of all of them.
Now,
I don't just say, those didn't happen.
No, don't live in the past.
I love that one.
Don't live in the past. The slate is clean. It's a new year. Because football is such a mercurial sport, why don't we go into this year saying they got a shot? They got a shot.
That is for sure. Come on, Steiny. They got to.
Well,
I'm like, wake me up. It's scary. Wake me up for the Niners in the playoffs.
Guru, they're going to make the playoffs. Did you say you don't know that?
Because I'm scared of health now. Because you've gotten there so many times.
Well, then don't be a fan of football. And I'm dead serious.
Oh, man.
Don't be a fan of football if you're worried about injuries.
That didn't hit like I thought.
What?
The getting cheated on.
It was awful.
No,
I still don't know who's who. Who did Purdy get cheated on, or Shanahan, or
the Niner
was it the 49er fans?
Yeah,
but
the
Steiny,
Niner.
you can't forget. That's the one thing. You don't have to live in the past, but you can't forget.
That's right.
Okay,
but
talk
you can't let it rule you.
Oh, nobody's doing that. The Niners are back out there right after Philly. They came back, went
Peter is living.
I think you misquoted him, Steiny. He didn't say pick up the phone.
And by the way, I know you're going to be mad at me. I'm telling you anyway. And I never do this, but it got under my skin yesterday.
Uh-oh.
I went back to the Odyssey app. You said Studio 64.
You
did.
I'm trusting you right now. Did I say 64?
Yes, you did.
What did I do wrong?
Everything.
Pete's in San Ramon. Another Pete. What's up, Pete? How you doing, my man? Thanks for listening.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
I'm having a very enjoyable time listening to y'all.
Oh, thank you. We're having fun,
I'm
man.
on your side.
Okay.
Oh. Peter from wherever it was is all wrong. You're right. There's two things about fans expecting and deserving. And any fan who's invested in their team knows that, like any investment, past performance is no guarantee of future results. And as far as deserving goes, deserves who buys a ticket to a game is to get to a seat and not find somebody in it. So there you have it.
I like that one.
See, Pete knows.
Yeah.
Pete's a real fan.
You needed that. You guys still argue? Who's arguing? I hate when they take
any horses behind who thinks we're arguing needs to go to the YouTube chat and see how much we're smiling.
We've been doing this 6 years, man.
Has it been that long?
Yeah, it has. 72 months.
And we've never won a title.
We won a few titles.
Well,
I got the receipts.
Regular season titles.
What are you talking about?
We're not a good playoff team.
Got more books than the library.
We haven't had playoff success.
Now, why would you see? I know you're playing.
No, I'm not.
You're the dude that doesn't put up his trophies. You hide them.
See, that's the thing.
You come to my house, they're flat
Here's
everywhere.
the difference. The difference is you think we deserve something, and I come in here every day wanting to get better.
See, this is new in your and Peter, poor the first Peter. I don't think that was his point, but now you're using it. Running with it.
Peter made a big mistake. Not the last Peter, the first Peter.
Hey, did you hear how profound that was? When
Which
you
one?
buy a ticket, all you're guaranteed is somebody's not in your seat.
I like it.
That was good.
Hey, did you ever see the, who's that? Was it Steve Harvey? He does this thing.
I just pictured his hair.
So he does this thing where he says, here's how you can tell the difference between black people and white people when they go to a game or a concert.
I haven't heard it. Tell me.
Is if you have good seats, like a white couple would be like, oh my God, we're in the second row. Geez, I hope nobody's in our seat. I hope nobody's in our seat. But two black people with great seats will be like, I'll tell you what, I hope somebody's sitting in my seat. I hope somebody's sitting in my
I hadn't heard that.
That was Steve Harvey.
Yeah.
Not me.
Have you heard my Steve Harvey?
No.
Strawberry Sam? Put it on the board. That's my Steve. Oh, boy, I try.
Oh, man. Let's go to Brandon. Brandon's in Dublin. Hey, Brandon, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing fine. Thank you so much for taking my call. First of all,
yeah. Brandon, I didn't do
like
that.
He's in a car wash.
Brandon, try back again.
Yeah, he will.
Because
the ocean.
I like I like what I think he's going to say.
He said one word. Well, he said he liked hearing us.
It was tough. See, 510 gets it. I deserve a 6-foot tall blonde model. No, you don't.
He didn't. But
that's what he said. That's what he said.
It's breathe life into you. Now come on, man. That's not what he meant. Oh, Evan texted us.
That means nothing's going on in Stockholm.
That's it.
That means he's got a dearth of action.
Well, let me get it, boy.
Oh, somebody said it was Cedric the Entertainer.
Oh, he gave me 5 for the Steve Harvey. Yeah. Survey says.
How pathetic is that?
That's how he sounds.
Our producer is listening on the Odyssey app.
He probably sleep. It's dark
in
over there.
Stockholm, Sweden. No, it doesn't get dark over there this time of year.
He gave me a 5. I'm taking it, baby.
Evan, you need to go to work, if you know what I mean. Let's go to Mike in Michigan. Hey, Mike, how you doing, good friend?
Hey, gentlemen, how are you guys? Happy Friday. Happy Friday.
Sir.
So, good, Steiny, I was going to come down your road. That was Cedric the Entertainer, but Evan, the producer, beat me to it.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
But nonetheless, I digress. I do have to agree with you, Steiny, that as a diehard Niner fan, I have season tickets. I've been to all of the NFC Championship games, the losses, the wins. Fans do not deserve to win a championship. They do not deserve to have their team win a championship. The only thing you deserve, if you're giving your hard-earned money and your time, is that you hope that your owner puts out the best chance, the best team that gives your team a chance to win the championship, the opportunity. It could be worse. We could be fans of the Charlotte Hornets, or a team like that, to where you just know going into the season, I'm going to just throw my money at this because I'm just going to the games to have fun. We don't really have a shot to win. So to be a fan of the Niners and to know, well, not know, but to have a feeling that you're going to the playoffs every year is a good feeling. We may not win the title every year, or not at all in the last 30, but to go to a game and expect to win and know that I'm going to have a good time and that Jed York is paying his hard-earned money to give us a chance to win, that's all I expect. All right, guys, have a good weekend, and I'll listen to you guys on the regular schedule next week. All right, guys.
Thanks, too, Mike. Buddy. And Mike, I
follow Mike on Instagram.
Because it ain't Twitter. Because you're not on there.
Nope.
What's his handle?
Toxic.
What's his handle?
I have been. Do you know how much happier I've been since I've been off Twitter? It is.
I've never made
wonderful.
the correlation of why you've been in the good. People have been talking about you while you're back. Like, who is this dude? What is going on? Where's the old Steiny? I'm serious. People are like, they like it. And I'm one of them.
Be specific.
No, it's a lot.
Shasky?
Too many
Is it
to
Shasky?
name. Too many to name. What's gotten into him? But
dang, Joe.
I wonder if there's a correlation you being off Twitter.
Probably.
But hey, that last caller,
poor Evan. I can't. Oh man.
I told him because he texted me too. I said, "Listen, you need to stop listening and go talk to some."
So
Swedish
you want him on a bender under a bridge because he's on vacation? He's listening somewhere, probably sipping, having a good time.
Not a bender. But let me tell you what we're looking at.
Wow, even Kate co-signed.
Let me tell you what we're looking at 9 days from now when he comes back. Hey, what's going on, buddy? How was Sweden? Yeah, wasn't that good.
Wow, man, you guys are
those first 3 days back with Evan are going to be brutal. Apparently,
man, enjoy yourself, E.
Get to work. No, I mean we're having some fun today, but Peter said we as fans deserve a championship. 49er fans because of the recent heartbreak, and that's where I got to part ways.
But this is new, and I don't like that you're doing this.
What?
Adding the deserve. That was not part of the 3 hours. And I feel like you're taking Peter's words. You're doing something with them.
This is what's called...
Nobody expects a deserve, Steiny.
This is what's called organic. 49er fans, some of them, as Guru likes to say, are telling on themselves. I can only take a man at his word. He said, we deserve a championship. And when people and then this is the part that I am trying to work on with my personality. When I hear something like that, my first thought is, I hope you never win one now. But I'm trying to be a kinder person. Yeah. Hopefully the chips will fall in a positive way.
Yeah. Miss me when nobody deserves. I don't like that.
See,
the Niners have earned it.
So
they've been Billy Badass. They just have not closed the deal.
Now that's different.
And I want Kyle. I come down Kyle's road. I want him to win one.
But if I said
he deserves it. Oh my God!
Now there you're wrong. You just did it again.
Okay, he deserves it for what he's built and how creative he is on offense. But he gets in his own way at the most and last inopportune time. I've learned from Andy Reid. I don't want Kyle to be Andy Reid. Get one here for the Niners.
You know what?
You've been close.
Starting to realize something. Maybe this is why you never exceeded expectations on the playing field. Because
I'm still hooping.
But when you don't understand what compete means. It feels to me like you think when you step on the playing field, I just deserve to win.
Oh, Steiny, stop.
You got
That's nonsense.
to have a hunger.
And if you watch me play, it's a buffet of hunger.
Nobody deserves a championship.
I just gave
you
Kyle
gotta earn
credit.
it. You got to earn it.
But he's got to do something and not get lemon booty if we want to say that or whatnot. But he's been a victim of his players letting him down. Mosley getting lost on 3rd and 15. Tart dropping the ball. And this last one, him passing the ball when they should have ran it in 2019, that's on Kyle.
Oh,
but the man
does he deserve it or not?
It ain't. I don't like that word.
Well, you just said Kyle deserves to win one.
He's got every adjective thrown his way that's been a compliment. Yeah. All he's got to do is close the deal. And I'm just fearful if health is not on your side and somebody goes down, now what Niner fans are taking for granted will be wiped away. That'll go.
It won't.
If injury
it will just start again next year.
Do you think this team's been relatively healthy the last 5 years?
Year.
I would say yes.
I don't know. All I heard was you crying about Brock Purdy getting hurt in the NFC Championship game 2 years ago.
Well, that happened.
Okay, well, then I guess they haven't been healthy. Oh, Trent Williams was out 3 games.
No,
God forbid we play without the greatest lineman of all time. Brandon in Dublin.
The detail.
What's up, Brandon? How you doing, my man?
I'm doing really well. Thank you so much for taking my call.
Sure.
First of all, I wanted to give some love to my man Guru. Guru is my favorite DJ on this radio. This is my guy. Listen, I don't care if he says Studio 54, 64, 74. I don't care if he wants to put cheese on his taco. I don't care if he wants to put radishes on his taco. I don't care.
That's
my guy. I'm rocking with Guru till I die. It's all Guru all the time. Okay, so my hot take about the deserving, right? These players deserve, the fans don't necessarily deserve a Super Bowl because the fans are finicky. But you got these position players that wake up every morning, they put their body on the line, they do everything they can to make their position the best. And then when we're messing around with different quarterbacks, different schemes, people holding out, like the players deserve a Super Bowl because they are putting their bodies on the line. That's my hot take. But my first hot take was Guru's my man. So, y'all, thank you so much for the call.
Take it easy, buddy.
Yeah, because that's a.
What a way to end the Friday. It's not over.
We still got an hour.
No, but hey, it'll feel like 5 minutes after
somebody else can call in very quickly and say, I'm the man.
Lori Matthews is laughing. Get him off.
You know what? As long as we're on this, because, okay, and I know you're going to say you didn't say it, but we can have some fun this way. You said Kyle deserves a championship.
I hate that. Wow.
Who would you give a championship to? Who doesn't have one? Who do you think, what athletes out there deserved to win a title but didn't?
John Stockton and Karl Malone. If there was no Michael Jordan and the fact you took Jordan, I'm sorry. That shock you or?
No, I mean, that's a fair answer.
And who else?
I wouldn't put that.
No?
Nah.
They were two of the best, one of the best tandems to ever do it, Stoddy.
Right. That's kind of like, okay. I'm just telling you what I think. I was just thinking of individual players because, like, they had 2 guys who were the best players at their position. Like, they didn't get it done.
Well, Charles Barkley.
I would say Barkley. Right. I would like to have seen Barkley win a title for sure.
Barry Bonds. 2002. He was incredible, man.
Yeah.
That ball still hasn't landed. You know what I'm talking about? He hit in the dark. It's tiny. It was incredible.
Goo, I love you.
I love you too.
It's 22 years ago. See, this is what I mean. You got to look ahead.
I was going to say they haven't won since they got 3.
Live in the present.
Yeah.
Live in the present. Live in the present. Hey, you got a fan out there.
Oh, Jim Kelly. Some saying Jim Kelly. But that whole Buffalo team, I think of Marv Levy before I go to any player.
If Jim Kelly won a ring, I wouldn't be.
Stoney, they went 4 times.
Thank God.
And
I wasn't doing a radio show with Guru in Buffalo back in the day.
New York probably lit the radio station on fire. What? Nobody's happy in that scenario. You do know if you come in there, hey, we didn't win it, but we were close. Nobody would hear that. You'd need security, man. Just tap into the pain.
I know, but I know somebody that deserves a championship. We'll all agree on this one. I guarantee you there's nobody out there that'll say, Steiny, you're wrong. This guy didn't deserve one. You ready?
Boy, I'm right. Go ahead.
Dan Marino.
Oh, man.
Dan Marino.
Ponte's favorite quarterback. Or was it Shasky's?
I don't know. Yeah. 650 says Allen Iverson. He deserved nothing, and that's what he got.
He was up 1-0 on the Lakers.
Actually, you know what? Let me be honest with you. Iverson's the kind of guy that, although
be careful here.
No, I'm saying Iverson is the kind of guy that I am talking about because he found himself on some teams that just, like he was never on the best team in the NBA.
He took Aaron McKee to the finals. Snow. I mean, Mutombo. Look at the Lynch.
How'd they lose?
Dude, please.
I think they also had Matt Geiger.
He has one of the most iconic plays in NBA final history.
Right. They lost 4-1.
You hate this when he stepped over Fisher.
They lost 4-1. I don't think it was Fisher. It was Ty Lue. You've got
Was it Lue?
Better. Of course it was Ty Lue. I mean,
I still got that guy in my camp. Can't mess me up.
Do I really want to go to Joe in Pacifica and it says, you guys are driving me nuts?
Oh, bring him on.
Yeah, let's go, Joe. Let's go, Joe in Pacifica. Yep. You better be careful.
Hey, listen, not you, Steiny. I'm with you 100%. It's everybody else with this deserved stuff.
But he's making it up.
It's like, what? You earn these things, man. It's like handing out participation trophies to everybody. No. Then they all grow up and everybody, expects or deserves this. You go and earn it. I'm a Raiders fan, an A's fan, an old Warriors fan, and man, you earn what you get.
Gotcha.
That's just nobody deserves nothing. You work for it. I'm with you, Steiny.
Thanks, Joe. Appreciate it.
You are just special.
I know.
You've turned this into something it's not.
I've turned it into something.
Nobody should think they deserve a chip. The Niners have been badass, and that's all. The fans want to see it. They want to have that parade. You heard Bonte and Shasky yelling this morning? You think they're okay with, hey, it's just been a good season, we're getting close? No, that is pain.
And that's everything that's wrong with fandom.
Well,
let me ask you a question. Why do 49er fans deserve a championship more than Lions fans?
I'm not going to use that
more
word.
More than Steelers fans.
But here
more
since 2019, they've been close. And they've had it.
Well, why don't we call them what they are? Joke artists.
And that's the Matt Steinmetz I've been waiting on.
There you go.
Somebody brought
Kyle
up another
Shanahan deserves a Super Bowl.
Chris Paul.
Can't coach his way out of a paper bag when the chips are down.
This is the style I've been waiting on. Dude, this would take our show to the next level. No, Chris would. You being like the choker and saying you can't coach yourself. That's the stuff. If we had you, that Steiny,
I don't like that
PTI would be in trouble.
I wouldn't take that job.
You would be on the first thing smoking.
I wouldn't take that job for a $700,000 a year raise.
Why?
Because I love it here, and money isn't the most important thing. I'm telling you.
You don't get paid popcorn here, buddy.
That's my point. I'm doing fine here. Would I like a little more money? Of course, but I'm not leaving here for more money. It's too enjoyable.
You would leave.
Goo, here's the other thing.
I would be out of here.
Goo, it's not about me. I have a responsibility to my fans out here in the Bay and beyond. They don't want to see me on PTI. Beyond.
How far does that Fresno?
Well, apparently it goes all the way to Stockholm. Let's go to, we can squeeze Aaron in. Aaron in San Jose. Guru will be down there tomorrow, by the way, in Santana Row, making an appearance. You said it was okay.
What was it?
Mia told you to go.
Oh, yeah. But I'm going to my 50th, too, at Chaplin's.
Yeah, you got a big day.
Yeah. Thanks for telling me.
Hey, Aaron, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm good, guys. How are you?
Dynamite.
Just dealing with this guy.
Awesome. Well, I have to say I'm with Steiny. I hate the fact that you say that these fans and these teams deserve. The Niners don't deserve a championship. If they wanted it, they could have got it if they held 2 10-point leads against the Chiefs.
There you go.
So you're saying that by the Niners deserving it, the teams that were better and actually beat them, are they less than the Niners because they were actually better and won?
Yeah. Well said, Aaron. By the way, what time is your appearance tomorrow?
This is all fictitious, man, and you're getting credit for it because I just hate it. Like I wish the boss would come relieve me. Come here, bring in the righty. No. Dude, you know nobody is calling this show saying they deserve to win.
Except
the bottom
Peter.
line is you're trying to justify an era that hopefully ends with the chip, but right now is disappointing. And Steve Young, pre-Willard and Dibbs, was the real Steve Young. He gave you his heart. He had to go
so
fix
you're calling
that
him a
bad boy.
liar.
No, he's
Remember
just
how mad you got at me when I called you a liar?
He's doing damage control.
All right. Hey, coming up on the other side in 15 minutes, you've got an opportunity. It's your last opportunity of the day to win an autographed Klay Thompson jersey. Listen at 5:11. That's in about 15 minutes. To myself and Guru. 5:11. It will be your last chance to win an autographed Klay Thompson jersey. And I tell you to wear it to the game at Chase when Klay comes back, but I don't want Guru to make fun of me. This week is All Jacked Up on 95.7 The Game, presented by Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
Baseball coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.
till I die. It's all Guru all the time.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Mark Willard and Dan Dibley, here's Steiny and Guru.
I'll tell you what, man. You want to talk about one of the greatest substitutions of all time? I mean, we just went, you know what I'm saying? We're filling in for Dibbs and Willard.
Oh, okay.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's a great sub Steve Kerr made.
I'm a little sad, man.
Don't be. I'm excited. Okay, now that you've given me that break, I got to get to something important.
Which I always do.
Coming up in 10 minutes, about 10 minutes, is going to be your last chance to qualify to win a Klay Thompson autographed jersey. Here's what's going to happen. When you hear this sounder, it's
up top Klay. That's another three. Why not? Why not? Absolutely sick for Klay Thompson.
I'll tell you what, when you hear this sounder, let's do it one more time. When you hear this sounder in about 10, 15 minutes.
It's up top Klay. That's another three. Why not? Why not? Absolutely sick for Klay Thompson.
All right, when you hear that sounder, call the contest line. 415-523-4652. When you hear that sounder coming up in 10 or 15 minutes, call the contest line 415-523-4652. Caller number 11 at that time will win a set of Klay Thompson bobbleheads, and you qualify to win his autographed number 11 Warriors jersey. That's coming up in the next 10 minutes or so. You got to listen to win.
Now, you're going to say, get a life, because I've been in the lab. Can I point something out about his 37-point quarter, which I just watched a couple days ago again? Steiny, at the 8-minute mark, he only had like 3 or 4 points.
Yeah.
It happened in a fury. Shout out Tyson. Dude, in 8 minutes, like, I would have bet everything he will not end up with 37 in a quarter. One of the most incredible things I've ever seen.
I don't know what was better, that quarter or his 60-point game. They were both absolutely unbelievably
It's got to be the quarter, though. Steiny, 37! And he did his damage past the 8-minute mark. He didn't have much.
See, this is what you do. I'm not saying one's better than the other.
Well, you kind of just...
No, I said, how do you separate those two? A 37-point quarter and a 60-point, and you had to basically say, no, that was better than yours, Steiny.
Well, I'm still mad at you.
How come?
Because you started some stuff.
Yeah,
Monte texted me Evan striking out in Europe. I said no.
No, I didn't say that.
But you subliminally said it, okay? So that's one. And then you stole from Peter, the first Peter. He did not say team fans deserve to win a championship. So my boy Aaron texts me, used to work with us at the station on 3rd Street, and he goes, that's just blasphemous. You can't. I said, Steiny's just trolling. Nobody said that.
Yes, he did.
Look at you smiling because I know what you
he
know.
Said
what
we 49er fans deserve it, and he said it just as you said, Studio 64.
That bothers me.
No, like seriously about this championship stuff. Here, you know what? And I mean this one. One of the reasons that I think football and baseball are different than basketball in this way. I think in the NBA, most of the time, I don't know, 90% of the time, the best team wins.
I want to say 95.
Okay.
Keep going.
But in baseball and football, the best team doesn't win to that high of degree as it does in the NBA.
Baseball is the one that would get my award for that.
Right.
Okay.
And so that's why, particularly in football and baseball, I think it's really hard to expect it or think you're entitled to it, because what you're entitled to in football or baseball is get to the playoffs. And then once you get to the playoffs, I remember when Billy Beane said, what, it's a coin flip, or it's when you get to the postseason, then you have a chance, and that's all you have.
Yeah, but if we look at the last decade of Super Bowl winners, Steiny, how many times have we really been like, oh, that team won? It's been the Patriots.
Were the Eagles the best team that year when Nick Foles took over for Carson Wentz?
Okay, but I won't call it an anomaly, but that's a good call. He did the Jeff Hostetler thing.
Who else?
That's my point. The Rams won theirs over
I kind of
Cincinnati.
don't think Tampa Bay was the best team the year Brady was there and they won it.
I think that just solidified him being the GOAT.
Well, it did. Okay. He was already the GOAT.
How the hell do you the Niners don't want to take him and we're calling him noodle arm and then he goes somewhere and they win and they've never won before?
You called him noodle arm.
Bonte said his arm
right,
was done.
and you piggybacked.
I'm throwing shots.
You piggybacked. And, come to think of it, I don't know what you've brought up more. Jimmy Garoppolo overthrowing Emmanuel Sanders or Tom Brady throwing a pick six on his last throw as a New England Patriot.
But I got that from Bonte against the Titans in Foxborough.
I would keep that to yourself.
I'm honest.
Well, let's go to Rich in Los Altos. What's up, Rich? How you doing, my man?
How you guys doing?
Doing well. Mm-hmm.
Well, first of all, I wanted to say that, Steiny, you're the glue of the show.
Thank you.
Yeah, and my man, you're the superstar.
I appreciate it, but
wait a minute. Hold on. Who's the glue and who's the star?
I'll take it.
What are you saying? I'm like Shane Battier? Get him off.
No.
Get him off.
Battier. He was a ball. He could play on my team any day.
What do you got, Richie?
First of all, yeah, this is our winning year for sure.
Yeah, you guys deserve it.
No doubt about it.
All right, thanks, Rich.
Yeah.
That's enough.
This is great.
That's enough.
Yeah, but just let it go, Steiny. We got less than an hour. We're going to hit the watering hole. It's been a great week.
Let me tell you what's
just
not.
Let it go. Nobody's out there thinking they deserve to win a chip. You're running from you not being a fan, and you don't understand. And it's not bad. You don't understand the pain of losing a Super Bowl. So it's easy for you to turn the page.
You're wrong.
You're
wrong.
Just tell me that has some merit.
I was a Philadelphia Eagles fan when they lost to the Oakland Raiders, when they had Ron Jaworski.
No, that's Cleveland.
No, Rod Martin had 3 interceptions. I was an Eagles fan. Don't tell me I don't know what a crushing loss is. I was a Celtics fan. They lost to the Lakers 2 out of 3 times in the finals. I understand. I was a Yankee fan. The Dodgers beat them in the late 70s after the Yankees went back to. I understand all that. That's why I'm trying to impart my wisdom on the younger, more naive fan.
But what I'm telling you is I feel like you're a case study now, and I'm the clinical doctor. I'm starting to, I just seen a pattern. I think you turned in your fandom because you couldn't handle that pain.
Not a doctor.
Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah. You know what I realized?
Remember when you were rooting for Minnesota and you texted the Vine? How do you guys do it?
That was a shtick.
So you say. But now I feel like you're telling on yourself.
We had no content that day. And I figured, you know what? What the hell? I'll pretend that the Minnesota Timberwolves loss really bothered me. Even though they went further than anybody else thought.
I love it.
Mm-hmm. I'm here for the fans.
So I'm saying glue and Steiny. It's pretty good.
Well, that would mean you're the glue guy.
Well, I'll take it.
By the way, you would talk about a backhanded compliment. Hey, Steiny, you're a glue guy.
And I got mad early, like, oh, boy, and he just gave me a Christmas gift.
That's what we say about, like, Moses Moody.
Please.
Seriously. No, I do think that, it's just tougher in football and baseball for the best team. It's harder for the best team to win it, to me, in those two sports than, let's say, in the NBA.
Okay.
And I think hockey's kind of the same way in terms of, man, once the playoffs start, it could be anybody.
But for all our sakes, because we've talked ad nauseum about this subject matter, Steiny.
We have.
I think you do understand people, myself, Shaskys and Bontes of the world, that look at this great Niner run and know there's been some good stuff, sometimes great. But when it's all said and done, right now on this Payday Friday, it's Heartbreak Hotel, Steiny. And that's why there's urgency from the fans, Steve Young, to get it done. That's all.
And all I'm
Trent's not going to be here 4 years from now, Steiny.
The phrase, that's why there's urgency from the fans.
They're tired.
What does that mean?
They're tired of losing and getting blue balls.
It does, they don't play. They have no say in this. Root hard. Root as hard as you can. Live and die with it. but don't expect
I got
damn
something
thing.
for you, and I mean this.
You know
Do
what?
you think some fans care more than the athletes on the said team?
Absolutely.
So there's your thing.
Well, it's sad.
Oh, I already said it, but that's what I'm telling you, man.
No.
People.
Well, that's the old get
this
a
is
life.
their life.
Well, that's a shame.
No, their football life. I'm one of them.
That's a shame. You
It's better than watching documentaries and all that stuff.
You can't
dude.
allow, and this is
I call a spade a spade.
Things that you cannot control to dictate your mood. That's one of the things I try to live by.
It's up top Klay. That's another three. Why not? Why not? Absolutely sick for Klay Thompson.
All right, there it is. Last chance to win a Klay Thompson autographed jersey. 11th caller. Call the text line, 415-523-4652. If you're the 11th caller, you will win a set of Klay Thompson bobbleheads, and you also qualify for the autographed jersey. Once again, caller 11 to the contest line, 415-523-4652. One last time, caller 11, 415-523-4652 gets you a shot at an autographed jersey, but you will win a set of Klay Thompson bobbleheads if you're caller 11 with an opportunity for the autographed Klay Thompson jersey.
Great job.
Thank you.
I think I've been in my analogy bag today like
I
no
haven't
other.
noticed.
So you just said you can't be hurt over things you can't control. My parents were married for 58 years. Right. Mom's passed, but I'm just using this.
Yeah.
Your parents get divorced. You can't control that.
Right.
A kid, you're hurt. And that's my parallel for the fandom.
Sure.
You don't have any bearing on the outcome of the game.
Then you got to get over it.
The end result hurts.
Right, but then you got to get over it.
Niners have lost 3 Super Bowls in a row. What don't you understand? You should be
happy they got there. Be happy that they're among the top 5 easily. Easily. Like, here's the way I look at it. What other franchise would you rather be than the Niners?
I don't like that. Just throw that out the window.
That's because
if you had to talk to the diehard fan base and you started off like, why is everybody so mad? They would jump you or mob you, Steiny. Like, nobody wants to hear that perspective stuff. The bottom line is, we were undefeated when we go. That used to be a thing.
That was 10 years ago.
But
what
it could have kept going. They're 0-3. They're 0-3.
It was a generation ago.
And let me add some divisional championship rounds. It's 5 or 6. And you want to come in and speak to the diehards. Who's got it better than you got? Stoddy, you would get mobbed.
One team. You would rather be one other franchise, the Kansas City Chiefs. That's it. And don't say the Rams.
No, I'm not saying
want to be the Rams.
Shut.
Okay.
But it don't make Niner fans feel better.
It should. You know why? Because they at least can go into this season saying, we got a shot at it. And there's about
I don't know if you believe this. Like,
the 49ers absolutely have a shot to win the Super Bowl. It doesn't mean they're going to get it. I would much rather be a 49er fan than a Cardinals fan, than a Seattle fan.
But you're stating the obvious. But what you wanted, what you don't like and uncomfortable with is the pain does not go away from that Super Bowl. Stoney, they lost in OT. I can make an argument it shouldn't even went to OT.
Shouldn't have even gone to OT.
Gone to OT.
You can't have it both ways. If you want to be a good team,
just understand
it's going to be
pain.
That's
I
won't.
I just think about it before bed.
Grow up.
Understand the pain.
It's pro sports. Like, seriously, grow up.
You know how many hard jobs and lives people have, and their release is sports?
Well, then root for
They take it serious, bud.
That's great. And I'm not denigrating them. Fans pay our bills. I love fans. I'm just saying, if you're the type of fan that expects something, you kind of deserve what you get. If you're a fan who appreciates where this team is, you know what? We're 0-0. We still have a damn good team this year. We might have a franchise quarterback for the first time in Kyle Shanahan's tenure. We think we got a great coach. We got great offense. Hey, let's go try to get it again right now.
And that's what they're going to do.
Right. But you know what? You're never going to win a title if you continue to focus on the past. If you're a player.
Well, come on, I get that.
Do you?
That's what they're trying to do. Yeah.
Okay. That's all I'm saying. A couple things that I have written down here about the Niners, and we played this a little earlier, but I do want to play the news that we got today regarding Brandon Ayuk. This is Mike Florio, and he was on the Pat McAfee show talking about the Brandon Ayuk situation. Brandon Ayuk and the 49ers seem to be at some kind of impasse, but Mike Florio brought up a nugget that I think is really interesting, and it may give some insight as to what the situation is right now. Take a listen.
Very compliant. He hadn't asked to be traded. There was a time before the draft where, as they were haggling over what he is worth, his agent was given permission to see if other teams would pay him what he was looking for. And at the time, it was $28 million a year. It's probably higher than that now because the market's changed. I'm told there were 5 teams that were ready to go and give him what he wanted, what the 49ers wouldn't give him. But they couldn't work out a deal with the 49ers for a trade. And, from the 49ers perspective, this is where it gets a little screwy. You've got 5 other teams that were willing to pay him what he wants and give you something to get him. Why won't you just pay him what he wants? So he's taken the stand now. He's asked to be traded. We'll see if he shows up for camp. But one thing about the 49ers, we've seen guys, you got to be the squeaky wheel to get paid. You got to be Deebo Samuel, demand to be traded for weeks, and you get paid. Nick Bosa, hold out until right before the start of the season. You get paid. I think Ayuk is shifting into, I'm done being a nice guy here because that didn't give me anything. I'm going to start agitating to either get the contract I deserve or get traded to a team that'll pay me. I think one thing we can all agree on, $14.1 million is criminally low for a guy who was a second-team All-Pro, second in the league in yards per target. He had 1,300-plus receiving yards on only 105 targets last year. Imagine what he could do if he was getting the ball thrown his way 180 times like CeeDee Lamb.
Wow. That was Mike Florio on the Pat McAfee show. The one thing that I do wonder about, and he alluded to this by saying that, let me ask you this. Do you really believe that, and I'd like to know what Niner fans think of this too. Do you believe, Guru, he used the word agitating, that Brandon Ayuk, that being a squeaky wheel, that agitating, do you really think that impacts negotiations?
No, I don't.
Like, do you believe that Ayuk agitating makes it more likely he gets a deal?
No.
I kind of don't either.
No. But what I do know and what I've learned today from that sound, the Niners don't want a divorce from Brandon Ayuk. They had their opportunity to fire if it's 5 times draft night, but Steiny, they know they need his ass. Just from the Brock Purdy standpoint, now you're smiling, you're grinning.
No, I'm
okay.
Looking at something.
Yeah, because I got something funny. But I'm just telling you, Steiny, I don't know where this thing is headed, but I would just think it would be football inhumane to have this man play on his 5th year. I mean, that ain't how it's done these days, man. You can do, and what did you tell me? The one thing I remember you teaching your boy, Guru, just because you can do something doesn't mean you have to.
I also want to remind you that it's a business. It's not Mighty Mike basketball.
But it's bad business.
Is it?
Ask Ayuk. On the side of the freeway saying, trade me or pay me with his signs in there. I don't get it.
I could make a case this is good business because they're taking a look at their future down the line the next 2 or 3 years.
And he's a part of it.
Right. But what if John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan came in here and said, Goo, Brandon Ayuk's a really good player. We really do like him. But we have to prioritize the things we must get done. And unfortunately, Brandon is not, we've looked at all the football equations. And of course, in a perfect world, we would love to have Ayuk. But the NFL, we have to deal with some salary stuff. We've looked at this every way till Sunday. And you know what? We can't pay him. Because if we pay him, we already know the guys we may lose, and we think those losses would be more detrimental than if we lost Ayuk, if for no other reason than we feel like we have more depth at wide receiver than at some of the other positions that we may lose out on if we sign him. Like, Goo, we've thought of everything, and this is the we hate to do it, but we must.
Okay, well, you've had 5 times, it sounds like. If Florio's right to facilitate a trade, you didn't do it. Right. So that's why it feels like they don't want to lose what he does and his talent. But I'll say this, Donnie. I thought a couple months back we all agreed on if you had to choose between Debo and his injury history and Ayuk, you would choose Ayuk. You could pay Ayuk.
They can't do anything with Debo now, now. And I think maybe what stinks is that the 49ers don't prioritize Ayuk as much as some of the fans, as much as Ayuk.
Well, you did this with Armstead. He said night-night.
Exactly.
Not that he was DeForest Buckner. I don't even know what to think on the Buckner deal. I'm like, well, maybe you would have won a Super Bowl had you had him. I won't go there.
That's
where I'm going to go is you play some funny stuff with Ayuk and you let him out the building. And for whatever reason, I know you're high on McCaffrey. So am I. But if this offense takes a step or a step and a half back, and everybody and their mom can watch this Niner offense and say, this thing ain't what it used to be. Just be ready for the bullets coming your way. Be ready for all the stuff that's like you gambled and it blew up in your face.
And John Lynch would say, actually, Goo, it's not a gamble. We've run all the numbers. And we cannot, the only way that we can keep this together, or the only way we can make this work right now, he has to play on that $14 million.
Wow.
Okay, let me. I know it stinks.
Yeah. For Brandon, it does.
10 options are terrible.
Do you think
this is the least bad option?
Future contract is the reason Ayuk is not getting paid.
I think it's a reason.
I just don't know how you could rob Peter to pay Paul. We don't know if Purdy's going to go in there and give it to me all, which he could, especially if he balls out. But I thought, like Farhan, they saw this coming. They know this dude is. But this is not how I didn't have this in the playbook of how this situation was going to pop off. And trade him then.
Well, no. And now what we know is they've had this in their game plan for months. I bet you they had this in their game plan after the season ended.
Or they could be playing hardball up into these dates.
They could.
So you don't expect, we're out there Wednesday with the roast, the first day of training camp. You don't expect Brandon to report.
No. Do you?
I expect him to report, Stoney, but not, who do we have on, or we play some sound.
Acho.
Yeah, just be there, but, kind of be the sideshow, but not get fined.
I just, the more I think about it, the more... Like the 49ers.
Debo is more important to this offense than Ayuk. I love both. I don't see it that way.
Well, but what if Kyle and Lynch do? Then it's imperative. If that's what their football minds say, then this is the way they got to go. What if they think that about Debo? And you know what? And to me, to my way of thinking is, when you ask me, do you think Purdy's future contract is it better be? Of course it is. You must plan on writing a big check to Purdy at the end of the year.
And I understand that.
And so what would be wrong with them kind of planning ahead?
But if the goal is to win a championship, that shouldn't cost you your stud receiver.
Well, but we see it all the time with the salary cap. We saw it all basketball off season. Like the Clippers with Paul George.
That was the most insane decision I've now with Kawhi just being chronic. Stoney, why did you extend him? Paul should have got that deal and said night-night to a dude that can't stay healthy.
Okay, Goo, they should have done something 6 months ago. They didn't. They paid Kawhi. And now they were faced with a decision. We either pay Paul George, and if we do that, we are handcuffing ourselves for the next 3 to 5 years. We will be severely punished because of the collective bargaining agreement. We will be it'll be significantly more difficult to make trades. We won't, and the Clippers said we have to let go of Paul George. Why? You might not be as good this year. Well, no, you're probably not. But you give yourself a chance to get better which you never would have had if you would have given him the money that he wanted. Yeah. It's like, I look at it as, obviously the 49ers are in a brutal spot with their salary cap and with their money situation, and if they could pay him, they would. But the ramifications of paying him have other ramifications down the line that looks like they're uncomfortable with.
Okay, I get that. But not having his talent or his services out there, if he were not to be a Niner, have ramifications.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
The whole American, we're all watching to see, okay, if you guys think you could do it without Ayuk, Steiner, we're going to be able to watch him and be like, oh, boy, they really miss him.
What if it's as simple as the 49ers are looking and say, look, if we pay Ayuk, we can't pay Purdy. And if we pay Purdy, we can't pay Ayuk. And the bottom line is Purdy's more important. Like, it stinks.
Well, I'm always take a quarterback over receiver.
James is in Fremont. What's up, James? How you doing, my man?
Hey, guys. Pretty good for a Friday.
Yeah.
Hope you guys are doing well.
Yes, sir.
So, just a quick one on the Ayuk thing.
Yeah.
I'll pick him over Debo, but I don't think Ayuk is a marquee player. So if they lose him, they lose him. But, yeah. So that's my take on that. Just a quick one.
Wow.
What I really wanted to ask you guys is, so the Niners have lost 3 straight. That's what Guru called out. And when do you guys think are we in the cursed category if we continue to lose a Super Bowl? I'm just thinking that we've been killing a lot of cities back in the 80s. So maybe all that sentiment towards the Niners is now just bearing fruit, kind of thing. It's like a cycle, right? So and now it's our turn to keep losing.
Yeah, I don't believe in curses.
I do. And what happened in Philadelphia a couple years ago in the NFC Championship game, and then to follow that up with another Super Bowl loss, I could sit down in your class if you wanted to tell me, or a Niner fan wanted to say, I think we're cursed. I get it.
You were cursed with a horse bleep offensive line when Purdy got hurt. That's why he got hurt.
You were in the NFC Championship game.
Right.
It wasn't that horse bleep.
Well, the point is the Eagles dominated you on both sides of the line. Well, that's not a curse.
Tyler Kroft
That's getting eaten up by the Eagles' O-line and D-line.
Right.
To me, that's not a curse.
It could have been a bad call, too, having Reddick trying to be blocked by a backup tight end.
That's not a curse. That's a misassignment.
But the curse part, Steiny, is your quarterback got knocked out.
That's right, because your offensive line didn't do its job.
So it wasn't the fourth quarter where it's like, damn, okay, let's get out of here. We lost them 6 minutes left. It was the beginning. So you had to, James Johnson, anybody in the fans, Bonte Shasky were there. Come on down. That's hard because it's the movie's just starting of doom.
Well, I look at it like, what's so hard? Purdy gets knocked out. It's unfortunate, but your offensive line, a part of football, did not protect him. Why not? Because the Eagles' defensive line was either better or made a play or did all those football things.
And the coach didn't challenge a touchdown that wasn't it would have been overturned. Just throwing that out there.
Okay, is that a curse or is that a dumb decision?
When you lose 3 Super Bowls and 2 NFC Championship games as a whole, it's not just on Kyle.
You know what a curse is?
Tell me.
It's an excuse. It's you and fans and players. If you really think the Niners are cursed, you're taking all the onus off getting beat fair and square. So you think you've gotten hosed somehow. And you think I'm kidding?
No, I don't agree with it.
That prevents you from looking in the mirror and saying, we weren't good enough.
And that's all I've been preaching all.
No, you say they're cursed.
You're saying, you're supposed to just throw participation trophies because you had a good season. That's what I'm talking about. Look yourself in the mirror, like Steve Young said, and get it done.
Right. And looking in the mirror and shrugging your shoulders and saying, oh, but we're cursed. Yeah, way to take responsibility.
Well, Kyle would never say that.
Well, exactly. Because
fans can.
Right. And that's why fans don't matter.
Please. Fan is short. They make the Steiny fan is short for fanatic.
Okay. What does that mean?
Be Frankman special. Fans pay the bills, bud.
Again,
fans matter.
What does it have to do with what goes on between the hash marks. The only time fans make a difference is when they're at the game and a team has home field advantage and the fans are loud and they're causing problems for the opposing team and they're quiet for your team. That Oracle Arena for the Warriors.
Talk to me.
That was it. The fans are an advantage. But when you're sitting home with Norm watching your Cowboys, you mean nothing. Zero.
And I don't want to mean anything.
You do.
I want the team to win, and I want to enjoy myself.
Well,
and unfortunately, the Niners haven't. Even though you can say, hey, everybody, take a seat. You guys have been winning. You just can't win it. People started, they would egg you with the eggs.
Nahegan, you're a Cubs fan, right? Don't you want to just wring his neck?
No, he knows about the Bartman curse.
Don't you want to wring his neck? You've won one title in 192 years, and this guy's got the gall to talk about the 49ers, one of the most successful franchises in the history of our league.
He's going to tell you that a curse is real.
That's not what I asked
But
him.
it ain't about that. It's about what came out.
You asked me if I wanted to wring his neck. That's all I heard.
Oh, boy. Leave me alone, please.
Okay, Steiny, the Clippers are cursed.
Everybody knows it.
They had the worst owner in professional sports for 30 years. If you have bad management and bad ownership, you won't.
Can't that be a curse?
Do you think
like the Warriors were with Cohen? Can't that be a curse? Like
no,
being
that's
born to
called
the wrong
a bad
parents,
owner.
Being born to the wrong family, that's a curse.
What are you talking? Who's born to the wrong family?
Sometimes people are. You had no shot at having a good life because of your mom and dad were you had no control over it. Stoney, that's a curse.
When you look at me, am I upside down? I mean, everything you look at is different than the way I look at it.
That's a point.
The Clippers are cursed. Yeah, I guess they were cursed. They had the worst owner.
All right, the Ballmer years, he's been great. Kawhi getting hurt.
How long's Ballmer been the owner?
It don't matter.
Let's say 8 years.
Kawhi getting hurt 3 out of 4 years in the playoffs. Is that a theme?
No, it's an injury-prone player.
To you. It's a curse to me.
How many times has he been hurt?
The Chris Paul, the Lob City. That was a curse. They were on the come. Everybody thought they were about to, here we go.
About to what?
And it blew up in everybody's face with the Sterling stuff.
So Clipper fans deserve the title.
No, they blew a 3-1 lead to the Rockets.
Right. And was that the NBA title?
No, that's a curse.
They would have had to go to win an NBA championship in the NBA Finals,
It's still a curse, Donnie. Bad things happen. That's what a curse means. There's a black cloud over you. The Cubs have had it. Yep.
There's no black. So there's a black cloud over the Niners.
No, because they've won. They got.
You just said they're cursed.
No, they got multiple Super Bowls. Here lately, they are.
But it doesn't matter. They happened in '94.
Yeah. If you're Steiny, you're not cursed. If you're Goo, I can get it. Like I can understand under Kyle, fans feeling cursed. Like. We're going to have a great season, win, great roster, but then when the nitty-gritty, no dice.
Yeah, you can do that. That's indescribably, let me think, that's indescribably irrational is what I would say.
And that's what
you want to do a question of the day after the break, Goo?
Yeah.
Is that what we're going to do?
Give me one.
There's 2 great questions I have there. You get to choose which one.
Hey. Oh, boy.
Well, the first one is, I'm not going to do the first one because I do it all the time. Like, is it okay to put ketchup on a hot dog? Of course it is.
People get violently pissed off about it.
Are you kidding?
Let's do the next one because the next one does hit.
Oh, man, that hit me.
When you go get a cup of coffee, do you tip in the tip jar?
You guys are setting me up. No.
Okay.
Do you?
Yes. Of course I do. And you should too.
Well, I don't drink coffee.
Okay, well, you should start tipping more. You see, Goo,
I tip bartenders.
Yeah.
But to-go orders, they got the thing now to... It's so embarrassing. You don't want them to see it, so you pull the machine close to you where you hit no tip. It's like, why am I tipping you? We've been together 18 seconds, and you want to tip? So I get the computer some places, and they got no tip, and I just tap it.
But
I'm just being real, man. It's hard out here.
But what you're going to run into, and take it from me, as a high-profile person like I am, and you're coming into your own that way, you don't tip, and they say, oh, that's Matt Steinmetz.
If I sit down, I'm tipping.
No, at the counter. You get your coffee, I don't tip, and they're like, oh, that's that horses behind that works for 95.7 The Game. What a cheapskate.
So
I'm
you
going to
hit
let
the
all
button
my friends.
and the coffee came out. You put the lid on it, hand it to me.
I tip. What do you want me to tell you? I tip.
What's the tip for?
I don't care. The tip is so that they won't think I'm a cheapskate and spread the word around the Bay Area that I'm a cheapskate.
Then I thought you were stronger than that.
Oh, I'm not.
Tip when you know what I mean? They really, yeah.
Okay.
Good service.
Okay. It was good
not
service.
A 15-second.
It's not 15
my
seconds.
Gosh.
No. Can I please have a cup of coffee? Yes, sir. What do they have to do? They got to turn their back. They got to walk to the coffee machine. No, you can't.
And you're just relishing it. So if I go to 7-Eleven and buy a Starburst, do I tip?
Oh, no, it's different.
It's getting to that point, though. It's getting to that point.
I don't necessarily think so. Do they have a tip jar at 7-Eleven? Why not put a tip jar anywhere? We should have a tip jar in the studio. See if anybody does anything.
Could you imagine? I would have got a tip from that caller.
Well, if our listeners are like you,
five calls ago.
That'll be an empty. That'll be an empty.
You guys set me up on that one. Yeah. What we got?
Oh, yeah, 888-957-9570. Nobody gets upset. Ketchup on a hot dog. I put ketchup on a hot dog my whole life.
That's my life.
Nobody cares. Nobody's ever said, Steiny, what are you doing?
And I will guarantee you I can get 5 people that say it's an absolute sin to put ketchup on a hot dog.
It's called a condiment. And they have them when you get hot dogs.
Thank you.
What about mustard, Matt?
No, mustard, they throw out 5 packets. At Wrigley Field, when I went there as a kid, they throw 5 packets of mustard at you and no ketchup.
Oh, my. The world, man. Maybe I went to Wrigley.
I know, and you're the only person I've ever met who didn't like it. Seriously.
No, the ambiance I love.
Well, it doesn't.
I sat behind a steel pole.
That's because you inadvertently bought an obstructed view ticket.
I'll never forget it.
All right, 888-957-9570. If there's anybody out there that thinks there's anything wrong with putting ketchup on a hot dog,
we got to finish strong.
Make sure you call in, and I certainly won't get to your call. Hey, what do we have to do?
Let's finish strong. It's our last one of the week.
Well, this is usually when you started to fade with our new time slot. What's coming up next on The Game? It's presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details, head to chiltonautobody.com, the Bay Area's leader in collision repair.
Now's the time to switch to Juniper's AI native network. So, instead of network complexity weighing you down, now you can simply rise above problems by proactively preventing them. Juniper Networks. That's the now way to network.
PXG East Bay has a treat for all you golfers out there. If you've been wanting to swing PXG's incredible golf clubs, now's the time. Come in, try our sticks, and we'll give you a dozen golf balls free just for doing
Now back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Filling in for Mark Willard and Dan Dibley, here's Steiny and Guru.
You know what you got to do, Goo?
What's up, baby?
You got to pick up the pieces.
That's the song. Who sings it?
It's this song.
Oh, boy.
By the way,
I don't know. Yeah,
they're
I didn't know.
Continuing just troubling signs around the U.S. men's Olympic basketball team and Steph Curry.
What happened?
Say it into the mic.
What? Hey, what happened?
There's troubling signs, and they're just slowly mounting. Did you see what just happened?
No.
Anthony Edwards just beat Steph Curry in a shooting contest.
Steph led him.
Half-court shooting contest.
Oh, gosh, yeah. Come on.
This guy's got to pack it in.
Yeah, please. I'm worried that Durant's ass is trying to come back to practice.
Why?
That was going to be what's bugging me. Take your ass or just go to the casino. Relax.
They're in London right now.
Oh, man. Last time I saw him, I want to fight. I'm getting killed on, people know when I go to a restaurant or whatnot, I tip my barber. I do all that.
What about a barista?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
I just don't like the to-go order. When I order it online, like Chipotle, and I pick it up, am I supposed to tip them? No. They go, here you go, sir.
Let's go to Paul in Los Altos. Hey, Paul, what's going on, my man?
Just driving home from work, guys. How you doing?
Hey.
We're doing well. We're doing well.
I'll tell you what, Steiny, Guru, all the rest of you guys there at 95.7 The Game, I listen to you guys every night, and I love it.
Thanks, Paul. Appreciate it, man.
Just calling in about the hot dog question. You guys got me thinking about that question because I've had hot dogs all kinds of different ways. I've used ketchup, not ketchup. You got me thinking, and I think it boils down to the fact that ketchup is such a dominating flavor that if I'm going to have a hot dog with ketchup, I'm only going to dip the hot dog in ketchup with nothing else on it.
Yeah,
But my better way to go in is mustard, relish, and onion.
Well,
and no ketchup, because ketchup ruins it at that point.
I mean, that I'll tell you what, Paul, that's very, very logical. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, guys just got me thinking, and that's the best conclusion I could come up with.
All right. Thanks, Paul. Appreciate the call. Never had relish.
Yeah.
I've never had.
Not a fan.
I can't stand onions. I'm a picky eater.
You like mayonnaise on your dog?
No, I've never had mayonnaise in my entire life.
Yeah,
well, one
neither.
time, and I was like, this is awful.
Me too.
In fact, if I make, let's say, a sandwich, ham and cheese sandwich, but I need a little moisture, butter. A little butter on the roll. That's the way I do it.
Throw it up in my mouth. Oh, my God.
But you'll put mayonnaise on it?
No, I don't eat mayonnaise. Mayo.
Well, what do you put on your sandwich to make it moist?
Mustard.
Yeah, that's fair. Sometimes I'll put a dab of mustard.
And I'll eat a plain sandwich. I'm that guy.
You better have a soda or something.
No, well, of course.
Water.
Yep, ham,
or
pepper
something
jack
like
cheese, and the bread, and I'm good.
How do you think this week went?
The boss will tell us when the stuff comes out. But other than that, I've had fun, man. I could get used to this. We're about to go. It's a Friday night or late evening. We're about to have a good time. I get to work out in the morning, come back, relax, think about the show. And I've noticed my coworkers everybody's in a better mood later on in the day. You're not even cranky anymore, boy, 8:30. Oh, my God. Like, I'm the first soul you see. Not good, but you're different. Even the boss, everybody's just, it's different.
Yeah.
I like it.
The one thing I was kind of hoping for when I heard we were going to 2 to 6 is that you might take those extra 4 hours to prepare for the show.
I've just been blowing you up. And dude, we won't even get it. That'll be in my memoir that's coming out.
Seriously, are you the official photographer for 24-Hour Fitness? Do you just go around to 24-Hour Fitness?
No, it's a log to let me know that I was there.
That's about it.
I don't take pictures of myself.
No, I know.
I'm letting myself know you were there, and this is a journey. Let's all do it together. Your boy's getting it in. Well, you need to learn how to prop me up, man. You try to cut me down. Man, you get to the gym, and you can do that.
I don't go to the gym.
Well, I want you to get on the hardwood with me.
That's never going to happen.
I'm 50 and still hooping. Where's Sports Center at? How many 50-year-olds are hooping? Full court.
A lot.
Do you mean that?
Jim Barnett played till he was 67 or 68. He would go to Europe and play in Masters tournaments.
Well, he was a pro.
That's right.
So he's got that lot. I haven't. I didn't go pro.
No, I know you didn't.
Baseball. Good.
Somebody here wants to know if they misheard or didn't mishear. They said, did they hear you say you were going to your 50th high school reunion this weekend?
No, I said my boy Mike Souza, is turning 50.
Oh,
he's having a luau at Chaplin's. You should come through about 4 or 5.
A luau at Chaplin's?
Yeah. Don't hate.
What does that mean?
Like it's a Hawaii theme.
Okay.
Yeah. I got my shirt out the cleaners.
It really means just wear a Hawaiian shirt. Right?
hey.
I mean, are you going to roast a pig?
Big Dex will be there.
Are you going to roast a pig?
I don't know. Oink, oink.
That's
I don't
what
like
they
pig.
do at luau's.
I went to Hawaii, and that was the worst part. Paid a lot of chicken. And I was like, where's a lot of money? And they were like, that's your dinner. Like, I ain't eating that.
Are you going to have men and women twirling batons with fire on each end?
They didn't call me to set it up. They just invited me. But earlier in the day, I'll be in Santana Row. Having a high school reunion a little bit. The fellas.
I'll tell you what. Santana Row right now better expect a bigger crowd with you down there.
Now, financially, just watch it. Who needs a drink? It did come Monday. I've been robbed. What happened? That's all I got to figure out, Stoney.
Seriously, have you ever been down to Santana Row?
Man, a billion times.
Okay, I have. I've only been there once.
Great food.
I just drove through it.
Nice Indian cuisine. I forget the name of the restaurant, of course. Stoney, just great food.
The only thing I've heard is that, well, Santana Row's a lot of.
It's upscale.
It is upscale.
Yeah.
It is upscale. Bring your wallet.
Yeah.
Bring your wallet.
I do want to tell you guys you've done a great job this week.
That means a lot.
Oh, but I also want to say, Goo, you were saying that everybody's in a great mood, and
seriously,
kind of a common theme here.
What's that?
Goo isn't here in the midday.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Nah. I know what
I'm just
bring
being
to the
honest.
table. I'm not that guy that walks in and they're like, oh, God. I know a few of them. I'm not one of them.
The other day.
What?
Hey, you come in kind of snarky sometimes.
Yeah.
That's an act to show you guys, could you handle that goo?
So's my whole life.
You guys getting it? Oh,
my whole life is an act.
Today was an act. The whole deserving thing.
I know. Stop thinking you do. When are we out of here? Can we break at any time, or is there a hard out?
See, you're running out of time.
No, I'm running out of material. All right. Hey, listen, seriously, thanks to Jack's Restaurant and Bar. We had a great time this week, switching up time slots. Guru and I will be back to 10 to 12 next week. Willard and Dibbs, 6 to 10. No, wrong. Bonte and Shasky. You know what our schedule is. On 95.7, The Game.
Hey, it's your boy Guru, and you know how much I love Prize Picks app. I've been talking about it to you all year. Get in on the action. It's America's #1 daily fantasy sports app with over 5 million active members. Prize Picks is the